Traditional apocalyptic literature unfolds in a world transformed by global evolution. Our protagonist, betrayed by both his girlfriend and her paramour, meets a gruesome end at the hands of a zombie. However, fate grants him a second chance, as he is reborn just before the apocalypse. Once a downtrodden man afflicted with a terminal illness, he awakens to discover unique powers alongside the emergence of a system. This system, forcibly subdued, promises the protagonist wealth and numerous offspring. What? There are other systems in existence? Then let us seize them. What? This is humanity's apocalypse. He shall lead the charge towards dawn. What? This is a revelry for all other creatures. He shall vanquish them until they submit. Do not question his audacity, his powers are unparalleled. Chapter 1. Rebirth. To all esteemed gentlemen, ladies, and young wives, please indulge in this narrative without hesitation. Should you feel your intellect insulted, it is merely a testament to your brilliance, and the author bears no responsibility. Prepare to be struck by a melodramatic beginning. Dolly, 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 wake up! You are crushing me. Ding. Dolly, in a daze, felt an excruciating pressure in his head and body, a sensation akin to impending explosion. The pain from the zombie's bites seemed to be gradually siphoned away, replaced by an overwhelming weakness, as if all strength had been drained from him. As he groggily opened his eyes, he was greeted by a vast expanse of white. Wait, where am I? Was I not slain by the zombie king? That accursed zombie king. Surely, he was less than dignified before his mutation. Ding. Dolly recalled the humiliation of his demise, gritting his teeth in frustration. Rubbing his throbbing head, he prepared to sit up and survey his surroundings when the woman beneath him let out another delicate cry. Dolly, Dolly, have you had another episode? The speaker was a nurse, clad in uniform, with a strikingly beautiful visage. The surrounding blinding light made it difficult for him to open his eyes fully, yet he squinted to discern the woman's face. Ding. Dolly was momentarily taken aback, then grasped her arms with both hands, gazing at her in disbelief. You are Feng Linwan. I thought you had perished. At his words, the woman playfully struck him twice with her delicate fists, though her expression bore no trace of reproach. Oh dear, Dolly, be gentle. What are you doing? Should I call a doctor? Ding. Dolly rolled to the side, sitting dazedly on the floor, his hands incessantly exploring various parts of his body. Feng Linwan quickly rose, observing Ding Dallas' peculiar demeanor. As she adjusted her clothing, she spoke softly. Dolly, has your mind truly faltered? What do you mean by dead? We were just chatting moments ago, and suddenly you collapsed. This is the second time today. It's bad enough that you fainted, but you had to land right on top of me. Hearing this, Ding. Dolly muttered, hospital? Why am I in a hospital? Upon hearing his words, Feng Linwan bent down, cradling his head in her hands and vigorously massaging it. Dolly, your mind can't possibly be damaged, can it? You came to the hospital for a checkup today. Oh no. What if the cancer cells have spread to your brain? Your fainting spells are becoming more frequent. This is dire. Ding. Dallas' heart surged with tumultuous waves. Cancer? The hospital? Isn't that something from before the apocalypse? Have I been reborn? He raised his head in suspicion to look at Feng Linwan. Xiaowan, what is today's date? Noticing her serious inquiry while her gaze wandered elsewhere, Feng Linwan straightened her posture, placed her hands before her chest, her cheeks flushed. She murmured, what are you looking at? Today is May 19th. We agreed on your checkup today. Have you forgotten? Her words once again confirmed Ding Dallas' inner suspicions, sending a rush of exhilaration through him. Ha! I have indeed been reborn. Damn it, the heavens have not forsaken me. I have been granted a chance to start anew. Those individuals from my previous life, I shall ensure they suffer before their demise to quell the hatred in my heart. With this thought, Ding Dallas' eyes reddened, and he couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Just as he laughed twice, a violent coughing fit nearly expelled his lungs. Cough, 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 damn. Almost forgot, I am but a frail creature with terminal cancer, living on borrowed time. Seeing this, Feng Linwan rushed to support Ding Dolly. Despite his sickness having rendered him quite thin, he was still a man. Her strength was limited, and she had to press her entire body against him to steady him. At that moment, a buzzing sound filled the air. Dolly, where have you put your phone? Ding. Dolly looked bewildered, searching for the source of the vibration, only to realize it was his phone buzzing in his pocket. Feng Linwan helped him sit on the edge of the bed, her face flushed with embarrassment as she hurried to the side, pretending to pour water to alleviate the awkwardness. Ding Dolly, your condition is deteriorating, the doctor said. Ding Dolly paid no heed to her words. He was acutely aware of his own circumstances. He retrieved his phone, unlocked it, and opened WeChat, eager to discover who had sent him a message. Upon seeing the sender's name, a surge of fury erupted within him, causing Ding Dolly to grit his teeth in indignation. Tang Bingbing. It was this very woman who in a previous life had also contacted Ding Dolly on this day. On the other end of the line, there were creaking sounds accompanied by her labored breaths. When Ding Dolly inquired about her activities, she claimed that the treadmill at the gym seemed to be malfunctioning, persistently emitting those unsettling creaks. Clutching the phone, he reflected on the onset of the apocalypse. Upon gaining extraordinary abilities, Ding Dolly hastened to the Sunflower Hotel in search of the trapped Tang Bingbing. After enduring numerous trials, when he finally encountered the disheveled Tang Bingbing, he surprisingly believed her fabrications, which suggested she was merely working a part-time job at the hotel. The man beside her, Chun Sicheng, was merely her employer. Indeed, the hotel was an establishment owned by Chun Sicheng's family, yet the roles of boss and part-time employee were merely a facade for a risky performance. At that time, Ding Dolly, without a shred of doubt, came to their rescue. Utilizing his awakened powers, Ding Dolly guided them through the perils of the apocalypse, helping them to awaken their own abilities as well. Eventually, he established his own stronghold amidst the chaos, during which Tang Bingbing exhibited a demeanor of obedience, while Chun Sicheng regarded him as a brother. 2 years post-apocalypse, Ding Dolly was on the cusp of breaking through to his 6th year awakened. Suddenly, a 6th-year zombie king, leading a massive horde of the undead, besieged the base. Utilizing his unique abilities, Ding Dolly managed to repel 2 waves of the zombie king's assault, despite the overwhelming odds. However, as fatigue began to take its toll, the zombie king launched a 3rd wave of attacks. Injured and barely holding on, Ding Dolly fought valiantly, managing to fend off the creature once more. Brother Sicheng, are you not afraid that Ding Dolly will discover your treachery and eliminate you? Eliminate me. Let him first succeed in vanquishing the zombie king. I have already contacted my father. His base surpasses this dilapidated place by 1,000-fold. When the time comes, we shall take the resources from this base and seek refuge with him. If this place is lost, so be it. Let those wretched commoners fend off the horde. Upon hearing this, Ding Dolly was engulfed in fury, kicking the door open with a resounding crash. The scene before him ignited every nerve in Ding Dolly's body, his eyes blazing with rage. Yet, the 2 men showed no signs of panic upon seeing him. Without uttering a word, Ding Dolly lunged towards Chun Sicheng with a clenched fist. However, weakened from his previous battles, he was no match for Chun Sicheng, who was also a latest-stage 5th year awakened. In mere moments, Ding Dolly was brought to the ground, his face forcefully pinned down, struggling to call out for help. Someone please! Hearing this, Chun Sicheng erupted into laughter, dripping with scorn. Call for help? Shall I assist you? Someone please! How delightful! They are all mine now. I possess a grander base and superior conditions. What reason do they have to follow you? By the way, I forgot to mention that those trusted aides you sent on missions were ensnared by me and Tang Bingbing. You, the foolish one, truly believed they had betrayed you. Oh, and your right-hand man was also eliminated by us. It was no accident. Ha ha! At that moment, the room erupted in uproarious laughter as Chun Sicheng pulled the disheveled Tang Bingbing close, a lewd grin on his face. When Tang Bingbing called you to the hotel for help, she was masquerading as Maid L. You rushed to her aid without a second thought. Ha ha! I would love to dissect your brain to understand your thought process. Nestled in Chun Sicheng's embrace, Tang Bingbing adopted a sultry demeanor and playfully chided. Oh, Sicheng, why bother discussing so much with this useless fool? Look at him now, a pitiful wretch resembling a dog. Chun Sicheng laughed heartily, his mirth a chilling indifference. Ha ha ha, the dog. Wasn't he always a dog? And he licked you quite comfortably. Ha ha. Listening to the scathing words of the treacherous pair, Ding Dolly's eyes burned with rage as he questioned, Tang Bingbing, why did you betray me? Tang Bingbing swayed her hips and sauntered before Ding Dolly, her face a mask of derision. At this stage, you still inquire why? Truly pitiable. If you wish to know the reason, ponder it in your next life. With that, several former awakened subordinates stepped forward and brutally shattered Ding Dallas' limbs. The excruciating pain brought him to the brink of unconsciousness. Let us cast this lifeless dog to the horde of zombies outside the base. Bing Bing has already utilized her powers to seize all the supplies. We must retreat immediately. Thus, Ding Dolly found himself thrown into the throng of corpses beyond the city, where he was promptly seized by the zombie king, its claw delving into his innermost being as the undead feasted upon him. Reflecting upon the events of his previous life, Ding Dolly felt an inexplicable tightening within him, followed by a wave of self-mockery. Tang Bing Bing, you ought to express your gratitude towards me. I shall extend my mercy and spare you the torment of experiencing the darkness of the apocalypse. Chapter 2. The Abyss of Despair. Recalling the past, Ding Dolly took a moment to steady his restless emotions as he glanced at the phone, ringing once more from Tang Bing Bing. With a decisive press of the accept button, he answered. Sure, I've connected. Clearly, the caller had not anticipated such a swift response. Ding Dolly, how dare you not answer my calls? Do you believe I won't break up with you? Very well, I consent to the breakup. Ding Dallas' tone was frigid, devoid of any sentiment. Yet, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to continue. I purchased that handbag you've always desired. Before we part ways, might we meet so I can present it to you as a farewell gift? He endeavored to mask his emotions, feigning gentleness in his voice. On the other end, Tang Bing Bing was taken aback by his prompt acquiescence, her expression shifting to one of knowing amusement. Well, in that case, let us meet before tomorrow. Agreed, tonight at my apartment. Dolly, I understand that you are reluctant to heed my words, yet I must implore you, the reputation of your girlfriend is far from commendable. Furthermore, in all your visits to the hospital, when has she accompanied you? Why do you persist in ignoring the counsel of others? His musings were abruptly interrupted by this voice, prompting him to recall that Feng Linwan was still standing beside him. Gazing at the striking woman clad in a nurse's uniform, he remembered how, in his previous life, this benevolent individual had taken such meticulous care of him during his hospital stays. Regrettably, at that time, Ding Dallas' gaze was solely fixated on Tang Bing Bing, leaving no room for him to notice her. It was only after the apocalypse had erupted for over 10 days, following his rescue of Tang Bing Bing, that he arrived at Feng Linwan's home, only to find her door wide open. To his horror, he discovered her transformed into a zombie, bound and naked upon her bed, her body marred by countless wounds, revealing the inhumane treatment she must have endured in her final moments. This haunting memory became an indelible thorn in Ding Dallas' heart, and as he recalled it, he reached out to grasp Feng Linwan's hand tightly. Confused by his actions, Feng Linwan felt a tinge of embarrassment as she blushed deeply, her cheeks flushed to the roots of her ears. Dolly, what are you implying? You seem rather peculiar today. Could it be that the cancer cells have truly spread to your brain? Please, trust me. There is little use in discussing this further. By tomorrow morning, after a night's rest, you will understand why. Very well then. Seeing her acquiescence, Ding Dolly nodded with satisfaction before pushing himself up to stand with both hands. As Feng Linwan instinctively reached out to assist him, he raised a hand to gently halt her. Having spoken, Ding Dolly leisurely began to exit the hospital room. Wait a moment. You cannot leave, just yet your condition requires observation in the hospital. Feng Linwan called out to halt him. You know I can't afford a hospital stay. Don't worry, they'll be fine in no time. Ding Dolly did not linger, stepping out of the room, leaving Feng Linwan to ponder thoughtfully as she watched his departing figure. Why does he seem different today? Unaware of Feng Linwan's musings, Ding Dolly ambled out of the hospital, standing by the roadside and gazing at the bustling street, alive with the comings and goings of people and vehicles. He spread his arms to embrace the warmth of the sun, inhaling deeply the exhaust of human civilization. It's been so long since I've felt this societal warmth. Cough, cough. After a brief moment of reflection, a fit of violent coughing seized him, causing pain to ripple through his body, leaving Ding Dolly shivering. Damn this wretched body. The priority now is to find a way to awaken before the apocalypse arrives. Otherwise, in my current state, even climbing stairs will require a pause, let alone seeking vengeance. While others might dread the impending apocalypse, for Ding Dolly, it represented a different reality. His days were already numbered, and the onset of the apocalypse might just grant him a chance to survive. For on the stroke of midnight tomorrow, the world would be engulfed in thick fog, under which most flora and fauna would enter a frenzied evolution. Meanwhile, 80% of humanity would transform into bloodthirsty zombies, evolving in peculiar directions. The remaining survivors, only a handful, awakened various abilities on the fateful night when a thick fog descended, and these individuals were dubbed naturally awakened. Those who did not awaken later discovered that by consuming the crystal cores within other evolved beings, they too could unlock their evolution and become awakened. This catastrophe marked an apocalyptic era for humanity, as they were no longer the sovereigns of Earth. However, for the flora and fauna beyond human existence, it was a jubilant celebration of evolution, as they all stood on equal footing at that moment. Before the fog's arrival, mysterious sinkholes emerged in remote corners of the world, including mountains, dense forests, and arid deserts. According to those who fortuitously witnessed these sinkholes, the deep pits concealed their interiors, shrouded in a thick mist. If the mist within these pits is akin to that enveloping the world, it too may possess the power to awaken. In my previous life, I was one of the naturally awakened, and this time I shall take a gamble. I will venture into the pit to become awakened in advance. I recall that the nearest sinkhole to Kyoto City was situated within the Biwa Mountain Nature Reserve in the Western Mountains. With this thought in mind, Ding Dolly proceeded to a nearby supermarket to purchase several ropes before summoning a ride to Biwa Mountain. Biwa Mountain lies to the west of Kyoto City, while Ding Dolly resides in the east. As the vehicle traversed the bustling streets, the incessant flow of traffic outside the window seemed to belong to another world. Lost in contemplation, perhaps due to fatigue, Ding Dolly soon succumbed to a deep slumber. After disembarking from the vehicle, Ding Dolly followed the mountain path into the village. In his previous life, he had stumbled upon this village by chance, where he met a local survivor who informed him that prior to the arrival of the thick fog, he had encountered a sudden deep pit while foraging for wild walnuts in the mountains. In a secluded corner of the village, he located the humble dwelling where he had previously discovered the survivor. The house was nestled against the mountainside, and behind it lay a narrow, winding path worn by the passage of feet. According to the survivor's description, following this path uphill would lead to the sinkhole. Fortunately, it was merely a gentle slope. After several pauses to catch his breath, Ding Dolly finally reached the summit. Gazing down the slope, he noticed an expansive clearing approximately 10 meters below, where the hillside met another, taller mountain. In that clearing, he could distinctly see a colossal deep pit. A surge of excitement coursed through him, and without a moment's hesitation, he tumbled down the slope. Seemingly oblivious to his bodily aches, he hurried directly to the edge of the pit. At that moment, he spotted a tall, sturdy man clad in simple farmer's attire, with sun-kissed skin and a rustic demeanor, standing by the pit. Ding Dolly instantly recognized him as the survivor who had previously shared information about the sinkhole. Taken aback by the sudden appearance of a stranger, the man blinked in surprise and then, with a tone of curiosity, inquired, "Young man, how did you come to this place? There's only a small path through my backyard that leads up here. There are no other routes." Hello, sir. I'm a tourist here for a hike in the mountains. I spotted a deep pit and made my way in this direction. And to my surprise, I actually arrived." The older man regarded the young individual with skepticism, noting his shorts and short-sleeved shirt, which hardly suggested he was an avid hiker. Yet, observing the young man's pale complexion and labored breaths, it appeared he had traversed considerable terrain. He retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and handed it to Ding Dolly, giving him a thumbs up. "Here, young man, have some water. I must say, you youngsters are remarkably bold. Dressed like that, with just a couple of ropes, you dare to venture into such a remote place for a hike. It's quite perilous." Ding Dolly accepted the water and took several sips before surveying the area around the pit. The chasm spanned 7 or 8 meters in width, and peering down revealed only thick fog, obscuring the depths entirely. Even when he picked up a stone and tossed it in, there was no sound of it hitting the bottom. Fortune favors the brave. Only by taking the first step on the path to enlightenment can one lead the way. Ding Dolly mused inwardly. He then approached a massive boulder beside the pit, securely tying one end of the rope to it, before connecting the remaining length and tossing it into the abyss. Witnessing the young man's series of actions, the older man grew alarmed and hurried forward to intercept Ding Dolly. "Young man, you don't intend to descend, do you? I must tell you, I've spent many years gathering herbs and foraging for mountain walnuts in these hills, and I'm quite familiar with the area. I have never encountered this deep pit before. It seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, the depths are shrouded in fog, rendering everything invisible. I strongly advise against your descent." "Uncle, I appreciate your concern, but I have compelling reasons to go down," replied Ding Dolly, grasping the rope and carefully descending the protruding stones of the pit's wall. As he watched Ding Dolly's figure gradually vanish into the misty abyss, the uncle sighed deeply. What on earth are these young people consuming to grow so audacious? Not only are they fearless, but they also possess a reckless spirit. Why leap into such a pit when there are countless accounts online of adventurers encountering peril? At that moment, Ding Dolly remained oblivious to the uncle's thoughts, absorbed in his own resolve. After descending approximately 3 meters along the pit's wall, his feet finally touched the fog. The instant he made contact with the mist, a familiar pain surged through his entire being. Gritting his teeth, he clung to the rope and continued his descent, yet his heart swelled with exhilaration. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. This sudden sinkhole, with its enveloping fog, mirrors the mist that has engulfed the world. This excruciating pain is a manifestation of my bogus evolution. Once the fog completely enveloped him, the mist particles surged like countless bloodthirsty, carnivorous insects, frantically burrowing into Ding Dolly's body. Oh no! In my previous life, the awakening was merely a faint mist seeping through the doors and windows. I never anticipated that the concentration of this mist could be so overwhelming. The excruciating pain soon became unbearable, causing his grip on the rope to slacken. Ding Dolly plummeted into the abyss, and just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness amidst the torment, he vaguely sensed a luminous point within the mist rushing toward him, before he succumbed entirely to darkness. Chapter 3. Awakening. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Water dripped steadily, cascading down Ding Dolly's cheek to the corner of his mouth. His throat stirred gently, a refreshing sweetness tantalizing his taste buds. Suddenly, Ding Dolly opened his eyes wide, surveying the thick mist that enveloped him, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. "Ha ha, I haven't been killed." His hands clenched tightly, feeling the transformation within his body. The frail form he once possessed was now brimming with an inexhaustible vigor, his spirit rejuvenated. It was akin to a once dry river suddenly surging with turbulent waters. Ding Dolly focused intently, sensing within him the presence of a black hole capable of devouring everything, converting it into his own power. This was the extraordinary ability of devouring he had awakened in his past life. He had encountered countless awakened individuals and witnessed a plethora of rare abilities, yet he had never come across one akin to his own. As its name implies, devouring allows one to enhance their physical prowess by consuming the corpses of other beings. In his previous life, Ding Dolly had gradually transformed into a formidable force by feasting on various zombies and mutated beasts. Strangely, this ability felt somewhat different, stronger, perhaps, capable of devouring even more. Was it due to his direct contact with the mist? Regardless, now was not the time for such musings, nor did he know how long he had been unconscious. He reached into his pants pocket and, to his relief, found his phone still intact. He turned it on and checked the time. It had been barely over half an hour since he had fallen into the pit. Activating the flashlight, he illuminated the surroundings within half a meter, revealing the environment around him. It was at this moment that Ding Dolly realized he was not at the bottom of the sinkhole, but rather supported by something. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be an intricate network of plant roots, woven together like a net. Evidently, some plants had also been affected and mutated by the mist. Fortunately, these roots provided a means of support. The depth of the sinkhole remained an enigma. In his quest for vengeance, he had indeed been overly reckless. Ding Dolly felt a pang of regret as he began to ascend the sinkhole wall, following the roots. When he reached the wall again, illuminated by the beam of his flashlight, he noticed numerous crystalline objects reflecting the light. Drawing closer for a meticulous examination, Ding Dolly could not help but exclaim in delight. It was energy crystal nuclei. This sinkhole was truly peculiar. There were so many energy crystal nuclei present. Energy crystal nuclei are crystalline substances found within all awakened plants and animals, harboring evolutionary energy. The energy contained varies across different grades. At that moment, the sinkhole wall was adorned with an array of energy crystal nuclei, predominantly of the initial stage, with a few first-grade ones scattered among them. Even a single initial stage energy crystal nucleus could transform an ordinary person into an awakened being. Without a moment's hesitation, Ding Dali extracted one of the initial stage energy crystal nuclei from the wall. Typically, a normal person would need to ingest the nucleus by swallowing it. But Ding Dali was different. He activated his devouring ability through mental control. The initial stage energy crystal nucleus in his palm transformed into a surge of energy that flowed into his body. Simultaneously, he felt a rush of vitality and a noticeable enhancement in his physical prowess. Indeed, it is an energy crystal nucleus. I have struck gold. Without a second thought, Ding Dali pried off several more initial stage energy crystal nuclei. Devour. Once more, pry off a few pieces. Devour. Ding. Detection. Devour. No. Stop. Wait. That's odd. Was there just some strange sound? You foolish human, to me. Devour. Hold on. Wait. Encountering me is your fortune. You should. Devour. Wait. Can you not let me finish speaking? Devour. Brother. Master. Just a moment. I yield. Please pause. I can't take it anymore. Hearing the voice in his mind plead for mercy, Ding Dali finally spoke slowly. What's wrong? Not so arrogant now? Tell me. What are you? Why are you in my head? Brother, don't you read web literature? Why all the nonsense? I have devoured. Brother, I am a system. When you fell into the abyss, I entered your body, waiting for you to become a novice awakener to bind with you. You just absorbed the energy crystal core and were about to break through to the novice awakener, which is when I appeared, nearly being dispelled by the strange power within you. A system? What kind of system are you? What is your purpose? Brother, I am the bountiful offspring system. As long as you engage in reproductive activities, you will receive corresponding rewards, making me your best partner in reaching the pinnacle of life in the apocalypse. The ultimate choice for thriving in the new world. Ding Dali remained unmoved, disdainfully responding, Oh, is there really such a good deal? There must surely be some underlying secrets. Moreover, if you are indeed as formidable as you claim, why would you fear my recently awakened devouring ability? Perhaps it is I who should consume you instead. It might yield some tangible benefits. Brother, please, do not. There is indeed a deeper story. I am willing to assist you, and in return, you could share a portion of the absorbed evolutionary energy with me to aid my growth. Although it may require you to double the energy needed for your future evolution, it would undoubtedly be worth it. As for my inexplicable fear of your abilities, I too find it puzzling. However, I have just scanned your body and discovered that it harbors numerous unique cells. The density of these cells would have been lethal to an ordinary person long ago. I am uncertain why you still survive, and what transformations these cells underwent during your awakening that rendered your abilities so distinct. Upon hearing this, Ding Dali was taken aback, while simultaneously ruminating on the matter. What was said must hold some truth. Could it be my proliferating cancer cells? I recall encountering an intriguing theory online, suggesting that cancer cells aspire to transform the human body, but our current forms cannot withstand such alterations. Brother, your devouring ability possesses boundless potential. I implore you to allow me to accompany you. Please, share your origins with me. Are there other systems in this world? I am not entirely certain about that. Devour. Brother, I genuinely lack clarity. When I awakened, I found myself in this chasm, devoid of any memories regarding my origins. However, I am aware of the existence of other systems. Integrating them would render me more complete. I should be able to recall some aspects of them. Ding Dali weighed the pros and cons and concluded that there seemed to be no harm in possessing this system. Moreover, the emergence of this system within the enigmatic chasm surely holds some significance. Since there are benefits to be gained, it would be prudent to explore its connection to this wretched apocalypse. In light of this, you may follow my lead. How shall I bind you? Yet, let me be frank. Do not attempt any tricks, or I shall not hesitate to consume you. Upon hearing this, the voice in my mind appeared to be quite elated. No need for binding, my dear brother. You have already absorbed a portion of my data, and I am now inseparable from you. In addition to the rewards from the system's tasks, you can also delve into the data of all things. Furthermore, I can serve as your portable repository, providing you with a spatial capacity of 10 cubic units for convenient storage and retrieval of items. Oh, then let me inquire about my own information. As soon as Ding Dali harbored this thought, a series of data manifested in his mind, as if a computer screen had materialized within his consciousness. Name: Ding Dali, awakened 1 strength, 48 speed, 48 stamina, 48 mentality, 50 ability. Devour. How does this data differ from that of an ordinary person? There is a significant difference. An ordinary individual can attain a maximum attribute value of 5, while those with exceptional talents may exceed this in certain aspects. To be classified as an awakened one, all attributes must surpass 10. To be deemed a primary awakened one, they must exceed 50. Indeed, humans on Earth appear to be rather ineffectual. However, that cannot be correct. The primary crystal core I just absorbed was more than sufficient for my ascension to a novice awakener. The energy must have been siphoned away by you, right? Hee. Dear brother, my growth requires energy as well. Thus, Ding Dali remained unfazed and extracted another primary crystal core from the walls of the pit, continuing to absorb until he felt a saturation of energy within himself. This sensation was all too familiar to him at this moment. He simply needed to channel the energy throughout his body to achieve a breakthrough. After a surge of intense pain coursed through him, he transcended into a novice awakener. He then gazed at his attribute data. Name: Ding Dali, human novice awakener, strength 55 speed, 55 stamina, 55 spirit, 60 ability. Devour. Though the numerical changes were minimal, his body had undergone a profound transformation across tiers. His capabilities far exceeded those he possessed prior to this advancement. The apocalypse had yet to commence, and he was already a novice awakener. It was time to seek vengeance. He continued to extract energy crystal cores from the surrounding walls of the pit, manipulating them with his mind. Indeed, the energy crystals were drawn into a void space, and with another mental command, a crystal reappeared in his hand. Quite remarkable. This spatial pouch proves to be quite useful. Indeed, brother, I am pleased you find it beneficial. Once I level up, this space will expand even further. Ding Dali chose not to engage with the system any longer, hastening his movements to gather every accessible crystal core. Visibility in the pit was limited, with other cores ensnared beneath the tangled roots of vegetation, and the depths below were unfathomable. Having just awakened, he dared not linger any longer. First, gather these items. We shall explore further when the opportunity arises. Ascending along the protruding edge of the sinkhole, after climbing for several meters, I spotted the rope I had descended earlier. Without hesitation, Ding Dali grasped the rope and began his ascent, effortlessly emerging from the abyss with his current vigor. Hey, young man, you've finally made it up. I was worried something might have happened to you. Ding Dali paused momentarily, realizing the speaker was the elder gentleman. Sir, why haven't you left? How could I? You, young man, disregarded my advice and descended without caution. I fear for your safety. I bear a shared responsibility, so I remained here. The elder's words warmed Ding Dali's heart. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to offer a warning. Sir, whether you believe me or not, my family is preparing ample supplies for tomorrow after nightfall. It would be wise not to venture out. By the way, my name is Ding Dali. I hope we will have the chance to meet again. With that, Ding Dali turned to descend the mountain. The elder stared blankly at the young man's retreating figure, puzzled by his words yet inexplicably gripped by a sense of foreboding. His brow furrowed as he gazed at the vanishing silhouette. Halfway down the road, Ding Dali's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller's name, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes, yet he feigned a gentle tone as he answered. What do you want? What do I want, Ding Dali? Are you trying to deceive me? I arrived at your apartment, and there was no one there. I've been trying to reach you, but your phone was unreachable. Let me be clear. Do not lie to me. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Why are you wandering around aimlessly? I am waiting for you at the rental apartment. I sincerely hope you are not deceiving me. After uttering those words, the call was abruptly terminated. Chapter 4. The brutal slaughter of Tang Bingbing. As the busy tone echoed in his ear, Ding Dali's lips curled into a faint smile, while the veins on his forehead pulsed slightly. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall not disappoint you, Tang Bingbing. The car traversed the bustling metropolis from west-east. Outside the window, every passerby was preoccupied, their heads bowed as they toiled relentlessly for their livelihoods, oblivious to the fact that their struggles for survival would soon culminate in despair. In a day's time, the majority of these individuals may no longer exist, and those who survive would endure a life fraught with peril and trepidation. Initially fighting for sustenance, they would eventually find themselves merely fighting to exist. Ding Dolly had grown accustomed to the anxiety-laden existence of a post-apocalyptic world. Thus, the current tranquil realm felt somewhat disconcerting to him. He chose instead to close his eyes and silently absorb the energy crystals present in the system's spatial realm. In his previous life, the strength gained from a single energy crystal now required two, as a portion of the energy was apportioned to the system. Fortunately, in this new life, he was not lacking in energy crystals. Within his mind, the data displaying the energy crystals in the system's space materialized. Primary energy crystals, 250, level 1 energy crystals, 35 in his past existence. He had to meticulously count each energy crystal he absorbed. However, at the onset of this life, he found himself abundantly supplied. The energy absorbed by one individual was equivalent to that of two, and it appeared that his body had undergone some transformation in this life, significantly increasing the base amount of energy absorbed. Theoretically, the more crystals required for each upgrade, the greater the potential. It seemed that the quantity of crystals needed for my own advancement was considerably greater than in my previous life. While contemplating this, he absorbed the crystal nucleus. Before long, the vehicle had reached its destination. At this moment, he examined his physical attributes. Name: Ding Dolly. Human. Initial stage: awakened strength, 70 speed, 70 stamina, 70 mentality, 75 superpower. Devour. It seemed that achieving the status of a first-level awakened individual before the impending apocalypse was entirely feasible. Ding Dolly felt elated as he strode directly into the community. Ding Dolly's rented apartment was on the ground floor. Upon opening the unit door, he was greeted by the sight of a woman dressed in light casual attire, her features strikingly beautiful. It was Tang Bingbing. It was precisely her innocent demeanor that had once utterly captivated Ding Dolly. Hearing someone enter, Tang Bingbing, who had been engrossed in her phone, lifted her gaze. Upon recognizing the visitor, her brow furrowed slightly, displaying an expression of impatience. Ding Dolly, your audacity knows no bounds. How dare you keep me waiting for so long? Observing her face, tinged with irritation, Ding Dolly, in his former self, would have found her anger to be enchanting. However, the current Ding Dolly felt nothing but disgust. Ding, brother. Detection of a female with a score exceeding 80 indicates potential for reproductive behavior, which may yield corresponding rewards. Oh, let me examine her attributes. Name: Tang Bingbing. Score: 82. Human. Female. Strength: 3 speed, 2 stamina, 5 mentality, 5 superpower. Awaiting awakening. Is it possible to discern whether an ordinary person can awaken? Ha. With that in mind, I have an idea. Tang Bingbing gazed at Ding Dolly, who stood motionless in a daze, on the verge of losing her temper. However, she suddenly realized that today, Ding Dolly seemed somewhat different. Wasn't he on the brink of death from illness? Though he still appeared quite thin, he nonetheless exuded a vibrant energy. Had his muscles always been so pronounced? And did he seem a tad taller? Contemplating these thoughts, she snapped irritably. Hurry up and open the door. Ding Dolly, don't you have the keys to your place? I lost the keys. Why are you asking so many questions? Just open the door. I have other matters to attend to after I grab my things. Tang Bingbing urged impatiently. Ding Dolly unlocked the door, and Tang Bingbing pushed past him, murmuring as she entered, I absolutely detest coming to this wretched rental. This dilapidated complex is old and has a terrible environment. It's not a place where anyone should reside. I must have been extraordinarily unfortunate to have lived here for so long alongside you. Ding Dolly paid no heed to her complaints, casually locking the door behind him. Usually, regardless of how Tang Bingbing whined and complained, Ding Dolly would scurry over to appease her. Yet today, he exhibited an unusual silence, which ignited a flicker of indignation within Tang Bingbing, causing her voice to rise. Ding Dolly, what s with your attitude? If it weren't for your pleading for me to come and fetch the bag, I wouldn't have bothered. Did I plead with you? Satisfied? Rest assured, you will be pleased with the bag. Upon concluding his words, Ding Dolly swiftly seized Tang Bingbing by the throat, lifting her effortlessly with a single hand. Caught in the grip of an unexpected chokehold, Tang Bingbing flailed her limbs in a desperate struggle, her voice resembling that of a suffocating fowl. Are you insane? You foolish idiot. Release me at once. She gasped, her face reddening under the pressure, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her mouth moving as if to curse, though only incoherent sounds escaped her lips. Fear not, for I possess another gift for you, Ding Dolly declared, retrieving a primary energy crystal from his spatial storage and forcing it into her mouth. The crystal dissolved upon contact, its energy surging into Tang Bingbing's body. With a casual flick of his wrist, he discarded her like refuse, casting her to the ground. You insufferable lowlife. Do you wish for death? What have you made me consume? She screamed, only to be interrupted by a muffled groan as she hit the floor. Rising to her feet, she hurled a few curses, but soon the energy from the crystal began to take effect, transforming her body and inducing excruciating pain. The duration of agony during the awakening process varied for each individual. Those of better constitution might endure it for a few minutes, while those less fortunate could suffer for tens of minutes. However, the threshold was set at 1 hour, beyond which failure to awaken would result in becoming a zombie. Ah. Tang Bingbing cried out, writhing on the ground, until approximately 40 minutes had elapsed before she finally began to still. Scan her data. Name, Tang Bingbing. Score, 82. Awakened human, female. Strength, 10. Speed, 10. Stamina, 12. Mentality, 12. Ability, space. Recently revived. Tang Bingbing seemed oblivious to the alterations in her physique as she seized a nearby wooden chair and hurled it towards Ding Dolly. Ding Dolly, I shall end your miserable existence. The chair shattered upon impact with Ding Dolly, yet it inflicted no real harm. It was only then that Tang Bingbing became aware of her significantly augmented strength. However, Ding Dolly wasted no time in granting her a moment to acclimatize, swiftly delivering a kick that fractured one of her legs. Stumbling, she collapsed once more onto the ground. You wretched scoundrel. Ding Dolly, as a lab rat, you must embrace the fate of a lab rat. Cease your incessant wailing. With that, he crushed her other leg underfoot. The pain curled her body into a tight ball, sweat soaking her entirely. Her once beautiful face drained of color, her lips quivering ever so slightly, yet she remained stubborn, spewing curses. Ding Dolly, you, worthless creature, penniless fool, you deserve to suffer from cancer. Before she could finish her tirade, Ding Dolly struck again. With her limbs severed, Tang Bingbing lay on the ground, gasping for breath, her face streaked with tears and snot. It dawned on her that the once timid Ding Dolly had come to claim her life. Please, Dolly, do not kill me. I shall not break up with you. I promise to fulfill all your desires. Just spare my life. Not breaking up? If you don't break up, how will you meet Chen Sikong? Upon hearing this, Tang Bingbing's eyes widened in astonishment as she incredulously asked, How? How do you know? Bingbing, don't be afraid. Ding Tai gently caressed her face and leaned closer to whisper in her ear. After speaking, he forcefully twisted his hands. Tang Bingbing was still pondering the implications of his words, her face adorned with a look of disbelief, and in that moment, she was gone. I told you, you wouldn't survive. Why pretend to be innocent with me? You should consider yourself fortunate to be my little experiment. Now I must act swiftly. With that, Ding Tai placed his hand at the nape of Tang Bingbing's neck, concentrating intently. Devour. As an awakened one, Tang Bingbing's crystal core was gradually being absorbed, and simultaneously, a flicker of enlightenment appeared in Ding Tai's mind. It truly works. Ding. Congratulations, brother, for devouring a new ability space. It can merge with the system space, and after merging, it can be upgraded to 100 cubic meters. Merge. Ding Tai was immensely thrilled and, without a second thought, issued the command. What a joke. In his previous life, his devouring ability was limited to consuming crystal cores, as well as the flesh and blood of various beings, including humans, awakened ones, zombies, and mutated beasts, to continuously enhance his own body. In this life, however, the devouring ability had undergone a transformation. It could even consume something as ethereal as the system itself. Ding Tai had a premonition that it might also devour other abilities, which prompted him to use Tang Bingbing as a test subject. After all, she was merely a foolish ex-girlfriend. Why not take advantage of her? The outcome was as he had anticipated. Indeed, he could absorb other abilities. Does that not imply that I can possess multiple powers? In this lifetime, soaring to greatness seems inevitable. Ding. Detection of a skill drop from the slain target. Would the esteemed elder brother like to learn it? Still basking in the joy of discovering new applications for his abilities, Ding Dolly was abruptly interrupted by the system. Momentarily taken aback as he noticed two luminous orbs emerging from Tang Bingbing's lifeless body. System, what skill drop are you referring to? What skills have been dropped? Elder brother, your power of absorption is exceedingly formidable. To better assist you, in addition to the rewards obtained from completing the reproduction task, the system has meticulously crafted a new reward tailored to your ability to absorb powers. That is, upon slaying a target, skills familiar to them in life may drop. Hee, elder brother. Am I not quite useful? Indeed, quite commendable. However, what if the target was utterly inept and possessed no skills? Fear not, elder brother. Even in the absence of skills, resources or similar items shall still be dropped. That is quite satisfactory. How shall I go about learning the skills that have dropped? Must I touch the orbs? Do not trouble yourself, elder brother. With merely a thought, I can automatically collect them. Upon your consent, you may learn them instantaneously. Collect. Chapter 5. A fortunate neighbor gazing at the two rather unimpressive skills, Ding Dali felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He harbored grave doubts about the utility of this system. Suppressing the urge to absorb it, he retorted with irritation, "Destroy these two trinkets for me. Do I really need to learn this nonsense?" Ding. The skill has been destroyed. My dear friend, a friendly reminder. Next time you encounter a qualified target, complete the breeding task before eliminating them. As this is the first time encountering a viable target, rewards can still be distributed while the iron is hot. Silence. Very well. In truth, the ability to devour can absorb the energy from the corpse, causing Tang Bingbing's body to shrivel instantly. Even the blood splattered upon him could be consumed. However, Ding Dali was not inclined to proceed in that manner. He harbored a more splendid idea. Without hesitation, Ding Dali retrieved a kitchen knife and crouched before Tang Bingbing's lifeless form. "Bingbing, please remain still." "Ah, it seems you are unable to move," he exclaimed. "I shall soon reunite you with your brother, Chen Xiqing." With that, he brought the knife down with precision. Given his current physical capabilities, slicing through the corpse with the kitchen knife was as effortless as cutting through vegetables. Ding Dali hummed a cheerful tune as he deftly dismembered the body into numerous pieces. Each fragment was meticulously cleaned, and he employed his abilities to ensure that no unsightly substances would escape from the cuts. Upon completing this task, Ding Dali procured a suitcase and carefully arranged the severed pieces within, placing the head atop the assemblage. After scrutinizing his handiwork, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Glancing around, he plucked a plastic flower from a vase left by the landlord on the windowsill and inserted it into Tang Bingbing's head, finally nodding in approval. Presentation, after all, must be exquisite. He sealed the suitcase and wrapped it in a layer of cling film. Using Tang Bingbing's phone, he summoned a delivery service, designating the Sunflower Hotel's top floor as the destination, with the recipient being none other than Chen Xiqing. Next, we await the arrival of Hualala to pick up the order. I hope you will appreciate this gift. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Dali took a shower and changed into fresh attire. Just as Hualala was about to collect the suitcase, he was about to close the door when the door of his neighbor suddenly swung open. A man in his 40s emerged, wearing glasses and exuding an air of lewdness. This was the male head of the household, Old Li, who was notoriously sleazy, often ogling Tang Bingbing in the corridor as if he were entranced. Whenever Ding Dali was absent, he would concoct various excuses to knock on the door and engage Tang Bingbing in conversation. On multiple occasions, Ding Dali had even spotted him eavesdropping through the peephole, his ear pressed against the door, shouting, "It's not that I'm criticizing you, but you young folks need to practice restraint. Don't get too carried away. I can hear Bingbing shouting from my place." After glancing furtively into his own home, he leaned closer to Ding Dali's ear. "You're quite fortunate, my boy. Your girlfriend is both beautiful and shapely, and she knows how to have fun. Unlike my wife, who resembles a pig." Did you hear that? Shouting so loudly, how could one miss it? I understand you young people. This is what you call role-playing, isn't it? Old Li wore a knowing expression. "Li Go, would you care to experience the flavor of your wife's flesh?" Old Li was momentarily taken aback by the insinuation. But before he could grasp the meaning behind the words, Ding Dali swiftly thrust a basic crystal nucleus into his mouth. The nucleus melted instantly upon contact. "Ding Dali, you little brat, what on earth did you just make me consume? Open the door. Do you dare to provoke me?" "Old Li, what are you shouting about? Don't disturb my son while he's gaming. The wretched brat from across the hall has stuffed something foul into my mouth and kicked me. Now he is obstructing the door outside. Hurry and assist me in unlocking it. I always said that the shameless vixen next door is no good." "I was referring to that scoundrel Ding Dali. What does he have to do with Bingbing? Why are you cursing her?" "Old Li, I knew all along that you have fallen under the spell of that vixen, and calling her Bingbing so affectionately. When have you ever addressed me in such a manner? Deny it if you can." "I have not. Do not be unreasonable. Quickly help me open the door. I have no time for this quarrel. If you are not bewitched by her, then why do you bleed from your nose at the mere mention of her name?" "Ah, Oldly, what is wrong with you? Wake up. For heaven's sake, open the door. Oldly has collapsed. Outside, Ding Dolly remained unmoved by the commotion within. Gripping the doorknob tightly, the lady of the house continued to pound on the door and call out loudly, when suddenly a low, guttural growl emerged from deep within the throat. Oldly, you are awake. What happened? Oldly, what are you doing? Soon, the agonizing screams transformed into the sound of food being chewed. A noise Ding Dolly knew all too well, the unmistakable sound of a zombie feeding. In a previous life, his neighbor Old Lee was among the first to transform into a zombie. Thus Ding Dolly speculated that even if the first wave of individuals did not succumb to the mist, consuming the crystal core would lead to their transformation. As expected, it was as if a branch of evolution had been unleashed within them. They were destined to become zombies. Old Lee, your wife's aroma is rather delightful. Is it not? Surely, you no longer find her greasy. After a prolonged sound of chewing, a low growl echoed, and the chewing ceased, indicating that Old Lee's wife had also undergone a transformation. At that moment, a shout erupted within the house. What the hell? Can you even fight? Are you just idling? Can you follow orders? Mom, bring me a bottle of cola. Shortly thereafter, a series of thuds resonated against the wall. This noise belonged to the neighbor's son, a teenager, blissfully indifferent to school, spending his days entrenched in video games. On several occasions, his late-night gaming sessions resulted in loud cries and excited stomping, disturbing Ding Dolly's sleep, prompting him to knock on the door. To his surprise, it was Old Lee's wife who answered, clad in a lace nightgown, her ample figure spilling out from the delicate fabric. Before Ding Dolly could utter a word, she unleashed a tirade against him for disturbing their slumber in the dead of night. Stunned by the unexpected rebuke, Ding Dolly could only swallow his indignation. The son's cries attracted the attention of two zombies, and soon similar screams resonated. When the shouting subsided, Ding Dolly opened the door and retrieved a kitchen knife from their home, then proceeded toward the bedroom. Inside, Old Lee and his wife were hunched over their gaming chairs, fervently chewing, the sound of their teeth grinding echoing in the air. Upon sensing someone's presence, they slowly rose, their eyes a dull gray, skin devoid of color. Their bodies smeared with blood, while their mouths continued to chew, bits of flesh cascading down from the corners of their lips. Ding Dolly stepped forward with a swift motion, his blade descending mercilessly, cleaving the heads of Old Lee and his wife in one fell swoop. Their lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground, releasing two luminous orbs. The system, ever diligent, automatically retrieved the crystalline cores and luminous spheres from their minds. Within these spheres lay provisions of food and water, devoid of any extraordinary skills. Damn it. What a couple of useless fools. Ding Dolly spat contemptuously at the corpses and muttered a few harsh words. At that moment, his son, disheveled and gnawing on his surroundings in an esports chair, let out a wail as he awoke. His abdomen had been hollowed out, and his upper and lower halves were completely severed. He could only twist his head, howling helplessly while extending his hands toward Ding Dolly in futile gestures. You startled me. You're making quite a racket. Even as a zombie, you're still screaming. With that, he swiftly struck his son's head. Ding, you have acquired the skill, gaming mastery. Would you like to learn it? Get lost. Looking around the room at the three corpses and the three newly acquired basic energy crystals, along with 5 bottles of mineral water and 3 egg pancakes, he thought, what a lucrative haul. A whole family yields 3 crystals, plus mineral water and eggs. What in the world are egg pancakes? Brother, the materials dropped by the target are random and relate to what the target possessed in life. Chapter 6. President Chin's Dilemma. Meanwhile, at the reception of the Sunflower Hotel, a tall, attractive receptionist clad in a fitted short skirt and white blouse was engaged in a phone call. President Chun, there's a delivery from Hualala downstairs. A suitcase addressed to you. A languid voice on the other end of the line inquired with curiosity, who sent it? The sender displayed above is Tang Bingbing. Oh, it's her. What little surprise is she concocting this time? Please bring the suitcase up. All right, Mr. Chun, I will deliver it to you right away. The top floor of the Sunflower Hotel is entirely dedicated to Chun Siqing's private residence, lavishly decorated and equipped with numerous entertainment facilities. He often indulges in revelry here with his companions and frequently brings an array of beautiful women in and out. Such is the nature of this world. Some are born into privilege while others toil away. Individuals like Chun Siqing need not exert much effort, they merely partake in leisure, with their families providing them assets to manage. On the expansive sofa, 4 young men are seated, the one in the center, Adorned in a floral shirt that reveals half of his chest, sports a large Hitian jade pendant around his neck. Though his appearance is quite ordinary, his sharp, slender face is accentuated by keen, elongated eyes that betray a shrewdness. As he raises his glass to toast with the three beside him, he simultaneously gazes at the three alluring women in bikinis lounging by the pool across from them. One of the young men, with a sycophantic demeanor, leans toward the central figure. Bro Chun, doesn't that Tang Bingbing have a plethora of tricks up her sleeve? I fail to see her appeal. She pales in comparison to these three beauties in the pool. You know nothing. The thrill lies in snatching from others. And the real pleasure comes from letting her dim-witted boyfriend discover it only after I've had my fun. Rest assured, once I'm done, she will be all yours. Ha ha. Bro Chun truly knows how to enjoy life. At that moment, two other young men approached, and one of them spoke up. Gu, have you not set your sights on that young lady at the front desk? Why not seize the opportunity when she comes up? Indeed, the girl downstairs is truly exceptional, possessing both beauty and figure. She surpasses Tang Bingbing by a considerable margin. Chen Xiqing took a sip of red wine, his eyes narrowing slightly as he savored the rich flavor gliding over his palate, before he slowly replied, she is indeed a spirited steed. One cannot simply dominate a spirited horse. To master it, one must invest time in gentle training. As they were conversing, the doorbell rang. With a nod from Chen Xiqing, the two security guards at the door opened it. Subsequently, the receptionist entered, dragging a suitcase wrapped in cling film. Mr. Chun, this is the suitcase sent by Miss Tang Bingbing for you. Chen Xiqing rose and walked over to the receptionist, circling around her while unabashedly appraising her from head to toe. He then placed a hand on her shoulder. Yu Xiaoyu, have you been working too hard lately? Should you wish for a change, I can offer you a more leisurely position with a salary of your choosing. The receptionist, Yu Xiaoyu, instinctively recoiled from Chen Xiqing's hand resting on her shoulder, gently nodded, and took a couple of steps back. Mr. Chun, the items have been delivered. I shall return to my duties now. With that, she hurriedly exited the room. The young men trailing behind Chen Xiqing erupted into laughter. Gu, this Yu Xiaoyu is certainly not small at all, huh? Absolutely. Her figure is quite impressive. No wonder Brother Chun is so captivated. Three women clad in bikinis swayed their hips and approached Chen Xiqing. The tallest among them wrapped her arms around his waist, her upper body pressed closely against him, causing both silicone assets to contort. In a coy tone, she teased, Brother Chun, you mustn't forget your old love for a new flame. The other two women standing nearby chimed in. Indeed, indeed. We three sisters are counting on you, Brother Chun. Brother Chun, how naughty. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xiqing's hand found its way to the woman's waist, giving it a playful squeeze. Rest assured, as long as you three take good care of me, you shall be well rewarded. With that, he pulled the other two women closer, eliciting a chorus of giggles from the group. The tall woman cast a glance at someone standing nearby and playfully punched Chen Xiqing's arm. Brother Chun, there's someone else here. How about we see what that girl Tang Bingbing sent you? What could it possibly be? Just some useless trinkets. Bingbing, that flirt, frequently sends me these little novelties. Ha. All the money she extracts from her pathetic boyfriend ends up being spent on me. Her useless boyfriend worships her daily, and then she comes to flatter me. That's what makes it enjoyable. After saying this, he pointed to one of his companions. Huizi, go open the suitcase. Huizi stole a glance at one of the women and reached for the suitcase, only to be momentarily taken aback. Wow, how much stuff is packed in here? Why is it so heavy? Zhang Jun and Tian Liang came over to lend a hand, lifting the suitcase onto the coffee table. The other two joined them, intrigued. As a crowd gathered around, drawn by curiosity, Huizi tore off the plastic wrap, and everyone fixated on him as he unzipped the suitcase, eager to discover its contents. When Huizi abruptly flung open the suitcase, the crowd was rendered speechless. Inside lay numerous neatly arranged objects resembling limbs, topped with a spherical figure adorned with a floral decoration, its hair obscuring its features. Chun, Brother Chun, this appears to be an assemblable adult toy doll. Huizi voiced his uncertainty. Chen Xiqing, pushing Huizi aside, gazed into the suitcase at the adult doll. He couldn't shake the feeling that the mole on its chest looked eerily familiar. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously brushed aside the hair covering the spherical figure's face. Oh my goodness. It's a person. Chen Xiqing stumbled back several paces, collapsing onto the ground. His exclamation caused the crowd to scatter, with several women shrieking in terror. Sitting on the floor, Chen Xiqing stared at the contents of the suitcase. Peering back at him was Tang Bingbing, her face pallid and eyes wide, stripped of their usual vitality. The cherry-red lips he had once found captivating now appeared devoid of color, slightly parted. The more he looked, the more repulsed and horrified he became. Ultimately, unable to contain himself, he felt warmth spreading in his pants as he lost control. Chen Xiqing, relying on his family's wealth and influence, had indeed caused harm to others in the past. However, witnessing a person shattered like a mere Lego figure filled him with an innate sense of dread. Do villains experience fear? The answer is a resounding yes. Their audacity stems from never encountering a greater evil than themselves. Upon hearing the commotion, the security guard at the entrance hurried over to Chen Xiqing and glanced down at his damp trousers. Mr. Chen, do you want to change your pants? What nonsense. Quickly call the police. Chapter 7. Citywide manhunt. Ding Dali, engrossed in absorbing crystal cores, was interrupted by a series of ringing phones. Furrowing his brow, he pulled out his phone only to realize it was not his. Searching around, he discovered it was Tang Bingbing's phone, left carelessly aside. Noticing the caller ID displaying Brother Xiqing, Ding Dali decisively answered the call. Young Master Chen, how is it? Did you like the gift? Who the hell are you? You dare call me and ask who I am? This is Tang Bingbing's phone. Are you that foolish boyfriend of hers? Young Master Chen's words were far from polite. But rest assured, I will find you soon. You will be the next to die? You madman. I've already called the police. You can't escape. You pathetic loser. Do you think you can come after me? Ridiculous. How dare you oppose me? Even if you manage to evade the police, I will ensure your demise. On the other end of the line, Chen Xiqing continued to hurl threats, prompting Ding Dali to hang up and turn off his phone. What utter nonsense. You, a villain. Calling the police? Meanwhile, Chen Xiqing was venting his frustrations, only for the other party to abruptly disconnect the call. When he redialed, the line was immediately switched off. Enraged, Chen Xiqing hurled his phone against the wall, shattering it into countless pieces. You scoundrel! That wretched loser! I will make you pay dearly. Hearing Chen Xiqing's fury, Zhang Jun knocked on the door. Brother Chen, the police have been notified, and the room has been tidied up. Come in, Zhang Jun. As Zhang Jun entered, he noticed Chen Xiqing standing by the window, his face flushed with anger, and quietly inquired, What's wrong, Brother Chen? Why such a rage? The one behind this is Tang Bingbing's imbecilic boyfriend. Find a couple of our brothers and take care of that brat. I'll pay 50,000. If that's insufficient, then 100,000. He must be tormented to death. But we've already contacted the police. That's of no consequence. Let them seize the opportunity. If we can eliminate him before the police arrive, that would be ideal. If the police get there first, let our brothers inside finish him off. Understood, brother. I will take care of it at once. With that, Zhang Jun made a call to set things in motion. Chen Xiqing stood by the window, gazing at the city bathed in the dim glow of twilight, gritting his teeth as he muttered, You little brat, opposing me. I shall see how you meet your end. At that moment, Ding Dali remained oblivious to Chen Xiqing's intentions, leisurely strolling towards the nearby riverside park. Though he did not fear the police with his current strength, the impending apocalypse loomed, and it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Finding a secluded corner to absorb crystal cores was his priority. What? Why not stockpile supplies? Ding Dali now possesses a mere 300 yuan, which is scarcely sufficient to purchase any meaningful provisions. Furthermore, resorting to brazen theft is hardly a prudent course of action. The apocalypse is imminent, and when the time comes, acquiring resources will be a mere formality. With adequate strength, the supplies one gathers are rightfully theirs, and the resources amassed by others can also be claimed as one's own. Of course, the latter would be termed as acquisition rather than theft. Moreover, with the authority present, acquiring resources may simply require the elimination of opposition. As Ding Dali ambled along, he deliberately avoided the main thoroughfares, opting instead for dimly lit alleyways and residential areas. This strategy was intended to elude surveillance. It is no jest that the nation's monitoring capabilities are so advanced that traversing the main roads could lead to immediate detection. However, many alleys shrouded in darkness have surveillance systems that provide little clarity, particularly in the case of older residential complexes where nighttime monitoring is virtually ineffective. Let there be no debate. Ding Dali had previously worked as a security guard in the nearby aging neighborhoods, and he knew all too well that the monitors merely displayed a hazy expanse at night. Halfway through his journey, Feng Linwan called him with a voice message. Ding Dali glanced at his phone and answered. Feng Linwan's tone was laced with urgency. Dali, what have you been up to? The police just came to my house inquiring about your whereabouts. Tell me, have you done something foolish? If you need money, just let me know. I still have tens of thousands. Please, don't do anything rash. What did you tell them? What could I say? I merely informed them that you are a patient from our community. Beyond that, I was unaware. Dolly, once I hang up, I will transfer the money to you. Hold on for a moment. No, use the money to purchase water and food. Remember what I told you. Do not go to work. And ensure that all doors and windows are securely closed. Dolly, what about you? Do not worry, I am fine. Without further idle chatter, after hanging up the phone, Dolly noticed that someone had tagged him in the community WeChat group. Upon opening it, he found a fervent discussion underway. With a slight smile, he read, "Oh my goodness. Do you know that there has been a homicide in our community? Xinxing Building Materials. How could we not know? It happened right downstairs. On the first floor of Building 4. Not Spicy Peter. Xinxing Building Materials. Do elaborate. Xinxing Building Materials. Here's what transpired. The young man renting on our floor seems to have committed a murder outside. When the police came to investigate, they unexpectedly discovered blood flowing from his door. After knocking with no response, they forced the door open to reveal a horrifying scene. A family of 3 lay neatly in the living room, their bodies mutilated, and the place was drenched in blood. Strangely, all 3 bodies appeared desiccated, as if they had been dried out. Not Spicy Peter. Oh my goodness. Is this for real? Xinxing Building Materials. How could it be false? I lived directly above them. I was so terrified that I couldn't sleep at all today. Not Spicy Peter. Brother, where do you work? Pleasure-seeking immortal, please introduce. Blossoms of wealth. That murderous fiend deserves to be thrown into the boiling pot. The property prices in our community are doomed now. Insurance consultant. Property prices are doomed. Wanderer. Property prices are doomed. Princess of cat lovers. Yes, yes. It is terrifying to have a murderer in our community. Hurry, capture him and execute him. Then, dear family, who among you could spare a little money for me to buy cat food to feed the stray cats in our neighborhood? Not Spicy Peter. Princess cat lover. With a name that suggests a fairy, yet upon opening the photo, I see it is Aunt Lee. Auntie, you must be over 60. Perhaps it's time to drop the princess. Princess cat lover. Which building are you from, you little brat? Why hasn't he the murderer taken you out yet? Ensuring safety. I advise you to choose your words more carefully. The so-called murderer is also in this group. Not Spicy Peter. What the heck? Come out and see. Ensuring safety. Ding Ding is strong, not Spicy Peter. I worship the Great One. Ding Ding is strong, flowering wealth. What is there to fear? He is long gone. The police have already posted a notice, for lives are suspected to be related to him, and there is a generous reward for reporting his whereabouts. Honest Building Materials. The first floor is rented. The landlord must be devastated with such an incident. Dolly briefly scrolled through the various chats centered around him before turning off his phone. He found their discussions utterly meaningless. Soon, everyone would have to worry about whether they could survive another day. Chapter 8. The First Order awakened one after winding through several turns. He arrived at the east suburb Riverbank Park. Nearby lay an ancient canal. The government had developed the canal's cultural significance by constructing a vast forest park along the riverbank. However, the park, despite its impressive beauty, suffered from a lack of visitors, rendering it merely a superficial project. On the banks of the canal today, there were not many night fishers. Scattered every several meters were 3 to 5 individuals gathered for a night of angling, seemingly all without much success. Dolly had a clandestine fishing spot, a bend in the canal. A stone bridge spanned this tributary, linking a small island to a park. Beneath the stone bridge were 3 archways where Dolly had previously concealed himself while night fishing. Due to the island's secluded location, it remained undisturbed and abundant with fish. Resembling a personal sanctuary, he swiftly traversed the park to reach his secret fishing haven. Sitting cross-legged in the archway, Dolly contemplated that, since he could not seek revenge on Chun Sicheng at the moment, and with the police searching for him outside, he devoted himself to absorbing crystal cores. Meanwhile, at the Criminal Police Division of the precinct, a young female officer approached a desk. Captain Ma, we have detected the last known location of the suspect's mobile phone signal at Bint Community. Understood. Immediately have Deputy Chief Xing lead a team to search the vicinity of Bint Community. Yes, Captain Ma. Just as the female officer was about to turn to issue the orders, Captain Ma suddenly recalled something and called her back. Xiao Chun, hold on a moment. What is it, Captain? Is there something else? What about the bodies of the family of 3 from Xingfu Community? They are still undergoing autopsy, but what? The bodies exhibit some peculiarities. Preliminary examinations reveal that both the woman and child's remains are mutilated, with bite marks on the missing parts. Strangely, the bite marks on the woman correspond to the man's teeth, and additionally, flesh from the woman was found inside the man's abdomen. The bite marks found on the child correspond with those of the other two individuals, and notably, they all possessed the flesh of the child within their bellies. Although the scene revealed the suspect's fingerprints and footprints, the cause of death remains undetermined. The cleaving wounds on the head were inflicted post-mortem, suggesting that the woman and child may have been killed by bites. What do you mean? You imply that the two took the life of their own child, and then the man subsequently killed his wife? The bloodstains and footprints indicate that the man likely murdered his wife at the doorway, after which she rose again to join him in the bedroom to slay the child. Nonsense. How could a corpse possibly rise? Captain Ma, I too find this hard to believe. However, the information we have gathered thus far supports this theory. It is possible that the man also died only to rise again and kill his wife, as his cause of death remains unknown. Furthermore, the desiccated state of their bodies suggests that a recently deceased individual could not possibly transform so drastically in such a short span. This case itself exudes an air of peculiarity. Captain Ma appeared contemplative and then struck the table with his hand. Indeed, Captain Ma. Meanwhile, Ding Dali remained unaware of the police's activities, fully engrossed in absorbing the crystal core beneath the bridge. The energy gradually accumulated, and suddenly, a familiar pain surged through his body. Ding Dali clenched his teeth, striving to control the energy coursing throughout him, aiming to maximize the benefits of his evolution. This wisdom had been gained from future experiences. During evolution, one could fortify their strength by enduring the excruciating pain and evenly dispersing the energy throughout the body. With the acquisition of system data, this principle became increasingly evident. Ding Dali, upon awakening as a novice awakener, possessed foundational attributes averaging at 55. A significant advantage over the typical novice awakener, whose initial evolution yields a mere 50. Each progression elevated his capabilities slightly beyond his peers, and over time, this cumulative disparity proved to be substantial. A wave of invigorating sensation coursed through his body as he successfully ascended to the first tier of awakening. System. Display my data. Name. Ding Dali Tier. First Awakener Strength. 120 Speed. 120 Stamina. 120 Mentality. 135 Abilities. Devour. Space. His current strength equated to approximately the combined might of 22 adult males. However, this figure was merely numerical. The true manifestation of his power was exponentially greater, embodying the principle that the whole is indeed greater than the sum of its parts. Quantitative change leading to qualitative transformation. Now, delivering a single punch to obliterate a person's skull felt effortless. In terms of physical defense, excluding the threat posed by firearms, ordinary humans wielding bladed weapons posed no risk to him whatsoever. Even against firearms, he possessed the confidence to evade harm. With satisfaction, Ding Dali unleashed two powerful punches into the air, reveling in his newfound strength. It was notable that in his previous life, attaining the status of a first-tier awakener occurred long after the onset of the apocalypse. In that past existence, it took 3 days following the apocalypse for official researchers to discover that the crystal cores within the zombies' heads could grant awakening and further evolution to natural awakeners. Yet, within those fleeting 3 days, the majority of creatures had already evolved ahead of humanity. Ding Dali glanced at the remaining 150 primary crystal cores in his space, a stark reminder of the challenges ahead. After reaching the first level, absorbing initial crystal nuclei becomes largely ineffective. To continue advancing, one must assimilate first-level crystal nuclei. However, I did not anticipate the substantial consumption of initial crystal nuclei required to attain the first level. Brother, you have absorbed so much energy. When will you upgrade? Is your upgrade system the same as ours? Brother, my upgrade system is fundamentally similar to yours, and my energy for upgrading is already at its maximum. The reason I have not advanced is that you are lacking. Lacking? Devour. Brother, hold on. Must we always resort to devouring? I am a multi-fortune system. The system has bestowed upon you, yet you remain ineffective. After much effort, I finally encounter a qualified one, yet you simply eliminate them. Without your participation in reproductive activities, I cannot upgrade. Big shot. Just wait. I will soon demonstrate my capabilities. Ding Dali stretched lazily, gazing at the tranquil surface of the water ahead. The distant streetlights cast shimmering reflections, while night fishermen enthusiastically cast their lines. This marks the final peaceful night in this world. After admiring the nocturnal scenery for a while, Ding Dali leaned against a stone pier, closing his eyes to rest. Chapter 9. The Dual Assassins. Just as Ding Dali was drifting into a drowsy state, his consciousness gradually fading, three figures approached from the bridge overhead. They looked around, seemingly in search of someone. Among them were two rugged, burly men, their appearances strikingly similar, clearly a pair of twins. The third individual, clutching a fishing rod and sporting a headlamp, was unmistakably a fisherman. "Are you certain he is nearby?" one of the twins, with piercing eyes and a deep voice, inquired of the fisherman. "Brother Wenxiang, I assure you, I saw it with my own eyes. He is undoubtedly the same person as in the photographs you provided. I was night fishing in the vicinity and witnessed him heading towards this small island. There is only one road connecting this bridge to the island. He must be close. Brother, are we really going to capture that brat and hand him over to General Chen?" the other twin asked. "Wenxiang, General Chen has offered 500,000. And that's merely the price for capturing that kid. Consider this, we are both national martial arts champions. Yet, what has it amounted to? We have become mere assassins, relegated to menial tasks. Once we complete this job, we can establish a connection with General Chen. It would be far better for us to align with him than to remain in the shadows. Brothers, if you manage to get in good with General Chen, don't forget to lift up your humble brother. Living as a petty thug leads to no future. Rest assured, once we capture that brat, you will certainly benefit. Lead us to him. We are not familiar with this area." Wenxiang's expression fluctuated, his voice laced with coldness. Wenxiang quickly discerned his brother's intent. The fisherman could not be allowed to live. The fisherman, unaware of the impending danger, proceeded ahead to guide the twins. But after taking only a few steps, his head was struck as if by a heavy hammer, and he fell to the ground. "Brother, we haven't yet located that brat. Why act now? Wenxiang, the police are also searching for that kid outside. Only this fellow knows why we are here. Therefore, he cannot be allowed to remain. Let us drag him into the thicket. Since we are aware of his presence, we shall search for him ourselves. Once we capture that rascal, we will send this fisherman to the depths. Let him fish to his heart's content." Everything happening on the bridge was clearly heard by Ding Dali from beneath the bridge, causing him to chuckle inwardly. "Chen Xiqing, I had yet to seek you out, and here you are, delivering yourself to me." Ding Dali swiftly ascended the bridge, just as the twin assassins had departed from the stone bridge, plunging into the island in search of him. He was not in a hurry to pursue them. Instead, he retrieved the unconscious fisherman from the thicket, slipped a crystal core into his hand, and hurled the fisherman in the direction of the twins. "Here is a little surprise for you." With a mischievous grin, Ding Dali settled himself upon the stone bridge, awaiting the unfolding drama. The island was not large, and with his immense strength, it was effortless for Ding Dali to launch a person into the air. As the twins meticulously searched, a humanoid figure suddenly plummeted from the sky, landing not far from them. "What the heck? Brother, what just fell from the sky? It looks like the fisherman. How is that possible?" "I knocked the fisherman out. He won't regain consciousness anytime soon. And how can someone fall from the sky? Let us go check it out." The two stealthily approached the figure lying on the ground. Having trained for over 2 decades, they possessed considerable strength. Wenxiang grasped the collar and gently pulled to overturn the figure. It was none other than the bloodied fisherman, prompting Wenxiang to exclaim in shock. Simultaneously, he reached out to feel for breath beneath the fisherman's nose, only to find that there was none. "Brother, he is dead. What the hell? Something peculiar is afoot. It is highly likely that the scoundrel we are searching for is involved. It appears we have underestimated him. Capturing him is proving to be far more challenging than anticipated. Brother, what should we do now?" As the two siblings conversed, they remained oblivious to the strange movements of the fisherman sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, the fisherman's fingers twitched as if jolted by electricity. In the next moment, his tightly shut eyelids sprang open with the ferocity of a beast awakened, revealing a pair of eyes as gray and lifeless as ashes. Concurrently, his hands, resembling iron claws, gripped the foot beside him with an iron grip, and he opened his mouth wide, akin to a famished wolf, sinking his teeth into the ankle. "Ah, damn it, this bastard is still alive." The pain shot through Wenxiang's ankle, prompting him to deliver a powerful kick to the fisherman's neck. He exerted all his strength into the blow, and with a sickening crack, the fisherman's neck broke. Under such a strike, a normal person would have perished, and Wenxiang believed as much. Cursing as he crouched down to inspect the bite on his ankle. "Wenxiang, be cautious. Wenchang bellowed, pulling Wensheng back 2 steps. The fisherman's neck twisted grotesquely to one side, as if crushed beneath the tire of a vehicle. Yet, he still pushed himself off the ground, slowly rising, and began to approach the 2 brothers like a ravenous ghoul from the depths of hell. This profoundly bizarre scene left the brothers in a state of stunned disbelief, frozen for several seconds. Quick as a flash, Wenchang sidestepped and, like a nimble monkey, seized one of the fisherman's arms, twisting it behind him with a swift motion. And with a forceful yank, there was a sharp crack as he dislocated the arm. Immediately following this, in a similar fashion, he severed the other arm of the fisherman. Then, with a forceful kick akin to a heavy sledgehammer, he struck the fisherman in the back. The fisherman flew away like a kite with its string cut, landing in a most undignified manner. He lay on the ground, making several futile attempts to rise, but both his arms had lost their functionality, and his body was devoid of balance. He stood and fell repeatedly, until finally, like a drunken man, he managed to stand unsteadily. Damn it! Is this some kind of nightmare? Could he have been possessed by some vile entity? Even with a broken neck and arms, he can still stand. Brother, we should retreat. All right. Wensheng, can you still walk? No problem. Just a small piece of skin was bitten off. It doesn't affect my ability to walk. Retreat. With that, the 2 hastened towards the stone bridge. In a normal world, regardless of one's martial prowess, witnessing such a bizarre scene of the dead coming back to life would induce panic and flight. As they reached the stone bridge, they spotted a familiar figure sitting on the ground, exhaling smoke. Brother, look, isn't that the kid Chen wanted? Wensheng pointed at Ding Dali, oblivious to the fact that he had only run a few steps, now panting heavily. Ding Dali flicked his fingers, and the cigarette shot like an arrow into the river. Then he turned, mocking the 2. You dealt with that fisherman so quickly? It seems you possess some skill. Hearing this, Wencheng's anger surged. So it was you who orchestrated this. Upon finishing his words, he lunged towards Ding Dali with a swift step. For reasons unknown, the moment Wencheng laid eyes on Ding Dali, an instinctive sense of peril surged within him, akin to a creature sensing the presence of a lurking predator. Thus, he resolved to strike first, propelled by over 20 years of martial arts training that bestowed him with remarkable agility. As he charged towards Ding Dali, he deftly concealed 2 blades, each approximately 30 centimeters in length, within his sleeves. This entire maneuver transpired in the blink of an eye, and the blades were poised to strike Ding Dali. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Ding Dali remained motionless. A mocking expression etched upon his face as he regarded Wencheng. A wave of shock coursed through Wencheng, yet he remained undeterred. His hands danced with fervor as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Yet, aside from leaving several gashes on Ding Dali's clothing, he inflicted no harm whatsoever. How is this possible? You have practiced hard Qigong? Wencheng instinctively shifted his gaze towards his younger brother after hearing Ding Dali's words. That fleeting glance struck him like a bolt from the blue, rendering him motionless. For at that moment, Wensheng lay on the ground, his appearance reminiscent of a fish caught moments before, with eyes ashen and skin devoid of color, struggling to rise with desperate flails. Wencheng hastened to his brother's side, taking hold of him. Sensing the metallic tang of blood, Wensheng, in a sudden surge of ferocity akin to a beast, opened his mouth, ready to lash out. Wencheng reacted swiftly, one hand firmly grasping Wensheng's arms while the other supported his chin to prevent being bitten. Wensheng, what has happened to you? Wake up. However, his cries fell upon deaf ears, echoing into the void without effect. Wensheng continued to struggle, intent on biting him. In desperation, Wensheng exerted a hidden force and executed a push, sending Wensheng hurtling away. Wensheng's chest bore the brunt of the impact, and he crashed beside Ding Dali. The primary zombies possess no capacity for rational thought. As long as flesh and blood are near, they will charge forward like ravenous wolves, heedless of everything else. Wensheng was no exception. After a brief thrash upon hitting the ground, he rose once more, this time setting his sights on Ding Dali. No matter how many times one witnesses such creatures, their grotesqueness remains ever repulsive. Ding Dali's tone was frigid as he casually threw a punch. The moment his fist made contact with Wensheng's head, a resounding crack echoed as the skull burst open, reminiscent of a hammer striking a watermelon. The crimson and white splattering across the ground. Ding, have you acquired mastery of fist and foot? Would you like to learn? Learn. Ding Dali chose without hesitation. And in an instant, a multitude of martial movements flooded his mind. He felt as if he had trained for decades, mastering these techniques with astonishing ease. I never anticipated that beyond the basic energy crystal core, there would be such a delightful surprise. These two brothers are martial arts champions. If one has dropped the mastery of fist and foot, the other must be equally impressive. With such thoughts in mind, Ding Dali's gaze towards Wen Chong transformed, filled with newfound admiration. Yet Wen Chong remained oblivious to Ding Dali's gaze, his mind fixated on the shattered remains of his brother. Overwhelmed by sorrow, he cradled his head and wept bitterly. What are you crying for? I merely liberated your brother. But fret not. You and your brother assisted Chen Xiqing in orchestrating my demise. Soon, you'll be reunited with him. Upon hearing Ding Dali's words, Wen Chong's eyes reddened, fixating intently upon him. Suddenly, his expression softened, replaced by a sardonic smile. I concede we underestimated your capabilities. No wonder you dared to offend Mr. Chan. However, one thing eludes my comprehension. Why has my brother transformed into something akin to a fisherman? What exactly is that creature? That is a zombie, much like those depicted in films. Your brother was bitten by a fisherman and thus became one of those abominations. Impossible. Such entities cannot exist. The truth is as it stands, and it won't be long before such creatures permeate the world. This assertion left Wen Chong incredulous. If the entire world were to be overrun by these beings, it would indeed signify the apocalypse. Yet, having navigated the underworld for years, he had encountered countless bizarre occurrences. In an instant, his shock morphed into a steely resolve as he discreetly placed his hand behind his back, casting a menacing glance at Ding Dali. Thank you for enlightening me with such grave information, but do not think the murder of my brother will go unpunished. I wonder if your bravado can withstand this. With that, he drew a handgun from behind him and fired without hesitation. Bang! Wen Chong had trained in martial arts since childhood, firmly believing in the adage, within 10 paces, the knife is swift, beyond that, the gun prevails. However, upon truly encountering firearms, he realized that whether within 10 steps or beyond, the gun was swift and lethal. In his usual tasks, he could effortlessly accomplish them with his agility and 2 daggers. Yet today, facing an adversary undeterred by blades, it would be folly to forego the firearm. Wen Chong was utterly convinced that, in the absence of the opponent's vigilance, a single shot would suffice to claim their life. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. The bullet, just moments from reaching its target, inexplicably vanished, leaving the opponent unscathed, standing there with an amused smile and raised eyebrows. How could this be possible? Though Wen Chong's heart was shaken, his hand did not cease its barrage, firing several more rounds. Each shot met with the same inexplicable outcome, as the bullets vanished into thin air. The limited impact of an incomprehensible event was overshadowed by the cumulative strangeness of this scenario, shattering Wen Chong's psychological defenses. He stood there, murmuring to himself in a daze. Enough. Your performance time has come. It's time to meet your brother. Ding Dali remarked lightly, devoid of any emotion. At this, Wen Chong fell to his knees, desperately pleading, Wait, I have. Yet before he could finish, his head erupted with a deafening blast, silencing his unfinished words forever. Ding, you have acquired weapon mastery. Would you like to learn it? Indeed, there was still a surprise. Learning. It was imperative to learn. Suddenly, an abundance of information regarding various weapons such as knives, guns, swords, halberds, axes, polearms, whips, maces, claws, hammers, and staves flooded into Ding Dali's mind, rendering him exceptionally proficient in the art of weaponry in the blink of an eye. He had not anticipated that the elder twin possessed such remarkable capabilities. It truly felt like discovering a treasure, yet Ding Dali could not fathom how such talented individuals had gone unheard of in his previous life. However, he soon found solace in the realization that most people had not survived the initial wave of dense fog. These twin martial artists had likely succumbed to the fog's onset, transforming into zombies. Not one to waste resources, Ding Dali placed his hands upon the 2 corpses and activated his devouring ability, watching as their bodies withered into desiccated husks at an astonishing pace. System. Display personal attributes. Name. Ding Dali Tier. Awakener Level 1 Strength, 140 Speed, 140 Stamina, 140 Spirit, 155 Abilities. Devouring, Space by Heavens. Such a significant increase. Ding Dali exclaimed as he beheld his attributes. The value of the twin brothers in his eyes soared to new heights. After all, the corpses of that family had only granted him a mere increment in his attributes, whereas these twins had bestowed upon him a remarkable 10 points. And this was after his upgrade to Tier 1. Gazing at the two dried corpses on the ground, a flicker of appreciation for their talents ignited within him. It appeared that these two were indeed worth their weight in gold, but alas, their time had come to an end. He gathered some heavy objects and stuffed them inside the corpses before heaving them into the canal. Having completed all of this, he recalled that there was still a fisherman to deal with. After searching the small island, he finally discovered the fisherman by the water's edge. At that moment, the man sat there, lost in thought, gazing at the water with his grayish-white eyes. Had he truly become a zombie and still wished to fish? Sensing the approach of flesh and blood, the fisherman struggled to rise, but Ding Dali offered him no opportunity, swiftly crushing his skull. Ding, you have acquired fishing proficiency and dairy farming proficiency. Would you like to learn? What is dairy farming proficiency? Did this fisherman raise cattle? After hearing the system's explanation, Ding Dali found himself at a loss for words. No wonder he had mastered fishing. There was no woman to interfere with his enjoyment. Upon learning fishing proficiency, he disposed of the body in the same manner, allowing it to sink to the riverbed. For the fisherman, this might have been the most fitting end. After this series of events, Ding Dali transformed into a martial arts expert. In his past life, during the apocalypse, he had fought like a rampaging bull, lacking any semblance of technique. Now, endowed with fist and foot proficiency and weapon proficiency, his previous fighting experience had been refined like a raw gem, extricating unnecessary movements and greatly enhancing his strength. This ignited within Ding Dali an insatiable desire for slaughter, a tempestuous tide that was difficult to restrain. He yearned to plunge into the horde and unleash chaos. Ha ha ha. Thanks to President Chun for the generous gift package. Chapter 11. The day of reckoning with the sun high in the sky, Ding Dali rose, stretching lazily and loosening his limbs. That night, he was far from idle. Like a keen-eyed hound, he roamed the vicinity and discovered the angler's fishing spot, seizing all the equipment. It must be said, the adept fisherman possessed truly exquisite gear. One could only ponder why this individual required such an abundance of equipment while fishing in the canal, an entire box brimming with various rods and a collection of Shimano and Daiwa reels, resembling a veritable armory of fishing tackle. Truly, one could not help but think that he wished to flaunt his fine gear. With a disdainful spit, Ding Dali claimed the equipment as his own. Upon returning to the bridge arch, with time on his hands, Ding Dali, like a child eager to play with a newfound toy, eagerly unpacked the fishing gear and began his nocturnal angling. Previously, Ding Dali had only utilized sets worth over 100 yuan, but now, armed with such splendid equipment, it was imperative to indulge in the thrill. Utilizing the provisions and expertise bestowed by the skilled angler, Ding Dali cast his line throughout the night, reeling in a bountiful catch. As dawn broke, coinciding perfectly with the prime fishing hours, he transformed into a frenzied dancer, brandishing his lure gear and casting with abandon. Grateful for the generous offerings from the angler, Ding Dali beamed with delight as he gazed upon his haul of diverse fish, jubilant as a 1-meter-long bigmouth bass. He expressed his gratitude to the angler, who lay at the riverbed, while carefully storing his catch within his spatial pouch. Such treasures must not go to waste. In the post-apocalyptic world, the creatures of the river had mutated into formidable beasts. While their flavor had undoubtedly improved, they were also increasingly elusive. The final day had arrived. 5/20. The so-called Valentine's Day, born from a pun. In the annals of history, this day came to be known as the Day of Reckoning, marking humanity's final revelry as the sovereigns of Earth. He slumbered deeply, as if cradled in a tender embrace, the comfort intoxicating. The stone bridge was caressed by a gentle breeze, imbued with the fragrant essence of blooming flora from the park, harmonizing with the melodious chirping of nearby birds. This idyllic ambience lulled him into a serene dream, and he slept soundly until the evening hours. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the sunset, a bashful maiden blushing in hues of crimson, casting its glow upon the water's surface. The gentle breeze danced across it, transforming the golden ripples into a myriad of shimmering fragments. Such beauty rendered it almost inconceivable that, in mere hours, the apocalypse would descend and the world would unravel. Stretching languidly, he was about to descend from the stone bridge when he heard footsteps abruptly halt above him, followed by the rustling of fabric. Suddenly, a figure emerged, startling the pair of wild mandarin ducks nearby. The man quickly regained his composure, fumbling to adjust his attire while muttering curses under his breath. The woman beside him, covering her face, delivered a sharp kick, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Did you not say no one would be here?" The park was bustling with more visitors than usual, predominantly pairs of young lovers, each clutching vibrant roses, basking in their sweet affection. Yet, there were also some individuals whose gazes wandered restlessly, as if fearful of being recognized. As Ding Dali exited the park, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, and the night enveloped the earth like a veil of ink. He sensed the air beginning to be infused with the essence of thick fog, and as he gazed into the distant sky, it appeared shrouded in a gray haze, as if veiled by a mysterious filter. At that moment, a young couple passed by, and the man suddenly exclaimed to the woman, "My dear, why are you bleeding from your nose?" He had always believed that the dense fog descended at midnight, yet it dawned upon him that it had already commenced, albeit in a sparse form that most had yet to perceive. Meanwhile, behind the door across the way stood a tall, striking woman, her short hair elegantly tucked behind her ear, exuding both charm and vigor. This was Chen Na, a member of the criminal police team. Like a leopard, she crouched by the peephole of the security door, fixating intently on the opposite apartment, her eyes unblinking as if attempting to penetrate the very essence of the space beyond. She maintained this vigil throughout the afternoon, her eyes growing dry and weary. Just as she felt her resolve wavering and contemplated asking a colleague to take over, a figure appeared and opened the door across the way. Chen Na recognized him instantly, the very suspect they had been tirelessly pursuing. In a hushed tone tinged with barely contained excitement, she murmured, but as soon as she spoke, she sensed something amiss. The 5 colleagues who had accompanied her in this stakeout were all suddenly experiencing nosebleeds. It was only then that Ma, upon hearing Chen Na's words, realized something was trickling from his own mouth. Raising his hand to wipe it away, he was astonished to find it smeared with blood. Is this a result of heat? He pondered. The other male officers, shaken from their stupor, soon recognized their own nosebleeds. Chen Na swiftly offered them tissues, her movements efficient and purposeful. Upon hearing this, Captain Ma delivered a sharp slap to the back of the officer's head, feigning anger. Mind your words. There's a lady present. Following this, he cleared his throat, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. Ahem, quickly tend to the blood on your faces. The suspect has appeared. Prepare for action. Understood. The group hastily wiped the blood from their faces, stuffing tissues into their nostrils to stem the flow, and then sprang into action. Chen Na trailed behind them. Yet her mind was shrouded in a fog of confusion. Could it truly be a case of internal heat? Yet why did their faces appear so ashen? Could a nosebleed lead to excessive blood loss? Furthermore, having consumed 3 kidneys the previous night, why was she unscathed? Ding Dali was fully engrossed in absorbing a first-tier crystal core when a sudden, insistent knocking at the door reverberated like a war drum, interrupting his thoughts. He rose and peered through the peephole, spotting a chubby middle-aged man outside, looking somewhat greasy and dressed quite casually. Ding Dali immediately discerned the man's condition, noting the tissues stuffed in his nose, and realization dawned upon him. Regardless of the man's intentions for knocking, the crystal core presented at his doorstep was too enticing to refuse, and without hesitation, Ding Dali opened the door. However, as soon as the door swung open, 5 individuals rushed down the nearby stairs, lunging towards Ding Dali. He offered no resistance, allowing them to push him into the room. The group pinned Ding Dali to the ground and then locked the door behind them. Chapter 12. I am your future husband. Ding Dali surveyed the 6 individuals who entered, noting that 5 of them had their noses stuffed with tissue paper. This scene appeared quite comical. However, to Ding Dali, they resembled 5 rudimentary crystal nuclei in motion. Ding. A potential target for conquest has been detected. Quickly, pursue the objective. It was only then that Ding Dali noticed the short-haired woman who remained unscathed. Upon closer inspection, she was indeed extraordinary, standing at an estimated height of 175 centimeters, nearly matching Ding Dali's own stature. Although she donned loose-fitting jeans, her long legs and shapely figure were still quite apparent. In terms of appearance, she surpassed Tang Bingbing by a significant margin. Silently, he issued a command to the system to examine her information. Chen Na rating: 90 human female strength, 6 speed, 7 stamina, 7 mentality, 7 special ability. Awaiting awakening. After reviewing her information, Ding Dali was secretly astonished. A woman with a rating of 90 already possessed such quality. What might a higher-rated individual be like? Moreover, the woman's physical attributes were exceptional. With such high base values, with such a figure, she would undoubtedly be capable of bearing children. Brother, this human female is not wearing any makeup. If she were to employ human cosmetic techniques, her rating might be even higher. The human cosmetic technique renders the system's normal rating capabilities ineffective, which is quite remarkable. At this, Ding Dali scrutinized Chen Na once more. Haha, her skin is indeed superb, haha, so youthful. Observing the suspect pinned to the ground, who exhibited no signs of fear and instead gazed at him with an expression of foolish admiration, Chen Na was momentarily taken aback. Not only was she bewildered, but the other 5 police officers were also taken aback. They pondered whether the suspect had lost his mind, and if he truly comprehended the gravity of the situation. You had better be honest with me. Do not glance around indiscriminately. The officers swiftly handcuffed Ding Dali to a wooden chair. Captain Ma felt dizzy, yet managed to shake his head, retrieving his identification and displaying it before Ding Dali. Ding Dali, we are from the Criminal Investigation Team. I am Captain Ma Baohua. We suspect you are connected to 2 murder cases, and we hope you will cooperate with our investigation. Ding Dali raised his gaze, locking eyes with Captain Ma, whose eyes were already bloodshot and weary. Had the thick fog descended fully, he might have been a mere shell of a man by now. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corners of Ding Dali's mouth as he turned his attention to the officer standing beside him. Chen Na, I will only speak with that officer over there. I wish to discuss matters in private with her. Upon hearing this, Chen Na's face flushed with indignation, and she was about to retort when Captain Ma interjected with an angry exclamation. Stop with the tricks. Ding Dali, I assure you. We possess ample evidence proving you are the murderer. This is your final opportunity. Yet, Ding Dali remained unfazed, his tone leisurely. I have stated that I will only speak with that officer in private. If you are concerned, you may bind me more securely. Just as Captain Ma was preparing to scold him further, Chen Na hastily stepped forward to interrupt. Captain, since he wishes to speak with me alone, allow me to give it a try. I just glanced over and thought it would be prudent to handcuff him to the heating pipe in the bedroom. Surely, he wouldn't be able to concoct any tricks. The captain furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment, before conceding to Chen Na's suggestion. Yet he did not forget to remind her to exercise caution, for criminals often resort to cunning tactics to evade justice. After a sidelong glance at Ding Dali, he leaned closer to Chen Na and whispered, if necessary, you may use your firearm. Given Ding Dali's current capabilities, the distinction between a hushed conversation and a direct statement was negligible. He heard every word distinctly. Handcuffed to the heating pipe in the bedroom, Ding Dali remained remarkably composed as he observed Chen Na closing the door. Her figure was indeed striking. For reasons unknown, Chen Na felt an overwhelming sense of aggression emanating from his gaze. She yearned to conclude this interrogation swiftly. Just as she was about to speak, Ding Dali interjected. Upon hearing his words, Chen Na instinctively glanced at her phone. It was 11:40. She had 20 minutes left. Wait, how do you know my surname is Chen? I recall not having introduced myself, and we were previously unacquainted. Not only do I know your surname is Chen, but I also know you are called Chen Na. How did you come by that information? Where have you seen me? You are to be my future wife. Naturally, I am aware of your name. Upon hearing this, Chen Na felt as though she had been toyed with. She dismissed any concern regarding how he knew her name and retorted angrily. You are indeed trying to pull a fast one. I advise you not to waste time, but rather to confess your motives and the circumstances surrounding the murder. Chen Na couldn't help but laugh in exasperation at his audacious words. Heh, do you really expect me to believe such nonsense? Ding Dali curled his lips, his expression calm and composed, as if stating an undeniable fact. Noticing the lingering hostility in Chen Na's gaze, Ding Dali continued, how about we make a bet? A bet on what? Chen Na asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Ding Dali spoke slowly and deliberately. If what I say truly comes to pass in the next few moments, it will prove that I speak the truth. I have indeed come from the future. Conversely, if it does not occur, then it will demonstrate that I am lying. At that point, you may ask me anything, and I shall answer at your whim. Chen Na's mind raced, intrigued by his intentions, and she readily acquiesced. Observing her reaction, Ding Dali pointed towards the window. If you draw back the curtains, in about 10 minutes, around midnight, the outside world will be enveloped in thick fog. With a skeptical expression, Chen Na pulled back the curtains and pressed her face against the glass, peering outside. The sky appeared overcast, but nothing seemed amiss. She glanced down at her phone and then turned to Ding Dali with a questioning look. I'll humor you. Let us wait 10 minutes. Midnight is just around the corner. I hope you won't waste any more of my time. You don't need to press your face against the glass. Ding Dali advised. The lights are on inside, and it's pitch dark outside. How can you see anything if you're not at the window? Rest assured, The fog will be visible even without pressing against the glass. Upon hearing this, Chen-Na plopped down onto the bed, casting occasional glances at the time displayed on her phone. Even she herself was unaware that she had unconsciously begun to trust the words of the other. As the time on her phone displayed 11:59, Chen-Na glanced at the window, and nothing seemed to happen. Pressing her face against the glass to look outside, she observed that the sky remained shrouded in a dull gray, devoid of any dense fog. You are indeed spouting nonsense. Just stalling for time. Where is this supposed thick fog? Ding Dali paid her no heed, continuing to gaze out the window, which only fueled Chen-Na's frustration further. What are you pretending for? Do you have any idea of the consequences of not cooperating with the investigation? Suddenly, her fury was interrupted as she caught a glimpse of something outside, her eyes widening in astonishment. It dawned on her why Ding Dali claimed one need not lean against the window to see. Outside, it appeared as if a thick fog had abruptly descended from the sky, swirling downwards with a consistency akin to liquid, streaming down the glass. The fog clung tightly to the surface, allowing her to discern particles within it. It looked nothing like mere fog. Rather, it resembled a house submerged in some peculiar liquid. Is this really fog? Chapter 13. The apocalypse arrives on schedule. Chen-Na stared in disbelief at the scene outside, pondering to herself. Surely, inhaling such fog would suffocate a person? Simultaneously, she cast an incredulous glance at Ding Dali. Was it possible that everything this man said was true? Did he genuinely come from the future? Was she truly his woman? Ding Dali wore an expression of nonchalance, his eyebrows raised and lips curled in a smirk. As if to say, what do you think? Was I wrong? Why is there such dense fog? How long will it last? Chen-Na could not help but inquire. It will dissipate by the time the sun rises tomorrow. Do you believe my words now? Believe what? Believe that you are my future husband? Even if you predicted the fog, it proves nothing. How could someone possibly come from the future? That is utterly absurd. Ding Dali understood that convincing someone so swiftly was a formidable task, so he decided to escalate the situation. Do you think people today can achieve such feats? As he spoke, he exerted his hands with the force of iron pincers, and with a sharp crack, the handcuffs shattered as if they were mere paper. Simultaneously, a segment of the heating pipe was violently torn from the wall. The murky water from the heating system gushed forth from the break, flooding the floor. Chen-Na was so taken aback by this astonishing scene that her eyes nearly bulged out, instinctively reaching for her gun from behind. Ding Dali, like a released arrow, lunged forward, pinning Chen-Na firmly to the bed. The hand she had prepared to draw her weapon was trapped beneath him, as if nailed to an iron board, rendering her utterly immobile. Chen-Na, infuriated, was about to speak when Ding Dali swiftly covered her mouth with his hand, akin to an iron clamp. She struggled desperately, only to find herself ensnared as if under a spell, completely unable to move. In that moment, she awakened to the terrifying realization that if he could break handcuffs with such ease, controlling her would be a mere trifle. What unfathomable strength was this? Was he even human? Seeing that Chen-Na had ceased her struggles, Ding Dali leaned closer to her ear and softly uttered, "You would do well not to doubt my words, and it is imperative that you refrain from making any loud noises. This could very well save your life. If you understand, just blink your eyes." With a whimper, Chen-Na blinked vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Observing this, Ding Dali released his grip and rose to his feet. Chen-Na did not resist any further, for given the man's remarkable agility, she realized she had no opportunity to draw her weapon. Yet, her curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to lower her voice and inquire, "What did you mean by that? Why must I remain silent? Just lean against the door and listen. You will soon comprehend. But remember, do not open the door." Ding Dali indicated the bedroom door and whispered. With a skeptical expression, Chen-Na approached the door and pressed her ear against it. Straining to hear the commotion in the living room, she discerned a series of low growls emanating from beyond, akin to the sounds of a pack of wild beasts. Chen-Na's pupils dilated in alarm, and instinctively, she reached for the doorknob. Anticipating her move, Ding Dali swiftly grasped the handle, his voice low and forceful. "Damn it! How can you not understand human speech? I told you not to open the door. Do you wish to perish? What are those noises outside? The cavalry is out there." "Huh, those are the sounds of your colleagues." From the moment this thick fog descended, the world has transformed beyond recognition. Have you ever seen a biohazard crisis? Now, this reality is 1,000 times more terrifying than any such nightmare. Upon the entrance of your colleagues, I immediately discerned that they exhibited signs of impending decomposition. At this moment, They have likely succumbed entirely to the state of the undead. A mere bite or scratch from them would transform you into a monster as well. Thus, it is imperative that you refrain from making any loud noises. Chen Na listened in disbelief to Ding Dali's words, which sounded as fantastical as a tale from Arabian Nights. Her mind entangled in a chaotic web of confusion. Observing the perplexity on her face, Ding Dali grasped the heating pipe and took a defensive stance by the door. I shall demonstrate this to you now. But remember, stand behind me. Do not make any reckless movements. Otherwise, I assure you, your demise will be most horrific. Do you understand? Seeing her dazed nod, Ding Dali cautiously opened the door. Upon witnessing the appearance of several colleagues in the living room, Chen Na found herself believing Ding Dali's words to a considerable extent, for these individuals bore an uncanny resemblance to the zombies depicted in films. Moreover, the moment they stepped outside, these colleagues seemed to sense their presence, collectively turning their heads in unison. Their ashen, vacant eyes fixated on them, and they lunged forth with clawed hands. Ding Dali shielded Chen Na behind him, wielding the heating pipe with the ferocity of a tempest, swiftly incapacitating the limbs of the approaching zombies with remarkable efficiency. Each of the undead was reduced to a mere wretch, writhing helplessly on the ground, mouths agape in futile attempts to retaliate. What are you doing? By doing this, won't they just become disabled upon recovery? Chen Na exclaimed anxiously. Without offering an explanation, Ding Dali advanced toward the zombie that had once been Ma, plunging the pipe directly into its heart with a decisive thrust. However, the zombies were not truly dead, their mouths incessantly opening and closing. With a swift motion, Ding Dali wielded his stick, shattering the skulls of the zombies one by one. Simultaneously, 5 crystals were automatically collected by the system. Ding. Acquired roasted kidneys 20. Ding. Acquired shooting mastery. Would you like to learn it? Learn. There was no waste with the remaining corpses. He activated his devouring ability, enhancing his attributes by 10 points. Although this boost was not as substantial as that provided by the 2 twin assassins, it was still commendable, indicating that these policemen possessed decent physical qualities. Remarkably, the seemingly portly Captain Ma turned out to be an adept marksman. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. Chen Na sat against the wall, momentarily lost in thought as she gazed at the desiccated bodies of her colleagues. The events of the night had utterly shattered her understanding of reality, yet witnessing it firsthand, combined with the intermittent screams echoing from the neighborhood, had convinced her of Ding Dali's words. She silently resolved within herself. Ding Dali offered her a bottle of mineral water. Chen Na accepted it and looked up at the man before her, who resembled a gaunt monkey. I have 3 questions. Ask. The family of 3 across the street had also transformed into these monsters. Hence you killed them? Ding Dali nodded. Is this truly the apocalypse? Ding Dali nodded once more. To be precise, it is the end of humanity, while it marks the dawn of a paradise for other beings. Humanity has held dominion over the earth for far too long. From this day forth, all creatures across the globe shall embark upon a frenzied path of evolution. The humans outside now stand on the brink of extinction. The zombies you witness today represent one of humanity's evolutionary adaptations. Upon hearing the mention of the apocalypse, a subtle smile flitted across Chen Na's lips. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Will I truly be your woman in the future?" Ding Dali felt a twinge of unease, internally reflecting that it was merely a jest. After all, he had not known her in his previous life. Were it not for her long legs, no, rather, were it not for her satisfactory evaluation, he would have had no inclination to deceive her. Such thoughts coursed through his mind, yet he maintained a steadfast demeanor and nodded with unwavering assurance. Chen Na scrutinized him, her expression laced with skepticism. Is that truly the case? Then why are your eyes wandering? Of course it is. Have the events I spoke of not transpired this evening? Indeed. Have they not all turned into zombies? Yes. Have I not been truthful with you? Yes. Am I not your husband? Yes. Ah, precisely. I have come from the future. I am indeed your husband. Chapter 14. System upgrade. Given that everything he claimed had come to pass, if he were genuinely from the future, it was highly probable that she was indeed his woman. However, this man differed markedly from her preconceived notion of a husband. His appearance was rather unremarkable. Sigh. Nevertheless, with reports of humanity's dwindling numbers outside, she felt little room for selection. This would have to suffice. Unbeknownst to Ding Dali, who was pondering how to further convince her, Chen Na abruptly rose and linked her arm with his. Since you are my husband, I shall follow you from now on. As she regarded the police officer's slender arm, delicate neck, and features that balanced elegance with a spirited strength, He found himself captivated. Ding Dali instinctively swallowed hard, inwardly muttering that this was far too easy to manipulate. Xiao Na, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. As Ding Dali spoke, he pulled Chen Na into the bedroom. What could possibly warrant a conversation that could not be held outside? It surely pertains to matters between a husband and wife. Only then did Chen Na realize something was amiss. However, the force of her companion was overwhelming, leaving her with no capacity to resist. The officer intended to fight back, yet the assailant was far too vigorous, rendering her no match for him. Ding! Congratulations, brother, on successfully completing your first reproductive task. The system is now upgrading. Ding! System upgrade complete. System level 1. Space expanded to 1,000 cubic units, unlocking the ability evaluation for supernatural powers. It is advised that you continue your efforts, as the rewards for the next upgrade will prove invaluable. Ding! For completing the reproductive task for the first time, you are awarded an S-level lightning ability and 20 tons of resources. Ding Dali examined the resources awarded within the space, pleasantly surprised by the system's consideration. The 20 tons included not only water and food, but also various essential supplies. However, he had never heard of supernatural abilities being categorized by levels in his previous life. Brother, supernatural abilities are graded differently. The higher the level, the stronger the power. According to the system's data assessment, the levels of supernatural abilities range from low to high as follows: E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. What level is my supernatural ability? Ding Dali inquired with curiosity. Your devouring ability cannot be rated. It possesses a uniqueness that allows only for an SS level or higher. The spatial devouring ability possessed by the elder brother is classified as B grade, which has been enhanced to A grade upon merging with the System S space. Following the System S upgrade, the spatial ability now lies between A grade and S grade, warranting an assessment of A. By consuming more spatial abilities, further upgrades are achievable. Personal data: name, Ding Dali, first tier, awaken 1 strength, 140 speed, 140 stamina, 140 spirit, 155 abilities, devouring, spatial A. Lightning S. Ding Dali endeavored to manipulate the lightning ability with his mind, as sparks crackled at his fingertips. He could perceive the electric current, capable of morphing at will according to his thoughts, and with but a single intention, it could be directed towards a target. This manipulation reminded him of someone he had met during his illness. During that time, he had unwittingly witnessed his master drawing a talisman that summoned lightning, a scene that had filled him with long-lasting yearning. Little did he expect that amidst the apocalypse, he too could wield lightning. Ding Dali experimented with his abilities, creating a few sounds that stirred the slumbering Chen Na, who turned over with a frown, opening her eyes and stretching languidly. Is it dawn? Due to the intensity of the battle, Chen Na's clothing had been shredded into tattered rags. Ding Dali rummaged through the cabinet and found several loose garments left behind by Tang Bingbing, tossing them to Chen Na. Make do with these. These are clothes from your ex-girlfriend, Tang Bingbing? A fleeting hint of displeasure crossed Chen Na's face. Oh, you seem quite informed. Don't forget what I do. I am a police officer. The tragic demise of Tang Bingbing has ignited a fierce inferno of hatred within Ding Dali's heart, as the proprietor of the Sunflower, Chen Xiqing, vehemently accuses him of involvement. An investigation into her interpersonal relationships is undoubtedly imperative. Was she also transformed into a zombie that you dispatched? Upon hearing the names of these two individuals, Ding Dali gently shook his head. She did not undergo a transformation. I directly eliminated her and sent her remains to Chen Xiqing. Subsequently, Ding Dali recounted the harrowing tale of how he had rescued them in the aftermath of the apocalypse, only to be betrayed and ultimately led to their demise. Chen Na, upon hearing this, was equally incensed. After a night of profound discourse, she instinctively found herself aligning with Ding Dali's perspective. They truly deserve their fate. You saved them, yet they treated you with such disdain. They most certainly deserve punishment. How do you intend to deal with Chen Xiqing? I shall soon seek vengeance upon him. In this apocalyptic world, the law holds little significance. You would not dare to impede my pursuit, would you? Not at all. However, I am curious about my own future. Will I also meet my end? How shall I perish? As Chen Na donned her attire, her curiosity prompted her inquiries, leaving Ding Dali momentarily bewildered. He thought to himself, how could I possibly know how you will die? I have never known you before. Observing Ding Dali's flustered demeanor, Chen Na clapped her hands. as if a revelation had dawned upon her. I understand now. I too was a victim of those two wretches, was I not? What? Ah yes, yes indeed. It was they. You have guessed correctly. Chen Na scrutinized Ding Dali with a look of skepticism. Could it be that in the future, you are involved with more than one woman? How could you do this? Hello, never mind. The world is in ruins. The marriage law has lost its significance. The future for women is undoubtedly bleak. What is this nonsense? Are you just explaining this to yourself? Chen Na has been talking to herself, asking and answering her own questions, ultimately convincing herself, which made Ding Dali feel somewhat embarrassed. At this moment, noticing Ding Dali's increasing blush, Chen Na mistakenly believed he was still angry about the potential fate that Tang Bingbing and Chen Xiqing might bring upon him. She approached Ding Dali, wrapping her arms around his waist in a gesture of comfort. Initially, she had merely intended to manipulate him into continuously rewarding her, threatening him with dire consequences for disobedience. Yet, somehow, this had evolved into a budding emotional connection. Oh dear, Dali, what are you doing? Morning exercises. Chapter 15. Chen Na's abilities. The two leaned against the headboard. Ding Dali reached into his spatial pocket and retrieved an energy crystal, offering it to Chen Na. Eat this. Without hesitation, Chen Na took the crystal and popped it into her mouth. The moment she laid eyes on it, her inner desires ignited like a bonfire, instantly fueling her craving. Moreover, since it was presented to her by Ding Dali, she did not overthink the decision. Brace yourself. The first time consuming this will be excruciating. As soon as Ding Dali's words fell, a wave of piercing pain surged through her, nearly causing her to faint. She clenched her molars tightly, struggling to squeeze out a response. Why the hell didn't you say that sooner? Endure it. Channel the energy throughout your body. Ding Dali reminded her. The pain did not linger for long. Chen Na soon felt her body become remarkably light, as if she had undergone a complete metamorphosis, instantly revitalized. Her nostrils flared slightly, and she could not help but exclaim, "Oh, what is that delightful scent?" Ding Dali, like a magician, produced a handful of crystal cores and presented them to Chen Na. Go rinse yourself. This is an essential step in the journey of genetic evolution. While you wash, consume these crystal cores. If you sense an overflow of energy within you, attempt to channel it throughout your body. This will facilitate your advancement. Without hesitation, Chen Na seized the crystal cores and darted into the bathroom to cleanse herself, while Ding Dali settled comfortably in the living room, leisurely perusing his phone. Although the apocalypse had indeed arrived, most regions still retained their water, electricity, and communication signals. A few missed calls flashed on his screen, all from Lin Wan. "Dali, are you all right?" "I'm fine. How about you? Have you prepared your supplies and secured the doors and windows?" "1. Listen to me. The apocalypse is upon us. Just make sure to lock the doors and windows. I'll come to find you. I'll send you messages every day. By the way, it's fine to wash your face or shower with tap water, but do not drink it, not even if it's boiled. All right, just be sure to stay safe." After ending the call, Ding Dali scrolled through messages, his attention caught by a prominent red exclamation mark. He recognized it as an official announcement. Essentially, it urged the public to stay home and await rescue. In his previous life, Ding Dali had genuinely believed such messages, unaware of the stark reality that true rescue bore little relevance to ordinary individuals. Ding Dali found himself devoid of family, as his illness had instilled a fear in them of lending him money. Others regarded him as a harbinger of misfortune, avoiding him whenever possible, resulting in a profound solitude devoid of companionship. Apart from Feng Lin Wan, no one reached out to him, while the community chat buzzed with conversations. The discussions predominantly revolved around the dense fog of the previous night and the strange creatures lurking outside. It appeared that they were oblivious to the fact that the world had irrevocably transformed. A casual glance through the messages revealed someone mentioning him. "Not Spicy Peter. Are you out of your mind? The entire neighborhood is teeming with murderers. What difference does he make? Not Spicy Peter. You should ask insurance consultant. I saw him transformed into a zombie. He even devoured his wife. Guardian of peace. Damn. What should we do if there is no food in the security room? When is official rescue coming? Does anyone from the property management have any inside information? Not Spicy Peter. Property Xiaozhang. You're in a dire situation. Haha. If you can't bear the hunger, just drink tap water. If it gets unbearable, you might as well settle for some rice gruel. Princess Cat. Flower Bloom's prosperity has turned into a monster. It's now blocking my doorstep. Can the security come and drive it away? Guardian of peace. I am a security guard, not a bodyguard. If I go to chase it away, getting bitten by a zombie will turn me into one too. This I have witnessed with my own eyes. Prowling for pleasure. Holy cow. I saw a naked female zombie wandering downstairs. It's enormous. Not spicy, Peter. No pictures. No truth. In the narrative, the characters engage in peculiar conversations within a community group, when suddenly, a piercing scream from Chun-Na reverberates from the bathroom. Startled, Ding Dali swiftly rushes to the restroom, forcefully yanking the door open. Upon entering, he witnesses a scene that nearly elicits an unexpected reaction from him. Chun-Na, devoid of any clothing, stands in shock, gazing at her arm, which is engulfed in flames yet bears no signs of injury. The shower water sizzles as it strikes her arm, producing a hissing sound while white steam billows upwards. Scanning the data reveals her identity. Name: Chun-Na, first-tier human awakened. Female. Strength: 105, Speed: 110, Stamina: 105, Spirit: 110, Abilities: Flame Manipulation A. After processing this information, Ding Dali silently admires the officer's remarkable potential. Noting her awakened ability is quite impressive. Remain calm. Focus your mind to control the flames. Envision them as extensions of your will. He instructs. Following his guidance, the flames extinguish instantaneously, as if absorbed into her very being. She looks at Ding Dali with a mixture of confusion and awe. Congratulations. You are now a first-tier awakened. Furthermore, you have unlocked the ability of flame manipulation. Chun-Na's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly grasped Ding Dali's arm, seemingly oblivious to her state of undress, and impatiently inquired, is a first-tier awakened one really formidable? By absorbing a crystal core, one can become an awakened, and with further absorption, evolve into a first-tier awakened. Progressing beyond that leads to second-tier, and so forth. To put it simply, with your current physical prowess, handling dozens of ordinary individuals would pose no challenge. Moreover, if you possess extraordinary abilities, you could confront even more. As a police officer who regularly engaged in physical training, Chun-Na was accustomed to grappling with 3 to 5 opponents without difficulty. However, the notion of suddenly facing tenfold that number was utterly foreign to her, though she undoubtedly recognized the strength it implied. Chapter 16. Breaking out of the community during her days in the police force, Chun-Na resembled a combative bull, constantly sparring with her colleagues, determined to prove her mettle, her intrinsic nature more masculine than many men, relentlessly pursuing greater heights. Upon hearing Ding Dali's words, her heart ignited like a bonfire, burning brighter with enthusiasm. She was as exuberant as a joyous fawn, leaping into his embrace. Officer Chun, shouldn't you put on some clothes first? Are you trying to extinguish my desire to step outside? It was only then that Chun-Na snapped back to reality. Realizing her nakedness, her face flushing crimson like a startled rabbit as she darted into the bedroom, hastily donning her attire. Once fully attired, Chun-Na handed 4 primary crystal cores to Ding Dali, stating, after absorbing 15, my energy is at capacity. I shall wait until I advance to the next tier to absorb more. The enhancement in my abilities feels exceedingly limited, almost negligible. The remaining 4 are yours. It was indeed remarkable to absorb 15 primary crystal cores for a mere first-tier advancement. Ding Dali accepted the crystals and stored them within his spatial realm. As he watched the crystals vanish into thin air as if by magic, Chun-Na's eyes widened in disbelief. She grasped Ding Dali's hand, inspecting it repeatedly. How could they simply disappear? I find it astonishing that you were only clad in undergarments at the time. From where did you procure those 20 crystal cores? Is this your special ability? Ding Dali did not conceal the truth and nodded. Yes, it is spatial manipulation. How extraordinary. I never imagined that a power I once deemed impossible could now be attained with just a single crystal core. The world has indeed changed. What shall we do next? Await official rescue? Await official rescue? You were once part of the establishment. Do you genuinely believe that in a situation where humanity is reduced to a mere 1 in 10, a large-scale rescue could be organized? Or even if there were a rescue, when would ordinary people receive assistance? What then shall we do? Ding Dali, unhurried, retrieved 4 police pistols from the spoils taken from Ma Tue and the others, each capable of holding 7 rounds. He ejected all the bullets and presented them before Chun-Na. Noting Ding Dali's silence as he pondered the bullets, she anxiously inquired, what do you mean by this? Why are you giving me the bullets? These bullets are for you. As it stands, firearms still wield significant deterrence against ordinary individuals. Your task is to remain at home and safeguard our premises. Adjacent to our community lies a farmer's market, along with a Lianhua supermarket. I shall procure supplies from within. Furthermore, I must make a visit to the Sunflower Hotel. I will accompany you. Given that we are amidst an apocalypse, I cannot simply remain indoors. I must venture out to witness the reality. Ding Dali could not help but be momentarily taken aback, silently lamenting that he had underestimated this female officer. He promptly tore a heating pipe from the wall and handed it to her, gripping his own tightly in hand. Very well. In this desolate world, the only path to strength lies in relentless combat. Stay close beside me. Wield this iron rod to fend off the zombies. Remember, their weakness resides in the head. The crystal core is concealed within. Keep in mind, if it is possible to avoid gunfire, do so, for the sound will attract zombies in droves. Currently, outside, we face only novice zombies, whose combat prowess surpasses that of ordinary humans, while they do not pose a grave threat to us, should their numbers swell. Even our formidable abilities could be overwhelmed. Chun Na nodded in understanding, and Ding Dali responded with a slight inclination of his head. He then gently pushed open the door and stepped outside. The corridor was devoid of any presence, eerily silent, instilling a sense of unease. Yet, the pungent scent of blood wafted down the staircase like a ghost from an unknown floor above. Ding Dali gestured for silence, signaling Chun Na to remain quiet and to follow closely before cautiously opening the unit door. The community had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The greenery within the park seems to have been enchanted, flourishing wildly overnight, transforming into towering and lush vegetation. The once humble lawn has now grown to waist height, and the trees have ascended several stories high. Even from the cracks in the pavement, numerous plants measuring 30 to 40 centimeters have emerged. However, the number of zombies remains relatively sparse, scattered intermittently, with only 1 or 2 appearing every few meters. A rough estimate suggests that there are over 20 zombies wandering from their current location to the community entrance, perhaps due to the outbreak occurring in the dead of night. Most of the zombies within the community remain confined to their homes, leaving only a few to roam the area. Yet, Ding Dali understands that after today, once the zombies trapped indoors have consumed all available flesh, they will inevitably seek a way to break free from their confines. At that point, the number of zombies in the outside world will multiply exponentially. Therefore, today presents the optimal opportunity for action. We must avoid the greenery, as it may harbor some mutated creatures. Let us proceed directly towards the community entrance. We will eliminate each zombie we encounter along the way, ensuring each strike is lethal. Zombies at a distance of 5 meters or more possess far inferior vision compared to their acute hearing. Ding Dali whispered a caution to Chun Na. With the swiftness of a released arrow, he surged ahead, racing towards the nearest 2 zombies, his weapon raised. With a swift strike, one zombie's head shattered like a ripe watermelon. Chun Na, not to be outdone, followed closely, mirroring his actions. In the instant Ding Dali made his move, she too struck decisively, delivering a clean headshot. For Chun Na, given her current prowess, dispatching a primary zombie was as effortless as breathing. One strike, one kill. Gazing at the fallen corpses of the undead and the shattered skulls strewn across the ground, Chun Na's eyes sparkled like shooting stars, revealing an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. She disregarded the blood that splattered on her and knelt down, rummaging through the debris until she unearthed a crystal core. With a face alight with excitement, she presented the blood-stained crystal core to Ding Dali, as if seeking praise. For a few moments, Ding Dali stood in stunned silence, his heart racing like a rabbit trapped in a snare. Goodness, why is this woman so thrilled? If it weren't for personally confirming her identity as a woman, I would almost suspect she was some kind of superhuman. This insight was provided by the system, a rather humanized feature. However, apart from the skills and resources that Ding Dali himself had obtained from his kills, his companions acquired nothing but the crystal cores. For instance, the zombie that Ding Dali had just dispatched dropped a box of ultra-thin umbrellas, while Chun Na found nothing but the crystal core. No, this is my other supernatural ability. With that, Ding Dali boldly charged towards another nearby zombie, with Chun Na following closely behind, her heart racing with delight. Truly, he is my man. To possess 2 supernatural abilities. Little did she know that Ding Dali was not limited to just those 2 powers. Their strength far surpassed that of the low-level zombies, and they approached the entrance of the community without attracting any attention. Out of a total of 28 zombies, Ding Dali had only eliminated 10. Do not inquire as to why. Simply put, Chun Na was overly enthusiastic, as if she had been invigorated by a shot of adrenaline. And the more headshots she scored, the more excited she became. This only deepened Ding Dali's suspicion that the first woman he had taken in might have some serious issues with her mental faculties. 28 zombies yielded 28 primary crystal cores, along with various supplies and 2 skills, locksmith expert and electric bicycle driving proficiency. Unlike previous skills acquired, which were all of a mastery level, this lockpicking skill was merely an expert level. It appears a skilled thief had taken advantage of the night to commit a crime in the neighborhood, inadvertently leaving this behind. Such old residential areas are often targets for thieves. As for the proficiency in riding electric bicycles, Ding Dali had obtained it from a delivery person he had previously encountered in the neighborhood, whose cycling skills were indeed exceptional. Thus, he decisively chose to abandon the pursuit of the latter skill in favor of locksmith expert. Chapter 17. The sweep. The moment they stepped out of the community gate, a security guard in the booth appeared as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof, jumping up and down while waving at them. However, Ding Dali ignored him, signaling Chun Na to disregard the guard, and then he dashed towards their destination like an arrow released from its bow. Approximately 20 meters to the right of the community exit lay a parking lot. Crossing through it, the makeshift structures of the farmer's market stood like a colossal treasure chest, silently awaiting their arrival. To the left of the community entrance, about 200 meters away, was an intersection, with Lianhua Supermarket occupying one corner, while the other 3 corners featured distinctly styled residential complexes. In contrast, the area surrounding the farmer's market was largely vacant. With the onset of the apocalypse and the stillness of the midnight hour, it was evident that the farmer's market would be securely shut, devoid of any souls. Before long, the two arrived at the parking lot, which was enveloped in eerie silence. Not a single zombie was in sight, and vehicles were scarce, as if this place had been forgotten by the world. After swiftly traversing the parking lot, a wrought iron gate loomed ahead, beyond which lay the farmer's market. However, this iron gate was securely locked at night. With the recently acquired skill of lock-picking, Ding Dali effortlessly unlocked the gate. The farmer's market was a vast indoor space that, after 8 in the evening, would be cleared out, forcing both merchants and consumers to vacate. The roll-up doors at either end of the market would be shut, with a security room stationed at each side. Upon arrival at one such security room, they were met with the sight of a solitary zombie amidst a scene of utter disarray. The mangled remains, barely recognizable as human, suggested that 2 security guards had been on duty. One had transformed into a zombie and had mercilessly devoured the other. Ding Dali showed no hesitation as he shattered the zombie's skull, then approached the enormous roll-up door, preparing to pry it open. However, Chun Na suddenly interrupted him, softly inquiring, "Darling, what are you doing?" "What a question. I'm obviously attempting to pick the lock of the roll-up door. Why not use the key to open it?" Ding Dali, momentarily carried away by his newfound skill as a locksmith, had overlooked this crucial detail, leading to an awkward cough. Well, I was just assessing the quality of this door." Pushing aside the somewhat aged roll-up door, he found that, aside from the myriad of goods, there was not a single zombie or human in sight. The farmer's market was meticulously divided into 3 distinct sections, with rooms resembling a honeycomb structure on either side, filled with rice, flour, oil, various meats, seafood, and a selection of tobacco and tea. The stall, constructed from 2 wooden boards, stands in the midst of the market, where the rental fees are relatively modest, primarily featuring vendors selling fruits, vegetables, and dried goods. This tightly shut agricultural market is akin to a treasure trove of resources. "Let us commence our collection from the central stall. We must not be complacent," declared Ding Dali, as he opened an invisible portal, drawing an assortment of fruits and vegetables into its depths. This portal was a remarkable ability acquired after absorbing Tang Bing's spatial powers. By skillfully controlling the size and position of the portal, anything that comes into contact with it can be effortlessly drawn inside. This technique not only facilitates the reception of substantial quantities of supplies, but also serves as a defense against ranged weaponry. The bullets fired by the assassin Wen Chong were similarly captured through this extraordinary portal. Items entering this space retain their original state, including their kinetic energy. With a mere thought, Ding Dali can unleash the bullets at the same velocity they possessed upon entry. While Ding Dali busily gathered supplies, Chun Na maintained vigilance, simultaneously collecting any overlooked items and tossing them to him with the precision of a skilled player. Just as they were engrossed in their task, at the opposite end of the market, in a braised meat shop, 2 men in security uniforms sat on the floor, heartily devouring braised meat and quenching their thirst with beer. "What a stroke of bad luck. If it weren't for my quick reflexes last night, dragging you through the roll-up door, we would likely be nothing more than remnants of that creature in the fog by now. I wonder if our two brothers on the other side are alive or dead. Another security guard, rather slight in stature and possessing a squint in one eye, found himself in this role due to a lack of suitable employment. His appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a rat, earning him the nickname Rat among his peers. He was known for his cunning intellect, often devising schemes with a quick flick of his eyes. Woogo, if it weren't for you, I would have been gnawed on by that creature last night. I saw on my phone that they refer to that monster as a zombie. And it seems there are zombies everywhere in the world. It appears that chaos has engulfed our world. We must prepare diligently. Oh, what brilliant idea do you have? Pray enlighten me. The burly security guard took a bite of meat, casting an inquisitive glance at Rat. Fortunately, we have this agricultural market. So much food. It is sufficient for our survival. However, with just the two of us, we cannot secure this place. We should consider opening the other roll-up doors shortly to check on the other two brothers. If they are still alive, the four of us, armed with 4 electric batons and ample supplies, could rally a group from the nearby neighborhoods. At that point, with allies and resources, we could dictate our own course of action. The glint in Rat's squinting eyes sparkled with a vision of a future where they wielded power. The stout guard, named Wu Tian, had a history of brawling in his youth, having injured others and spent years behind bars. Upon his release, he struggled to find work until he was introduced to this temporary position at the agricultural market. Yet, he was not one to remain idle, frequently clashing with other guards. Fortunately, his imposing physique and wealth of fighting experience ensured that the other guards submitted to his authority. Before long, all the security personnel in the market had become his subordinates. Upon hearing the words of the sideways glancing security guard, Wu Tian felt a stirring within him. In his earlier years of mingling in society, he had sought power through violence, dreaming of one day becoming a formidable leader. However, the constraints of a lawful and harmonious society had stifled his ambitions. Now, with the world in chaos, his restless heart could no longer be contained. The aspiration to become a powerful figure had been reignited. Gripping the electric baton in his hand, Wu Tian's eyes gleamed with determination. He patted the guard's shoulder, casually wiping the grease from his hands onto him. Hazi, our opportunity has arrived. You are clever. From now on, you shall be my strategist. Together, let us rise as formidable figures in this chaotic era. Come, let us seek out our two brothers on the other side. Hazi, unable to believe his eyes, rubbed them in disbelief, confirming once more that the items had indeed vanished into thin air. This astonishing scene prompted a startled exclamation from him. Holy crap, Wugo! Someone is stealing our supplies. His shout drew the attention of both parties. Wu Tian glanced at the open rolling door on the other side, his brow furrowing as he began to speculate. The fates of the other two security brothers were likely grim. He spoke to Hazi in a low tone. The other two brothers are probably lost. They have either been transformed into monsters or devoured by them. There is no way they would allow those two to enter unchallenged. Let us confront this scoundrel. How dare he take our belongings? Regardless of how he managed it, we shall beat him until he reveals the truth. Meanwhile, Ding Dali and Chun Na ceased their reception of supplies, standing motionless in place. As I observed the two security guards approaching, one robust and the other slender, I couldn't help but notice the menacing demeanor of the stocky one, brandishing a baton with an air of ferocity. The thin fellow, however, struck me as even more unhinged, exuding an arrogance that was almost palpable, completely disregarding those around him. Chapter 18. Is the electric baton truly fearsome? Who dares trespass here and attempt theft? Wu Tian bellowed furiously as he strode forward, his years of street brawling instilling in him the wisdom that establishing dominance through sheer presence was paramount. Yet, upon drawing nearer and catching a glimpse of Chun Na's striking features, Wu Tian found himself momentarily taken aback, swallowing hard as he mused over her remarkable beauty. In stark contrast, the young man beside her appeared quite ordinary, lacking any semblance of intimidation, which inevitably ignited a flicker of intrigue within Wu Tian. Listen here, lad. Regardless of how you've pilfered these goods, if you wish to avoid dire consequences, you will surrender the items without hesitation. Leave the woman behind and make yourself scarce. I shall refrain from holding any grudges against you. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of civility. Indeed, observe the stark contrast in physique between you and our esteemed Wugo. You are no match for him. Be wise and relinquish the goods and the woman. Then hastily retreat. Haozi, emboldened by the situation, shouted at Ding Dali while casting furtive glances at Chen Na. However, Ding Dali remained impassive, his icy gaze fixated upon the two before him. Seeing no reaction from his adversary, Wu Tian assumed the young man was intent on remaining, unable to suppress his raucous laughter. Ha! If you choose not to leave, then perhaps I could recruit you as my subordinate. Yet, the woman must still be surrendered. Consider it your initiation into our ranks. Indeed, how dare you, with your rather unremarkable appearance, lay claim to such a stunning woman? If you wish to join our ranks, you ought to surrender her to us, and I assure you, you shall enjoy a life of indulgence and delight, with other women at your disposal. Ding Dali and Chen Na exchanged glances, each discerning a shared sentiment. Could these two truly be so foolish? Ding Dali felt a surge of irritation. This scrawny fellow, resembling a rat, had the audacity to suggest he was more attractive. With a mocking glance at the two security guards, Ding Dali raised his voice deliberately, enunciating each word. It seems you have misunderstood my intentions. I shall not leave, nor will I join your ranks, and I certainly will not relinquish my woman. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's anger flared, and he brandished the electric baton in his hand, his expression fierce and his gaze menacing as he fixed his eyes on Ding Dali. You dare to toy with me, boy? If you wish to gather supplies beneath my very nose, you ought to consult my baton about its consent. With that, he pressed the switch, and the baton crackled with electricity, swinging it forcefully towards Ding Dali's head. This tactic stemmed from Wu Tian's years of experience in combat. A swift and brutal strike often sufficed to subdue an opponent. The rat-like figure beside him joined in the intimidation, causing the electric baton to crackle ominously. To Ding Dali, the incoming baton appeared to move in slow motion, and he effortlessly sidestepped the blow, regarding the muscular man before him as if he were a simpleton. Wu Tian, feeling a chill run down his spine from that gaze, realized from Ding Dali's reflexes and evasive maneuvers that he was no ordinary opponent. However, once the first strike was made, even if it missed its mark, one could not relent. The assault must persist until the opponent was subdued. This was a lesson gleaned from years of experience in the underworld. Thus, he employed both hands and feet to continue his offensive. Ding Dali retreated a few paces to evade the onslaught. In truth, even if such blows landed upon him, they would scarcely inflict harm. Wu Tian maintained his relentless barrage, yet no matter how he attacked, he could not land a hit. As Ding Dali stepped back, Wu Tian advanced, unwittingly positioning himself beside Chen Na. Finding his assault on Ding Dali futile, he turned, his gaze falling upon the stunning beauty nearby. He mused that seizing her would be a piece of cake. This slippery fellow was akin to an eel, utterly elusive. Yet, by capturing this lad-ass woman, he was certain to bring him to heel. With this thought in mind, he resolved to act immediately, pivoting swiftly towards Chen Na. Ding Dali had long anticipated this move. He had intended to toy with the fool a while longer. Witnessing the opponent's reckless eagerness to court disaster, he acted without hesitation. In an instant, as Wu Tian shifted his stance, Ding Dali darted forward and delivered a powerful punch directly to his chest. He had presumed that his opponent relied solely on his slender physique for agility. And how much strength could he possibly possess? Thus, even when Wu Tian saw Ding Dali appear before him, he made no effort to defend himself, thinking, with that slight frame, what harm could he do? Capturing the beautiful woman is paramount. However, the moment Ding Dali's fist made contact with his chest, regret flooded Wu Tian's mind. An overwhelming sense of remorse engulfed him as memories of his mother, his first love, and even the widow next door flooded his consciousness. Alongside the prison regulations he had memorized, regret, alas, serves no purpose. The crisp sound of bone fracturing accompanied Wu Tian's anguished wail as he was propelled in an arc several meters away, ultimately crashing heavily against a stall, scattering splintered wood and vegetables across the ground. The air fell into an immediate silence, pierced only by the sound of Ding Dali's footsteps echoing on the pavement. Wu Tian's chest caved in, blood frothing from his mouth, yet he clung to life, gasping for breath in shallow, labored intakes. Upon realizing someone stood before him, Wu Tian struggled to lift his eyelids, his trembling lips spewing blood as he forced out a plea. Please, don't kill me. I detest others touching my belongings. Must you be so reckless? Can't you just live peacefully? Ding Dali cast a glance at the electric baton lying on the ground, a scoff escaping his lips as disdain flickered across his face. Humph. Is that electric baton truly formidable? Have you ever felt the wrath of genuine lightning? With that, Ding Dali slowly raised his hand, a spark of electricity dancing at his fingertips, manifesting into a sphere of lightning the size of a football. Under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the sphere morphed into an electric serpent, hurtling directly towards Wu Tian's head. The brilliance of the lightning expanded in Wu Tian's vision. Before he could react, the flash surged past him, leaving in its wake an empty space where his head once was, now a charred void devoid of blood. Reduced to mere ash. Having completed this grim task, Ding Dali instinctively retrieved a knife from his spatial pocket and proceeded to dismember Wu Tian with ruthless efficiency. Why do I feel an uncontrollable urge to shred something? Ding Dali mused inwardly. Thud. Witnessing Wu Tian's transformation into a charred spectacle, the onlooker, Rat, fell to his knees in terror. The individual before me has not only committed murder, but has also resorted to dismemberment. This is truly the encounter with a psychopath. Casting aside the electric baton, I found myself overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down my face as I bowed my head in submission. Ah, brother, I concede. It is all his fault, that damned Wu Tian, whose mind is clouded by greed for your woman. He deserves his fate. Brother, I truly yield. Please spare me. You yield? Your gaze does not convey such submission. Upon hearing this, the rat jolted, nearly losing control of himself, and exclaimed in a wail, Brother, I have a squint. It's an affliction, not defiance. I inquired whether there were any others in the market besides the two of you. And no one else. Tonight, it's just the four of us on duty, and on our side, it's only Wu Tian and me. The rat wiped his face, stained with tears and snot, trembling as he bowed once more. Brother, I assure you, it was truly Wu Tian's idea to cause you trouble. I had no part in it. Please, let me go like the mouse I am. You may be spared, but only if you defeat her. If you lose, you shall perish. Ding Dali taunted. Pointing at Chen Na, the rat, upon hearing this, was taken aback for a few seconds, clearly in disbelief, and asked with a hint of skepticism. You mean if I defeat her, I can leave? Ding Dali nodded. The rat, seeing this, instantly perked up in his eyes. Ding Dali was merely a pretentious fool and a pervert, who, despite his strength and peculiar abilities, looked down upon him far too much. Regardless of his slender frame, he was still a man. How hard could it be to defeat a pretty girl? Let us fight then. The allure of close proximity to a beautiful woman was intoxicating, inciting fervor and excitement within him. As he turned to glance at Chen Na, he was taken aback. The woman opposite him appeared to exude even more exhilaration than he felt. She cast aside the iron rod she had been holding, eagerly cracking her knuckles. Was she truly intent on engaging him unarmed? Surely, she must be a lunatic, he mused. Yet, his hands were not idle. Wu Tian had often instructed him that in a brawl, the best strategy was to strike first. He raised his electric baton and swung it towards Chen Na. The baton crackled with electricity as it arced towards her, its proximity rendering it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to evade. However, Chen Na was a first-tier awakened being. To her, his movements appeared as if they were in slow motion. She leaned forward, effortlessly grasping the middle of the electric baton. It was only at this moment that he realized the folly of his naivete. How could one possibly expect normalcy in the presence of a madwoman? But the realization came too late. Chen Na offered him no respite. She swiftly twisted his neck with a decisive motion, dusting off her hands. She raised an eyebrow at Ding Dali, declaring, even before my awakening, I could have subdued such a person with ease. You pit him against me not to grant him a chance, but rather to test my mettle, am I correct? Allow me to hazard a guess. You wish to see if I am capable of delivering a lethal blow? With that, she playfully delivered a punch to Ding Dali's chest before feigning indignation as she nestled into his embrace. In the future, refrain from subjecting me to such tests. Do you understand? In this world, I am far more exhilarated than you. I have awaited this moment for so long. I am acutely aware that in this world, the law has become utterly ineffectual. Indeed, in my eyes, the laws of yesteryear held little significance for certain individuals. Yet, the present moment is starkly different from the past. While some may grow increasingly audacious, I find myself in a position where I can act without hesitation against those who displease me. There is no need for excessive consideration. I have long awaited this day. The woman nestled in Ding Dali's embrace erupted in laughter, her voice brimming with exhilaration, leaving Ding Dali momentarily stunned, unable to react. Why did this woman adapt so swiftly? Could it be that fortune has inadvertently bestowed upon me a psychological deviant? Such questions were soon to be answered. Allow me to recount a tale from a few years past. I once handled a case involving the disappearance of a 15-year-old girl. Her parents reported her missing after she failed to return home from school one morning. 2 days had elapsed, and despite their efforts to locate her at the school, she remained elusive. Upon receiving the report, the police initiated a search for the girl. Ultimately, the officer tasked with the search discovered her lifeless body in a derelict park not far from the school. I was assigned to investigate the matter. Upon witnessing the girl's corpse, I could scarcely fathom the horrors she had endured in life. To put it plainly, her entire body bore no unblemished skin, marred by a myriad of bruises and scars. Forensic examination revealed that she had been gang-raped and subsequently tortured to death. Her parents were inconsolable, weeping inconsolably and pleading with me to ensure that the perpetrators were brought to justice. I vowed with unwavering determination that I would seek retribution for their daughter. The case appeared straightforward, with eyewitnesses and several DNA samples extracted from the corpse. Soon enough, the perpetrator was identified as the scion of an influential family, accompanied by a few delinquents. I personally apprehended the official's offspring, discovering him in a KTV private room, engaged in inappropriate behavior over a drunken girl. I initially believed the case would resolve seamlessly, backed by eyewitness accounts and ample evidence, leading to appropriate justice for the guilty. However, as Chun-Na sighed and shook her head in resignation, it became evident that the situation was far from straightforward. Ultimately, the original witnesses and evidence had all inexplicably transformed. The blame was shifted onto inconsequential individuals, while the official's progeny was astonishingly acquitted in court. I found this outcome difficult to fathom. Not only was I incredulous, but my colleagues, who had collaborated on the case, also struggled to comprehend it. The girl's parents were even more distraught, frantically confronting me with their anguish. As if that were not enough, the official's offspring brazenly approached me, arrogantly declaring that he was responsible for her demise. "So what if you caught me? What can you do?" he taunted, asserting that not only could I not assist her, but I also could not aid her grieving parents, ominously warning, "We'll see about that." At the time, we stood just outside the courthouse. As I gazed upon that revoltingly arrogant visage, 1,000 thoughts raced through my mind, wishing to wrench his head from his shoulders, to silence his vile tongue. Yet, the constraints of my uniform and the law forbade such actions. In that moment, the notion of judicial equity became a mere farce. On that fateful day, I realized that the law serves merely to constrain the ordinary individuals. How I longed for the absence of those restrictive frameworks. If only I could rush forth without hesitation, avenging the girl and delivering justice on their behalf. I even found myself praying for the arrival of the apocalypse. In such a scenario, anyone who dared to act arrogantly before me would surely find their neck twisted. To my astonishment, it seems the end of days has indeed arrived. Is this not a dream come true? Ding Dali, a man of the lower strata, had witnessed the myriad sufferings of humanity. He had always understood that true fairness could never exist in this world. A just person with a fiery temperament finds it exceedingly difficult to accept such darkness. Little did he know that the former Chun-Na had nearly become an underground judge. Gently patting Chun-Na's back, he inquired softly, "And what happened next? Did that second-generation official trouble you?" "Enough," she replied sharply. "Do not dwell on such matters. In this world, that official is likely dead. Even if he still breathes, should fate allow us to cross paths, I shall ensure his demise." A glint of ferocity flashed in Chun-Na's eyes as she coldly declared, "I do not require your assistance. If I encounter him while he still lives, I will certainly make him suffer. Henceforth, I implore you to cease these trivial trials. I have long awaited a life without constraints. Should anyone dare to put on airs before us, I shall promptly deliver their reckoning. Twisting necks alone will not suffice." Suddenly, Ding Dali exclaimed, raising his hand as a flash of lightning struck the head of the rat's corpse, instantly charring it to a crisp. He then affectionately kissed Chun-Na on the cheek and cheerfully declared, "A little survival tip for the apocalypse. Remember this, to utterly eliminate a person, one must destroy their head, for there exist numerous bizarre abilities that could allow a person to recover, even if they do not return to life. As long as the brain remains intact, they could rise again as a zombie." Upon witnessing Ding Dali wield his lightning ability, Chun-Na, who had been reminiscing with a touch of melancholy, suddenly felt a surge of excitement, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Is this also your power, dear? How many abilities do you possess?" "I currently have 3. Can everyone possess multiple abilities?" "Not necessarily. Most individuals have only one ability. However, I suspect there are others like me with several powers, for the world is vast and full of wonders. No, dear. Hurry and gather supplies. Once we're done, we must leave quickly, Chen Na urged, her eagerness evident. Ding Dali was puzzled by her sudden fervor. Why the rush to get out? I cannot fall too far behind you. Hurry up and collect the supplies. I want to venture out and take down zombies. I seek to enhance my strength. At the very least, Zhen Huan is not prone to headshots, but Niu Hiru Chen Na certainly will. Are we going to Lianhua supermarket now? Chen Na inquired, glancing at the desolate farmer's market with satisfaction. After checking their storage space and finding room for more, she insisted, yes, we must go. Chapter 20. The supermarket survivor emerging from the bustling farmer's market and passing through the rusted gate. The parking lot revealed a few aimless zombies wandering about, seemingly appearing from nowhere. The duo wasted no time. With swift and decisive movements, they dispatched the creatures with ease. The zombies on the road remained sparse, scattered in small groups. For these two first-tier awakened beings, navigating through them was as effortless as a gentle breeze. As they approached the entrance of the residential community, the security guard in the booth caught sight of them. Through the window, the guard waved his hands frantically, akin to a windshield wiper. Yet he dared not utter a sound, fearful of attracting the attention of the undead. Ding Dali merely cast a cursory glance and chose to disregard him. Having cleared most of the zombies outside, he found no reason to concern himself with someone who preferred to cower inside and flail his arms. A figure unworthy of sympathy or attention. The two of them continued their purposeful stride toward the supermarket. This establishment, though modest in size, occupied a two-story building with the supermarket on the ground floor and an internet CAF above. Despite its small stature, it stood as a landmark at the crossroads, frequented by residents from nearby communities who sought convenience over visiting the farmer's market. The business thrived well. Such small supermarkets were as plentiful in the city as the stars in the night sky. Unlike the diminutive stores transformed from residential houses within the neighborhoods, this chain's supermarket boasted a compact yet comprehensive array of goods. Apart from the farmer's market, the Lianhua supermarket offered the most abundant supplies in the vicinity. Although Ding Dali could procure resources by slaying zombies, he also had the option to seize supplies from others. On the first day, the number of zombies outside was scarce, presenting an exceptional opportunity to gather supplies. Before him lay a veritable treasure trove of resources, and to neglect such an opportunity would be sheer folly. With deftness, Ding Dali employed his lock-picking skills to gently raise the supermarket's shutter door. As it ascended, a group of individuals stood eerily still behind the glass, their eyes fixated on him, startling him greatly. He had anticipated finding at most 1 or 2 night shift employees, yet he was confronted with such a multitude of people. Inside the supermarket, the onlookers scrutinized the two individuals outside, noting their grasp of heating pipes and the conspicuous stains of blood that marred their clothing. Resembling formidable specters emerging from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of menace. Not far behind them lay the grotesque remains of several zombies, scattered across the floor. Clearly, these two were responsible for the carnage. What were these individuals? They were remarkably formidable, having dispatched so many zombies. Could they be here to rescue us? It hardly seemed likely. If it were an official rescue, surely it would not consist of merely 2 people. Perhaps, but we are hardly significant figures. It would be a stroke of fortune if anyone came to our aid. The crowd buzzed with speculation when a middle-aged man stepped forward. Ding Dali immediately recognized him as the supermarket's owner. The man raised his hands to silence the crowd and spoke in a firm tone. Enough? No need for alarm. We don't want to attract those creatures. With that, the supermarket owner produced a key, unlocking the chain on the glass door, and ushered Ding Dali and his companion inside. Upon entering the supermarket, Ding Dali noted the proprietor swiftly secure the entrance, peering cautiously around before exhaling a sigh of relief upon confirming the absence of any living zombies. He meticulously surveyed the interior, observing 8 individuals standing around. Not far off, beneath a promotional display of milk, lay the corpses of 3 zombies, accompanied by a bloodied fire extinguisher. Did you slay those 3 zombies? Ding inquired. No, young man. Those zombies are not our doing. May I boldly ask if you are here for rescue? You mean to say those zombies were not your handiwork? Does that imply there are others present? Last night, there were 13 people here. 3 employees succumbed to the infection, and 2 individuals attempted to confront them. One was devoured by the zombies, while the other managed to dispatch a zombie, but suffered a bite in the process. Fearing that the bitten would also turn, we bound the afflicted individual. Isn't that how it goes in zombie films? Ding regarded the supermarket owner with skepticism. With so many of you, only 2 ventured forth to face the zombies? The owner, taken aback by the inquiry, hesitated momentarily, his gaze evasive as he stammered, about to respond. At that moment, a heavily made-up woman stepped forward, hands on her hips, her high heels clicking assertively against the floor. She scrutinized Chen Na with disdain, rolling her eyes dramatically before raising her voice in a shrill tone. The supermarket owner discreetly tugged at the flamboyant woman's sleeve, gesturing toward the clubs in Ding Dali and the other's hands, signaling her to refrain from speaking recklessly. The actions of the supermarket owner ignited a sudden fury within the woman, who pointed an accusatory finger at him and began to berate him. A resounding slap struck her face, causing it to swell instantly. The assailant was none other than Wang Defa, the supermarket owner. Xiaoya, mind your language. There are outsiders present, and I shall not stoop to your level. Do not overstep your bounds. Wang Defa, for heaven's sake, are you infatuated with that flirt beside him? That wretched girl who was bitten by a zombie. Do you find it unbearable to cast her aside? I knew you could never change your ways. Before she could finish her tirade, another slap resounded through the air, this time delivered by Chen Na, who did not hold back. The woman, known as Xiaoya, continued to rant, her head spinning before her face turned away from the crowd. Her mouth continued to move, yet no sound emerged. After a few blinks, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground. The crowd within the supermarket recoiled in shock, like startled birds taking flight. 2 female cashiers, as if bereft of their very spines, fell to the floor in astonishment, exclaiming, "Murder! Murder!" Chen Na remained unperturbed, resembling a statue as she coldly surveyed the retreating crowd. With a mere gesture, a fireball streaked through the air like a meteor, striking Xiaoya's lifeless body, which ignited instantly, akin to dry kindling. With no grievances in the past and no animosity in the present, to hurl insults upon first meeting was indeed a fate richly deserved. Under the piercing gaze of Chen Na, akin to a chilling arrow, the patrons of the supermarket were already rendered mute with fear. Witnessing her conjure a fireball out of thin air, a scene so bizarre, left everyone frozen as though ensnared by a spell, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Wang Defa, the supermarket owner, felt a volcanic rage erupt within him upon witnessing the murder of his lover. However, as he recalled the gruesome sight of the corpses strewn outside, he recognized that the 2 individuals before him were like fiends risen from the depths of hell, exceedingly strange and far beyond his capacity to confront. Thus, he forcibly suppressed his fury and approached Ding Dali and his companion with the obsequiousness of a lapdog, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. That woman was utterly reckless. I have long harbored disdain for her. She deserved her fate. Offending this lady was indeed a grave misstep, he proclaimed, though uncertainty lingered in his mind regarding the intentions of these 2 visitors to his humble establishment. If you are here to gather supplies, then please, make yourselves comfortable. Ding Dali regarded the insincere middle-aged man before him with palpable impatience. Upon hearing Ding's words, Wang Defa's displeasure flickered across his features, but was quickly replaced by the same placid smile reminiscent of Methriya Buddha as he gazed at the man who had spoken. Afterward, he retreated a few steps like a humble servant, gesturing for his employees to follow him. The staff, too intimidated to meet his gaze, shuffled along with heads bowed, resembling wilted eggplants, as they entered a room secured by a theft-proof door in the corner of the supermarket. Chapter 21. The bitten woman. As the patrons of the supermarket trailed behind their boss, one after another slipping into the so-called office, they were clearly anxious not to be left behind. Ding Dali let out a cold laugh, disregarding them as he meandered leisurely through the supermarket. It was only after a casual stroll that he was taken aback to discover that the majority of the shelves were stocked with daily necessities. The shelves containing food and water had been completely ravaged, leaving little behind. What remained were merely a few scattered bags of puffed snacks strewn across the floor. Gazing at the barren shelves, Chen Na asked, her face a mask of suspicion, "Is it possible that the supermarket is yet to restock? Why are so many shelves so desolate? How could it be that only the shelves for food and water have been emptied? Do you think the supermarket owner is that benevolent, allowing us to take what we please? There must be some hidden agenda at play here, something we are unaware of. We should investigate further." The 2 had just taken a few steps along the shelves when 2 faint coughs suddenly echoed in the stillness of the supermarket. The sound was exceedingly subtle, yet it resonated clearly in the tranquil atmosphere. "Be careful. Someone's here," Ding Dali whispered urgently, his expression serious. before darting towards the source of the sound like an arrow released from a bow. The noise seemed to emanate from a glass enclosure beside the supermarket entrance. Ding Dolly, a frequent visitor of this establishment, recalled that on either side of the entrance, one side was filled with an array of snacks, pancakes, grilled sausages, candied hawthorns, and the like, while the other side housed a partitioned glass room filled with children's rides and claw machines. Familiar with the layout, he had merely cast a cursory glance at the glass room upon entering with Chin Na, failing to notice the presence of anyone inside. Not far from the corpse, there sat a woman on the ground, her body bound to a claw machine. A portion of flesh was missing from her arm, marked by conspicuous bite marks. The skin surrounding the wounds gradually faded to a pallid gray, while blue veins crept outward from the injury. Upon hearing footsteps, the woman slowly lifted her head, her pale face glistening with beads of sweat. Her once tidy ponytail had become disheveled, with strands of hair clinging to her face, droplets of sweat trickling down. Her delicate features, juxtaposed with her feeble demeanor, rendered her akin to a sickly neighbor girl. Though she bore the appearance of an innocent neighbor, her figure was undeniably alluring, possessing an enticing curvature. The ropes binding her had been skillfully tied, accentuating her form to perfection. However, despite her captivating physique, Ding Dolly found himself unable to gaze for long. It was not a matter of disinterest. Rather, the moment he beheld her face, waves of tumult surged within him, leaving him in turmoil. This visage had etched a profound imprint in the depths of his memory. It is worth noting that, prior to Ding Dolly's rebirth in the apocalyptic world, numerous prominent factions and teams flourished, with many individuals gaining notable renown, all affiliated with some power or group. Yet, genuine solitary wanderers were a rarity, for survival alone in such a brutal world was akin to scaling the heavens. Nevertheless, one such wanderer existed, thriving in freedom and possessing unfathomable strength. Even before Ding Dolly's demise, this individual remained a figure of great acclaim. No one knows the true nature of this individual's awakened abilities. It is only known that she can stealthily eliminate anyone who stands against her, like a phantom. Her rise to fame began when the leaders of 3 formidable survivor groups offended her. In a single night, those 3 leaders met inexplicable and gruesome fates in their own chambers, their bodies severed, and not even their most trusted subordinates were spared, all perishing in the same manner. The principal forces of 3 bases were annihilated overnight. In the apocalyptic world, this was tantamount to obliterating the 3 bases entirely. From that moment, her reputation soared, and none dared to provoke her lightly. Such a specter, who appeared and vanished without a trace, and acted with decisiveness and ruthlessness, wore the countenance of a neighborly girl and possessed a name imbued with poetic grace, Yi Zhiqiu. In his previous life, Ding Dolly had engaged in several exchanges with Yi Zhiqiu, a common practice among the strong in this devastated world. It was precisely this that left Ding Dolly with an indelible impression of her. Little did he expect that at the onset of the apocalypse, Yi Zhiqiu would be residing near his home. Ding. Suitable target detected, quickly pursue. Gathering information on the subject. Name, Yi Zhiqiu. Rating, 90 human female strength, 4 speed, 9 stamina, 5 spirit, 5 special ability, awaiting awakening. To his astonishment, Yi Zhiqiu's foundational physical attributes were remarkably high, particularly her speed, which was nearly on par with that of an awakened individual. Ding Dolly gazed at the data, unable to suppress his admiration. Ding. Warning. The target is on the verge of becoming a corpse. If my brother does not wish to acquire the title of Zombie Knight, he must act swiftly. However, something seems amiss. Yi Zhiqiu is about to undergo zombification, yet how did he awaken in his previous life? Ding Dolly cast a glance at the decayed head on the ground, and suddenly, everything became clear to him. Something must have transpired in his past life that caused this head to shatter, revealing the crystal core within. Once Yi Zhiqiu lays eyes on the core, he would undoubtedly be unable to resist consuming it. By devouring the core, he could negate his zombification and become an awakened one. I saw you intervene. Help me eliminate those people. I can offer you a truckload of supplies. Yi Zhiqiu's voice was weak, yet the mention of exterminating those individuals ignited a fierce determination within him. Oh, you want me to help you kill that group? A truckload of supplies is hardly sufficient. What must I do to gain your assistance? I am willing to do anything as long as you help me eliminate them. It's quite simple. Become my woman, and I shall assist you. Upon hearing such words, Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. I can feel myself transforming into one of those flesh-eating monsters. Others are fleeing in fear, and you want me to be your woman? Are you not repulsed by the thought of me as a zombie? Regardless of your condition, just answer me. Will you or will you not? Ding Dali felt a surge of urgency, thinking to himself, for heaven's sake, agree quickly. I need to feed you the crystal core. If you truly become a zombie, everything will be lost. Yet, Yushichio, misinterpreting his words as a sign of acceptance, felt a flicker of warmth in his heart and nodded. Help me eliminate them. I will become your woman. Deal. It is settled. Rest assured, as long as you are with me, I will not allow you to succumb to the fate of becoming a corpse. Moreover, I can empower you to take vengeance upon that wretched group yourself. Upon hearing that she could avoid becoming a mindless husk and even exact her own revenge, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Yushichio's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she nodded vigorously once more. Excellent. It is settled. Hearing this, Ding Dali was elated. The prospect of having such a formidable woman as an ally was exhilarating. As for whether she would have a change of heart later, based on his past understanding of her, Ding Dali believed that she was a woman of her word and would likely not waver. Even if she did, he had the means to make her comply. Hurry. I feel as though I am on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, Yushichio cried out in agony, blood spurting from her mouth and nose. Alas, this is dire. Without hesitation, Ding Dali crushed a nearby skull beneath his foot, extracted the crystalline core, and forcefully placed it into Yushichio's mouth. Then he spoke in a solemn tone. Ignore everything else. Feel the energy coursing through your body. It may hurt, but you must endure. Once she becomes a novice awakener, she will be immune to the bites of low-level zombies, and similarly, a first-level awakener will be immune to the bites of first-level zombies. Taking in Ding Dali's words, Yushichio gritted her teeth and bore the pain of evolution, not uttering a single sound. When the crystalline core was fully digested, Yushichio successfully evolved. However, the process of becoming a corpse did not cease entirely. It merely slowed significantly. It appeared that a single core was insufficient. Ding Dali then retrieved several novice crystalline cores from his spatial storage, one by one placing them into Yushichio's mouth. He continued until she once again exhibited a pained expression, at which point he ceased. The process of evolution occurred swiftly. Yushichio experienced little suffering. Her once pallid complexion regained a flush, and her previously listless spirit became vibrant. Feeling the surge of power coursing through her body, Yushichio exerted herself, and the ropes binding her snapped instantaneously. Chapter 22. The unpredictable ghost. Yushichio scanned the data of her adversary. Name: Yushichio. Rating: 92. Human female. Primary awakener strength: 50 speed, 65 stamina, 50 mentality, 55 ability. Invisibility. Invisibility, you say? No wonder no one witnessed her employing her powers in her previous life. This ability, combined with attributes rivaling those of a speed awakener, could indeed render her a silent assassin. Although this invisibility ability is rated only A, when paired with sufficiently rapid speed, it becomes rather formidable. A score of 92 indicates an elevation in her rating post-awakening. However, wait. Why is Chen Na's data devoid of a rating now? Brother, those who have already been conquered do not receive scores. Alas, so heartless. Thank you for rescuing me. I am Yushichio. Rest assured, once I eliminate those scoundrels, I shall fulfill my promise to you. Yushichio's declaration interrupted Ding Dali and the system's exchange. He calmly retrieved a large bucket of bottled water collected from the market and placed it on the ground. Let us not rush to violence. First, cleanse yourself briefly and familiarize yourself with your newfound strength and invisibility. Then, we shall procure some clothes for you. With that, he took Chen Na by the arm and exited the partitioned area. Only Yushichio remained in a daze, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Ding Dali and Chen Na were oblivious to the shock that engulfed Yushichio. The two ventured to a corner of the supermarket, an area designated for lingerie and sleepwear. It was perhaps the only section within the store where clothing could be found. As Ding Dali rummaged through the items, his gaze frequently darted toward Chen Na. Acutely aware that he had just declared in her presence his desire for another to be his woman. Observing her hesitance, he inquired, "What troubles you? Speak your mind. Is this Yushichio also your woman from a previous life?" She asked. "Not exactly," he replied. "Then why did you say you wanted her to be your woman?" Chen Na's tone carried a hint of displeasure. "Although Yushichio was not my woman in my past life, she was an exceptionally formidable lone wolf. Those who crossed her met their demise silently. Do you know what people called her in the past? Chen Na shook her head, prompting Ding Dali to continue. They referred to her as the uncanny ghost Yi Zhiqiu, akin to the harbingers of death, taking lives without a sound. This illustrates her immense power. A being of her caliber must be courted as an ally. Only by making her my woman can I ensure her unwavering loyalty. Why must she be your woman to guarantee her loyalty? Ding Dali playfully slapped Chen Na's backside and teasingly remarked, Do you not understand the implications of your own heart? Upon hearing his words, Chen Na's face flushed crimson, her legs trembling unsteadily beneath her. In a moment of exasperation, she pinched Ding Dali's waist, exclaiming, You are insufferable. Regardless, it is evident that you have other women. An additional one matters not, especially one who is a capable sister. However, let it be clear, no matter how many there may be in the future, I shall always be the primary one. Undoubtedly, you are the chief wife. Should anyone else fail to comply, you shall deal with them without regard for my feelings. Observing Ding Dali's nonchalant demeanor, akin to a dead pig unbothered by boiling water, Chen Na inexplicably felt the urge to give him a beating. Alas, she realized she could never overpower him, not by day, nor by night. She could only concede defeat. Gingerly selecting a few pieces of lingerie and presenting them to Ding Dali. Here, this outfit should suit Yi Zhiqiu. Let us find her a nightgown to wear over it as a makeshift solution. Ding Dali paused momentarily, accepting the lingerie and glancing at it, then flatteringly remarked, The chief wife is indeed remarkable. She can discern a sister's measurements at a glance. Stop being so shameless. Tell me, before your rebirth, who was more powerful, you or Yi Zhiqiu? Ding Dali then selected a nightgown, placing it alongside the lingerie in a bag. After pondering for a moment, he replied, Well, actually, in my previous life, I knew Yi Zhiqiu, though we weren't particularly close. However, I estimate that at that time, I was not her match. Oh, she is that formidable? Could she subdue you? Rest assured, in this life, my strength undoubtedly surpasses hers. Upon hearing this, Chen Na took 2 seconds to react, her face instantly flushing crimson. With a hint of annoyance, she pinched Ding Dali again. Casting him a sidelong glance, she mockingly scolded, Oh dear, husband, are you about to faint? Why is there blood streaming from your nose? What nonsense about corpses? Stop spouting such absurdities. I am incensed. With keen perception, promptly handed the bag containing the clothes to her. The supermarket offered only these garments, so she would have to make do. Accepted the bag without hesitation and began to dress. She showed no modesty, and the tantalizing glimpses of her figure left swallowing hard, prompting him to clear his throat twice in an attempt to redirect the conversation. Ahem. I am, and this is my wife. Could you enlighten us about your grievances with the people at the supermarket? Why the compulsion to eliminate them? Once was fully attired. One could see that her youthful radiance shone through even in sleepwear. She shyly nodded towards, utterly perplexed by how this man could so brazenly suggest she become his woman in front of his wife. However, noticing that displayed no apparent disapproval, she felt a sense of relief. The dismembered corpse that lay on the floor had been tidily arranged by in a corner. When inquired about the supermarket incident, her gaze fell sorrowfully upon the corpse, tears welling in her eyes. That is my father's body. We were supposed to deliver goods to this supermarket last night, but a minor mishap left us trapped here. Each time we made deliveries, my father and I would drive separate light trucks, one filled with rice, flour, oil, vegetables, and fruits, and the other with various fast foods. When we arrived last night, all the supermarket staff were present, and as was customary, it would take less than an hour to unload the cargo. Having just unloaded half a truckload of fast food, the supermarket proprietor Wang Defa handed me a bottle of water and exchanged a few words. However, his mistress witnessed this moment and erupted into a fierce argument with him. Yi Zhiqiu gestured towards a pile of charred remains outside the supermarket, indicating the woman who had been mercilessly slain by them. As Wang Defa and his mistress engaged in a tumultuous scuffle, she hurled insults at him and, inexplicably, accused me of seducing him. She even attempted to grab my hair, and had it not been for my father's intervention, she would have undoubtedly laid hands on me. This uproar persisted for quite some time, with onlookers either trying to mediate or simply enjoying the spectacle, leaving the unloading of goods entirely neglected. In retrospect, I am grateful that it was late and the streets were devoid of people. Had there been a crowd drawn by her furious tirade, the consequences of such a gathering turning into a horde of zombies would have been catastrophic. The commotion caused by Wang Defa's mistress delayed us until the witching hour, when an exceedingly strange fog descended upon us. Initially, curiosity prevailed, but it soon became apparent that this fog was unusually dense, cascading from the heavens like liquid. This peculiar sight silenced the quarrel, prompting everyone to retreat into the supermarket and secure the doors. At this juncture, Yijiqiu paused momentarily, seizing the opportunity to inquire of Ding Dali, "Are those two light trucks outside yours?" "Indeed," I replied. "One is filled to the brim with rice, flour, oil, and an abundance of fruits and vegetables. The other truck, which only has half a load of fast food remaining, has had the rest moved into the supermarket." I overheard Wang Defa suggesting that you take whatever supplies you wish. Do not be fooled by his empty politeness. He has already stashed all the consumables in that storage room tucked away in the corner of the supermarket. He spoke of an office, where discarded items were merely everyday necessities. Chapter 23. The Predicament of Yijiqiu. Alas, indeed, there is something amiss. I had suspected that the food in the supermarket could not have vanished as swiftly as a locust swarm. Wang Defa is truly a master of deceit. I should have confronted him earlier. Chen Na spat in discontent, flames erupting from her hand. Yijiqiu stared momentarily at the fire in Chen Na's palm, then nodded in agreement with a cold smirk, gritting his teeth. Humph. This Wang Defa is not merely a liar, but a treacherous serpent cloaked in charm. He inhaled deeply, as if to expel the fury brewing within him, then continued to narrate slowly. None had ever witnessed such an occurrence. A living person transforming into a grotesque monster. Panic-stricken, they scattered throughout the supermarket like headless flies, using the shelves as shields against the onslaught of zombies. Ultimately, they huddled together in a corner of the supermarket storeroom. After a night of torment, the zombies lingering at the entrance finally dispersed. However, after a sleepless night, hunger gnawed at their insides. Yet the storeroom held only rice and flour, devoid of water. Surely, they could not subsist on raw grains. Furthermore, news from their phones revealed that the outside world was no different. Rescue seemed an eternity away, but their hunger was all too real. Hence, someone proposed sending 2 individuals outside to retrieve food and water, but with 3 zombies still lurking, who would dare venture out? At that moment, Wang Defa's mistress began to stir up trouble. Pointing at my father and me, she declared, "These 2 are not from our supermarket. I believe they should be the ones to venture out for supplies." Her words resonated with many, but I vehemently disagreed. Why should we be the ones to confront the zombies? At that moment, Wang Defa approached my father, cheerfully addressing him as Brother Yi, repeatedly asserting that he had no other choice but to send us out for food. Peering through the peephole, my father noticed that the zombies were not surrounding the door and reasoned that it should be safe to retrieve some supplies. Thus, he acquiesced to their request. Little did I know that she intended for us to lure the zombies outside. I immediately interjected, stating that we had already ventured out once and would not do so again. Upon hearing my words, Wang Defa's mistress angrily attempted to tug at my hair, only to be restrained by Wang Defa himself. Still beaming, he insisted that my father and I had already been out once, and it would be unfair to send us out again. To ensure fairness, he proposed a vote on who would go out to attract the zombies. At this juncture, Yijiqiu's expression turned icy as she continued to speak, directing her gaze towards the warehouse. She claimed it was about fairness. Yet it was evident that they were all in cahoots, having already conspired to target my father and me. The outcome was predictable. Apart from my father and me, everyone else voted for us. Frustrated, I wanted to argue, but my father, recognizing their overwhelming numbers and fearing for my safety, held me back, stating that it was merely a matter of diverting the zombies' attention, and as long as they acted swiftly from behind, there should be no issue. Yet my father still overestimated their humanity. After we emerged, we encountered a zombie in the milk promotion area. My father gestured for me to wait in place while he sought to distract the creature. Everything seemed to unfold smoothly. The zombie was drawn in circles by my father's movements. He then waved to signal others to swiftly approach and ambush the zombie from behind. However, everyone merely stood at the entrance, passively observing, with not a single soul willing to intervene. Seeing their inaction filled me with urgency, and I seized a fire extinguisher from the wall, striking the zombie down. Yet, it flipped over and rose again. My father rushed to assist, but no matter how many times we managed to knock the creature down, it would rise once more. In that moment, I recalled that zombies are typically vulnerable at the head, so I lifted the extinguisher and struck the zombie's skull repeatedly. After numerous blows, it finally ceased its thrashing. This particular zombie was definitively subdued. However, the commotion attracted 2 more zombies. The struggle had drained much of my energy, and as I gasped for breath, I failed to notice one creeping up behind me, just as it was about to sink its teeth into my neck. My father extended his arm to shield me from the bite. Yet, the zombie clamped down on his arm, and in a futile struggle, both collapsed to the ground, only for another zombie to pounce upon them. Thus, before my very eyes, my father was gruesomely torn apart, while I too sustained a bite on my arm during the fray. Ultimately, I managed to fell the zombie, but at what cost to my father? And those brutes, regardless of my desperate cries for help, merely emerged from the warehouse, standing behind the shelves, watching, just watching. At that moment, I realized they had no intention of intervening. Seeing that the zombies had perished, Wang Defa instructed everyone to transfer all consumables into the warehouse, just in case. During their efforts, my father's severed head underwent a transformation, and they surmised that being bitten would inevitably lead to becoming a zombie. Consequently, they bound me within this place. The one who tied me up was Wang Defa. I inquired why, despite my father saving him, he would still harm me. Wang Defa arrogantly declared that it is better for one's own to perish than for outsiders. He further remarked that if I hadn't been bitten, it would be ideal, allowing me to enjoy myself before any further developments. The individual who bound you is Wang Defa? That old fellow is quite skilled. Huh? What do you mean by skilled? It's nothing at all. Yi Zhiqiu recounted every single detail of the events that transpired in the supermarket to Ding Dali and Shun Na. Meanwhile, Wang Defa and his group, hiding in the warehouse. We're not idle. Boss, are we truly going to allow those two to kill and then steal? The speaker, clad in the supermarket's uniform, was a sales assistant. Wang Defa, seated among them, replaced his usual cheerful demeanor with a grim expression as he said, "Humph, that woman creates trouble for me daily. If she dies, so be it. But to kill my people right before my eyes is utterly despicable. However, those two may prove to be formidable opponents. Indeed, boss, I noticed that the woman seems capable of conjuring fireballs out of thin air. It's quite bizarre." Bizarre? Humph. We possess similar abilities. With that, a bottle of mineral water nearby levitated, spun gracefully in front of everyone, and then landed steadily on the ground. As the crowd beheld this scene, disbelief etched upon their faces as they gazed at Wang Defa. He cast a sweeping glance over the assembly and then retrieved 2 transparent crystals from his pocket. At the sight of these, a collective instinct to swallow arose, as their hearts brimmed with an insatiable desire to consume them. Had Ding Dali been present, he would have immediately recognized these as elementary energy cores. After binding the young lady Yi Zhiqiu, I initially contemplated using a kitchen knife to eliminate her, thus preventing her from becoming a zombie and causing us trouble. While passing by the 3 corpses of zombies that had met their demise at the hands of the duo, I discovered one of these crystals amidst a mass of decaying flesh, and subsequently unearthed 2 more from the other bodies. After cleansing them with water, I found myself unable to resist the urge to ingest one, leading me to the restroom where I consumed it. Instantly, an excruciating pain enveloped my body, rendering me unconscious. When I regained consciousness, I realized my physical capabilities had significantly enhanced, and I had even acquired supernatural abilities. I surmised that such entities resided within the brains of zombies and possessed the potential to facilitate human evolution. Consequently, I resolved to abandon the notion of killing Yi Zhiqiu, opting instead to wait until she transformed into a zombie, at which point I could procure another of these remarkable cores. Yet, before I could act, those 2 individuals burst in. Chapter 24. A frightening encounter at the supermarket. Wang Defa, his gaze shrouded in shadows, surveyed the crowd and continued, "That woman is merciless, slaying without a flicker of hesitation, and she can conjure blazing flames from thin air. I suspect she, too, has partaken in this substance. As for the man beside her, I can faintly sense that his strength is unfathomable. It would be exceedingly difficult for someone like me, even with abilities, to contend with him. Thus, I resolved to select 2 individuals from among you to partake in this substance. As long as those of us who awaken outnumber them, we shall undoubtedly triumph." Upon hearing the proprietor's declaration, the others in the supermarket felt an exhilarating surge within, akin to tumultuous waves in a vast ocean. The prospect of acquiring superpowers was a cherished dream for the ordinary. Moreover, the 2 crystal cores before them resembled enchanted gemstones, inciting an irresistible urge to snatch them and consume them. Yet, witnessing the owner's peculiar abilities, none dared to act impulsively. Wang Defa was quite pleased with the reaction of the crowd, pointing towards 2 employees known for their eagerness, much like a general directing his troops. Li Xiaoqiang, Zhang Shuai. If I bestow this opportunity upon you, can you safeguard the supermarket? The two named individuals were as thrilled as monkeys presented with bananas, springing up in place and fervently assuring their unwavering loyalty to the owner and the supermarket. Without hesitation, Wang Defa decisively divided the two crystal cores between them, assigning one to each to ingest, and he did not forget to reassure the others. Fear not, as long as we expel those two, with our newfound powers, we can vanquish more zombies and acquire additional crystal cores, granting everyone the ability. The crowd, upon hearing this, erupted in jubilant enthusiasm, as if they could already envision their own awakening of superpowers. Soon, Li Xiaoqiang and Zhang Shuai completed their evolution, transforming into awakened beings. However, neither developed extraordinary abilities. One gained remarkable strength, while the other possessed a swiftness akin to that of an unleashed arrow. This also represents a trajectory of evolution for most awakened individuals, where one or two attributes stand out remarkably. Not all awakened beings possess supernatural abilities. Of course, Wang Defa was unaware of this, believing that Li Xiaoqiang's newfound strength and Zhang Shuai's incredible speed were the manifestations of extraordinary powers. This illusion filled Wang Defa with an overwhelming sense of confidence, as if he had become the sovereign of this apocalyptic realm. Li Xiaoqiang, exhilarated by the immense power coursing through his muscles, effortlessly lifted several bags of rice with one hand before setting them down. Boss, I feel as though I have boundless strength. When shall we take action? I will surely crush them with a single blow. Zhang Shuai, too, executed rapid leg raises, exclaiming, Boss, you need not lift a finger. With Xiaoqiang and I, one each will suffice. Wang Defa was elated, his mind already concocting schemes. Since the world was already in ruins, why not eliminate that man and keep the woman for himself? Heh. That woman was undeniably far more appealing than Xiaoya. It would undoubtedly be thrilling. Just as Wang Defa was indulging in such thoughts, a female cashier interrupted him. Has anyone heard that rustling sound? It truly seems there is a rustling noise. Wang Defa listened intently. The sound was familiar to him, emanating from a mouse hole in the warehouse that often hosted rodent visitors. However, he distinctly recalled having sealed that hole with cement. Ah, look, what a large rat. The female cashier screamed, pointing towards a pile of supplies while retreating in panic. The crowd collectively gasped upon sighting the enormous rodent, its size surpassing that of an ordinary domestic cat. Its eyes were hollow and grayish-white, while its coarse, dark fur bristled ominously, resembling an enraged feral dog. Fear not, for it is merely a large rat. It will be easy to dispatch, proclaimed Li Xiaoqiang, stepping forth to reassure the onlookers. Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when a veritable torrent of additional rats emerged from behind the first. 1, 2, 3, 4, more appeared in rapid succession, an unending stream. As the first rat darted towards the crowd with the swiftness of an arrow, new ones continued to surge forth. The initial rat charged directly at Li Xiaoqiang, who remained remarkably composed, readying his fist for a powerful strike. However, the rodent's speed far exceeded his expectations. Before his fist could connect, the rat, like a flash of lightning, sank its teeth into his neck. With a savage tug, it tore away a piece of flesh, and in an instant, a gaping wound appeared on his neck, blood gushing forth like a deluge. After Yi Zhiqiu and Ding Dali recounted their harrowing experiences at the supermarket, having forged a bond of solidarity, they resolved to assist her in seeking vengeance. Just as the trio prepared to act, a chilling chorus of anguished screams and desperate cries for help emanated from the direction of the warehouse. Uncertain of what had transpired, the trio hastily dashed towards the warehouse door, their feet barely touching the ground. As they reached the midway point, the warehouse door was abruptly flung open with a resounding bang, and 3 individuals, battered and in a state of panic, emerged from within. Following closely behind them was a horde of rats, as large as cats, charging forth like famished predators. Upon spotting the rats, Ding Dali immediately recognized their true nature, his heart racing in alarm. By heavens! Zombie beasts! Prepare for battle. System, initiate data scan. Zombie rat beasts tier. 1 strength, 100 speed, 110 stamina, 100 mentality, 100 without pause. Ding Dali continued to scan the multitude of rats, without exception. Each was classified as Tier 1. And this was merely the first day? The evolutionary path of animals mirrored that of humans. Some had devolved into zombie beasts, while others had ascended to mutated forms. A bite from a mutated beast would not lead to zombification, but a bite from a zombie beast was a dire fate indeed, ensuring transformation into a mindless creature. Moreover, the singular distinction in the evolution of animals, as opposed to humans, lay in the fact that both mutated and zombie beasts could evolve merely through consumption, regardless of the nature of the flesh. Humans consuming mutated beasts could grow stronger, whereas those who ingested zombie beasts would themselves transform into zombies, and consuming their own kind would yield other aberrations. This horde of nearly 100 Tier 1 zombie rat beasts before him raised a chilling question. How much flesh and blood had they devoured to evolve so rapidly? Damn it! No wonder there were rat droppings in the bulk rice I purchased from this supermarket. How many rats have made their home here? This is clearly a nest. Ding Dali inwardly cursed Wang Defa's ancestors in a fit of frustration. Jiqiu, quickly conceal your figure. Hide behind us. Wait for the opportune moment to strike. Be exceedingly cautious not to get bitten. Xiaona, do not let your guard down. Give it your all. These are all first-tier zombie beasts. We must ensure a fatal blow with every strike. We cannot allow them to encircle us. The approaching zombie beasts had also taken notice of the three vibrant figures. Sensing the abundant energy emanating from them, like famished rats, they surged towards the trio in a frenzied rush. Although they were all first tier, the disparity in strength was vast. As long as they were not cornered, they would face minimal issues. Ding Dali fixed his gaze intently on the zombie beasts, and as they neared, he summoned his inner energy with all his might. Instantly, arcs of electricity surged forth from his body, intertwining in the air to form an impenetrable web of electrical currents. With a swift motion of his hand, the web enveloped the horde of zombie beasts, followed by a series of crackling sounds that filled the air with a pungent scent of charred flesh. All the zombie beasts lay motionless on the ground, their bodies scorched and emitting wisps of steam. Darling, did you not say to prioritize safety? You've left us with no opportunity to engage, exclaimed Chen-Na, retracting the fireball in her hand, her voice laced with surprise. Do not be complacent. They are not dead yet. With my current strength, I can achieve a one-hit kill in a one-on-one encounter. That last strike merely incapacitated them temporarily. We must seize the moment and end them swiftly. Do not grant them a moment's respite. With that, Ding Dali was the first to act. Wielding a heating pipe in one hand and a large kitchen knife from the supermarket in the other. Like a game of whack-a-mole, their heads popped up one after another. Despite the few that were dispatched, the heating pipes remained unscathed, while the supermarket knife snapped effortlessly. What a disgraceful quality. In his heart, Ding Dali cursed Wang Defa and his ancestors 1,000 times over. He discarded the broken knife, but did not cease his movements, continuing to engage in the whack-a-mole game with vigor. Chapter 25. Bountiful Harvest. Ding Dali and Chen-Na's attributes far surpassed those of these first-tier zombie rats. Ding Dali was at the late stage of the first tier, while Chen-Na was at the mid-stage, whereas the zombie beasts were merely at the early stage. The disparity in their stats was akin to a chasm, granting them an absolute advantage. At this moment, the zombie beasts stood as if petrified, unable to move, while the two swiftly reaped their lives at lightning speed. As for Yi Jiqiu, although not capable of delivering a fatal blow like Ding Dali and Chen-Na, with a few strikes, he too could render the zombie beasts lifeless. Soon, all the zombie beasts were vanquished by the trio. The last few, like cornered beasts, struggled to rise and resist, but before Ding Dali, they were but futile attempts against a mighty force. In an instant, Ding Dali amassed 107 first-tier energy crystal cores. What an astonishing fortune! It is worth noting that even the most ordinary first-tier awakeners require merely 10 first-tier crystal cores to evolve. Those with slightly better aptitude might need a dozen, and in his past life, Ding Dali had never heard of anyone consuming more than 20. Now, these first-tier crystal cores were sufficient to elevate several individuals to the second tier. For those who had just stepped into the apocalypse, this was undoubtedly a terrifying prospect. On the first day of the previous world, the majority of people, gripped by fear, remained confined within their homes, unwilling to step outside even for a moment. Only a handful possessed the courage to confront the zombies. As for the more formidable creatures, only the official heavy artillery could bring them down. It appears that there were far more unknowns surrounding that fateful day than I had ever imagined. To my astonishment, there were so many first-tier zombie beasts lurking in close proximity on that day. It is no wonder that the capricious specter Yi Jiqiu was so formidable in my past life. Most likely, her formidable prowess stemmed from the chaos unleashed by these zombie beasts, inadvertently consuming crystal nuclei and employing her stealth abilities to gradually vanquish the zombie beasts like a wraith. However, I am left pondering how she managed to maintain her invisible state for such an extended duration, or whether her powers could also conceal her scent. Lacking any first-hand experience of these events, Ding Dali could only speculate in vain. Yet, the corpses of these zombie beasts before him were not to be squandered. Devouring them all could easily elevate Ding Dali to the second tier. While others perceived these as mere refuse, they represented valuable treasures to him. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he prepared to consume a few. Just then, a shadow flitted across his peripheral vision. Instinctively, he dodged, narrowly escaping. The shadow landed with a thud, emitting a piercing squeak. Upon closer inspection, Ding Dali realized it was a larger rat zombie beast. Rat zombie beast, first tier, strength, 170, speed, 160, stamina, 170, spirit, 150. Bewildered by the data displayed before him, Ding Dali was taken aback. Good heavens, how is there another one? Is this the rat boss? Chen Na exclaimed upon witnessing Ding Dali being ambushed. Grabbing a heating pipe, she prepared to retaliate. However, Ding Dali extended a hand to halt her, speaking sternly. This zombie beast is unlike the others. You are no match for it. Leave it to me. As the mutated rat beast landed, it spun in place several times, emitting a piercing screech reminiscent of metal scraping. Its claws dug into the concrete floor, leaving deep gashes with each swipe. On its final lunge, the rat leaped into the air, hurtling towards Ding Dali with remarkable speed. Seizing the moment, Ding Dali raised the heating pipe and struck fiercely, sending the airborne rat zombie flying like a baseball, crashing into a row of shelves. Remarkably, the rat emerged unscathed from the wreckage, let out a series of shrill cries, and charged once more. The rat's strength and speed were nearly on par with Ding Dali's, resulting in a fierce struggle between the two. The rat's smaller and more agile form allowed it to evade several of Ding Dali's attacks, leaving his clothes torn and his body marked. Had they not been of the same tier, he might have already succumbed to the transformation. In contrast, the zombie rat was faring worse. It had endured countless blows, showing no visible wounds, yet the internal damage had begun to destabilize it. Additionally, as Ding Dali attacked, he infused the heating pipe with electricity, causing bolts to penetrate the creature's body with each strike, inflicting further harm. Blood and filth dripped from the corners of the rat's mouth, shaking off the fur from his body, driven by an instinctual response. Even the zombie rat sensed an impending threat. It turned tail and scurried towards the direction of the warehouse, as if attempting to flee after capturing me like a beggar. There was no way it could escape. With a thunderous roar, Ding Dali unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck the rodent squarely on its rear. The zombie rat screamed and stumbled. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Dali swiftly moved beside the zombie rat, delivering a powerful blow to its head. He struck it relentlessly, not ceasing until the creature's head was reduced to a pulpy mass, lifeless and beyond revival. Uncertain if any stragglers remained, Ding Dali conducted a thorough inspection of the warehouse. Apart from the scattered remnants of gnawed flesh, there was no trace of any more undead beasts. It was a pity about the food within the warehouse. Chen Na and Yi Zhiqiu soon followed into the warehouse, encountering the scene of mangled flesh and human tissue fragments. Chen Na seemed unfazed, accustomed as she was to the gruesome sights from her work in the criminal police. In contrast, Yi Zhiqiu, confronted with the room's sanguine mess, could not help but lean against the wall and retch. Darling, the food is indeed all here, but surely it cannot be consumed now? It is all tainted with rotten flesh and blood. Chen Na regarded the pile of provisions with evident disdain. Let others have it. It holds no value for us. However, within 3 days, these items will be fiercely contested by many. Yi Zhiqiu wiped her mouth, suppressing the turmoil in her stomach. Covering her nose and mouth to shield herself from the overwhelming stench of blood, she spoke with a nasal tone. It is of no consequence. There remains a truck and a half of supplies outside, and the keys are in my possession. Ugh. After speaking, he crouched down and retched once more. Ding Dali retrieved a bottle of water from his space and handed it to Yi Zhiqiu, then slowly began to speak. We should exit. As you have just witnessed, 3 individuals fled from here. Among them is Wang Defa. Although they have already been bitten by the zombie beasts and will inevitably transform, one must honor their word. Since I promised you I would eliminate them, even if they turn into zombies, they must meet their end once more. Now that the zombie beasts have been dealt with, it is their turn. The trio emerged from the warehouse, only to see 3 others rummaging through the corpses of the zombie beasts. It was indeed Wang Defa, Zhang Shuai, and a female sales assistant who had escaped from the warehouse. Perhaps sensing they were being watched, the three raised their heads, locking eyes with the trio. Wang Defa displayed a moment of embarrassment before quickly donning a smile, bending at the waist, and scurrying over like an eager pup, while the other two exchanged glances and followed suit. "I have had enough of your insincerity," he exclaimed, pointing at the other two, continuing, "The remaining two are yours. They will inevitably become zombies, so show no mercy and eliminate them without hesitation." Ding Dali shook the blood from his hands, crouched down, and wiped them on Wang Defa's corpse. He then gazed fervently at Wang Defa's lifeless body, his smile radiant. Ha ha ha, who would have thought there would be an unexpected delight? His swift action was prompted by the discovery that two of the three were awakened once. What thrilled Ding Dali immensely was the astonishing revelation that Wang Defa had awakened an S-class ability, telekinesis. Where could one even begin to rationalize such a phenomenon? It was utterly inconceivable to let this opportunity slip away. Activating his devouring ability, he appropriated the telekinesis for himself while simultaneously draining Wang Defa's lifeless body. Ding, you have acquired plate-licking mastery. Would you like to learn it? Ding Dali was momentarily speechless. No wonder Wang Defa, despite his corpulence, could still entice a mistress. It seemed he possessed a particularly unique skill. Chapter 26. All advancements. Ding Dali focused his thoughts on the plate. No, on the heating pipe in his hand, which appeared to have transformed into an extension of his own will. Wherever his thoughts led, the heating pipe could soar. After conducting several repeat experiments with the items on the surrounding shelves, he concluded that, at his current level, he could manipulate objects weighing up to 100 pounds within a 10-meter radius. To control heavier items over greater distances, he would need to continue to advance. What's the matter? Little beauty, are you dissatisfied that I didn't let you personally handle Wang Defa's demise? Haha, trust me. My killing him yields far greater benefits than your own efforts. With that, he produced a heap of low-level crystal cores and 21st-tier crystal cores, placing them before Yi Zhiqiu. Here, this is your compensation, enough to elevate you to a second-tier awakened being. Yi Zhiqiu understood the value of these items and nodded gratefully at Ding Dali. He then handed over an additional 21st-tier crystal cores to Chen Na. Here, my dear wife, this is for you. Chen Na accepted the crystal cores and playfully delivered a light punch to Ding Dali. While engaged in intimate activities on the bed, you should call me Officer Chen. When you wish to instruct me, refer to me as Xiao Na. When it comes to sharing the spoils, you must call me Big Wife. Just how many titles do you intend to bestow upon me? Oh, you wouldn't understand. Addressing you as Officer Chen in the bedroom adds a touch of romance. What a pity that you did not wear your police uniform during your mission. Ding Dali chuckled lewdly, observing Chen Na's inclination to strike him, prompting him to adopt a more serious tone. Referring to you as Xiao Na while engaged in activities is succinct and avoids any sense of estrangement. I consider this thoughtful. As for calling you Big Wife when distributing the spoils, it serves as a reminder to others that, regardless of how much they receive, they must not forget who holds the primary position. Upon hearing Ding Dali's ramblings, Chen Na nodded in satisfied acknowledgement. Standing nearby, Yi Zhiqiu, after absorbing the explanation, thought to herself, this man is truly shameless. Just then, as the two women prepared to sit on the ground to absorb the crystal cores, Ding Dali gently tugged at Chen Na, signaling her to come closer. Once behind a few shelves, Chen Na, puzzled, inquired, aren't we supposed to absorb the crystal cores? Why have you brought me here? It's nothing. No, wait. What is it you're saying? I don't quite understand. I said it's nothing. Everything I said has been erased. You'll have to figure it out on your own. Seeing Chen Na's bewildered expression, it was evident that she truly did not comprehend. Leaving Ding Dali visibly disappointed as he muttered quietly to himself, do you have some sort of major issue? What are you even talking about? Ding Dali leaned close to Chen Na's ear, meticulously describing his thoughts, causing her ears to redden with each word. By the end of his narration, she playfully pinched him fiercely at his waist. Both women proceeded to absorb crystal nuclei for their evolution, while Ding Dali remained industrious, devouring all the first-tier zombie beasts until they were reduced to mere dried mice. His internal energy reached its zenith, swiftly propelling him to the second tier. After consuming approximately 21st-tier crystal nuclei, the system's energy also reached saturation. However, it did not level up. Without needing to inquire, Ding Dali understood that, given the system's tendencies, it would not upgrade without indulging in more substantial nourishment. It seemed he must first subdue Yi Zhiqiu. As Ding Dali pondered this, his gaze unconsciously roamed over Yi Zhiqiu, evaluating him from head to toe. TSK, quite impressive. Was the man he had chosen not entirely clear-headed? He certainly appeared rather enigmatic. Though such thoughts crossed his mind, he maintained a stoic expression as he approached Ding Dali, handing him the remaining crystal nuclei. There were a dozen junior nuclei left and 4 first-tier ones. Ding Dali cleared his throat awkwardly, extending his hand to accept the nuclei, all the while taking the liberty to brush his hand against Yi Zhiqiu's for a slight advantage. Cough, cough. 16 first-tier nuclei consumed. Quite commendable. Indeed, the potential is substantial. You may keep the crystal nuclei to manage as you see fit. However, to level up further, second-tier nuclei will be required, as first-tier nuclei now offer only minimal enhancement. At that moment, Chun Na completed her evolution, rising to tease. Darling, I have 3 crystal nuclei left, but I want to give them to you. I'll save them for candy tonight. System, display the data for the 3 of us. Name, Ding Dali second tier awakened strength, 230 speed, 230 stamina, 240 spirit, 250 abilities, devouring, space A, lightning S. Telekinesis S name, Chun Na second tier awakened strength, 205 speed, 210 stamina, 205 spirit, 210 abilities, fire manipulation A name, Yi Zhiqiu score, 91 second tier awakened. Female strength, 200 speed, 220 stamina, 200 spirit, 210 abilities. Invisibility A. Upon reviewing the data of these 3 individuals, Ding Dali's heart swelled with excitement. An emotion he could not deny. He had anticipated a protracted wait to ascend to the second tier, yet he was utterly taken aback. This trip to the supermarket had not only yielded a master from a past life, but had also facilitated the ascension of each individual present. More crucially, they had absorbed a formidable ability. In his previous life, Ding Dali was solely focused on rescuing Tang Bibing, neglecting the collection of resources. When he arrived at this supermarket in search of supplies, it was already barren. Who could have foreseen that such treasures lay hidden within this modest establishment? Had Wang Defa not encountered the zombie beasts or Yi Zhiqiu, he might have survived, even thriving in the apocalypse, potentially becoming a formidable leader. However, in reality, there are no what-ifs. In his past life, Wang Defa may have had a glimmer of hope, but in this life, he faced an inescapable fate, devoid of options. After the trio had appropriated all the available supplies from the supermarket, Ding Dali unexpectedly collected all the lollipops from the cashier's counter as well. As if that were not enough, Yi Zhiqiu, like a magician, produced 2 sets of truck keys, waving them in front of Ding Dali to remind him not to forget the 2 vehicles filled with provisions. Ding Dali, astonished, scrutinized Yi Zhiqiu up and down, perplexed. How could this woman, clad in a pocketless nightgown, have concealed the keys? One truck's entire cargo hold was brimming with rice, flour, cooking oil, and an abundance of fruits and vegetables. The other vehicle was neatly packed with boxes of instant foods and snacks. Without hesitation, they began to transfer the supplies from the light truck into their storage space, ensuring nothing from either vehicle went to waste. Ding Dali took the wheel of one truck, leading the way, while Yi Zhiqiu followed closely in the other. They disregarded the newly emerged zombies on the road, plowing through any obstacles in their path. Once a zombie was knocked down, Yi Zhiqiu would drive over it, the weight of the truck adding an exhilarating thrill to the experience. Today, Ding Dali was overflowing with joy from his bountiful harvest, humming a cheerful tune and singing merrily as they sped towards the neighborhood. Chapter 27. System upgrade. The security guard at the entrance, upon seeing the 2 trucks approaching, prepared to lean out of the window to call for help. However, as he noticed that the vehicles had no intention of stopping, they barreled through the entrance barriers without a care. Furious, the guard stamped his feet and cursed from the safety of his post as the trucks came to a halt at the entrance of the building. Upon entering the room, the 3 individuals were enveloped in a foul stench, a consequence of their recent skirmish and the impurities born of evolution, reminiscent of having emerged from a refuse bin. They took turns bathing and donned fresh garments. Had it not been for Tang Bingbing's penchant for shopping, which had filled Ding Dali's wardrobe with her clothes, neither woman would have had anything to change into. Ding Dali contemplated the necessity of gathering more clothing in due time. Otherwise, many outfits would inevitably succumb to damage during their battles. However, in the future, this concern would be alleviated, as new materials would become available for garment creation. boasting enhanced durability and resilience, such as silk produced by mutated silkworms, altered cotton, and the hides of aberrant beasts. In her past life, Ding Dolly had donned a robust leather jacket crafted from the skin of a horse-like mutant, which had proven exceptionally sturdy. After her shower, Ding Dolly retrieved an assortment of vegetables, marinated meats, and several skewers of grilled kidneys from her space and laid them upon the table. "Which of you can cook?" she inquired. The day's events had been overwhelming, and the unfamiliar surroundings left Yijichio feeling somewhat ill at ease. Upon hearing Ding Dolly's question, she raised her hand and murmured, "I can cook. It's usually just my father and me at home, and I do most of the cooking." At the mention of her father, Yijichio's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and a sense of melancholy washed over her. Noticing her distress, Ding Dolly retrieved a case of beer from her space and placed it on the table. "From this moment forward, we are family, and we shall strive to thrive together in this wretched apocalypse. I propose that we share a drink this evening to welcome our new family member." Yijichio recognized the man's intent to console her, and warmth blossomed in her heart as she smiled and nodded, subsequently gathering the ingredients to prepare their meal. Chun-Na gently nudged Ding Dolly with her elbow, wearing an expression that conveyed her understanding. "Well, my dear, you certainly know how to charm the ladies. But where did you procure those roasted kidneys? I don't recall us gathering any, and why does their flavor seem so familiar?" Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Oh, what are you doing? There are others here." Chun-Na playfully scolded, yet Ding Dolly remained oblivious, shutting the door with his foot as the two began to ponder the events discussed earlier at the supermarket. Time passed, and Yijichio, busy in the kitchen, felt her face flush as she heard the commotion from the bedroom. Waves of emotion surged within her, causing her to chop vegetables with increased urgency. By the time she emerged from the room, the table was laden with dishes, and she found herself sitting idly, engrossed in her phone, likely having waited for quite some time. Ding Dolly emerged, a look of satisfaction plastered across his face, while Chun-Na trailed behind, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Upon noticing their arrival, Yijichio set her phone aside and cleared her throat, attempting to mask her awkwardness. "Ahem, the food is nearly cold. Please sit down to eat." Ding Dolly, unfazed and possessing a remarkable audacity, sat down and immediately grabbed a piece of food, praising it even before he had swallowed. "Jichio, your culinary skills are truly outstanding. Come, dear wife, have a taste and replenish your energy." As Yijichio joined the conversation, she suddenly recalled something. Setting down her wine glass, she remarked, "I just saw numerous discussions on my phone about the official news regarding the rescue efforts. Some even captured footage of rescue helicopters flying overhead. It seems the authorities have established a temporary shelter. Should we wait for rescue or head to the shelter ourselves?" "Forget about the rescue. It's not our turn. As for whether to go to the resettlement camp, my answer is a resounding no. For now, we shall remain here as a temporary refuge. Regardless of whether it is a base or a resettlement site, we will not go, or rather, it is simply not the right time. It won't be long before those resettlement camps and survivor bases, which were so painstakingly constructed, will vanish without a trace." This official resettlement camp in Kyoto is known to Ding Dolly. It is not the only official resettlement camp. There are several others throughout Kyoto. The announcement came from the largest survivor base established by the former government of Kyoto, which, of course, was rebuilt by the remnants of power after the current resettlement camp has been obliterated. Yijichio is unaware that Ding Dolly is privy to the events that will unfold in the future, yet Chun-Na is aware. She interrupts the conversation, raising her glass. "Come, let us drink. We have food and drink, so why overthink?" To be fair, Chun-Na's capacity for alcohol is quite formidable in a short span. She polished off an entire case of beer by herself and still demanded more from Ding Dolly. Encouraged by Chun-Na, Yijichio also indulged heartily in the beer. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the three of them leaned back on the sofa, satisfied and belching contentedly. Chun-Na glanced at the two beside her, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she said with a smile, "This shabby place has only one bedroom. How are we going to sleep tonight with three of us?" Ding Dolly, unperturbed, casually replied, What does it matter? We can all sleep together. After all, we are family, and in this apocalypse, why be so particular?" You wish. Having indulged a little too much today, I yearn for solitude. So I shall rest on the sofa tonight while you two occupy the bedroom." With that, I cast a knowing glance at Ding Dolly, conveying my understanding. Ding Dolly's spirits instantly lifted, surprised by how agreeable his wife was. Yet, Yijichio appeared somewhat flustered. It was not that she wished to retract her statement, but rather that she was unprepared for this turn of events. Sister Na, perhaps you should take the bedroom. She hesitated. What do you mean perhaps? It's settled. Ding Dali feigned annoyance, yet continued to signal to Chun Na. Understanding his intent, Chun Na rolled her eyes and kicked Ding Dali's rear, exclaiming irritably, I'm tired. Don't disturb my rest. Take your sister Jiqiu and leave. This brood had consumed several skewers of kidneys, and I simply cannot endure any more commotion. Upon entering the bedroom, Ding Dali assisted Yi Jiqiu in sitting on the edge of the bed. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he gazed intently at her. Jiqiu, you must be aware of what may transpire next. I do not wish to coerce you. That would be futile. I present you with an opportunity. If you are unwilling, I will not press the matter. At dawn, we shall part ways. However, should you choose to accompany me, I cannot guarantee what lies ahead. But I can assure you that I will do my utmost to ensure your survival in this apocalyptic world. Should you disagree, simply shake your head. If you agree, nod. Yi Jiqiu found herself momentarily captivated by the suddenly serious man before her. It was this seemingly ordinary individual who not only saved her, but also avenged her, empowering her to become an awakened being with the means to survive in this dire new reality. Reflecting on the day's experiences, her emotions ebbed and flowed. And before she knew it, a solitary tear escaped her eye. This man, although rather ordinary in appearance and prone to frivolous chatter, seemed to treat his own well and possessed formidable strength, making him a commendable choice in this world. With this thought, Yi Jiqiu wiped away her tear, a smile gracing her face as she gently nodded. Originally, under Yi Jiqiu's gaze, he had suddenly found himself moved to tears. This unexpected display startled Ding Dali, who pondered whether this woman might have a change of heart. However, upon seeing Yi Jiqiu nod, he was momentarily rendered speechless, thinking to himself, damn it. I thought this opportunity was slipping away. What kind of antics was this woman up to, crying one moment and laughing the next? Her eyes were like cannons, and he felt compelled to fire back. Floating in a trance, as if enlightened, she drifted into a serene slumber. Until the deep of night enveloped the world in silence, Yi Jiqiu fell into a deep sleep. Leaning against the headboard, Ding Dali closed his eyes, resting and awaiting something. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Ding. The system successfully leveled up to the second tier, increasing the reward space to 3,000 cubic meters. Reward function, good and evil value inquiry. Ding. The mission for species reproduction has been completed, with a new target established, awarding 20 tons of supplies. Ding. It has been detected that 3 more tasks have been completed with the target individual, Chun Na, awarding an additional 10 tons of supplies. Chapter 28, Night Operations. System. How is this supply reward calculated? Brother, the initial mission rewards are the most substantial. Subsequent rewards are random, with the quantity decreasing as the number of completions increases. Why the hell is that? Have you ever heard the saying that there is no land that cannot be cultivated, only oxen that are worn out? It is indeed arduous. My dear friend, I am a system of abundance. I do not concern myself with the process. I only care about the outcome. What is the point of many attempts if there is no quality? Do you look down upon me? Devour. My friend, let us remain calm and obedient. Shall we take a look at the value of good and evil? What exactly is this good and evil value? It better be useful. The good and evil value is a quantifiable measure of how friendly others are towards you. A perfect score is 100, the higher the score, the more amiable the individual, while a lower score indicates greater hostility. Do you not think this is quite useful? For some reason, Ding Dali increasingly feels that the system speaks with more disdain than he does himself. Nevertheless, this good and evil value is indeed somewhat useful, as in life. One must rely on their acting skills. Some individuals are so treacherous that you would not even realize they are malevolent until they stab you in the back. System. Check the good and evil values of Chun Na and Yi Jiqiu. Ding. Chun Na's good and evil value, 99. Ding. Yi Jiqiu's good and evil value, 85. System. Can these scores betray me? Ding Dali has experienced the pain of betrayal in his past life. Had it not been for betrayal, he would not have met his demise and been reborn. Therefore, in this life, he is particularly concerned about the loyalty of others. My friend, strictly speaking, the higher the score, the less likely one is to betray. A score of 100 signifies absolute loyalty, never to betray. A score above 90 generally indicates a minimal chance of betrayal. A score above 80 also presents a relatively low probability of treachery, but any actions that go against the other party's wishes or endanger their life can diminish the good and evil value, significantly increasing the likelihood of betrayal. In light of recent reflections, it is evident that the moral value system holds significant utility. To survive in a post-apocalyptic world, one must undoubtedly cultivate a team, and the moral value serves as the most effective means of selecting allies. Ding Dali glanced at Yi Zhiqiu, who lay asleep beside him, and muttered to himself, "What a troublesome woman. Her scores remain astonishingly low, despite her exuberance. Had I known, I would have engaged with her more vigorously until she yielded." With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Ding Dali could not resist the impulse to grasp Yi Zhiqiu's arm, causing her to furrow her brow and turn in her sleep. He remained unfazed by any animosity from outsiders. To him, they were expendable. What truly concerned him was the betrayal of those within his circle. Unbeknownst to him, individuals with such elevated moral values were exceedingly rare. After a brief respite, he glanced at the clock. 2 a.m. Rising, he dressed quietly and stealthily made his way to the living room. He intended to discreetly visit the Sunflower Hotel to confront Chen Xiqing. The matter of vengeance was one he could handle alone, and he planned to utilize the community as a temporary refuge, leaving 2 second-tier awakened individuals to safeguard his stronghold. Extracting ample supplies from his spatial storage, he gently placed them on the ground and pinned a note for Chun Na, leaving it on the table. With his preparations complete, he felt ready to depart. But just as he reached for the door, a voice resonated from behind. "What? Planning to leave after taking everything?" It was Chun Na. In the dimness, her expression remained obscured, but Ding Dali chuckled foolishly as he approached and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. "Hee, my dear wife. I'm just stepping out for a moment. I intended to leave quietly so as not to disturb you. Why leave behind so many supplies?" Upon hearing Chun Na's words, Ding Dali was deeply moved, his hands instinctively finding their way to Chun Na's waist, squeezing gently. With a playful grin, he suggested, "Since we have time, why not sharpen our skills? I need to prepare for battle." "Get lost," she retorted. "All right." After exchanging a few instructions, Ding Dali stepped out of the corridor. Suddenly, a notification chimed, detected that Chun Na's loyalty has reached 100, never to betray. Reward, 20 tons of supplies. A satisfied smile spread across Ding Dali's face as he strode purposefully towards the community's exit. He had no intention of taking the light truck. The noise would be too conspicuous and the target too large. Instead, he would proceed quietly, taking whatever caught his eye along the way, seizing opportunities as they arose. Merely a day had passed, yet the grass in the greenbelt had already grown taller than a person. The trees lining the roadside had suddenly shot up significantly as well. Bathed in the bright moonlight, their shadows danced ominously, resembling a monstrous creature with outstretched claws. As he continued toward the intersection by Lianhua Supermarket, he encountered relatively few zombies. However, shortly after crossing the intersection, he began to see scattered zombies along the road. After a day of adaptation, the zombies now exhibited a noticeable increase in strength compared to their daytime selves. For most ordinary individuals, the first day was the optimal moment to eliminate zombies. Yet, after this initial period, the novice zombies had become entirely accustomed to their bodies, their attributes nearly matching those of low-level awakened beings. At this juncture, it became exceedingly challenging for one person to eliminate a zombie alone. Nonetheless, for Ding Dali, this posed little difference. Slaying novice zombies was as effortless as crushing an inconsequential ant. Such was the stark contrast of the early levels. At present, Ding Dali's level has expanded his telekinetic control over objects to a remarkable distance of 20 meters. With the ability to manipulate a heating pipe, he mercilessly dispatches zombies within that range. However, the sight of wielding a heating pipe as a weapon is far from elegant, and the mental energy expended in combat using a blunt instrument is considerably greater than that required for a dagger or similar weapon. How wonderful it would be to have access to steel nails or a dagger. Ultimately, blunt instruments are better suited for a firm grip in hand. I recall passing a hardware store on the way to the Sunflower Hotel. Perhaps I should explore there first. Ding Dali, well supplied with resources, certainly had no need to resort to the abominable food items available. Nevertheless, as he passed by the fried chicken shop, he took the liberty of packing all the food inside to carry away. The establishment was run by a mother and daughter, who were not as fortunate as the employees at Lianhua Supermarket. They had both succumbed to the fate of becoming zombies. Ding Dali had often frequented this shop and was somewhat acquainted with the pair, Thus he showed no mercy in sending them to their demise. Adjacent to the fried chicken shop was the hardware store, where Ding Dali employed his unlocking skills to pry open the rolling shutter door. As he opened it, a glint of cold steel suddenly flashed before him, prompting him to swiftly raise the heating pipe in defense. An axe came crashing down upon the pipe, producing a resounding clang of metal meeting metal, accompanied by a shower of sparks. The sheer strength Ding Dali now possessed was tremendous by ordinary standards. The force of the impact caused the axe wielder to stagger back several steps, barely managing to regain their balance. They then exclaimed to Ding Dali, "What on earth are you? A human or a zombie? Tell me, are you human or undead?" As he stepped through the door, he exclaimed, "If I were a zombie, I would feast upon you." Ding Dali scolded with irritation. The hardware store was engulfed in darkness, prompting Ding Dali to illuminate his surroundings with his phone's flashlight. Yet, as he activated the light, he was abruptly halted by a middle-aged man wielding an axe. "Are you seeking death? Be careful not to attract the zombies." Chapter 29. Surrounded like sunflowers, the middle-aged man, after pulling down the rolling shutter once more, finally felt at ease to switch on the lights, scrutinizing Ding Dali from head to toe. "You young man, how recklessly foolish. What are you doing wandering about at such an hour? Aren't you afraid of becoming zombie fodder? And why are you prying open my door? If you draw the zombies here, none shall escape unscathed." Despite the barrage of admonishments from the elder, Ding Dali remained unfazed, leisurely exploring the store. The hardware and building materials shop was approximately 100 square meters, with a steel structure creating 2 levels. Towering shelves were laden with a myriad of items, ranging from tiny screws to an array of electric tools. After surveying the offerings, Ding Dali selected 2 boxes of steel nails and turned to the store owner, inquiring, "Sir, what is the largest diameter of rebar you have?" The somewhat irritable owner was momentarily taken aback by the question and skeptically replied, "You ventured out at this hour to purchase something?" Upon seeing Ding Dali nod slightly in affirmation, the owner instantly donned a cheerful expression. "Had you mentioned your intention to buy, there would have been no need to pry open doors. We do indeed have rebar. You arrived just in time. A client recently ordered a batch of rebar with a diameter of 50 millimeters. As he spoke, he approached a green canvas, lifting it to reveal an orderly array of rebar in various sizes. At the top lay dozens of rebar pieces, each approximately 2 meters long with a diameter of 5 centimeters. Ding Dali picked up a piece of rebar, assessing its heft, and determined that its thickness was just right. He then inquired, "Boss, can this be cut to about 1.70 meters in length?" "Certainly, we possess a large hydraulic cutting machine. However, I can only sell you 2 pieces, as the rest must be reserved for other clients." Ding Dali nodded in silence, and the boss, observing his demeanor, promptly dragged out 2 pieces of rebar and had them cut. Ding Dali stepped forward, effortlessly lifting one piece of rebar with one hand, twirling it a few times. It fit perfectly, though it felt slightly lighter than expected. This astonished the boss, as each piece of rebar weighed around 60 pounds. Yet this young man handled it with the ease of a mere stick. 2 boxes of nails and 2 pieces of rebar. I will exchange them for supplies. How much do you think is fair? Supplies? What supplies? Are you not offering any money? Upon uttering these words, the boss felt a wave of nausea. He had been trapped in the shop for an entire day without food. With no idea when help would arrive, he recognized the priority of filling his stomach. So he quickly amended his statement. "Supplies are acceptable. What do you have?" "Water, bread, instant noodles." Ding Dali simply listed a few items, while the boss pondered, feigning great difficulty. In this manner, a box of mineral water and a box of instant noodles. These are the items you may take. Upon hearing the proprietor's offer, Ding Dali was rendered speechless. It is well known that in the apocalypse, such trifles hold little value. They are scarcely worth taking, even if given away freely. In contrast, food and water are exceedingly precious commodities. Moreover, despite the fact that he could easily seize them, he instinctively resorted to the barter system reminiscent of his previous life. With his hand positioned behind him, Ding Dali produced a bottle of water and 2 packets of noodles. "These are all I possess, 1 bottle of water and 2 packets of noodles." Upon witnessing the food and water, the shopkeeper could not suppress a swallow. After a day and night of hunger, the churn of gastric juices in his stomach was indeed tormenting, yet he dismissed the offerings with a disdainful tone. "You expect to exchange such meager items? This scarcely constitutes a meal for me. Are you jesting? If you do not wish to barter, be gone." As he spoke, he began to push Ding Dali toward the door, but his hands clutched tightly to the food and water. "If you refuse to trade, then return my belongings." Ding Dali stated coldly. "What belongings?" There is nothing here that belongs to you. The shopkeeper feigned ignorance, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, clearly intent on pilfering the food for himself. In his eyes, 2 packets of noodles and a bottle of water were utterly inconsequential. Ding Dali narrowed his eyes, a hint of frostiness emanating from them. If you are dissatisfied with the terms, then I shall take everything from your store. At this declaration, the shopkeeper erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd of tales. He regarded Ding Dali with a look of incredulity, his expression exaggerated. Young man, do not be so ungrateful. I possess goods worth millions here. What quantity of supplies could you possibly offer in exchange? Do not waste my time here. Leave at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for wielding my axe indiscriminately. With these words, he brandished the axe menacingly, his eyes glaring fiercely at Ding Dali. Observing the hardware store owner sprawled on the ground, blood and other fluids seeping from his forehead, Ding Dali spat contemptuously and mimicked the owner's arrogant tone. Bah! Give you a bit of sunshine, and you flourish. Offer you a taste of the sea, and you overflow. Present you with a mere basket, and you plunge in head first. I had no intention of killing you, but you insisted on overstepping your bounds. Starving to this extent, yet you still put on airs. There's a fried chicken shop next door, and you dare not venture out for food, even with a room full of weapons. It is only fitting that you meet your demise by my hand. Since you lack the courage to confront the zombies, consider this a release. I shall graciously accept your belongings. Thank you, unknown owner of the hardware store, for your generous contribution of several million. Amidst the curses and commotion, he ensured no item was left behind. After gathering everything from the store into his spatial pocket, Ding Dali gripped the rebar with satisfaction and prepared to lift the roll-up door once more. His earlier outburst had attracted a few zombies to the entrance. With a few swift strikes of the rebar, he dispatched them effortlessly, relishing the thrill of close-range headshots. How exhilarating! With the electric scooter keys he had pilfered from the store owner and the spoils of the shop stowed away, Ding Dali mounted the owner's small electric vehicle. His spirits buoyed as he maneuvered the vehicle, dispatching the zombies blocking his path with the steel nails. He hummed a cheerful tune. However, before he could finish his song, he abruptly slammed on the brakes, frozen in shock. Before him lay a vast intersection densely populated with zombies, a scale sufficient to unleash a formidable tide of the undead. The iconic Sunflower Hotel towered in the southwest corner of the junction, its courtyard teeming with the restless horde. Should even a single zombie emerge amidst the revelers, a nightmarish scene akin to a hell on earth would inevitably unfold. Those who fell victim to bites, trampled by others, would rise again to continue their carnage, perpetuating the cycle of destruction. Ding Dali observed the throng of corpses in the distance, his mind clouded with trepidation. Navigating such a formidable mass of zombies would prove a daunting task, even for him. Moreover, as dawn approached, those confined within buildings, starved of flesh, would surely seek a way out, drawn by the sounds, and swell the ranks of this relentless army. In his previous life, when Ding Dali returned to this location days later, the number of zombies had significantly dwindled, indicating that something unusual had transpired in the interim. He understood that he must enter the hotel before sunrise. Otherwise, the horde would multiply, and escaping from within would become a near impossibility. An elephant may not fear an ant, yet a swarm of ants could indeed bring it down. Ding Dali murmured to himself, contemplating his strategy. Chapter 30. Survivors in the hotel. The Sunflower Hotel, a landmark edifice, stood resolutely in the southwest corner of the intersection. While directly opposite at the southeast corner lay a Carrefour supermarket and a sprawling shopping plaza. At this moment, Ding Dali positioned himself to the south of the crossroads. He need not traverse the intersection. Instead, he must devise a means to temporarily divert the horde of corpses encircling the Sunflower Hotel to the nearby Carrefour supermarket. A mere fleeting opportunity would suffice for a swift dash into the hotel, and even luring away a fraction would achieve his objective. With a grand gesture, Ding Dali retrieved 3 bottles of strong liquor from his spatial storage, all of which were inexpensive spirits gathered from the farmer's market. He then produced some tissues, stuffing them into the bottles before inverting them, allowing the tissues to absorb the high-proof alcohol like a sponge. A friend familiar with making Molotov cocktails would recognize this at once. It was indeed a rudimentary incendiary device. Ding Dali replicated the process, crafting 2 more. After a brief survey of his surroundings, he carefully stowed the small electric vehicle into his space. A precious gift from the hardware store owner that he could not simply discard. Before the first incendiary bottle had even landed, He hurled the other two with the swiftness of shooting stars. Without hesitation, he turned on his heel and sprinted southward, distancing himself from the throng of corpses. Ding Dali's strength was astonishing, enabling him to throw the incendiary devices considerable distances. However, the marksmanship he had mastered from the cavalry seemed of no aid in this throwing endeavor. The first two bottles landed squarely on the ground, though fortune smiled upon him as they did not extinguish. The liquor erupted into flames like a fiery dragon. Simultaneously, the third bottle struck a car with pinpoint accuracy, triggering the vehicle's alarm to wail in a symphonic crescendo alongside the rising flames. As the fire spread, nearby cars ignited like barrels of gunpowder, crackling and popping in a tumultuous cacophony. The sound of alarms echoed through the night sky, piercing the silence that enveloped the world, where the only audible noise was the low growl of the zombies. Suddenly, the shrill wail of a car alarm shattered the stillness, igniting a frenzy among the previously listless undead. They surged forward like a relentless tide towards the direction of Car 4. Zombies congregated outside the Sunflower Hotel began to pour out as well, while many trapped within the rooms above, in their excitement, crashed through the windows, plummeting to the ground below. Some met their fate upon landing on the zombies beneath, while others splattered into grotesque heaps upon impact. Fortunately, the Sunflower Hotel boasted an underground parking facility. Had it shared the same fate as Car 4's above-ground lot, the slightest collision with a vehicle by a wandering zombie could have rendered all their efforts futile. As the majority of the zombies in the hotel courtyard surged forth, those that remained found themselves trapped at the entrance, not for lack of desire to escape, but because the streets beyond were already congested with the undead. The area outside the hotel teeming with their numbers, leaving the stragglers immobile. Ding Dali deftly maneuvered to the side of the courtyard, leaping gracefully over the entrance. As he raced towards the hotel door, he wielded his rebar like a seasoned warrior, continuously dispatching the zombies that obstructed his path. The lower-tier undead fell one after another under the might of his blows, as he skillfully wielded his weapon with a ferocity reminiscent of a legendary warrior charging through enemy lines. In the blink of an eye, he reached the hotel entrance, where no zombies remained, all having been lured away. Ding Dali gazed at the imposing and opulent double doors that stood at the entrance. Typically, these grand doors remained wide open, allowing patrons to enter and exit through the inner glass door with ease. However, at this moment, the massive doors were firmly shut, likely hastily closed by the hotel staff in the wake of the incident. Yet, the size of the doors posed no challenge for the master locksmith Ding Dali. With remarkable swiftness, he unlocked the doors and promptly secured them once more. Meanwhile, in the private residence on the top floor of the Sunflower Hotel, Chen Xiqing and several others stood by the window, witnessing the unfolding scene below. The onlookers stared in astonishment at the figure who had charged through the throngs of zombies towards the hotel. The awning obstructed their view, leaving them uncertain if he had entered the establishment. Hui Zi, taken aback by the man's audacity and prowess, inhaled deeply, a sense of unease creeping over him. He turned to Chen Xiqing, who appeared lost in thought. "Brother Chen, that guy downstairs is incredibly formidable. He dares to fight his way through so many zombies alone. It seems he is heading for the hotel. Could he be someone sent by the old man to rescue you? I wonder if he made it inside." "It's unlikely that he is one of the old man's people," Chen Xiqing replied, his expression darkening. "With the world overrun by these creatures, our family members are mostly absent from Kyoto City. Even if help were to come, it wouldn't arrive so swiftly. This individual likely has other intentions for coming to the hotel. Moreover, judging by his apparent strength, he may have consumed the crystal cores found within the zombies' brains. I hope he does not harbor malicious intent." Chen Xiqing's gaze grew pensive as he contemplated the scene outside, the metallic sphere in his hand morphing continuously. "Regrettably, the hotel surveillance room has been locked by that little girl, Yu Xiaoyu. Otherwise, we could have checked the footage to ascertain the man's intentions upon entering. At this moment, visibility is severely compromised." The speaker is Zhang Jun, one of Chen Xiqing's subordinates. "Brother Chen, why don't we break into the surveillance room and drag those women out? Then Yu Xiaoyu would be at your mercy. Tian Liang, how many times have I told you? Do not act impulsively in situations like this. You are well aware of the consequences. Just yesterday, in an attempt to eliminate those two women, they transformed into zombies. My two security guards have perished. You think we can simply smash the door of the surveillance room? That door is sturdier than others. If we fail to break it and attract the zombies trapped in other rooms, we would be utterly overwhelmed given our current capabilities. having just reprimanded his subordinate Tian Liang. Chen Xizong's mind raced as he continued, Tian Liang, Zhang Jun. You two head down to the lower level and seek out those surviving customers who have rallied to our side. Inform them that whoever can pry open the surveillance room door will earn a place among us, ensuring a life free of want. Also, find a few decent women from that group to bring back. I'm tired of just having Zhang Ting around. Wheezy, Zhang Ting is now your responsibility, ha ha ha. I've had my fill. Wheezy bowed his head, expressing his gratitude repeatedly, his gaze drifting towards the corner where the tall woman, Zhang Ting, clad in a bikini, resided. Zhang Ting was the tallest among the 3 bikini-clad women by the pool, yet now she lacked the radiance of that day, her body bruised and trembling in the corner, as if she had endured considerable suffering. Zhang Jun and Tian Liang were tasked with descending to the lower floor to inform the survivors and search for women, while Huizi procured a set of men's clothing to drape over Zhang Ting and carried her out of the room. In the expansive, luxurious living room, only Chen Xiqing remained, standing by the window, gazing at the corpses below. On the second floor of the Sunflower Hotel, which served as the logistics and administrative area, typically devoid of customers aside from staff, lay the surveillance room. To safeguard the hotel's privacy, the surveillance room's door was sturdier than those of other rooms, fortified by both a security door and a heavy wooden door for added protection. Within the surveillance room, a dozen women stood by the windows, witnessing the chaos unfold below. Suddenly, a woman stationed before the monitors exclaimed, "Come quickly. That man is incredible. He shows no fear of the zombies." He even managed to pry open the main door and enter the hotel lobby. The zombies in the lobby were swiftly dispatched by him with apparent ease. Among this group, the leading woman, dressed in a fitted mini-skirt and a white blouse, exuded the essence of a city beauty with her curvaceous figure and refined, capable features. This was Yu Xiaoyu. Upon hearing her companion's shout, she hurried to the monitor, fixated on the figure of the man standing in the lobby below, lost in a trance. Is it him? Chapter 31. The distress call. The reason Yu Xiaoyu recognized Ding Dali was that she had once caught a glimpse of his photograph when the police came to inquire about Tang Bingbing. This man possesses extraordinary abilities. I wonder if he could assist us in escaping this predicament. Xiaoyu, my stomach feels as if it is pressed against my back. I long to eat something. The speaker was a plump girl who licked her lips and swallowed several times, as if that might temporarily alleviate her hunger. Ruyan, please endure a little longer. We are all famished, and surely there must be a way out. You know well that Chen Xiqing and his cohorts are utterly ruthless. They have shot many people and hoarded all the food they could find to the upper floors. They even intend to abduct us. I know Chen Xiqing all too well. He has always acted without regard for the law, engaging in outrageous behavior. Now, with chaos reigning outside, we are completely isolated here. The consequences of being captured by him are unimaginable. We cannot approach him for food. We must seek an alternative route to have even the slightest chance of survival. Xiaoyu, we are all counting on you. Do you have any good ideas? Yes. Xiaoyu, you are the clever one. Please think of a solution. We cannot remain trapped here forever. Just like Rian, I am feeling dizzy from hunger. Amidst a cacophony of voices, the women engaged in animated discourse, each contributing their thoughts. The stout woman, noticing the lively exchange, rose from the ground and approached Yu Xiaoyu, her voice booming with authority. Everyone, listen to me. We are all saved by Xiaoyu. Were it not for her, we would either meet our demise or be captured by Chen Xiqing. Since we all trust Xiaoyu, I propose we elect her as our leader. I concur. Without Xiaoyu, I would have been shot. I too agree. We are all in accord. As the women raised their hands in agreement, the stout woman signaled for silence before continuing. If we are to make Xiaoyu our leader, we must firmly believe that she possesses a way to lead us out of this hotel. I, Lu Ruyan, have unwavering faith in her. With Lu Ruyan's declaration, the women resumed their deliberations. Ruyan, we too believe in Xiaoyu. Yet, I harbor some trepidation. Outside lurk those grotesque zombies. Can we truly escape? Even if we manage to flee, where shall we go? I observe that the young man who fought his way and possesses remarkable strength. Perhaps we should align ourselves with him? But what if he is even more ruthless than Chen Xiqing? Yu Xiaoyu, listening intently to the ongoing discussion, cleared her throat, garnering the group's attention. Ahem. Let us first observe this individual who entered the hotel. If I am not mistaken, he has come to confront Chen Xiqing. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps we could join forces with him. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. as if she envisioned a feast of fried chicken and hamburgers laid before her. Rubbing her chubby hands together, she inquired, "Xiao Yu, how do you know this person is here to trouble that scoundrel Chen Xicheng? Do you know him? If we could truly collaborate with him, given his impressive capabilities, we might indeed find a way to escape." That's a long story. For now, let us observe him closely. I cannot say for certain, but from what I gather, even if this man is an adversary of Chen Xicheng, he could very well be a devil. As Xiao Yu recalled the gruesome contents of the suitcase she had dragged upstairs, full of body parts, an inexplicable chill crept down her spine. Barely had she finished speaking when a loud banging erupted on the door of the monitoring room, accompanied by shouts from outside. "Let the woman inside come out." The sudden commotion startled all the women within the monitoring room. Yu Xiaoyu stepped forward, calling out to the intruders, "Who are you? Why are you breaking down our door? What does it matter who we are? All that matters is breaking down the door and capturing you for Mr. Chen. If we succeed, we can reside on the top floor, where Mr. Chen will provide us with food and drink. He even mentioned that the women he discarded can be chosen at our leisure. Haha. Are you not afraid that the noise will attract zombies, bringing misfortune upon yourselves? Fear? What is there to fear? We are all destined to die eventually. I would rather not perish from hunger. I would choose to take a risk. Brothers, do not heed this woman's prattling. Continue to smash down the door." With that, the relentless banging resumed, now more vigorous than before. Even if the door of the monitoring room were made of the strongest materials, it would not withstand such an assault for long. A woman had been so frightened that she burst into tears. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ruyan scolded, "What are you crying for? When they come in, you'll all hide behind me. I could crush a few of them myself." Yu Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, acutely aware of the dire situation. Once the door was opened, the fate of these women was all too predictable. Acting decisively, she picked up the landline in the monitoring room and dialed a number. Meanwhile, across the street at the Carrefour supermarket, a group of men clad in security uniforms and logistical work attire observed the unfolding chaos from the windows. The Carrefour supermarket spanned 5 floors, with the lower 2 levels housing shops, while the upper 3 comprised the supermarket itself. At the window of the 4th floor food section, numerous makeshift bedding materials were scattered about. As the men stood by the window, they watched the horde of zombies gathering below, each man gasping in shock, sweat beading on their foreheads. One lean young man turned to a robust security guard in his 30s, exclaiming, "What the hell, Long Go? That guy just lured the zombies over here. What's his game? I can't see clearly. Thank goodness the parking lot downstairs isn't crowded. Otherwise, if a fire breaks out, we'd turn into barbecue." Long Gu, the lead security guard, observed the scene outside for a moment before solemnly commanding, "This person is not ordinary. I can see that he is drawing the zombies here to alleviate the pressure on the opposite side. I witnessed him charge into the horde and slay many zombies, each with a single strike. It appears he has successfully entered the Sunflower Hotel." Realizing something suddenly, he promptly ordered, "Hurry." Leading his comrades to the 1st floor, they piled the furniture from all the shops at several entrances. Although there were rolling shutters, the sheer number of zombies necessitated caution. Once his brothers had departed, Long Gu gazed at the tide of corpses outside and murmured, "Why is that person, who also consumed a crystal core, so formidable? What could he possibly want at the Sunflower Hotel?" Unbeknownst to Ding Dali, 3 parties were observing him closely. Upon entering the hotel lobby, he pressed the elevator button repeatedly, but to no avail, only then recalling that this hotel required a designated elevator card for operation, typically managed by a staff member. It was utterly impossible for Ding Dali to ascend 30 floors by foot, akin to a treacherous video game. He hurried to rummage through the front desk, where, under normal circumstances, an elevator card would be found. Just as he was searching, the desk phone rang unexpectedly, startling him. In this apocalyptic world, who would still book a hotel? He murmured quietly, yet curiosity compelled him to answer the call. On the other end, a cacophony ensued, filled with the sounds of banging and various women-s screams, accompanied by a woman-s urgent voice. "Mr. Ding, I know you are here for Chen Xicheng. If you rashly proceed, you will surely regret it. I possess detailed information about him. If you come to the 2nd floor to assist us, I will share it with you." "Who are you?" Ding Dali retorted. "Mr. Ding, there are 18 women in the surveillance room on the 2nd floor. Chen Xicheng's men are attempting to break down the door. If you are willing to save us, I am prepared to meet any condition you may have." Amidst the cacophony of women's piercing screams and chaotic uproar emanating from the microphone, the call was abruptly terminated. "My goodness," I pondered. "What is that thudding sound in the hall? I initially assumed it was zombies battering down the door, only to discover it was merely some fools attempting to break it down. Surely, among those 18 women, there must be one who meets the criteria. Moreover, they are precisely the women that Chen Xiqing desires. This must be done. No, it must be saved. With that, I strolled leisurely towards the staircase. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Let the ladies fret a little longer while I play the part of, well, the gallant hero saving the damsel in distress. Which would indeed be more persuasive. Chapter 32. The gallant hero rescues the damsel. The door to the surveillance room was besieged by a throng of individuals, akin to famished tigers pouncing upon their prey. These desperate souls, driven by hunger and the echo of women's screams from within, felt their adrenaline surge. In no time, the security door was dismantled as if it were made of mere paper, and the wooden door was cleaved apart by a fire axe. Upon witnessing the group of women inside the surveillance room, the eyes of these men seemed to ignite with a greenish flame, and they immediately rushed in like wild beasts. The women stood defenseless, while the men brandished an array of lethal weapons. Despite their numerical advantage, they were swiftly overpowered by the marauding intruders, leaving only Yu Xiaoyu and the formidable figure of the stout woman, Lu Rian, to resist valiantly. My goodness, this hefty woman possesses astonishing strength. How can this slender receptionist wield such immense power? Damn it! Forget the details. Everyone, charge together. This Yu Xiaoyu is specifically desired by CEO Chun. Capture her and enjoy the spoils. Yu Xiaoyu and Lu Rian stood back to back, wielding chairs like two furious lionesses fiercely resisting. However, outnumbered by a group of adversaries, Lu Rian soon took a blow from an axe, letting out a cry as she collapsed to the ground. Rian, Yu Xiaoyu shouted, glancing over at her friend sprawled on the floor. At that moment, Lu Rian lay motionless, her face smeared with blood, teetering on the brink of life and death. Lu Rian worked in the hotel's catering department, and due to her considerable size, she often faced disdain from others, leaving her friendless. By chance, Yu Xiaoyu and Lu Rian met in the catering department, bonding over their shared love for movies and food, discovering numerous common interests, which forged a deep friendship between them. After the apocalypse descended, Lu Rian steadfastly supported Yu Xiaoyu. Witnessing her dear friend lying in a pool of blood ignited a volcano of fury within Yu Xiaoyu, and she swung the chair with relentless fervor, momentarily keeping the assailants at bay. Yet, the strength of one cannot prevail against the multitude. In a fleeting moment, someone struck Yu Xiaoyu with a club, causing her to stagger and fall. Although she did not lose consciousness entirely, the impact rendered her dazed and powerless as several individuals rushed to restrain her. Observing her attractive physique, they exchanged lewd chuckles, their eyes glinting with desire. No wonder Mr. Chen singled her out. Just look at that figure. If it weren't for our desperate hunger, I might not have been able to resist taking advantage of her right now. Laughter erupted from the crowd, their faces twisted into grotesque expressions of unrestrained delight. After enduring hunger for an entire day and night, they had succumbed to madness. Observing the countenances of these individuals, Yu Xiaoyu felt an ominous premonition. Today seemed fraught with peril, especially after she had rebuffed Chen Xiqing's advances on numerous occasions. In this chaotic world, how could she possibly fare well in his grasp? It seemed that Ding Dali was also no longer a dependable ally. With such thoughts weighing heavily on her heart, Yu Xiaoyu resigned herself to her fate and shut her eyes. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air, exclaiming in disbelief at the gathering, "What are all these people doing together?" At that moment, a survivor standing at the door of the surveillance room was propelled forward, crashing against the wall with a sickening thud, transforming into a lifeless heap that slid down the wall, utterly beyond salvation. The remaining survivors stood frozen in shock at this gruesome sight. Yu Xiaoyu's attention was drawn to a man at the entrance, grinning widely as he shouldered a hefty iron rod. She could not help but exclaim, "Mr. Ding, save us." Ding Dali had made his way to the entrance of the second-floor surveillance room, only to hear a group of men laughing with audacious arrogance. To make matters worse, a towering figure, standing at over 6 feet tall, blocked the entrance completely, at a height of merely 178 centimeters. Ding Dali found himself unable to see the unfolding situation within. In response, he forcefully kicked the obstruction aside. As he surveyed the room, his gaze fell upon Lu Rian, sprawled on the ground like a small mountain, momentarily leaving him taken aback. Upon hearing the cries for help, Ding Dali turned his gaze in that direction, and to his astonishment, he recognized that the group of women in the room was a survivor community he had known in his previous life. In the apocalyptic world, Individuals banded together for warmth, forming various groups, each evolving into distinct survivor bases. In the northern mountainous region of the capital city in his former existence, there existed a renowned survivor base, famed not only for its formidable strength, but also for the fact that its members were exclusively women. They took in those women who could not survive the apocalypse, training them into fierce female warriors. The two leaders of this group were none other than Yu Xiaoyu and Lu Ruoyan. Was it you who made the call? Ding Dali disregarded the gazes of those around him, fixing his eyes intently on Yu Xiaoyu. Though her heart raced under the weight of his unwavering stare, she recognized his calm demeanor in the face of numerous armed survivors and resolutely decided to respond. Mr. Ding, it was I who made the call. If you can rescue us, I will agree to any condition you propose. I want you to be my man. As for your companions, they are welcome to join me. I will ensure your safety from now on. You have 1 minute to consider, but prior to that, I need to clear the area. No sooner had Ding Dali's words echoed than a young man from the group of survivors stepped forward, wielding a fire axe, and boldly declared, "Who dares to come here and speak such nonsense? I see you possess some strength, but do you know who we are? We are sent by General Chen Xiqing. He wields a gun. Opposing him will lead to a most miserable demise." Upon hearing the name Chen Xiqing, Ding Dali's previously jovial expression instantly hardened. He took a powerful step forward, swinging the rebar in his hand with a decisive motion, causing the arm of the young man who had spoken so boldly to explode instantaneously. Before a sound could escape his lips, the rebar was thrust horizontally, shattering the loquacious head in an instant. Silence. The monitoring room fell into a terrifying hush. Once they regained their composure, the armed survivors surged toward the exit in a frenzy, wishing for an extra pair of legs to avoid being struck down by this madman. Such monstrous strength was beyond what any mere human could contend with. A minute should suffice. Have you reached a decision? Ding Dali wiped the blood splattered on the rebar and softly inquired of Yu Xiaoyu. To his astonishment, Yu Xiaoyu turned out to be an awakened one. All the women present gazed at Ding Dali with the fervor of famished wolves, their eyes gleaming with fervent admiration. What a twist of fate that at this life and death juncture, such an extraordinarily powerful man had emerged to rescue them. Though his appearance was somewhat disheveled, in this critical moment, strength was of utmost importance. When one stood on the brink of death, good looks were of little consequence. Only formidable power held any weight. Even Yu Xiaoyu's gaze upon Ding Dali transformed into something extraordinary. Her favorite film was A Chinese Odyssey, and she often fantasized that her destined partner was a legendary hero. Just like today's circumstances, it appears that this extraordinary hero bears a striking resemblance to a monkey. Oh, how I wish to bear him little monkeys. A muffled voice echoed beside Yu Xiaoyu, and she turned in astonishment to see Lu Ruoyan, bloodied yet resolute, suddenly sit up, unable to contain herself. Tears welled in her eyes as she tightly embraced Lu Ruoyan, sobbing uncontrollably. "Oh, Ruoyan, I am so relieved you are safe." Chapter 33, The Recruitment of the Women's Brigade. Ouch. Ouch, ouch. Xiaoyu, be gentle. Lu Ruoyan chuckled through the pain. Fortunately, my flesh is ample. The axe struck my shoulder, but spared my vital points. It seems being plump has its advantages, haha. Wiping her tears, Yu Xiaoyu examined Lu Ruoyan's wounds with a smile. But really, you women, why do you all stare at me like that? Did you pay for a ticket? Even visiting the zoo to see monkeys requires an admission fee. Ding Dali's jest elicited laughter from the women who had been watching him intently, although each bore some injuries. They laughed while cradling their wounds, their expressions comically exaggerated. Yu Xiaoyu, focused on caring for her resilient friend, was also amused. Feeling a bit embarrassed as she regarded the lifesaver she had previously overlooked. "All right, Yu Xiaoyu, stop clinging to Lu Ruoyan. Tell me, will you be my woman? Do you wish to join me?" Both Yu Xiaoyu and Lu Ruoyan gasped in unison. "How do you know our names?" "I possess knowledge of many things. Now, quickly provide me with an answer. Do not squander my time. I still have to ascend to the top floor." The other women, upon hearing Lu Ruoyan's words, erupted into knowing laughter and echoed her sentiment. "Indeed, indeed. Young man, have you considered taking on a few more?" One chimed in. "You appear rather slender. I wonder if you could manage a few extra? What are you all thinking?" Another interjected. "The young man has his sights set on our leader, Little Fish. Whether he can take on more is not for him to say, but rather for our little fish to decide." Ding Dali listened, his expression darkening with dismay. How long had it been since these women had encountered a man? They resembled famished creatures, starved for attention. Ding Dali could hardly contain his internal monologue. What nonsense! Have I stumbled into a den of seduction? To think they would underestimate me. Just because I am lean does not mean I lack strength. I am affectionately dubbed the little cannon of the East City. And as for you, Lu Ruyan, you are as hefty as a mountain. What fanciful notions do you entertain? Even I, Ding Dali, cannot withstand your formidable presence. Moreover, I am well aware of your future abilities. No ordinary person could contend with your vast capacity. Nevertheless, the others who meet the criteria shall eventually be mine. Do not rush, haha. Such thoughts swirled in his mind, yet he refrained from voicing them aloud. Ding Dali took a casual sip and said with a playful tone, Ladies, do not tease. To take on so many at once would surely tax even my robust constitution. Furthermore, whether I accept or not is indeed a matter for your leader to decide. With that, his gaze fixated intensely on Yu Xiaoyu. Yu Xiaoyu, already somewhat enamored, felt her cheeks flush crimson under the weight of his unabashed gaze. In a hushed tone, she remarked, Since we've come to an agreement, I shall consent. However, you must not abandon my sisters. The outside world is teeming with zombies. They cannot survive on their own. Understood. Understood. You shall all live on. Suddenly, she interjected, By the way, little you. Have you consumed the crystalline core within a zombie's brain? Have you awakened any extraordinary abilities? Ding Dali's words not only left everyone bewildered, but even Yu Xiaoyu appeared utterly disgusted as she retorted, There's something inside a zombie's brain? It can be eaten? I certainly have not partaken of such a thing. Of course, this lifetime has unfolded quite differently. Perhaps it is due to the absence of Tang Bingbing in this hotel that has set off a series of unforeseen butterfly effects. Have you not noticed any changes in yourself since the arrival of the thick fog? Or perhaps discovered any peculiar abilities? Ding Dali pressed on. Well, the day the fog descended was May 20th. The hotel was rather busy, and I was working overtime. I recall during the shift change at midnight, I went to the restroom. Suddenly, I was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, as if I lost consciousness for several minutes. When I awoke, I found myself brimming with energy and significantly stronger. As for any peculiar abilities, at this point, Yu Xiaoyu's face turned as crimson as a ripe apple. Glancing around at her companions, she pulled Ding Dali aside and leaned closer, whispering, Indeed, there is something strange. Alongside feeling invigorated and stronger, I noticed an odd scent emanating from my body, which made me long for a shower. The moment this thought crossed my mind, I felt water begin to pour from my entire body, and in no time, I was completely drenched. It startled me greatly, and after several attempts in the restroom, I discovered that my skin seemed capable of producing water incessantly. Ding Dali suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but chuckle. He was well aware that Yu Xiaoyu had awakened a water-based ability, yet her peculiar manner of wielding it was rather strange. You're not using your powers to combat zombies. Instead, you've turned yourself into a faucet. Keep your voice down. Everyone can hear. I found this bizarre ability to be utterly embarrassing. Yu Xiaoyu nodded thoughtfully at his words. Given that this group of women possessed considerable moral values and were part of a renowned organization in their past lives, Ding Dali decided to nurture them properly. He took out enough energy crystals to elevate 2 individuals to the first-tier awakened state and handed them to Yu Xiaoyu and Lu Ruyan. He also distributed 1 crystal each to the other women for their awakening. Ding Dali had amassed a considerable number of crystals during his journey, but it was unnecessary to invest deeply in every individual. Merely granting them the opportunity to awaken sufficed. He intended to focus his efforts on cultivating the core combat strength. After informing them of the necessary precautions, Ding Dali instructed the women to concentrate on their evolution. He stood guard at the entrance like a loyal sentinel, aware that the pungent scent of blood would soon act as bait, drawing the upper-tier zombies down the stairs in droves. Thus, it was imperative to ensure the safety of these women. As expected, shortly after he settled at the door, zombies began to emerge one after another from the direction of the staircase. As he idly occupied himself, Ding Dali deftly maneuvered the steel nails to dispatch the zombies, orchestrating a myriad of intricate movements that enhanced the precision of his mental control. During the slaughter of the undead, Ding Dali unexpectedly acquired the skill, culinary mastery, from a zombie resembling a chef, along with various material rewards. Most of the resources dropped by the zombies were quite substantial, likely due to their indulgent feasting before the apocalypse. When the sky illuminated brilliantly, all the women completed their evolution. The majority awakened powers or enhanced speed, while a select few developed unique abilities. Amidst the collective jubilation at becoming awakened, Lu Ruyan, however, cowered in a corner like an ostrich, weeping inconsolably, her flesh quivering like waves. Woe is me! Why is my ability so grotesque? Why? Ding Dali was well aware of Lu Ruyan's peculiar power. She possessed earth-based abilities that enveloped her in rock as hard as iron, significantly augmenting her defense and strength, even allowing her to transform into a towering rock giant several meters high. In their previous life, as the vice leader of their group, Lu Ruyan was undoubtedly formidable in both strength and other aspects. Yet, such an ability, when embodied by a woman, was indeed subject to superficial judgments. After a patient and heartfelt encouragement from Yu Xiaoyu, Lu Ruyan finally ceased her tears, prompting Ding Dali to access the system and examine their data. Name: Yu Xiaoyu, first-tier human, awakened, female. Score: 95 strength, 105 speed, 100 stamina, 100 spirit, 105 ability, water element control. Name: Lu Ruyan, first-tier human, awakened, strength, 110 speed, 100 stamina, 100 spirit, 105 ability, rock transformation. Chapter 34. The banquet hall, reflecting on the survivor base established by them in the northern mountains of Kyoto in her previous life. It was highly probable that it no longer existed in this timeline. However, the original members of this female team still remained, and as long as they were present, there would be no worries about rallying this group. These women possessed a high moral value, and if utilized wisely, they could undoubtedly serve as a formidable force. With these thoughts in mind, Ding Dali cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. Since you have all chosen to follow me and have become awakened, I hereby officially appoint Yu Xiaoyu as the captain of your group, with Lu Ruyan as the vice captain. They will be responsible for all matters concerning you. Is there any dissent? No dissent. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoyu stepped forward and said, You wish to go to the top level? The elevator card for the top level is separate from the other floors. However, I happen to possess the elevator card to get up there. Wonderful. Quickly hand me the elevator card. I must go deliver a surprise to Mr. Chen. Yu Xiaoyu was well aware of the implications behind his words. The last gift sent to Mr. Chen was from his dismembered companion, Tang Bingbing, which she had personally delivered upstairs. The thought of it made her feel a wave of nausea. Quickly, she retrieved a card from her possession and handed it to Ding Dali. We shall ascend together. Currently, the majority of survivors have congregated in the banquet hall on the 29th floor. During the onset of the apocalypse, that floor was devoid of any occupants. Hence it is free from zombies and remarkably safe. The 28th, 27th, and 26th floors consist of presidential suites, with significantly fewer rooms than the lower floors, resulting in a relative scarcity of people, which in turn implies a lesser presence of zombies. Although we have awakened, none among us have yet slain a zombie. Mere sight of the corpses on the ground instills a profound fear within us, and this, undoubtedly, is unacceptable. I intend to lead my sisters to the 28th floor for practice in exterminating zombies. Since the crystalline cores within the zombies' brains can facilitate our evolution, it is imperative that we engage in their destruction. The scarcity of zombies on those 3 floors is ideally suited for honing our skills. This represents an exceptional opportunity for growth. Moreover, I believe that survival in this new world necessitates combat. Simultaneously, we can gather some crystalline cores, truly a twofold benefit. Yu Xiaoyu's words elicited a silent admiration from Ding Dali, as he could not help but raise his thumb in approval. It was no wonder that this woman could establish a survivor base and become a leader in her past life. Her courage and foresight far surpassed that of many. With a grand gesture, Ding Dali scattered an array of tools and materials collected from the hardware store across the ground. Your perspective is commendable. In this apocalypse, one must adopt an apocalyptic mindset. Strengthening ourselves is of paramount importance. These will serve as makeshift weapons for now. Feel free to select what suits you best. The multitude of women stood in astonishment, captivated by the man's extraordinary prowess. Yet, upon reflection, they realized that his formidable abilities rendered any occurrence surrounding him seemingly unsurprising. After a brief moment of shock, they unabashedly selected their preferred weapons. Yu Xiaoyu opted for a steel pipe, while Lu Ruyan chose a hefty iron hammer. Once their weapons were secured, Ding Dali accompanied the group as they first exited the room and proceeded to the 28th floor. As they gazed at the disarray of corpses strewn across the corridor, the women were once again taken aback, their admiration for Ding Dali's strength soaring, along with their moral values. A total of 19 individuals, 18 women and 1 Ding Dali, were present, yet the elevator accommodated only 10 at a time. Thus, it took 3 trips to transport everyone to the 28th floor. You might wonder why it took 3 trips for 19 people. Lu Ruyan had made a solo journey on her own. Upon reaching the 28th floor, Ding Dali briefed the group on the essential precautions for exterminating zombies before he promptly entered the elevator. He resolved to visit the 29th floor first, curious to discover any potential surprises among the survivors there. He was eager not to miss out on something splendid, rather, valuable treasures. Or perhaps some promising recruits to utilize. With his moral values now serving as a standard for evaluation, he felt no trepidation about encountering a traitor akin to Chen Sicking from his past life. The 29th floor revealed a grand banquet hall, resplendently adorned. At its center stood an expansive stage, lavishly decorated with an array of greenery and blossoms. Surrounding the stage were circular dining tables, presenting an enchanting scene reminiscent of a whimsical forest-themed wedding. Upon witnessing the wedding-like arrangement, Ding Dali could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "What on earth? Is someone getting married?" The sudden outburst startled everyone in the banquet hall, causing them to instinctively retreat a few steps, all eyes drawn towards the source of the sound. Exiting the elevator, one was greeted by an opulent wooden door, flanked by 2 slightly smaller doors leading into the banquet hall. At that moment, the grand door swung open, revealing a red carpet that led directly to the stage. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ding Dali sauntered down the carpet, a reborn in hand, surveying the disheveled survivors. To his disappointment, the system provided no indication of any women meeting the score criteria. Unlike Yu Xiaoyu and her companions, the hotel staff were clad in uniforms. While the majority of the assembly appeared to be hotel guests, many of whom might have been engaged in clandestine meetings or had already retired for the night. Consequently, most attendees were dressed quite casually. Some wore nothing but shorts, others donned lace nightgowns, and a few had merely wrapped themselves in tablecloths, with one particularly flamboyant individual sporting a leopard print jumpsuit. Yet, a small group stood out distinctly, their attire formal and extravagant, resembling guests at a wedding. "Hey, you. Yes, you. Come here," Ding Dali shouted, pointing the rebar at a portly middle-aged man standing before that group. The man was impeccably dressed in a suit, albeit the buttons of his shirt were nearly bursting due to his girth. His suit bore several torn sections, and his face was marred by bruises, lending him a rather pitiable appearance. Confronted by a stranger brandishing a hefty iron rod, the middle-aged man felt compelled to comply and took 2 steps forward. What a jest! That iron rod appeared immensely heavy, yet the youth wielded it as effortlessly as if it were a mere chopstick. Such a person is best left undisturbed. "Hey there, young brother, did you come up from downstairs or descend from above?" The rotund man inquired with a feigned smile, testing the waters. "Listen, uncle. If you don't wish to smile, then refrain from doing so. Your jolly grin is more ghastly than that of a zombie," retorted Ding Dali, as he planted the rebar forcefully into the ground with a resounding thud, startling the corpulent man. Once he processed the words exchanged, he was further petrified, stammering and at a loss for words. At that moment, a middle-aged woman clad in a qipao hurriedly emerged from the crowd. She maintained an admirable figure. Although her face bore some wrinkles, it was evident that she had once been quite striking in her youth. With a swift motion, she shoved the rotund man aside. "Old Xia, step aside. You always falter at crucial moments. How could I have been blind enough to spend my life with you?" Her words were devoid of mercy, and the man, referred to as Old Xia, offered no rebuttal, instead retreating silently behind her. Chapter 35. Mother-in-law Li Chunlan, a woman approached Ding Dali, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Her gaze settled on the thick iron rod, the very one that had recently struck the ground where a bowl-sized dent now lay. She felt a surge of astonishment. This young man possessed remarkable strength. No wonder he was capable of vanquishing those who had descended. A sense of relief washed over her. "Young man, my name is Li Xianglan. These individuals are here to celebrate my daughter's wedding. Our relatives and some friends from out of town have been accommodated in this hotel. When the chaos erupted, we were still in our rooms, unaware of the impending danger. My daughter called, expressing concern for the wedding scheduled for the next day, and requested that those involved in the ceremony gather in the banquet hall to rehearse the proceedings. We dressed and left our rooms, only to be met with a horrifying sight. Many suddenly began to bleed from their noses and collapsed, transforming into flesh-eating zombies. We fled upward, with numerous others spilling out of their rooms and following us. In the end, only a few dozen made it to the banquet hall. Fortunately, at that moment, there were no zombies on this floor." Sighing deeply, the middle-aged woman wiped away her tears and lifted a foot-marked cardboard cutout from the ground. Pointing to the image of a young woman, she said, "This is my daughter." "Young man, I heard you mention that those scoundrels who went downstairs to attack have been eliminated by you? Surely you possess the ability to rescue my daughter." After speaking, she removed the golden necklace from her neck and the ring adorned with a large piece of jade from her hand, placing them into Ding Dali's hands. Unable to contain himself, Ding Dali chuckled at the sight of the jewelry. Though he outwardly jested, his heart had already resolved to rescue the daughter of Li Chunlan. And the reason was simple. The woman in the wedding photo was extraordinarily beautiful. With delicate features lightly adorned with makeup, her elegantly styled curls crowned with a white veil, and a deep V wedding gown accentuating her allure, Ding Dali felt an undeniable stir within him. The groom standing beside her was of no consequence. At that moment, he fervently hoped that the photograph had not been excessively retouched. Observing Li Chunlan rendered speechless by his remarks, Ding Dali spoke again. "Mother-in-law, could you tell me about the bride trapped there?" Upon hearing this, Li Chunlan's eyes seemed to glimmer with hope as she clutched Ding Dali's arm and lamented. "Mr. Chun, who lives upstairs, claims to be the owner of this hotel. He previously sent 2 armed men down. Those men said that whoever could pry open the door to the surveillance room and bring them the woman inside would earn the right to stay upstairs with food, drink, and women at their disposal. Some people couldn't sit still. They smashed tables, knocked over chairs, and even broke open the fire cabinet, each finding something to use as a weapon, and then they charged downstairs like madmen. Those 2 armed men subsequently captured 4 girls to take upstairs with them. Among them were my daughter and 2 of her bridesmaids. The other girl is reportedly a hotel guest. I beg you, young man, please save my daughter. As long as it can save her, I would do anything you ask, even if it means cooperating with old Xia." Behind Li Chunlan, old Xia nodded fervently, his ample flesh quivering in unison. It turned out that this rascal Chen Sikong had crossed paths with us. What a twist of fate. It seems I have no choice but to offer assistance. Contemplating this, Ding Dali waved a rebar cheerfully at Li Chunlan, stating, "I happen to be seeking vengeance upstairs as well, so allow me to lend a hand. By the way, where is your son-in-law? Has he turned into a zombie? Don't even mention that useless wretch. He watched as my wife was abducted and didn't he dare utter a sound. What a spineless coward. Who are you calling a coward? I see your entire family as a bunch of spineless individuals. I was against their union from the start. Who can cater to your pampered daughter? You dare to call my son a coward? Have you no conscience? Furthermore, if it weren't for your daughter insisting on some rehearsal, we wouldn't have been here at this late hour. And now, woe is me. My husband has turned into a zombie. My husband is dead. And you expect my son to meet the same fate. You claim not to be cowards, yet why don't you take action? Your husband, who is certainly not a coward, was still beaten to a pulp. He already resembled a pig, and now he looks even more like one." Before Li Chunlan could finish her tirade, she was abruptly interrupted by a woman clad in a red qipao, who appeared considerably older than Li Chunlan. Upon hearing her words and observing the flower pinned to her chest, Ding Dali deduced that this was indeed the mother-in-law of Li Chunlan's family. The woman bellowed in a rapid-fire manner, lamenting and wailing, which only served to ignite Li Chunlan's ire further. Unyielding, the 2 women began to quarrel, exchanging heated remarks. Their argument escalated, culminating in a fierce tussle as they grabbed each other's hair. Old Xia and the other family members attempted to intervene, while the groom remained seated, motionless throughout. Ding Dali, overwhelmed by the commotion, felt as though his head might explode from frustration. Did these people not comprehend the dire situation they were in? Trapped here. Instead of devising a plan for survival, they were squabbling like harpies. Growing increasingly irate, Ding Dali seized a steel rebar and swung it with a resounding crash, shattering a nearby solid wooden round table. The banquet hall fell into an immediate hush. All eyes fixated on the splintered table and the thick iron rod in Ding Dali's grip, a palpable fear silencing the crowd. The groom's mother recoiled several steps, retreating behind the throng. "Why have you ceased your bickering? Do you dare me to smash your heads with this rod?" Only Li Xianglan, adjusting her disheveled hair, took a deep breath and, somewhat awkwardly, remarked, "Young man, forgive my family's rudeness. When might we rescue my daughter? I shall accompany you. More hands mean greater strength. Your assistance is unnecessary. I can manage alone. You had better pray for the authenticity of that photograph." With that, he turned on his heel and departed, leaving Li Xianglan bewildered by his final words. The groom's mother, observing the fierce and intimidating Ding Dali enter the elevator, finally exhaled in relief, rising to push through the crowd and stand beside Li Xianglan, whispering mockingly, I see your family must be quite desperate, relying on a lad wielding a metal rod to save your daughter." The individuals failed to gauge their own worth, mistakenly believing that possessing a modicum of strength rendered them formidable. Wielding a mere iron rod, they dared to confront others armed with handguns, truly a folly born of ignorance. The subsequent words remained unspoken. Suddenly, the silent groom broke his silence. Chapter 36. Unexpected encounters on the 30th floor of Chun Sitsong's private residence. Four women huddled together on the floor, trembling in fear, flanked by two men brandishing firearms, their faces twisted into lewd grins. These two were none other than Zhang Jun and Tian Liang. Brother Chun, who would have thought that among this group of survivors, there would be such exquisite women, especially this bride in a wedding gown. It seems she is to be wed in the banquet hall on the 29th floor. Truly a rare beauty. And even the bridesmaids are stunning. Goodness, Tian Liang, your mouth is practically watering. I advise you to keep your thoughts in check. Let Brother Chun have his turn first. Haha, Brother Chun, the bride's fiancé is downstairs. Do you want to personally intervene and give the bride a taste of a pre-wedding revelry? Chun Sikong surveyed the women he had seized, and a fierce flame ignited within him. Who would have thought that even in the apocalypse, he would encounter such remarkable individuals? And right within his own hotel? Despite his usual indulgence in the pleasures of life and countless encounters with women, he had never come across many of such caliber. Zhang Jun, Tian Liang, you both have done exceptionally well. Rest assured, I will not be ungrateful. I shall indulge in the bride and her maidens first, and the remaining one shall be yours. Once I have had my fill, they will all belong to you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun and Tian Liang's eyes gleamed with excitement, and they eagerly expressed their gratitude, not forgetting to flatter Chun Sikong in the process. Zhang Jun, with an ingratiating smile, addressed Chun Siching, saying, "Brother Chun, were it not for your clandestine collection of firearms and ammunition, we would not have managed to seize the majority of the available provisions. Nor would we have so effortlessly abducted such a beautiful woman before so many onlookers." You cannot imagine how the groom froze in terror at the sight of the gun, nearly soiling himself. As for the others, only the bride's parents offered any resistance, and after we dealt with her father, everything quieted down. Tian Liang, eager to align himself with Chen Siching, recognized that Chen S' father was a formidable figure, no matter how affluent his own family was. It paled in comparison to the influence of the Chen family. By firmly attaching himself to this powerful ally, he believed he could thrive even in these apocalyptic times. With this thought in mind, Tian Liang chimed in, "Truly, Brother Chen, following you not only strengthens our prowess but also ensures we have food, drink, and women." Oh, by the way, should we call Huizi in to join the fun? Upon hearing Tian Liang mention Huizi, Chen Siching's face broke into a lascivious grin as he licked his lips and replied, "Why call him? Isn't he involved with Zhang Ting? Haha, what is it? Have you all not had enough of playing with his ex-girlfriend? Do you wish to invite him to join you in pursuing another man's wife?" At this, Tian Liang chuckled in a rather lewd manner and continued to flatter, "Brother Chen, that is not what I meant. What is ours is yours. It is not only he who has relinquished his girlfriend. Zhang Jun and I have done the same. Alas, those two women met an unfortunate fate, transforming into zombies and even biting two of your bodyguards. Well, who would have anticipated such a sudden turn of events in this world? Have there been any developments regarding the group attempting to pry open the surveillance room door? Remember, if you capture Yu Xiaoyu, deliver her to me without delay. Do not allow that group to gain the upper hand. There is no need for you to go. You have a new woman to savor, have you not? Let Huizi handle it." Subsequently, the room echoed with a cacophony of lewd laughter. In the elevator lobby outside the 30th floor residence of Chun Sikong, Huizi bowed his head, wiping the filth off Zhang Ting's body with a towel. While speaking in a low voice, "President Chen has instructed me to check downstairs to see if they have apprehended Yu Xiaoyu. Once he has a new target, he will cease tormenting you. If you so desire, I can escort you downstairs, where you may remain temporarily. I will bring you food and water daily." Zhang Ting's face and body were marred with bruises, as if ravaged by a merciless storm. Even the slightest movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through her. Gritting her teeth, she whispered, "Huaj, in times past we were powerless, mere puppets at his whim, but now the world is in disarray. Why should we remain shackled by him? Why not escape this place?" Shouting, "Do you think I do not yearn for freedom? Have you not witnessed the formidable strength of the zombies?" Even Chen Sitsong's two bodyguards, fearsome as they are, fell victim to a zombie's bite. "There are countless zombies lurking downstairs. How could we possibly escape with just the two of us?" Since escape is not an option, we must continue to heed his commands, for we are utterly incapable of challenging him. On the surface, both Zhang Jun and Tian Liang, along with myself, appear as mere subordinates trailing behind Chen Sikong. Yet to outsiders, my status seems only slightly inferior to his. Yet, that is merely a fade. Otherwise, why would Chen Siqing withhold the firearm from me? He has been perpetually wary of my intentions. Moreover, after the bodyguard vanquished 2 female zombies, Chen Siqing obtained 2 crystal cores from their decaying brains. Upon consuming these cores, I witnessed him unleash a bewildering and enigmatic power. Subsequently, the 2 deceased bodyguards also succumbed to zombification. After slaying them, Chen Siqing acquired 2 additional crystal cores, which he generously bestowed upon Zhang Jun and Tian Liang. Whether these 2 men gained extraordinary abilities after consuming the cores remains unknown to me. Yet their strength has become remarkably formidable. If not for this, do you truly believe that, emboldened solely by their courage, they would dare venture downstairs to seize provisions armed with just 3 firearms and a limited supply of ammunition? To escape and liberate ourselves from their grasp, we must seek out solitary zombies, slay them to procure crystal cores, and thereby acquire such abilities. Hence, shouting, we must continue to endure. Now follow me downstairs. First, tend to your wounds. As the elevator doors slowly parted, Ding Dali was taken aback by the sight of a stranger assisting a battered woman at the entrance. Huizi, too, recognized Ding Dali, who was carrying reborn, and gasped in astonishment. It's you. This exclamation left Ding Dali utterly perplexed. Who on earth is this? He had never encountered this individual in his previous life. Exiting the elevator and confirming he had not erred in his choice of floor, he had indeed visited this level before and retained some recollection. He could ascertain with certainty that he had never met these 2 individuals in his prior existence. Ding Dali fixed a piercing gaze upon them and inquired, word by word, who are you? How do you know me? What is your connection to Chen Siqing? Give me a minute to persuade you not to kill me. You are Ding Dali, the boyfriend of Tang Bingbing. I have seen your photograph with Chen Siqing. Are you one of Chen Siqing's people? Ding Dali's eyes glinted with menace, a surge of murderous intent flooding his heart. He pondered, who else could possibly appear in this place but someone affiliated with Chen Siqing? Huizi felt an icy chill envelop him, as if he were being scrutinized by a bloodthirsty beast. He hastily gestured in a bid to explain. Are you here to kill Chen Siqing? My name is Huizi, and this is Zhang Ting. We can assist you. Have you also consumed the crystal core found within the brains of the zombies? This statement struck Ding Dali like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves within his heart, prompting an involuntary murmur of doubt. Noticing the complex expression on Ding Dali's face and his silence, Huizi grew anxious. This was beneath the very nose of Chen Siqing. Decisive action was imperative, for if discovered, the consequences would be dire. I know you must have consumed that crystal core as well. Chen Siqing and his 2 subordinates have partaken of it too. Moreover, Chen Siqing has acquired peculiar abilities. It will not be easy to eliminate him. Chapter 37. The helpless life of Huizi. Ding Dali was well aware of Chen Siqing's extraordinary powers, for in his previous life, he had been the one to aid in awakening those abilities. However, he distinctly recalled that during their visit to the Sunflower Hotel in the past, only Chen Siqing, Tang Bingbing, and 2 bodyguards had been present, locked away in their room, desperately clinging to their meager supplies. With so many variables in this life, could it be due to Tang Bingbing? It was solely because Tang Bingbing did not make an appearance at the hotel that Chen Siqing found himself in the company of others, sparking such a multitude of unforeseen events. Upon reflecting on this, Ding Dali suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. It seemed that altering the fate of a single individual could indeed trigger a cascade of repercussions. With the rationale clear in his mind, Ding Dali remained curious about Huizi's true intentions and why he wished to place Chen Siqing in peril. Thus, he asked forthrightly, your presence here and your knowledge of these intricacies suggest you are close to Chen Siqing. Please divulge your reasons for wanting to kill him. Huizi cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Ting, who responded with a subtle nod. Understanding the unspoken communication, Huizi began to recount the entangled history of his grievances with Chen Siqing. It turned out that both Huizi and Zhang Ting hailed from families of modest wealth, their parents having known each other for years. They had grown up together, akin to childhood sweethearts, their bond innocent and untainted. As they matured, it was only natural that they gravitated towards one another. Their parents were equally pleased, envisioning a union that would not only solidify their family's ties, but but also elevate their respective enterprises. Thus, under the watchful eyes of their families, they became engaged. Unfortunately, this idyllic scenario was short-lived. At an unexpected gathering, they encountered Chen Xiqing. As the saying goes, though it may be of different varieties, people are still ranked in degrees. Even within the affluent circles, there existed a hierarchy. Both Hui Zi and Zhang Ting, being members of the upper echelons of society, were well aware of Chen Xiqing's esteemed lineage. They understood that they stood in stark contrast to him, and thus, any connection seemed improbable. However, to their astonishment, following that gathering, Chen Xiqing approached Zhang Ting privately and candidly expressed his interest in her. As long as Zhang Ting became his woman, their family's assets would undoubtedly double. How could Zhang Ting possibly acquiesce to such a demand? In a moment of indignation, she slapped him across the face, and Chen Xiqing, surprisingly, did not react with anger. Thus, the matter faded into obscurity. Initially anxious about potential retaliation, Zhang Ting gradually allowed the incident to slip from her mind. However, one fateful day, a dreadful piece of news reached her ears, revealing that her adversary had no intention of letting her off the hook. Hui Zi's parents were arrested due to financial discrepancies within their company, which was subsequently acquired by a Chun family enterprise. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Ting realized who was behind this treachery. Soon thereafter, her own company faced relentless suppression and exclusion, causing a dramatic decline in business, which left her father gravely ill as a result. Understanding the true culprit, Zhang Ting stormed to confront Chen Xiqing, who wore a smug expression that seemed to say, "Yes, I did it. What are you going to do about it?" He further stated that this was merely the beginning. With tears streaming down her face, Zhang Ting pleaded for a way to spare herself and Hui Zi's family from further harm. Chen Xiqing, unreserved in his response, bluntly declared that everything could be resolved if she were to become his woman. Otherwise, not only would her family face bankruptcy, but Hui Zi's imprisoned parents and Hui Zi himself might not have much time left. While such threats might be dismissed by others, the signs were clear. Chen Xiqing was indeed capable of carrying out such threats. A man who has lost everything he cares for becomes unassailable. Yet as long as there are those who remain alive, they can be used as leverage. Thus, that very day, Zhang Ting reluctantly found herself in Chen Xiqing's bed. However, yielding to a villain only serves to amplify his malevolence. Chen Xiqing continued to manipulate Zhang Ting through threats, coercing her to capitulate time and again. Zhang Ting felt remorseful towards Hui Zi and thus proposed a separation. However, Hui Zi believed that he had lost everything and assumed that Zhang Ting had found someone of greater worth. So he acquiesced to her wishes. Yet, upon learning of their breakup, Chen Xiqing was infuriated and confronted her, demanding to know the reason behind the dissolution of their relationship. He was bewildered by the very notion of a breakup. In a bid to humiliate Hui Zi, Chen Xiqing approached him with an offer. If he agreed to follow Chun and serve him diligently, not only would he restore Hui Zi's family business, but he could also assist in freeing his parents. Unbeknownst to him, Hui Zi naively perceived Chen Xiqing as a benevolent figure and readily accepted the proposition. As for his ex-girlfriend's downfall, he deemed it no longer his concern. Thus, Hui Zi became Chen Xiqing's subordinate. On several occasions, Chen Xiqing showed little regard for Hui Zi, standing at a distance while pursuing Zhang Ting with fervor. He even threatened Zhang Ting, warning her that revealing the truth to Hui Zi would lead to dire consequences for him. Unexpectedly, a twist of fate occurred on what was supposed to be the day of reckoning. Chen Xiqing had planned an outing with Tang Bingbing, but the day prior, he received the shocking news of her dismemberment. Present at the scene were Hui Zi, Zhang Ting, two bodyguards, Zhang Jun, Tian Liang, and their respective ex-girlfriends. Indeed, both of those women had also aligned themselves with Chen Xiqing, willingly offering themselves, unlike Hui Zi, who remained oblivious. The incident involving Tang Bingbing disrupted Chen Xiqing's original plans, prompting him to decide that the group would continue their revelries at his residence the following day. Thus, on the day of reckoning, they reconvened at the pinnacle of the Sunflower Hotel. The ensuing events unfolded by the poolside, where a festive gathering took a sinister turn as two young women abruptly began to bleed from their noses, tainting the water with crimson. Chen Xiqing, horrified, kicked the two girls away and scrambled out of the pool, narrowly evading the peril of a zombie bite. Regrettably, the two bodyguards were not as fortunate. As they attempted to drag the submerged girls to safety, they were overwhelmed and savagely attacked. Despite being knocked down multiple times, the girls rose again with relentless fervor, only subdued when their skulls were finally shattered. The subsequent events are well known to all. Upon hearing Huizi's account, Ding Dali gazed at him in disbelief, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind?" Huizi, chastised, refrained from retorting but inwardly thought, "How can you call me foolish when your girlfriend has been unfaithful? Enough. Although you have squandered a bit of my time, you have successfully persuaded me. I shall spare your life. Now come with me," Ding Dali declared, hefting a rebar over his shoulder as he prepared to exit the stairwell. Huizi, hurriedly calling out from behind, urged, "Where are you taking me? We need to strategize on how to deal with Chung Siqing. Prepare to witness a grand spectacle. I intend for Chung Siqing to experience the taste of betrayal," he insisted. Chapter 38. Despair of Chung Siqing. Chung Siqing had recently acquired 3 stunning women, adorned in wedding gowns and bridesmaid dresses, making it nearly impossible for him to contain his excitement. He commanded Zhang Jun and Tian Liang to bind the 3 women to chairs, securing their limbs firmly. Chung Siqing leered at the 3 women, resembling a ravenous wolf eyeing 3 unsuspecting lambs, contemplating how best to indulge in his wicked desires. Xia Qiuge could never have envisioned that her marriage would coincide with an apocalyptic nightmare. Remarkably, she had avoided becoming a zombie, only to be abducted at gunpoint to this dreadful location, while her fiancé remained utterly silent. Bound to a chair in an exceedingly humiliating position, despair overwhelmed her heart. Glancing at her 2 close friends, she saw their tear-streaked faces, etched with fear. Another woman, captured alongside them, was now wailing in agonizing despair from a distance. Faced with this harrowing scene, Xia Qiuge could no longer contain her tears. "Let me go, you beasts. Release me." Chung Siqing, reveling in her struggles, wore an even more brazen smile as he seized Xia Qiuge's chin forcefully. "Ah, beasts, fear not, for I shall soon enlighten you on what true savagery entails. I hear your fiancé is just downstairs. I can only imagine his reaction upon witnessing this spectacle. Ha ha ha. I advise you not to waste your energy. For anyone who enters my domain, Chung Siqing's abode, must leave a mark if they wish to escape. But worry not, the most delectable treats will be saved for last. I shall commence with your dear friends. Which one shall it be? This is quite the dilemma. Ha ha ha." With that, Chung Siqing leapt between the 2 bridesmaids, tearing the garment of one with a savage flourish. "Qiuge, help me. Ah, scoundrel. You vile scoundrel. You have released Xiao Shui. Let him go. If you have a grievance, direct it at me. Do not lay a finger on them." Xia Qiuge's desperate cries only served to incite Chung Siqing further, prompting him to act without restraint as he tore the gown of another bridesmaid. With a derisive expression, he glared at Xia Qiuge. "Ha ha ha. Fear not, dear bride. Your turn will come soon enough. There is no need for haste." The bridesmaid whose gown was ripped away was named Anan, known for her fiery temperament. Rather than resist, she glared at Chung Siqing with red-rimmed eyes, resembling a vengeful spirit. Summoning all her strength, she shouted, "You beast! Come at me. I will consider it as if I were merely licked by a dog. You seek your own demise." Anan's furious tirade instantly ignited Chung Siqing's rage, and he raised his hand to strike. However, just as his palm was poised to descend, a deafening crash echoed through the air, followed by the violent slam of a massive security door into the center of the living room. Everyone turned in unison towards the doorway, even Chung Siqing momentarily forgetting to lower his hand. The once grand entrance now stood as merely a doorframe, surrounded by a cloud of dust. Applause erupted from behind the haze, accompanied by a flamboyant voice. "Ha ha ha. Which lady spoke so delightfully? Such an astute observation. Chung Siqing is merely a spineless sycophant." Ding Dali entered the luxurious residence, clapping enthusiastically, followed closely by Zhang Ting and Huizi. Ding Dali cast a sweeping glance over everyone in the room, and upon laying eyes on Chung Siqing, his previously jovial expression plummeted to an icy stillness. His piercing gaze seemed to regard a corpse, and an overwhelming tide of hatred surged within him, rendering him oblivious to the system's notifications. "It is you, the worthless boyfriend of Tang Bingbing, the one who stormed into the hotel with a metal rod at dawn? You survived the encounter?" Upon recognizing the visitor, Chung Siqing found it difficult to conceal his astonishment. He had indeed hired assassins to eliminate his adversary, yet it was evident that the mission had failed. "Are you referring to those 2 assassins? They were undeniably formidable, and I held a certain admiration for them, which is precisely why I dispatched them myself." Chung Siqing contemplated countless reasons for the failure of the assassination, yet never once did he consider that he had been outmaneuvered by the seemingly inept boyfriend of Tang Bingbing. In his mind, The other was nothing more than an utterly ordinary individual, a pitiful soul juggling multiple jobs in a futile attempt to please Tang Bingbing, earning barely enough to scrape by. How could he possibly have killed those two experts? No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not fathom it. And so he resolved to cease pondering the matter. After all, the confrontation had already arrived at his doorstep, and any further thought would be futile. He slightly tilted his head, his gaze landing squarely on Huizi and Chen Ting standing behind him. In an instant, Chen Xiqing's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing to slits, radiating a chilling intensity as he demanded, "How dare you betray me?" Huizi could not ascertain whether Ding Dali had the capability to eliminate Chen Xiqing. Yet the world had descended into chaos, with the likelihood of his parents still being alive dwindling to nearly zero. Rather than continue living in such a humiliated state, he resolved to fight with all his might. Gripping Zhang Ting's hand tightly, Huizi retorted with a fierce glare, "I am not betraying you. Laozi has never regarded you with any esteem. In the past, you treated me like a fool, and now, even in this apocalyptic world, you still dare to act so pretentiously before me. I wonder from where you derive the audacity to flaunt your prowess in our presence. I scoff. Sooner or later, I shall castrate you." Huizi's words undoubtedly stoked the flames of Chen Xiqing's fury, completely igniting his wrath. He loathes having his shortcomings exposed by others, especially in front of beautiful women. In his youth, he experienced a sense of inferiority due to his stature, but as he matured, he discovered that women were often too intimidated to comment on his height. Those who dared to do so rarely met with a favorable fate. Yet today, before the 3 exquisite trophies he had just acquired, he found himself humiliated time and again. In an absolute frenzy of rage, Chen Xiqing pointed at Ding Dali and the others, unleashing a manic laugh. "Ha ha! A worthless wretch, a stray dog, dares to spout nonsense in my presence. Ha ha! Insects are only worthy of consorting with insects. Ha ha! You all deserve to die?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Chen Xiqing raised his weapon. 3 handguns discharged simultaneously, the resounding gunfire echoing with his deranged laughter. In a corner of the living room, Zhang Jun and Tian Liang, who had been wantonly ravaging women, were prepared for Ding Dali's entrance. Upon seeing Chen Xiqing raise his gun, they too aimed and fired, until every bullet in their guns was expended. An astonishing scene unfolded before Chen Xiqing and the others. No, to be precise, before everyone present except Ding Dali. All the bullets that had been shot seemed to come alive, swirling around Ding Dali at a short distance, unable to advance an inch. "Have you awakened the ability to control metal?" Chen Xiqing gazed in disbelief at the projectile suspended in midair. In response, several bullets whirled towards him at an astonishing speed. His pupils contracted as he rapidly activated his extraordinary abilities in an attempt to thwart the oncoming bullets. Yet, it was too late. 2 bullets struck his legs, piercing through his calves and fracturing the bone. Blood gushed from the 2 wounds. A cry of agony escaped his lips as he collapsed to the ground. The pain did not cloud his mind. He understood that without an immediate counterattack, his fate was sealed. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating torment, he summoned all his strength to invoke his powers. A steel ball resting on a nearby table transformed into a flurry of steel needles, unnoticed by the onlookers. Chen Xiqing's awakened ability, derived from consuming a crystal core, was metal manipulation. As the name implies, he could effortlessly control the form of metal, allowing it to move freely within a certain range. This was an immensely powerful ability. Metal was ubiquitous in this world, and with development, he could undoubtedly become formidable. Chen Xiqing had always believed this. However, today, the steel needles produced by his powers remained inert, no matter how he commanded them. He exerted every ounce of his energy, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, uncertain whether it was the pain or the immense toll on his abilities that caused such distress. Ultimately, as his last vestige of mental strength waned, he found himself unable to wield his powers, and the steel needles lay motionless. How could this be? The weakened Chen Xiqing murmured in disbelief, his voice devoid of confidence. Chapter 39. Despairing Chen Xiqing, are you looking for them? Ding Dali mockingly gazed at Chen Xiqing, who was seated on the ground, and then manipulated the steel needles to hover before him. Observing the astonishment reflected in Chen Xiqing's wide eyes and shocked expression, Ding Dali continued his taunts. Surely you do not believe that possessing this ability grants you the power to dominate in this apocalypse? Or that you could vanquish me with it? You must be quite curious as to how I can control the needles you conjured. The answer is quite simple. Our levels of power differ vastly. Moreover, you can only manipulate metal, while I possess the ability to control all that I can perceive. Should I choose to do so? Upon finishing his declaration, numerous objects around them began to levitate into the air, leaving Chen Xiqing in sheer disbelief, momentarily forgetting the agony in his legs. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a wretched lowlife like you possess such capabilities? You are unworthy. Before Chen Xiqing could complete his furious exclamation, his roar abruptly transformed into a cry of anguish as several steel spikes were driven into his limbs, embedding deeply into the floor beneath him. I will kill you. What are you two fools waiting for? Move. Pinned to the ground. Chen Xiqing writhed in pain while issuing commands to Zhang Jun and Tian Liang. With a slight movement of his fingers, he unleashed two bolts of lightning that shot forth rapidly. However, before they could even reach Ding Dali, a flash of electricity struck, and both Zhang Jun and Tian Liang collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Ding Dali, being intentionally restrained, moderated the power of his lightning ability, ensuring the two were merely incapacitated without any threat to their lives. With a cold gaze, he looked down upon the writhing figures of the two, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Two newly awakened power wielders should refrain from embarrassing themselves here. Do not rush. It is not yet your time to make an appearance. A multitude of doubts thoroughly shattered Chen Xiqing's psychological defenses, and his anger gradually morphed into despair. With a gaze that bordered on pleading, he looked at Ding Dali and slowly spoke. Brother Ding, aside from Tang Bingbing, we have had no grievances in the past. Have we? Why must you press me so relentlessly? If it is a matter of pride, once we escape from here, I will gift you 10 beautiful women. I assure you, each one will surpass that wretched Tang Bingbing. We shall call each other brothers. What is mine will be yours. And there is no need to jeopardize our camaraderie over a woman like her. Do not trust the words of this scoundrel, exclaimed a bound bridesmaid named Anon, suddenly interjecting. Her words ignited Chen Xiqing's fury, making him wish to silence her immediately, yet he dared not reveal his emotions. Even Huizi, standing beside Ding Dali, insisted. Do not believe him. This man is duplicitous and treacherous. He must be eliminated to prevent future troubles. In truth, Huizi never anticipated that Ding Dali's strength would be so unfathomable. Initially, knowing of the other's power, he had intended to ally with him to eliminate Chen Xiqing. Yet, who could have foreseen that Ding Dali's prowess was of a crushing level, pressing the once proud Chen Xiqing down like a celestial being? Given the situation, Chen Xiqing could not be allowed to continue living. The pain was on the verge of overwhelming Chen Xiqing's sanity. He had never experienced such agony nor endured such humiliation throughout his life. Yet, when the villain becomes the prey on the chopping block, the instinct for survival is no less fervent than that of an ordinary person, for it is a primal urge that transcends notions of good and evil. Do not heed their baseless claims, Brother Ding. I speak with conviction. My father shall come to rescue us, and when that time arrives, we shall have whatever we desire. Moreover, given that we are in an apocalyptic scenario, with your formidable strength, we can accomplish anything together. What further discontent do you harbor? Or what conditions do you wish to propose? I am entirely capable of fulfilling them. Can you truly fulfill them? Chen Xiqing nodded frantically. A smile graced Ding Dali's lips as he approached the prostrate Zhang Jun and Tian Liang, delivering a kick to each. Enough of this pretense of unconsciousness. I have not dealt any fatal blows. If you wish to avoid further shocks, rise immediately. The two, previously lying on the ground, sprang up to kneel upon hearing Ding Dali's words. Their hair stood on end as they bowed their heads repeatedly, weeping profusely. Brother Ding, we bear no grievance against you. Furthermore, we are not acquainted with Tang Bingbing. Your vendetta does not involve us. Yes, brother, please do not slay us. We have no ties to Tang Bingbing whatsoever. As he observed the two kneeling in supplication, Ding Dali retrieved an axe from his belongings and tossed it before them. The sight terrified the pair, leaving them bewildered about his intentions. Ding Dali mockingly inquired, Do you wish to live? If so, use this to sever a limb from Chen Xiqing at your discretion. Satisfy me, or else. Ding Dali's finger beckoned, and an orb of lightning, the size of a football, materialized instantaneously, hovering ominously above the two men. Upon hearing this, their bodies, previously trembling in submission, suddenly stiffened. They glanced at Chen Xiqing and then at Ding Dali, their faces contorted with inner turmoil. Chen Xiqing, drenched in sweat and veins bulging from the pain, screamed in a frenzied pitch, I dare you two to make a move. If you lay a finger on me, I will ensure that your lives become a living hell. I will make sure your entire family suffer. Zhang Jun, gripping his axe, was in a state of profound conflict. Having spent considerable time within Qin Shiqing's circle, he had witnessed the formidable power of Qin's family and was all too familiar with his vengeful nature. A deep-seated fear had taken root within him over time. Now, confronted by someone who posed a genuine threat to both Qin Shiqing and his own life, that entrenched fear began to waver. Offending Qin Shiqing could lead to death, yet offending Ding Dali would surely bring immediate demise. But what if Qin Shiqing were to perish? What would it matter then? Hearing Qin Shiqing, in his current state, still daring to threaten them only fueled Zhang Jun's long-simmering resentment into a blazing inferno. With a resolute heart, he tightened his grip and propelled himself forward. Damn it! Even in this pathetic state, you still dare to flaunt your arrogance. He roared. I will slay you. With a ferocious shout, he swung the axe down, severing Qin Shiqing's calf at the knee. Blood sprayed across Zhang Jun's face, the scalding warmth of it igniting a frenzied madness within him as he raised the axe once more, ready to strike again. Tian Liang stepped forward to seize the axe. How could he allow it to be wielded by only one? The opportunity for survival must be seized. Thus, as Zhang Jun struck down with the axe a second time, Tian Liang stepped forward, snatched the weapon, and without hesitation, brought it down with brutal force. Qin Shiqing's other leg was severed as well. The excruciating pain jolted Qin Shiqing back to consciousness, and soon, heart-wrenching screams and curses erupted from his lips, as if such vocalizations could alleviate his suffering. Ah! Zhang Jun, Tian Liang, you wretched dogs. I will not let you escape my wrath. You spineless wretches who would sell your own women. Ah! Mucus, tears, and saliva streamed down Qin Shiqing's contorted face. At this moment, he was utterly despondent, powerless to resist, resorting only to a torrent of invective. Yet, the more vehemently he cursed, the more frenzied Tian Liang and Zhang Jun became. They grappled over the axe, and soon, Qin Shiqing's arms were also severed. Once a figure of prominence, he was now dragged into the mire. Ultimately, Qin Shiqing lost consciousness again, his trousers soaked. A foul stench mingled with the metallic scent of blood permeating the air. The three women, already rescued by Ding Dali, had never witnessed such a bloody spectacle and instinctively shielded their eyes, retreating behind him. Only Inon, suppressing the urge to vomit, uttered a vindictive remark, "You deserve this." Chapter 40. You seem like a dog amidst the pervasive stench of urine. Ding Dali spat derisively and turned to Huizi, exclaiming, Hey, you! Did you not just proclaim your intent to cut him down? Do not merely stand there. Take action. Huizi witnessed the horrific scene of Qin Shiqing having his limbs severed, an overwhelming tide of vengeance and hatred surging through his mind. Suddenly, confronted by Ding Dali's question, he felt a moment of confusion, unsure of what a mushroom was. A glance at Qin Shiqing's groin brought him a sudden realization. Without hesitation, he swiftly retrieved a folding knife from his pocket. With a swift motion, the blade descended. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air once more. This time, Qin Shiqing writhed on the ground like a maggot, screaming and cursing uncontrollably. He did not lose consciousness again. His cries gradually weakened until they resembled the faint buzzing of a fly. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, his complexion turned as pale as parchment. Ding Dali approached him, crouched down, and spoke in a disturbingly calm tone. Mr. Qin, how does it feel to be betrayed? Qin Shiqing's mouth opened and closed, as if he wished to articulate something, yet only feeble sounds escaped, akin to the buzzing of a fly. Qin Shiqing, you truly resemble a dog at this moment. By the way, I must inform you that I once promised Tang Bingbing that I would soon send her brother Shiqing to meet her. She has been minced by my hand, and your intact state seems rather inappropriate for such a meeting. You, all, must die. With that, his dismembered body trembled twice before falling silent, clearly lifeless. Ding Dali paid no heed to his words, recognizing them as mere final threats. Without ceremony, he smashed Qin Shiqing's skull with a brutal strike, then consumed his ability, metal control. Open the window and dispose of your boss Qin's corpse downstairs. Feed it to the zombies. Ding Dali commanded, pointing at Zhang Jun and Tianli, who had already cowered to the side. The duo dared not defy him. The figure before them was a veritable demon, a harbinger of death who relished in tormenting his victims. It was one thing to inflict suffering, but to extract a final indignity before death was utterly abhorrent. The mere thought sent chills down their spines. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly opened the window and hurled Qin Shiqing's lifeless body down to the ground. In a cruel twist of fate, The masterminds behind Ding Dali's demise in a past life, Tang Bingbing and Chen Xiqing, had now met their end in a wholly different manner. Standing at the window, Ding Dali observed as Chen Xiqing's body splattered into a gruesome mess below, quickly devoured by the ravenous horde of zombies, leaving nothing but a pool of blood. A long sigh of relief escaped him, as the overwhelming hatred that had consumed him in his previous life dissipated like a wisp of wind in this apocalyptic world. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Vengeance had been exacted, but the apocalypse still loomed large. In a sense, this very apocalypse was also one of the culprits behind his demise. Given the chance to be reborn, he was determined to uncover the truth behind everything. To do so, he must upend this wretched world. And then there was that vile corpse king. Zhang Jun, trembling and pale, interrupted Ding Dali's musings. His legs shaking like leaves in a tempest, and in hushed tones, he pleaded, "Boss Ding, can we be released now? We have followed your orders and severed Chen Xiqing's limbs. You said you would spare us if you were satisfied. Do you find yourself satisfied?" Glaring at the two traitors before him, Ding Dali held a particular disdain for such turncoats. Without a second thought, he drove 2 steel spikes through their skulls. Coldly, he uttered, "I am not satisfied." This action left Huizi utterly terrified, as he and Shouting were once under Chen Xiqing's influence. Was this ruthless killer seeking vengeance after the harvest? The more he pondered, the more he felt a chill run down his spine, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. "Boss Ding, my association with Chen Xiqing was out of necessity. If you must kill, then let it be me alone. I beseech you. Spare Shouting." Ding Dali was taken aback by this unexpected display of supplication. He thought to himself, could this fellow truly be so dim-witted? I am neither a bloodthirsty maniac nor a psychopathic individual, prone to violence at the slightest provocation. Unbeknownst to him, every action he had just taken was observed by all present, and they unanimously deemed him a genuine pervert. "Why on earth would I kill you? Have you been with Chen Xiqing for so long that you've turned soft as a noodle? It appears your resolve has also weakened. Are you truly not going to kill me?" Huizi asked, still in disbelief. "Enough with the nonsense. Were it not for your coerced circumstances, I would have shattered your skull with a single blow. Treat the women around you with more respect. Surviving in this damned apocalypse is already a blessing." In the past, the world was a dog-eat-dog scenario, and now it remains the same. Alas, Ding Dali sighed once more, and then a thought struck him. "Quickly, get up. I have questions for you." Huizi, still bewildered, rose from the ground and replied, "Boss Ding, please feel free to ask your questions." Suddenly, Ding Dali's gaze turned furtive, akin to that of a thief, as he pulled Huizi aside and glanced around to ensure that no one else was paying attention. Noticing that the trio of bridesmaids were engaged in mutual consolation after their ordeal, he felt reassured that their conversation would go unnoticed. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Huizi, since you've been at this hotel for quite some time, does it offer that kind of service to guests?" Huizi appeared utterly bewildered, as if struck by lightning, unable to comprehend the implication of Ding Dali's words. Observing his confusion, Ding Dali retorted impatiently, "Are you pretending to be clueless? That kind of service, the special kind. With Chen Xiqing's reputation, there surely can't be many exquisite and enchanting young ladies in such a large hotel providing special services." Though Huizi's voice was soft, it resonated like a thunderclap, clearly audible to everyone present. "Could you not speak so loudly?" he admonished. Just as he finished speaking, the bride, Xiaoqiugan, flushed crimson and retorted, "Rogue. Hey, this young lady, I just rescued her from the depths of despair, and she turns her back on me. Where's her self-awareness? Unlike you, Xiaoyu." Ding Dali mused inwardly, but chose to ignore Xiaoqiugan. Instead, he approached the bridesmaid and in with a mischievous grin, casually draping his arm around her shoulders. "Little sister, I seem to have heard someone say that if I help her eliminate Chen Xiqing, I would be rewarded with a child. I wonder if there's any truth to that." Upon hearing this, even the typically bold Anan blushed like a ripe apple. Wishing to bury her head in her chest, she shyly cast furtive glances at the individual beside her, who bore a resemblance to a monkey. Just as she was about to speak, she was abruptly pulled behind by Xiaoqiuga, who protectively shielded her. "Sir, we are immensely grateful for your assistance in saving us. We shall certainly repay you in the future, but I implore you not to lay a hand on my friend." Ding Dali nearly burst into laughter at her words, inwardly contemplating the absurdity of the notion of future repayment. What could possibly be owed at that point? His imagination conjured a plethora of inappropriate scenarios, becoming increasingly entertained and exhilarated by them. A rather lewd smile involuntarily crept across Ding Dali's face as he blurted out, "Forget about the future. Just tell me when the rendezvous will be." Chapter 41. The Three Sisters of the Xia Family Pervert. Xia Qiuge exclaimed, shoving Ding Dali aside before seizing her two friends and making a swift exit. Ding Dali found himself both amused and exasperated. "Have you three no sense of gratitude? I saved you, and with a mere phrase, you dismiss me so casually? Besides, without a dedicated elevator card, you three cannot go anywhere." As he jested, Ding Dali called upon the system within his mind to assess the data of the three young women. Name: Xia Qiuge, human female. Eligible for pursuit score: 95 strength, 3 speed. For stamina: 5 spirit, 5 superpower. Awaiting awakening morality value: 50. Name: Xia Xiaoxue, human female. Eligible for pursuit score: 90 strength. For speed, for stamina, for spirit, for superpower. Awaiting awakening morality value: 65. Name: Xia Enin, human female. Eligible for pursuit score: 92 strength. For speed, 5 stamina. For spirit, 5 superpower. Awaiting awakening morality value: 91st. Xia Qiuge bears an uncanny resemblance to her wedding photo. The image is unretouched, and she indeed possesses striking features: ample bosom, shapely posterior, and a notably slender waist. Secondly, all three individuals possess the potential for superpowers, which signifies that upon awakening, they shall each wield extraordinary abilities. What astonishes Ding Dali the most is that the fiery bridesmaid, Enin, boasts a morality value of 90. This truly indicates an intention to procreate. Each revelation is a delightful surprise. The only source of his discontent lies with Xia Qiuge. As he gazes upon her morality value, a torrent of expletives floods his mind. How could her morality value be a mere 50 upon first acquaintance? After rescuing you from peril, this is the gratitude I receive? You truly harbor no regard for me. Curse it. One day, you shall call me father. Although these thoughts linger in his mind, Ding Dali must devise a strategy to win her over. Thus he must refrain from excessive displays. To directly conquer Xia Qiuge may prove to be an insurmountable challenge. Upon observing Xia Enin's moral standing, as well as the gaze she cast upon herself and her rosy cheeks, Ding Dali suddenly conceived a plan. Securing Xia Qiuge would be a challenge. Yet winning over Xia Enin seemed far more attainable. Xia Enin, being Xia Qiuge's close confidant, could not be approached directly. Thus, a more circuitous strategy was warranted. As the saying goes, to marry well, one must first win the favor of the bride's friends. Do not question why you have never heard this adage. It is simply a figment of my imagination. By winning over Xia Enin, Ding Dali could enlist her assistance in captivating Xia Qiuge, and perhaps even ensnare Xia Xiaoxue along the way. However, it suddenly dawned on Ding Dali that all three women shared the surname Xia, leading him to ponder a rather intriguing possibility. He scrutinized the trio meticulously from every angle, and with each passing moment, he became increasingly astonished. They bore a striking resemblance to one another. Goodness gracious! Are they not merely friends? Has Xia Qiuge's father truly indulged in such frivolities? Even with their plump figures, has he continued his escapades? The thought of such a scenario sent a thrill through Ding Dali, prompting him to silently commend his prospective father-in-law. Unbeknownst to the three women, Ding Dali's mind was racing with a myriad of inappropriate and scandalous images. He would momentarily inspect the three of them, then break into a foolish grin, only to resume his examination, which gradually transformed into a more lecherous chuckle. Each woman, however, harbored distinctly different thoughts in response to this peculiar behavior. Xia Qiuge, this lecherous rogue, is also a lunatic? No wonder his murderous tendencies are so grotesque. It appears he truly has a few screws loose. Xia Xiaoxue, this individual is undoubtedly impressive, yet it seems there may be something amiss in his mental faculties. Xia Enin, why does this person look so foolish? Will having children with him really not inherit anything? Just as Ding Dali was lost in thoughts about the romantic exploits of his future father-in-law, a crisp system notification interrupted him. Ding. Target Xia Qiuge's morality value has dropped to 45, and she has developed hostility towards the elder brother. Please make plans promptly. What does this mean? I haven't done anything. What does this little girl want? Does she really not see me as a person? This woman truly demands beauty in both conscience and temperament. System, come out. Can I smash her head? Elder brother, I advise caution. I have a premonition that you can make her call you daddy. Ding Dali inwardly cursed, then glared at Xia Qiuge with fury. He said impatiently, Young lady, is Li Chunlan really your name? Asking me to save you is quite audacious. I truly love you. Now, hurry and leave. Although Ding Dali desperately wanted Xia Qiuge to call him daddy, he certainly did not wish to witness her haughty demeanor. To facilitate future communication, he promptly unlocked the door sealing the staircase from the 30th to the 29th floor. As for the woman who had been toyed with by Zhang Jun, she had remained silent throughout. Ding Dali had checked her data. While she was quite attractive, her score was below standard, so he paid her little attention. Seeing that the person who saved her was heading to the 29th floor, the woman quickly stood up, dressed herself, and followed behind them, not uttering a single word. Upon witnessing her daughter's safe return, Li Chunlan rushed forward and embraced her, bursting into tears. The survivors on the 29th floor, initially drawn to the scene, retreated a few steps upon noticing Ding Dali closely following several women. The eerie method of murder, which had transpired not long ago, lingered vividly in their minds. Now, a man truly descended from the upper floors with several women. It was evident that the upstairs Mr. Chun was most likely his victim, for he was armed. A resounding slap echoed as it struck his face, leaving him incredulous as he gazed at his assailant. Xia Qiuge, seething with rage, rebuked Yang Wei. Where was your fervor when I was captured? Now you come running to inquire. Are you questioning whether those scoundrels assaulted me? Have you lost your humanity? I shall inform you. I am no longer with you. Depart at once. I never wish to see you again. While Li Chunlan retained a certain charm, the wrinkles on her face prompted Ding Dali to silently scoff. What do you need from me? I yearn for tender greens, not withered stalks. Though he harbored such thoughts, he replied, let us not embellish the truth. First, inquire about your daughter's sentiments. Well then, I shall not intrude on your reunion any longer. I'm heading upstairs. Chapter 42. The Elder Xia. Just as he was about to turn away, Elder Xia grasped Ding Dali's arm, signaling him to step aside for a conversation. The two moved to the window by the elevator, where Elder Xia casually retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, igniting one for himself before offering another to Ding Dali. Ding Dali did not hesitate to accept the cigarette, effortlessly flipping his hand to reveal a lighter that appeared as if conjured by magic. After igniting the cigarette, the lighter vanished just as swiftly. As he exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze fixated on the endless tide of zombies outside the window. He slowly spoke. Go on, old Xia. What clandestine matters do you wish to discuss? Ah, my young brother. I truly apologize. Qiuge has become utterly unruly under her mother's indulgence. Her temper is as foul as a stone in a latrine. I often find myself infuriated by her antics. You must exercise patience. I can see that she has undoubtedly provoked you. Please, do not stoop to her level. Observing old Xia's rotund figure and the features of his face pressed together like pleats on a bond, Ding Dali couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt and curiously inquired, Old Xia, have you ever suspected that Xia Qiuge is not your daughter? I mean, her foul temper bears no resemblance to yours. And, truth be told, her appearance is entirely dissimilar to yours. At this, old Xia's face transformed like a chameleon, shifting from white to black to red, overwhelmed by embarrassment. He had not anticipated such a question from this young man. Nevertheless, he cautiously glanced around before lowering his voice, chuckling. You know, there was a time in her childhood when I did suspect she wasn't my biological child. However, I once secretly underwent a DNA test, and there was absolutely no discrepancy. She is indeed of our bloodline. Well, I must say, old Xia, you truly have done well. Xia Qiuge is indeed quite the beauty. Suddenly struck by a thought, Ding Dali leaned in closer to old Xia's plump face, raising an eyebrow and teasingly inquiring. Old Xia, there is something I wish to ask you. Old Xia, bewildered by his mysterious demeanor, replied, What is it? Just ask. Be honest with me, old Xia. Did you, in your youth, ever do something that wronged the mother of Xia Qiuge? Upon hearing this, old Xia's face flushed crimson, his cheeks turning a deep shade of red. Why you? How did you know? Where did you hear this? Oh my goodness. What a delightful surprise. Ding Dali had merely asked in jest, yet this revelation had truly taken him aback. I knew it. No wonder Xia Qiuge's two close friends share the surname Xia. They bear a striking resemblance. Old Xia, you are quite something. Not only did you evade the clutches of the neighbor Wang, but you also took the initiative. However, shouldn't the child born to Wang's wife inherit the surname Wang? What you say is correct. The child was indeed born with the surname Wang, named Wang Xiaoxue. Yet, her mother later met someone new, coincidentally another with the surname Xia. This man sold his house and moved into our neighborhood. Thus, Wang Xiaoxue became Xia Xiaoxue. As she grew older, she increasingly resembled Xiaoga. However, I am uncertain if Xia Xiaoshua's mother is fated to bring misfortune to her husbands. When the children were in junior high, Xia Xiaoshua's stepfather met with an unfortunate accident and passed away. After her mother remarried, Xiao Shui remained the sole child, leaving the mother and daughter as lonely orphans. Xiao Gu's mother, in a moment of misplaced reasoning, suggested that the two children, having grown up together as close friends, should acknowledge me as their godfather, given that they both share the surname Xia. Thus, Xiao Shui and Xiao Gu were outwardly seen as good friends and sisters, while in reality, they were biological sisters. This truth known only to me and Xiao Shui's mother. However, in these times, Xiao Shui's mother has become unreachable, likely having passed away. As Ding Dali listened to Lao Xia's melodramatic romantic past, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Judging by Xiao Shui's appearance, her mother must have been quite attractive, and it was reasonable to assume that Xiao Gu's mother was also a beauty in her youth. How then did she end up with someone like Lao Xia? Lao Xia, were you slim and handsome when you were young? Ding Dali inquired. Not at all. I was merely 7 or 8 pounds lighter than I am now. Looking at Lao Xia, who was quite portly, weighing at least over 200 pounds, Ding Dali mused that losing 7 or 8 pounds still left him a hefty figure. Was it the case that even the cabbages of that era were so fond of being ravaged by pigs? Ding Dali pondered, clearly perplexed. Upon hearing this, Lao Xia hurriedly waved his hands and lowered his voice, saying, "Young brother, please don't speak carelessly. I, Xia Donghai, swear to the heavens. I have only made that one mistake. Xia Anan is definitely not my child. Anan was a friend that Xiao Gu and Xiao Shui met during high school, and they have remained close ever since. The fact that she shares their surname is merely a coincidence, although I do see a slight resemblance. I swear I do not know Xia Anan's mother at all. Truly, it has no connection to you." Old Xia once again raised his plump hand to make a vow, but was interrupted by Ding Dali. "Enough. No need for oaths. I merely inquired, for I fear these 3 might be your daughters." "Old Xia, I shall not conceal the truth from you. The reason I saved them was solely due to their character." Upon hearing this, Old Xia's usually jovial visage darkened, his formerly squinted eyes now wide with fury. "Young man, what do you mean by that? If you dare to lay a hand on my daughter, it is absolutely unacceptable. When General Qin and the others took my daughter, had there been a path to pursue them, I would have fought with all my might." "Ah, Old Xia, you are quite spirited. Rest assured, I am not like them. Though we find ourselves in a post-apocalyptic world, I do not relish coercion. You need not guard against me as if I were an enemy. The one you should truly be wary of is not me." "What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean? Old Xia, I believe you can surmise. Observe the horde of corpses below. For the foreseeable future, that horde will not disperse. Until it does, everyone must remain within this hotel. Now look at the remaining individuals in your lobby. The men significantly outnumber the women, and among the latter, the most beautiful are predominantly from your family. Given the current state of affairs, devoid of food and water, it is only a matter of time before this group resorts to unspeakable acts. There is no need for me to elaborate. Rape and murder will become commonplace. Cannibalism is merely a question of time. While people may hesitate to slay zombies, they will not hesitate to prey upon their own kind. Such behavior was prevalent before the apocalypse, and it will surely be amplified in its aftermath." Old Xia furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before asking with evident difficulty, "With your formidable strength, can't you offer us protection?" "I apologize, but I only safeguard my own," came the reply. "You understand my meaning. The reason I can confide in you to this extent is solely because you harbor no hostility towards me." Chapter 43. The awakening of beastly powers. Xia Donghai was no fool. He comprehended every word spoken and was deeply engaged in contemplating the forthcoming strategy. Observing his troubled expression, Ding Dali shook his head slightly and then conjured an axe from thin air, tossing it before Xia Donghai. "All your thoughts are superfluous at this juncture. Do you know what you ought to do most urgently? 2 words, establish authority. I will not be departing from here for the time being, but my concern is solely for my own people. Therefore, if you wish to ensure your safety, you must ascend to the leadership of this group. Command their obedience, and that will temporarily secure the safety of you and your family. Consider this axe a small gift from me to assist you in establishing your authority." "Oh, let us go. Show me." One must admit, Chen Xiqing's residence was indeed vast. The room designated for storing supplies was merely a spare bedroom, larger than Ding Dali's entire 1-bedroom apartment. Capitalism breeds decadence. Ding Dali stored half a room's worth of supplies into his spatial realm. Wheezy watched in awe as the supplies vanished into thin air, utterly convinced. What was it that this individual could not accomplish? His fear of Ding Dali had now transformed entirely into submission. Ding. Detection indicates that Dong and Wheezy's moral alignment has reached 100, never to betray. Who on earth is Dong and Wheezy? Ding Dali exclaimed, astonished. Standing beside him, Wheezy was taken aback, bewildered by how the leader knew his full name. Trembling, he inquired, Boss Ding, what is wrong with me? What on earth? Your name is Dong Yue? Where do you hail from? Is it from Chingsong City? Check the data on the opponent. Name, Dong Yue species. Human strength, 8 speed, 8 stamina, 8 mentality, 5 powers. Awaiting awakening morality value. 100. Ding Dali perused the data, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy, more exhilarating than the sight of a beautiful maiden. The reason was simple. Ding Dali was familiar with Dong Yue from his past life. Although they had never met, he had certainly heard of his reputation. Dong Yue was renowned not for the magnitude of his individual powers, but for commanding a legion of mutated beasts. As an awakener of beast transformation abilities, he naturally found it easier to connect with and tame these creatures. Consequently, it was common for those with such abilities to possess 1 or 2 mutated beast companions. In his previous life, Dong Yue had assembled a team of awakeners, comprising over 20 individuals, each of whom was also an awakener of the beast transformation ability. Remarkably, nearly every member of the team had 2 mutated beasts by their side. This formidable group of over 20, alongside an array of mutated beasts, formed a triad of warriors proficient in strength, speed, and defense. In his past life, Ding Dali had merely heard whispers of this individual. Little did he expect that this Wheezy was the leader of that very legion of mutated beasts. A most delightful surprise. The more he thought about it, the more excitement surged within him. Ding Dali patted Wheezy on the shoulder and smiled. Wheezy, what are your plans for the future? Upon hearing this, Wheezy, feeling a wave of nervousness, straightened his clothes and bowed solemnly. With a resolute tone, he declared, Boss Ding, you have shown kindness to me and shouting. I wish to follow you, if you would have me. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have joked about the unwavering values of good and evil. Ding Dali suppressed his inner exhilaration and, adopting a serious demeanor, instructed, call Zhang Ting over. I have matters to discuss with you both. Without hesitation, Wheezy summoned Zhang Ting, while Ding Dali internally commanded the system to retrieve her data. Name, Zhang Ting. Gender, female. Human rating, 81, potentially recruitable. Strength, 6 speed, 6 stamina, 6 mentality, 3 special ability. Awaiting awakening good-evil value, 85, as anticipated. Given her attributes, Zhang Ting was likely to possess a beastly transformation ability as well. Contemplating this, Ding Dali produced sufficient energy cores for both of them to evolve to the first tier. These energy cores will enable your evolution to become awakened beings. From now on, you will be one of us. Wheezy gazed at Ding Dali in disbelief, his lips trembling. Boss Ding, is all this truly for us? Will we really become individuals with superpowers? Indeed, they are called awakened beings. Wheezy and Zhang Ting repeatedly bowed in gratitude, but their expressions of thanks were interrupted by Ding Dali, who proceeded to outline the precautions for their evolution before allowing them to remain in the room to absorb the energy cores. Meanwhile, Ding Dali wandered through the opulence of the mansion. Chen Xiqing's residence occupies an entire floor, featuring an astonishing array of rooms, each more spacious than one could ever imagine. After meandering through several chambers, Ding Dali quickly lost interest. However, in one particular room, he stumbled upon a plethora of exquisite jewels, luxury watches, car keys, and even a colossal safe. Utilizing his metallic manipulation abilities, which he had absorbed from Chen Xiqing, Ding Dali effortlessly transformed the safe's door into a heap of iron spheres. Inside the safe lay a trove of gold bars, nearly occupying 1/3 of its interior. Ding Dali spat in disdain and muttered, how absurd. Does Chen Xiqing have an insatiable fondness for gold? What purpose does hoarding such trinkets serve? Aside from the gold, Ding Dali unearthed several black briefcases within the safe. 3 of these cases were empty, but the foam lining suggested they had once contained handguns. Another trio housed ammunition, while the remaining cases contained a variety of chemicals, some in powder form, others crystalline, and a few vibrant in color. With a mere glance, Ding Dali recognized their nature. No wonder Chen Xiqing appeared perpetually invigorated. At the very bottom of one briefcase lay dozens of external hard drives. Ding Dali speculated that their concealed placement likely indicated the presence of confidential documents. He resolved to search for an esports room to investigate the contents of these hard drives for any potential business secrets. Carrying a suitcase and preparing to search for a computer, Huizi suddenly grasped Zhang Ting's hand and dashed over. It was evident that the two had completed their evolution. After examining their attributes, Ding Dali nodded in satisfaction, noting that both had ascended to the first level of awakening, each having awakened their beast-like abilities. However, Ding Dali was taken aback by their disheveled appearance. Huizi, in particular, was bare-chested, his trousers reduced to mere shorts. Zhang Ting's clothing was similarly tattered and ragged. Had they been unable to contain themselves during the evolution process? It wasn't until Ding Dali requested them to demonstrate their abilities that he understood the reason behind their state. Huizi had transformed into a nearly 3-meter-tall half-human, half-bear creature. Zhang Ting's transformation was even more extraordinary, becoming a half-human, half-eagle being. Significantly larger and sprouting wings that allowed her to soar. No wonder their attire was in tatters. It resembled the transformation of the Hulk. Normal clothing was utterly inadequate. Chapter 44, Metal Control Ability. Ding Dali was about to inquire where Huizi might find a computer in the house when a thought struck him, leading him to ask, "Do you two have any weapons in mind that you wish to acquire?" After a moment of contemplation, Huizi spoke first. "Boss, I've always had a penchant for the curved sabers from the War of Resistance. When I was a child, my father crafted one for me out of wood. And I can't express how elated I was. With that wooden sword, I cleared the weeds within a radius of several kilometers. If I had a real one, taking down zombies would be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Unfortunately, in this world, finding a good blade is no easy task." "Who says it's not easy? Just wait and see." After speaking, Ding Dali retrieved variously hardened rebar from his spatial storage and activated his metal manipulation ability, causing the materials to soften like clay. He then commanded them to rapidly compress and fuse, envisioning and modifying the design of a large, curved sword. Huizi, observing Ding Dali's skill, could not help but exclaim, "You possess Chen Xiqing's ability, boss." However, as Ding Dali diligently focused on controlling the metal, Huizi covered his mouth and fell silent. Under Ding Dali's guidance, the metal swiftly took on the form of a blade. Since it was his first time employing this ability for such intricate work, Ding Dali exercised utmost caution, and the sword was completed in no time. Building upon the original design, he extended the blade's tip and rectified its limitation of being exclusively suited for chopping and cleaving without the capacity to stab. "How does this look?" Ding Dali inquired, presenting the finished sword to Huizi. Huizi accepted the weapon, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He hefted it in his hand, swung it a few times, and then, feeling slightly embarrassed, remarked, "Boss, this size is fine for me now, but when I transform using my ability, it feels like wielding a toy sword. Could you perhaps make it larger and heavier?" Ding Dali then realized the point. The strength of a beast transformation ability user was indeed substantial, and considering Huizi's bear transformation, there was a significant difference in size and power post-transformation. Thus, he grasped the sword once more, using his ability to enlarge it until it reached approximately 1.8 meters in length, at which point Huizi was finally satisfied. The lengthy blade, almost equal in height to Huizi himself, appeared strikingly incongruous when slung across his back. However, upon transformation, Huizi wielded the massive sword with remarkable grace. His fluffy, oversized hands swung the great blade with ease, and one could only marvel at the sight of such a colossal bear man brandishing an equally formidable weapon. Had it not been for the lofty ceiling of the top-floor room, one might have feared for its structural integrity. Once reverted to his human form, Huizi expressed his delight, exclaiming, "This size is just perfect. If only it could be a tad heavier." "A tad heavier?" Ding Dali pondered, considering the challenge of augmenting the weight without significantly altering its current dimensions. The solution lay in utilizing a denser metal. As he contemplated which metal to employ, his gaze fell upon the stack of gold bars nestled within Chen Xiqing's safe. A hearty laugh erupted from him. This was precisely what he needed. The high density of gold made it an ideal choice for increasing the blade's heft. With renewed determination, he activated his abilities, enveloping the back and handle of the sword in a layer of gold, halting only when Huizi deemed the weight satisfactory. "Behold, a magnificent golden-backed, hefty blade," Huizi exclaimed joyously, christening his new weapon. "As long as you like it, let us make do with it. If it wears out, just let me know. I shall repair it endlessly, haha. We shall upgrade to a better metal when the time comes." "Thank you, boss." Huizi bowed deeply once more in gratitude. Ding Dali, patting his shoulder to convey familiarity, turned to inquire about Zhang Ting's weapon preferences. Zhang Ting seemed somewhat intimidated by the new leader, hesitant to voice her desires. However, Huizi, unabashed, articulated her request. Zhang Ting wished for 2 slender, elegant blades. Ding Dali contemplated the design of the Miao knife and crafted 2 exquisite blades, demonstrating a marked improvement in his skill. He adorned the spine and hilt with golden weights, and upon completion, he gazed at the twin swords, suddenly realizing that while the resplendent weapons might appear somewhat ostentatious, they were undeniably beautiful. Zhang Ting, too, was enamored with these weapons, which prompted a rare smile to grace her face as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, boss." Ding. A notification from the system announced. Detected Zhang Ting's morality value at 100, eternally loyal. Completing the quest will yield double rewards. What a jest. Ding Dali promptly dismissed the system's alert. While he appreciated the presence of attractive women, he adhered firmly to his principles. Apart from his beloved Chen Na, Huizi was the first subordinate he deemed utterly trustworthy. To him, Huizi represented the most reliable companion, and he held no interest in betraying the trust placed in him. Nor would he ever entertain thoughts of encroaching upon a comrade's romantic interests. Ding Dali then fashioned a standard-sized, ring-hilted golden-backed machete for Huizi. Not every environment allowed for transformation. In some confined spaces, this blade would serve as an ideal weapon. You too should familiarize yourselves with your weapons. Remember to guard the door. Alert me if anyone arrives. After expressing their gratitude once more, Huizi and Zhang Ting proceeded to the elevator lobby to practice with their new arms. Ding Dali's mastery of his metallic controllability had significantly progressed. Although his rebar staff served him adequately, it lacked the flamboyance and heft exhibited by Huizi's weapons. It was time for him to procure a new weapon for himself. After a moment of contemplation, Ding Dali activated his supernatural abilities, refining the rebar in his hands and augmenting its thickness slightly. The ends were further thickened, resembling 2 baseball bats fused together. Initially, Ding Dali intended to cover the rod with a layer of gold to enhance its weight. However, he soon realized that gold was too malleable and would easily deform upon impact. Therefore, he once again summoned his powers to create intricate patterns at both ends, embedding gold within these designs, thereby increasing the weight while minimizing the impact on the gold during strikes. He assessed the rod in his grasp. Although it still felt somewhat light, he had no superior metal to utilize and had to make do. He also crafted numerous steel needles of varying sizes with pointed ends to store in his spatial compartment, nodding in satisfaction. It appeared that the supernatural ability gifted by President Chen was indeed quite beneficial. At the very least, he would no longer have to worry about weaponry in the future. Chapter 45. An interlude in the community. Ding Dali reclined on the sofa, pouring himself a glass of Chun Siqing's red wine. He then connected the portable hard drive from his suitcase to the laptop he had procured from Chun Siqing's gaming room. As soon as he opened it, Ding Dali was struck dumb, his eyes fixated in disbelief. The hard drive was filled to the brim, yet devoid of any business secrets, containing instead a plethora of alluring private photographs and provocative videos of various beautiful women. He inserted several hard drives, all yielding the same content, an entire box of hard drives filled with such material. What on earth? Is Chun Siqing a fool? Why store these things in a safe? They are utterly useless. With that, Ding Dali stored both the laptop and the hard drive in his spatial compartment. Having been out for nearly a day, Ding Dali grew increasingly concerned about the 2 women at home. He retrieved his phone and sent a WeChat message to Chen Na. Shortly thereafter, his phone rang, and he answered with a single tap. "Darling, how are things on your end? Have you resolved the situation? Rest assured, everything has been taken care of. How are things at home? Has anything occurred?" The security guard at the entrance, along with a gang from the community, came to smash the door, demanding we surrender our supplies. Upon hearing this, Ding Dali's tone turned icy as he replied, "Oh? How did you handle it?" "Humph. I've dealt with them all. Although it was slightly troublesome to dispose of the bodies in your absence, I managed to incinerate them on the road within the community. I believe there shouldn't be any further disturbances for the time being." "Well done. Were you injured at all? You haven't been detained by any meddling women, have you? I must remind you that Jiqiu and I are vigilantly guarding your dilapidated home. Do be cautious and refrain from causing any trouble outside, lest we refuse you entry upon your return." Upon hearing that the hotel was besieged by zombies, Chen Na's voice noticeably shifted to one of urgency. "Darling, are you all right? Do you need us to come and assist you?" We could drive downstairs to divert the zombies, allowing you to break free. Rest assured, I am fine. There is no need for you to come over. Are there many of you? Should we prepare some space in the community beforehand? We could clear out the vacant houses to accommodate everyone. Otherwise, it would be quite cramped. After exchanging a few more brief words, they finally ended the call. Subsequently, Ding Dolly opened the community group, eager to discover what had transpired within. The chat records were extensive, and after scrolling through a considerable amount, he finally stumbled upon a message from the security guard at the security office. Security officer, ding ding, I noticed you coming in and out multiple times. I waved at you, but you ignored me. Not spicy, Peter. Impressive, impressive. It's this great deity again. The outside is teeming with zombies, yet you dare to venture out. I bow before my idol. Integrity building materials. I saw that too. Last night, he even parked 2 trucks blocking our unit's entrance. I noticed 2 beautiful women followed him into the building. The commotion kept me awake half the night upstairs. Desire for adventure. Look at him. And look at me. I can't even step outside without callousing my hands. Not spicy, Peter. Desire for adventure. Huh? Property manager Xiao Zhang. Does anyone have medicine? I advise everyone against drinking tap water. I'm on the verge of dehydration. The good news is, I'm stuck in the restroom. Smiling slightly amidst chaos. Damn. Property manager Xiao Zhang. You should have said that a second earlier. I just swallowed it. Can I still make it in time to vomit? Your neighbor, Brother Wong, damn it, who cleared out the farmer's market next to the community. I, along with a few brothers, barely escaped the zombies and went to the market for food, only to find nothing. Princess Cat Lover. Has anyone seen my kitty in the community? Not spicy, Peter, damn. Ma'am, how old are you? How could you leave your kitty behind in the community? Desire for adventure. Ha ha ha, not spicy, Peter. You have successfully disgusted me. She spoke of the stray cats in the community. Bao Yifeng Ping and addressed next door Wang Gu, asking if he remembered her, revealing knowledge of who had emptied the farmer's market. Next door Wang Gu inquired who? Bao Yifeng Ping and suggested a private conversation. Qingxin Building Materials wondered if they were still alive. Not spicy, Peter questioned if there was any gossip to share, recalling the private talk about the farmer's market. Wei Wei A smile, very Slaughter City, exclaimed about her own stomach troubles, lamenting that the medicine had proven ineffective. Property Xiao Zhang reassured her, stating that one wouldn't stop until feeling utterly drained. Piao Piao Yuxian sought the latest news. You pressed my leg hair, echoed the inquiry. Wandering Without Boundaries also asked for updates. Heavy Money-Seeking Release did the same. Qingxin Building Materials recounted witnessing security and a group led by a societal figure entering their building, followed by the sounds of banging and subsequent cries. Not spicy, Peter urged everyone to look at the scene in the middle of the road at the community entrance. Piao Piao Yuxian lamented being unable to see due to an obstructing building, seeking the truth. Not spicy, Peter shared a video, exclaiming in disbelief. Did you all see that? 8 corpses were set ablaze at the entrance of the community. I noticed that one of the bodies was clad in a security uniform, presumably that of. More crucially, I failed to capture the moment, but I witnessed one of the women conjure flames from her hand to ignite the corpse. Wanderer Without Bounds. Could the videos circulating online be genuine? Numerous individuals are posting videos related to supernatural abilities. Desire for immortality. The woman in the video is incredibly beautiful. Why is that? The subsequent conversations predominantly revolved around Chen Na and various news regarding supernatural powers. Ding Dolly contemplated for a moment before posting a message in the community group. Ding Dolly, my team will clear out 2 buildings for our personnel to reside in. If we happen to clear the building you occupy, I hope for your cooperation. They will assist you in relocating to another vacant unit. If you refuse to cooperate, you will receive the same treatment as the zombies. Do not blame me for not giving prior notice. Princess Lovecat, on what grounds? I purchased this house with my own money. Why should we vacate? Wanderer Without Bounds. Exactly. Why should we be compelled to leave our own homes? Property manager Xiao Zhang. Have you considered clearing the property buildings? Not spicy, Peter. Ding Dolly, the idol has finally spoken. I am in awe. Did anyone else notice that he mentioned having a team? Brother, come clear my building. I wish to join the team. Due to Ding Dolly's statement, the group chat erupted once more. Ding Dolly chose to disregard their chatter. Merely notifying them was more than enough kindness. Chapter 46. Core members ascend Ding. A sudden system alert startled Ding Dolly, announcing that a stranger's morality value had reached 100, signifying an unwavering loyalty. What is the situation? He pondered. System. Who possesses a morality value of 100? Brother, it is impossible to detect those we have never encountered, came the reply. Ding Dali speculated that it might be someone from the community, yet he could not be certain. Ultimately, he decided it was futile to guess. He would discover their identity in due course. Approximately half an hour later, Wheezy approached with news. "Boss, there is a group of women coming up from the stairwell, claiming to be with you." "Oh, they are our people. Allow them to enter." Soon, Wheezy and Zhang Ting escorted Yu Xiaoyu and her entourage before Ding Dali. As he surveyed the women, he noticed a distinct change in their gazes, indicating that they had all faced the undead. In truth, the distinction between slaying zombies and committing murder is minimal. All serial killers exhibit a marked difference in their demeanor before and after their heinous acts. Those acquainted with frequent acts of violence surely understand this. In this apocalyptic realm, whether one is dispatching zombies or humans, it signifies the commencement of your journey into the end times. Each woman carried an assortment of parcels, depositing them onto the ground. Ding Dali's gaze briefly lingered on the group before settling on two unfamiliar women at the back. The initial 18 had now transformed into 20, with two newcomers whom Ding Dali had never seen before. Curious, he turned to Yu Xiaoyu, who understood and beckoned the two women forward. "Come, meet our true leader." The two women bowed slightly in respect, and to Ding Dali's astonishment, he realized that both had already awakened their powers. After Yu Xiaoyu observed their greetings, she explained, "Leader, these two women are individuals we discovered in a room on the 27th floor. They have now joined our team, and, through the use of zombie crystal cores, have become awakened beings." Two women in a single room? Yu Xiaoyu hesitated, not wanting to elaborate further. However, judging by the expressions of the two women, Ding Dali could surmise that they were affluent individuals seeking excitement, only to find themselves trapped. Following this brief interlude, Yu Xiaoyu pointed to the assorted bags strewn across the floor and remarked, "Each of those presidential suites was stocked with an ample supply of mineral water and snacks. We have gathered all the consumables and necessary daily supplies as you instructed, along with approximately 50 crystal cores. Please distribute these among your teammates, ensuring fair allocation based on contribution. You should discuss the specifics with Lu Ruyan. This floor is quite spacious, with plenty of rooms, so everyone may explore freely for now. We shall convene for a collective dinner this evening. Wheezy, Zhang Ting, Xiaoyu, Lu Ruyan, you four remain. I have further matters to discuss." Upon hearing this, the women dispersed eagerly, most of whom were employees of the hotel, naturally curious about the uppermost floor, rumored to be the private residence of the owner. Given the opportunity to wander freely, their excitement was palpable. Once the group had scattered, Ding Dali continued, "Get to know one another. We shall all be allies from now on." After the four exchanged brief introductions, Yu Xiaoyu inquired of Ding Dali, "Leader, what are our plans moving forward?" Ding Dali felt quite uncomfortable with Yu Xiaoyu referring to him as the leader, thinking to himself, "Just wait until tonight. I'll show you." However, he refrained from expressing his discomfort in front of everyone. Instead, he spoke earnestly, "You can all call me boss just like Wheezy does. Chen Sikong has already been dealt with. And for now, we might need to take refuge here because there are too many zombies downstairs. I can manage to come and go by myself, but with so many of us, I do not wish to sacrifice any of our lives. Thus, we must devise an alternative solution or wait for the zombie tide to recede on its own." Ding Dali's words warmed the hearts of the four present. Wheezy, of course, was the first to achieve a perfect score in morality. Under Wheezy's influence, Zhang Ting, having received a weapon crafted by Ding Dali, also attained a status of unwavering loyalty. The moral values of Yu Xiaoyu and Lu Ruyan soared to 95 points, making their eventual loyalty merely a matter of time. Seizing the moment, Ding Dali continued, "You four are currently first tier awakened. To ascend to the second tier, the usefulness of basic energy cores has diminished. You must use first tier energy cores, yet the number of creatures possessing them is exceedingly scarce. Hence, advancing to the second tier poses a challenge at present. However, I happen to have first tier cores right here." With a grand gesture, Ding Dali revealed 40 energy cores, neatly arranged on the table. "You are my core members, and thus, your strength must be sufficient. 10 cores each. If that is not enough, feel free to ask for more." Ding. The system detected that Yu Xiaoyu's moral value had reached 100, confirming unwavering loyalty, and the quest could yield double rewards. Ding. The detection indicates that Lu Ruyan's moral compass has reached a perfect score of 100, signifying unwavering loyalty. Yu Xiaoyu and Lu Ruyan remain oblivious to the current state of the outside world. However, they have successfully led their team in vanquishing dozens of zombies. encountering not a single first-tier zombie thus far. It appears that Ding Dali's assertions hold true, as first-tier creatures seem to be rather scarce at present. Such a precious first-tier crystal core is readily offered, with no limitations on quantity. Yu Xiaoyu, who had long regarded Ding Dali as her heroic idol, has now become utterly captivated, observing that he no longer resembles a mere monkey, but becomes increasingly appealing. With envy etched across her face, Lu Ruyin gazes at the weapons adorned by Hui Zi and Zhang Ting. In a fit of playful indignation, she discards her hefty hammer onto the ground, places her hands on her hips, and feigns anger, exclaiming, "Boss, you are biased. They claim these splendid weapons were crafted by you. Why are we left empty-handed?" Upon her reminder, Ding Dali realizes his oversight and, with a hearty laugh, responds, "Soon, we shall standardize everyone's weapons. In a moment, Ru Yin will relay the message. You all shall have time to contemplate the types of weapons you desire. By the way, boss, as we ascended to the 29th floor, we overheard some commotion. It seemed there was a disturbance." Yu Xiaoyu suddenly recalls the raucous noise they encountered on the 29th floor, fearing any potential mishaps, and promptly informs Ding Dali. Ding Dali, with a knowing smile and a wave of his hand, replies, "Let them be. They can manage on their own. We will host a banquet tonight, and I suspect some of them will venture up here as well. By the way, have you ensured that the staircase on the 26th floor is temporarily barricaded?" Chapter 47. Ding Dali's decision. While several individuals engaged in the consumption of crystal cores to undergo their transformations, Ding Dali took the opportunity to replace everyone's weapons. He then procured an array of food, beverages, and wine, instructing the women skilled in culinary arts to prepare the evening's meal. Once again, he marveled at the sheer size of Qin Xiqing's residence. With over 20 individuals meandering within, it felt remarkably spacious, almost devoid of a sense of crowding. The insidious nature of capitalism. The dining table in this opulent mansion was exceedingly vast, capable of accommodating dozens of guests. Ding Dali pondered the purpose behind the wealthy possessing such grand tables, resembling those found in corporate boardrooms. With a larger number of participants, efficiency naturally increased. Moreover, many of the women under Yu Xiaoyu's command were employees from the hospitality sector, and soon enough, an array of dishes filled the table. As dusk descended, the once bustling intersection outside gradually fell silent, now populated solely by a throng of zombies. The streetlights flickered momentarily before illuminating the thoroughfare, casting a spotlight upon the scene, where the only sounds emanating from the protagonists were low, guttural growls. Ding Dali was acutely aware that the city's power supply could only endure for another 2 days, and that communication via mobile devices would cease entirely by the 7th day of the apocalypse. The vibrant cityscape, once ablaze with lights, would soon become a distant memory. In the midst of his contemplation of the early apocalyptic scene outside, Yu Xiaoyu and her companions had completed their transformations and approached him to report. Upon surveying the group, it was evident that Huizi and Zhang Ting appeared to have developed more robust physiques, their prominent muscles exuding a primal vigor that suggested an innate ferocity. This is a characteristic of the evolution associated with their beastly powers, resulting in increasingly wild forms, akin to natural-born warriors. As for Lu Ruyin, it remains uncertain whether her condition is attributable to her abilities or her inherent nature. Nonetheless, her figure has become more voluptuous post-evolution, which has somewhat disheartened her. Yet, upon glimpsing the sumptuous array of delectable dishes on the table, her earlier gloom dissipated in an instant, igniting a jubilant enthusiasm akin to that of a 300-pound individual. Yu Xiaoyu, perhaps due to her abilities, exhibited skin that appeared nearly translucent, as if one could extract water from it. Upon reviewing their data, we find the following. Name: Yu Xiaoyu. Rank: 2nd tier human. Awaken score: 95. Attainable strength: 205 speed, 200 stamina, 200 spirit, 210 ability, water element control, S morality, 100. Never betrays. Name: Lu Ruyin. Rank: 2nd tier human. Awaken strength: 210 speed, 200 stamina, 100 spirit, 205 ability, petrification. A morality, 100. Never betrays. Name: Dong Yuhui. Rank: 2nd tier human. Awaken strength: 210 speed, 210 stamina, 210 spirit, 200 ability, bear transformation. A morality, 100. Never betrays. Name: Zhang Ting. Rank: 2nd tier human. Awaken strength: 210 speed, 210 stamina, 205 spirit, 200 ability, eagle transformation. A morality, 100. Never betrays as he observed the data of these individuals. Ding Dali nodded in satisfaction. The core combat power had significantly improved, and now the focus would shift to enhancing their practical combat abilities. With a plan brewing in his mind, Ding Dali addressed the group, stating, "To be candid, it would be relatively easy for us to escape from here. However, if we attempt to bring others along, casualties are inevitable." Before he could elaborate further, Yu Xiaoyu interjected urgently, "Boss, we cannot abandon the other team members. Did you not promise that we would not leave any of our own behind? They are all part of our team. Moreover, each of them is an awakened being." Yu Xiaoyu was apprehensive that Ding Dali might abandon her group of sisters, so she interrupted him before he could finish his sentence. Ding Dali, unperturbed by the interruption, smiled knowingly, aware of the significance these women held for Yu Xiaoyu in their previous life. He continued, "Xiaoyu, do not fret. I have never stated my intention to forsake my own. It is merely that their combat experience is still insufficient. The four of you as well, though brimming with fighting prowess, are yet to master its application. In the time ahead, I plan to have you four guide them in systematically clearing out the zombies to enhance their battle experience. Moreover, I have no intention of leading you away." "Boss, what do you mean by that? Are we to remain here indefinitely, treating this place as a stronghold?" Wheezy was the first to inquire, as the four of them, steadfast in their loyalty, had never contemplated the possibility of Ding Dali abandoning them to flee alone. Ding Dali gazed down at the mass of corpses and casually replied, "A stronghold? It is not yet the appropriate time to establish one. We shall discuss creating our own stronghold a month from now. What I mean to convey is that we shall not retreat. I intend to lead you in undertaking an endeavor that will be etched in history. We shall conquer this horde." "What?" the four exclaimed in unison. Incredulous as they glanced between Ding Dali and the throng of zombies below, their faces awash with shock and disbelief. Lu Rian raised her chubby hand, gingerly patting Ding Dali's head before placing it atop her own for comparison. She then furrowed her brow, her plump cheeks quivering slightly as she muttered to herself, "The boss doesn't he seem to have a fever? Could it be that his mind has gone awry?" Yu Xiaoyu gestured to Lu Ruoyan to refrain from speaking recklessly and then solemnly declared, "Boss, the horde of corpses at the intersection below is estimated to be no fewer than tens of thousands, and there are still scattered zombies continuously converging from afar. With only over 20 of us, how can we possibly contend with such a vast legion of the undead? Indeed, boss, Xiao Ting, Ruoyan, and I boast formidable defenses. We can hold the zombies at bay downstairs while the rest of you escape through the southern wall. There is no need to confront such a multitude head-on." Huizi chimed in. "I am not jesting," he retorted. "Do not underestimate your own combat prowess. At present, we are ahead of the majority, but soon enough, they will catch up in rank. The high-level crystal cores are exceedingly scarce. To maintain our lead at the same level, aside from the development of our abilities, the most crucial factors are combat experience and instinct. The zombies downstairs are, at most, first tier. They present the perfect opportunity for us to enhance our combat instincts and skills. Prior to that, we must clear out the zombies in the hotel to gain experience and ensure that all remaining members can ascend to the first tier. Only then can we begin to tackle the horde below." The others comprehended the boss's intentions and nodded in agreement, fully aware that while rapid advancement was possible, their combat experience remained woefully inadequate. Surviving in this apocalyptic world necessitated continuous engagement in battle. In truth, Ding Dali's desire to eradicate the horde downstairs was not solely aimed at bolstering their overall combat strength. There are other reasons he did not disclose. He gazed intently at the carrefour across the street, silently reflecting, "We shall meet again soon. You must be there. I truly look forward to it." Chapter 48. The night feast before long. The grand dining table was laden with an array of delectable dishes. Just as Ding Dali was about to invite everyone to take their seats, two women stationed at the entrance announced, "Chief, a few individuals from the 29th floor have arrived for the appointment." Ding Dali smirked slightly, realizing that the plump Summer Donghai had finally made a decision. "Let them in," he instructed. As the newcomers entered, Ding Dali noticed a shift in Summer Donghai's demeanor. The once amiable features of his round face now bore a hint of ferocity, and his somewhat tattered suit was stained with blood. The axe that Ding Dali had given him hung ominously at his waist. Following him was the smiling Li Chunlan, along with the three sisters of the Summer family. Summer Chioga wore a reluctant expression, rolling her eyes upon seeing Ding Dali. In contrast, Summer Anan blushed upon spotting him and playfully winked. As for Summer Xiaoxua, her inherently shy nature rendered her expressionless, making it difficult to discern her feelings. "Ha ha, little brother. I've come for our appointment. Don't hold it against me for arriving empty-handed. As you know, we're trapped here on the 29th floor with nothing but some flowers. It wouldn't be quite appropriate for me to bring you a bouquet. Ha ha ha. Old Xia, you've really come. I see you're covered in blood. It seems you've put in quite an effort. Xia Donghai adjusted the axe at his waist and chuckled. Thanks to the reminder from the young brother and this trusty axe, although it took some effort, things calmed down after a few were dealt with. Now that you've arrived, who is keeping an eye on that group below? A few of our own relatives are watching over them. So there's no cause for concern. With that settled, please take your seats. Ding Dali warmly invited everyone to sit, and Xia Donghai and his companions took their places beside him. Upon entering, they could hardly contain their excitement at the sight of the sumptuous feast laid out before them. Their hunger palpable as they longed to dive in and indulge. However, out of respect for their hosts and the decorum instilled in them before the apocalypse, they restrained their desires and quelled their churning stomachs. Noticing their eager expressions, particularly Xia Donghai's incessant swallowing, Ding Dali smiled and raised his glass. This toast is to welcome you Xiaoyu and her sisters, as well as Huizi and Xiao Ting, to my team. From now on, we are all comrades. While I cannot guarantee everything, I assure you I can lead us to survive in this world and ensure we need not worry about food and drink. Cheers. Let us feast. The women chorused their approval, raising their voices in unison, before eagerly digging into the meal. Despite Ding Dali's lack of mention of Xia Donghai's family, they too joined in the merriment, feasting heartily. Meanwhile, Xia Donghai and Li Chunlan discreetly observed everyone present. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, Lu Ruoyun patted her full belly and let out a satisfied burp, eliciting hearty laughter from the group. Li Chunlan raised her glass and approached Ding Dali, wrapping one arm around his. My dear young brother, I must toast to you. Thank you for rescuing my 3 daughters. As for Qiugu, she is just a child and may not know better. If she has unintentionally offended you, I hope you will not hold it against her. With that, she lifted her cup and drank it in one gulp. Ding Dali, feeling the closeness of Li Chunlan's body, inwardly scoffed. What does this woman mean? It's one thing to toast me, but why is she pressing so close? I may have a penchant for mature women, but not for someone like her. Despite his thoughts, he said nothing and raised his glass to drink as well. Noticing that Ding Dali had finished his drink, Li Chunlan's eyes twinkled as she continued. Young brother, I wonder if you have any plans moving forward? Nothing in particular, Ding Dali replied nonchalantly. For the time being, we will take shelter here, clearing the zombies from the hotel while we wait for the tide of corpses to recede before we leave. Upon hearing Ding Dali's casual words, Li Chunlan tightened her grip on his arm, causing the 2 figures beneath her Chong Sam to press against him, taking on a different shape. Young brother, I have a small request. I've heard that your subordinates have cleared the 3 floors below. We have no place to sleep on our floor, and so many people are forced to make do on the ground. We cannot continue to cohabitate in such a manner. Would it be possible for you to allocate the 1st floor to us? Ding Dali scrutinized Li Chunlan before discreetly withdrawing his arm and turning to Xia Donghai. Old Xia, didn't you inform her of my intentions? A flicker of embarrassment crossed Xia Donghai's face as he was about to speak, but his daughter, Xia Qiuga, interjected. Mom, why do we have to negotiate with him? This hotel is not even his. Be silent. Xia Donghai's expression darkened as he sternly reprimanded her. Unfazed, Xia Qiuga raised her voice, continuing, he is nothing but a lecherous pervert. Why should we even consider negotiating with him? The tension among Ding Dali and his companions was palpable as they frowned at her words, with Huizi and Zhang Ting even placing their hands on their weapons. Even Xia Anan furrowed her brow, casting a disapproving glance at her friend. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as Xia Qiuga was struck across the face. In disbelief, she stared at her assailant, tears instantly welling up as she covered her face and shouted, Mom, you've never hit me before. Am I wrong? Just look at the way he was leering at me. He is clearly a filthy pervert. Another slap followed, this time delivered by Xia Donghai. Observing his daughter's shocked expression and her look of grievance, he interjected before she could respond. Qiuga, it would be wise for you to hold your tongue before your father loses his temper completely. Xia Donghai offered an apologetic bow to Ding Dali and then raised his wine glass. Li Chunlan, understanding the unspoken cue, quickly pulled Xia Anan closer. Casting a glance at Yu Xiaoyu, who sat beside Ding Dali and possessed beauty rivaling that of his own daughter. With a radiant smile, she addressed Ding Dali. Though Qiuga and Xiaoxua may not be fortunate at this moment, I have spoken with Anan, and she is willing to follow Brother Ding in the future. If you do not mind, Please take this girl under your wing. Though this girl may not rival the beauty of the one beside Brother Ding, she possesses both looks and figure, albeit with a somewhat irritable temperament. Nevertheless, she is quite clever. Observing Li Chunlan, who introduced Xia Anan with the air of a brothel madam, and then glancing at Xia Donghai, Ding Dali remarked meaningfully, to exchange another's daughter for me. You truly have not suffered any loss at all in your own family. Xia Donghai and Li Chunlan felt their faces flush with embarrassment, particularly Xia Donghai, whose countenance had transformed into a shade akin to summer's crimson sea. Noticing Xia Donghai's hesitation, Ding Dali waved his hand dismissively and, with a knowing look, said, "All right. Old Xia, I shall not make things difficult for you. For the sake of Xia Anan, the 28th floor shall belong to you. As for the uncleaned levels, should you manage to clear them, they too will be yours." Xia Chioga gazed in disbelief as her parents so readily offered her close friend in exchange. Just as she was about to intervene, Xia Xiaoshuet timely restrained her. Watching her friend repeatedly shake her head, Xia Chioga sighed deeply, suppressing her discontent. Her disdain for Ding Dali grew ever more profound. A crisp notification from the system echoed in her mind. Monitoring indicates that Xia Chioga's moral standing has fallen to 40, and hostility has arisen. Take precautions accordingly. This alert ignited a surge of anger within Ding Dali, who had been exchanging glances with Xia Anan, now glaring menacingly at Xia Chioga. The fierce look startled her, while Li Chunlan also noted Ding Dali's expression, her heart sinking with dread, fearing the worst. Could it be that this person, having failed to achieve his objective, wishes to silence us? Xia Donghai, oblivious to Ding Dali's piercing gaze, raised his glass and remarked, "Young brother, how do you suggest we proceed with our meal?" Before he could finish his sentence, Ding Dali slammed his hand onto the table with great force and retorted angrily, "Humph. Old Xia, do not overstep your bounds. It is already a favor for you to have a place to stay thanks to Xia Anan. If you want food, you can hunt zombies and gather it yourselves. Do not presume that I am overly accommodating. Now that we have feasted, Xia Anan may remain, but the rest of you must leave at once." Ding Dali's sudden outburst startled everyone. With the eviction order issued, it was clear that they could not linger any longer. Xia Donghai exchanged brief farewells and departed with his companions. Xia Anan glanced between her friend and Ding Dali, and softly inquired, "Boss Ding, may I go down to bid them farewell? I will return promptly." Ding Dali gestured for her to proceed. Once Xia Donghai and his group had exited, Huizi spat disdainfully towards the door. "Huh, what kind of world is this, trying to exploit us without any effort? Boss, that one named Xia Chioga is truly despicable. Allow me to tear her apart." Zhang Ting pinched Huizi sharply and whispered in his ear, "Huizi, mind your words. You witnessed how our boss dealt with Chen Xiqing and his lot. You know what sort of person he is. The fact that he continues to tolerate this girl likely means he has taken a liking to her." Although Zhang Ting lowered her voice, her words were clearly heard by all present. Lu Rian chugged a bottle of cola and remarked irritably, "She is nothing like our little you. Flaunting that spoiled young lady demeanor. What kind of world is this? Beauty holds little value. My dear, do not commit the folly of losing the watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. Enough of the speculation, everyone. Once you've finished eating, tidy up and then allocate your rooms for rest. There are ample rooms for everyone. Huizi and Xiao Ting need not guard the door anymore, as I have already repaired it. Now, Xiao Yu, please come with me." As soon as Ding Dali finished speaking, Yu Xiao Yu's teammates erupted into a chorus of teasing, causing her face to flush crimson as she hurriedly followed Ding Dali into the largest bedroom. This room, in stark contrast to the opulent decor of the living area, was quite simple, featuring only a large bed and a bathroom, with bare walls devoid of any decoration. Yu Xiaoyu was incredibly anxious, fully aware of what was about to transpire. With feelings swirling in her heart, her mind conjured numerous vivid images. Thus, just as Ding Dali was about to speak, Yu Xiaoyu blurted out, "I need to take a shower first," and dashed into the bathroom like a flash. "Huh, I'm discussing the arrangements for tomorrow's team division, and you're off to shower. Wait, we'll shower together," Ding Dali suddenly realized, hastily removing his clothes before plunging into the bathroom. What are you doing in here? We're showering together. I've already finished. Are you joking? It can't be that quick to rinse off. You say you're done?" Yu Xiaoyu crossed her arms, her cheeks aflame, unable to meet the gaze of the robust Ding Dali. "I'm not joking. I can control water, and any dirt on me disappears in an instant." After speaking, he did not forget to demonstrate for Ding Dali. One could see the skin of Yu Xiaoyu rapidly exuding droplets of water. which then coalesced into a flowing layer enveloping her entire body, the current swirling around her. Ding Dali's eyes widened as he fixated on the flowing water surrounding Yu Xiaoyu, akin to a natural washing machine that effortlessly whisked away any dirt and impurities. In that fluid, Yu Xiaoyu truly resembled a small fish. It was no wonder she could cleanse herself in the blink of an eye. Who would have imagined that her ability to control water elements could be so practical? Could you perhaps use that ability to cleanse me as well? He inquired. Of course, Yu Xiaoyu replied, suppressing the urge to glance at Ding Dali as she directed the water flow towards him. Ah! Ding Dali abruptly pulled Yu Xiaoyu, who was channeling her power, close to him, their bodies pressed together as he leaned down to kiss her. Initially startled, Yu Xiaoyu soon surrendered to the moment. The water, under her control, formed a swirling curtain around them, creating an intimate cocoon. As countless words passed in silence lying in bed, Yu Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed, her fingers tracing circles on Ding Dali's chest. He couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of her water element manipulation. This day had been eventful. Aside from a brief afternoon nap, the exertions with Yu Xiaoyu left Ding Dali feeling somewhat drained. He leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Originally, I intended for Yu Xiaoyu to utilize her water manipulation abilities to create streams, fountains, and water guns. Ah, how naive. Never mind. Chapter 50. The Thoughts of the Xia Family. Ding. Having successfully completed the first quest targeting a character with an evil value of 100. The reward includes a doubled spatial capacity of 3,000 cubic meters, along with an additional 40 tons of resources. However, due to an ineffective mating attempt, a quality genetic code was wasted, resulting in a deduction of 5 tons of resources. What the heck? Are you feeling particularly mischievous again? Do you dare me to swallow you whole? Brother, I merely wanted to remind you that high-scoring breeding candidates should not be squandered. It is imperative to complete the task promptly. Ding Dali chose to ignore the incessant chatter of the system, allowing it to ramble on in his mind. This was the first time he had completed a target quest and received double the resource rewards, along with an expanded capacity for his abilities. It was hard not to feel elated. With the space increasing by another 3,000 cubic meters, Ding Dali eagerly checked the level of his spatial abilities, only to find it still remained at A. Confused, he interrupted the system's monologue. System, why has my spatial capacity doubled, yet my ability level remains at A? Brother, the spatial abilities and the system's space are merging. Increasing capacity is merely a fundamental function of the system's space, while storage is only a basic capability of spatial abilities. Although the capacity has increased, the capabilities of the spatial abilities themselves have not changed, hence the level remains classified as A. At this moment, Ding Dali finally understood how the level of spatial abilities was determined. Turning to glance at Yu Xiaoyu, he noticed she had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. Gazing upon her dewy skin and curvaceous figure, becoming a second-tier awakened being rendered everything even more exquisite. Ding Dali swallowed hard, struggling to maintain his composure. Xia Qiuge abruptly shook off her mother's grasp, pouting and stamping her foot in frustration, declaring, Mom, I've told you, he is nothing but a filthy rogue, and yet you still strike me. Look at the house you've obtained. There are no sheets or blankets left. That scoundrel has pillaged everything. Li Chunlan grasped Xia Qiuge's hand once more, her other hand tenderly caressing her face, her expression filled with concern as she said, My foolish daughter, do you not realize you have just traversed the gates of hell? It is precisely because this Ding Dali harbors affection for you that he has endured your provocations. Otherwise, you might not have escaped unscathed. In front of so many witnesses, I doubt he would dare to act with impunity. Mom, why must you use it as a bargaining chip? Xia Qiuge continued to assertively voice her discontent, while Xia Anin remained silent at her side. Xia Donghai cast a glance at Xia Anin before swiftly turning his gaze back to Xia Qiuge, his eyes filled with regret and reluctance. In a low, measured tone, he began, Qiuge, it is not that your mother and I wish to reprimand you. Indeed, we have pampered you excessively. Do you truly believe Ding Dali to be a mere avaricious lecher? Have you not noticed that when you spoke so disrespectfully, those around him were ready to draw their weapons? Furthermore, did you observe the nature of those weapons? Though they gleamed ostentatiously, they appeared rather extraordinary. This is a hotel. Where would such fine arms come from, if not from the hands of Ding Dali? He is far more complex than he appears to us. Indeed, your father is right. If my memory serves me correctly, the individual seated beside him, Yu Xiaoyu, should be the hotel receptionist, and those women must be the ones previously trapped in the surveillance room. Observe their mental state, particularly that of Yu Xiaoyu. She exudes a palpable aura of authority that is difficult to articulate. The weapons they wield appear quite heavy. I doubt an ordinary man could handle them with ease. Yet these women manage them with such grace. Now, consider our own predicament. We, too, are ensnared, yet we look disheveled and despondent. Such a stark contrast in just a day can only be attributed to Ding Dali. As Xia Shui listened to her foster parents, she gently tugged at Xia Qiuga's sleeve and whispered, "Qiuga, have you forgotten the peculiar abilities he displayed when he killed Qin Siqing? You shouldn't insult him in front of so many people today." Xia Donghai regarded his usually taciturn daughter, noting her rare willingness to counsel her sister, and nodded in acknowledgement of Xia Shui's insight. He continued, "Ding Dali undoubtedly possesses a means to empower individuals. Otherwise, a group of defenseless women could not transform into such formidable beings overnight. If we do not devise a way to escape this predicament, we will inevitably require his protection in the future. In this world, I find it increasingly challenging to maintain authority over this group of survivors. They may fear me now, but who can predict the future? At that time, Qiuga and Xia Shui, you may find yourselves unable to avoid the fate of becoming his women. Having said all that, I leave the rest to you, sisters. Anin, make your ascent early to avoid raising Ding Dali's suspicions." With that, Xia Donghai took Li Chunlan away. Only the three sisters remained standing in place, with Xia Qiuga gazing at Xia Anan, tears glistening in her eyes. "Anan." Xia Anan promptly raised her hand to interrupt her, her tone exceedingly calm. "Qiuga, you truly ought not to have spoken thus at tonight's banquet. What do you mean the hotel is not his? Have you forgotten that the original owner of this hotel is none other than Qin Siqing, the very one who abducted us? Who was it that brought about his demise? Even this very floor we occupy was cleared by him. You needn't overly concern yourself with my affairs. Rather, reflect deeply upon your own. In this world we inhabit, capriciousness will only hasten your downfall." Xia Qiuga remained rooted, staring vacantly at the staircase until Xia Anan's figure faded from view. Only then did she embrace Xia Xiaoxue, bursting into tears. How well she understood her own obstinacy. Yet that damned pride rendered her unwilling to concede her faults. It was all the fault of this wretched apocalypse. If only I had the chance to grow stronger, they would not perceive me as mistaken. Unbeknownst to Xia Anan, her dear friend's thoughts were swirling. Upon reaching the 30th floor, the door stood ajar, seemingly left open for her. Everyone had found suitable rooms to rest, and the living room was now devoid of occupants. Xia Anan felt a bit at a loss and decided to simply sit on the sofa and wait. As I settled momentarily onto the sofa, a series of deliberately suppressed sounds emanated from a nearby room. Chapter 51 Official News. Ding Dali, adjusting his trousers, rose from the bed, intent on finding a private space to critique Qin Siqing's photography. Just as he stepped out of the room, he was startled by the sight of Xia Anan, who was blushing and seated on the sofa. Xia Anan appeared equally flustered upon seeing Ding Dali. The two stood there, staring at each other in a daze for quite some time, until Ding Dali finally broke the silence. "What are you doing up at this hour? You nearly gave me a heart attack. When I arrived, the door was ajar, and the living room was empty. I wasn't sure what to do, so I just sat here and waited," she replied. Ding Dali felt a surge of frustration. With her presence, how could he possibly critique Qin Siqing? To involve her in the analysis would surely be inappropriate. After a moment of internal conflict, he ultimately relinquished his desire to engage in discussion. After all, even a cow needs its rest. Although he set aside his chaotic thoughts, he couldn't help but notice that Xia Anan, with her wide, unblinking eyes, was staring intently at him. "So, am I to assume we're going to have a baby tonight? I always keep my promises." Ding Dali nearly choked on his own incredulity, contemplating how this fiery girl not only possessed a tempestuous temperament, but also spoke in a manner that left one at a loss for words. Despite having checked her moral alignment, which had reached an astonishing 95, indicating that even if he were to act impulsively, she would offer no resistance. However, Ding Dali now found himself in a state of desire, but lacking the strength to act. If he did not catch up on his rest soon, dawn would break. Thus, he took the liberty of leading Xia Anan into an unoccupied bedroom. The matter of having a playful romp could be postponed. Today was meant for recuperation. Before Xia Anan could fully comprehend the situation, Ding Dali had already lifted her and gently placed her on the bed, covering her with a blanket. Before lying down beside her and succumbing to slumber, the night passed in silence, with nothing transpiring. Upon awakening the next day, Xia Anin beheld Ding Dali with an expression filled with deep melancholy. Nevertheless, her moral value had reached a steadfast 100, signifying unwavering loyalty. In recognition of this, Ding Dali generously elevated her abilities to the first tier. Data assessment initiated. Name, Xia Anin tier. First tier human awaken rating, 93, potential target strength, 110 speed, 110 stamina, 105 mental fortitude, 100 special ability, feline transformation moral value, 100, unwavering loyalty. Xia Anin's previous bridesmaid attire had long been torn, and she now donned an oversized shirt procured from an unknown source, revealing a glimpse of her delicate shoulder and hinting at her firm figure, complemented by her two fluffy ears that twitched adorably. Ding Dali swallowed hard at the sight. Goodness, was this his feline-themed girlfriend? As he gazed upon Xia Anin's charming visage, Ding Dali could no longer restrain himself. Meow. Ding. Reward for successfully courting a target with moral value of 100, 40 tons of supplies. After a refreshing morning exercise, Ding Dali emerged from the room, finding the sun already high in the sky. Everyone had prepared food and was awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Ding Dali emerge with Xia Anin trailing behind, the crowd turned their gaze towards Yu Xiaoyu in unison. What a jest! Last night, the leader had entered the room with Yu Xiaoyu, yet now he appeared with another woman. In contrast, Yu Xiaoyu remained composed, seemingly unfazed. Everyone gather round. Let us hasten our breakfast. Leader, today all our phones received an official message. Initially feeling a twinge of guilt, Ding Dali found solace in Yu Xiaoyu's nonchalance. It seemed that a good and evil value of 100 indeed made a difference. Upon hearing Yu Xiaoyu mention the official news, Ding Dali promptly retrieved his phone, and indeed, he too had received the message. The content revealed the existence of awakened individuals, delineating the distinctions between innate and acquired awakenings, while also expounding on the existence of energy cores and how to procure them. Ultimately, it encouraged everyone to venture forth to slay zombies to obtain cores and become awakened, inviting survivors to the official resettlement camps established in various locations, without a word about rescue efforts. Unexpectedly, the official announcement had been released at this moment, though slightly premature. It posed little hindrance to my current plans. Ding Dali pondered this, and then spoke. Let us first partake in our meal. For the other survivors, this news may bear some impact, yet for us, it remains inconsequential. After their meal, everyone divided into 4 teams, led by Yu Xiaoyu, Lu Rian, Huizi, and Zhang Ting, with Xia Anin temporarily joining Zhang Ting's squad due to her beast-like abilities. They proceeded to clear the zombies on the lower floors according to their original plan, following Yu Xiaoyu's directives. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoyu nodded and spoke. On the night when the thick fog descended, the hotel was virtually at full capacity. The lower floors have significantly more rooms than the few we have cleaned, and consequently, more zombies. As a precaution, I propose we form 4 teams, with each pair of teams clearing 1 floor. One team will oversee the left side of the corridor while the other manages the right. This will allow us to support one another. After finishing her statement, Yu Xiaoyu tugged at Ding Dali's sleeve and then pinched his arm forcefully. Damn it! Isn't the loyalty value of 100 supposed to ensure unwavering allegiance? System, I demand an explanation. Ding Dali winced in pain, inhaling sharply, and fervently called out to the system in his mind. Brother, unwavering loyalty does not equate to a lack of grudges. This system is utterly useless. Meanwhile, as Ding Dali's group deliberated on strategies to continue exterminating the zombies, they paid little heed to the official message. Yet, every corner that received the news stirred with anticipation. Some, driven by impulsiveness, disregarded warnings and charged out to confront a zombie in a one-on-one battle. However, these zombies are not mere ordinary foes. They can reduce a person to mere remnants in an instant. Others opted for teamwork. Despite casualties, they successfully obtained crystal cores and initiated their awakening evolution. Some even used living humans as bait, taking advantage of the zombies' unawareness to dispatch them and harvest their cores. A variety of scenes unfolded simultaneously in different corners. At the same time, on the 28th floor of the hotel, Xia Donghai, along with his family and several trusted followers, gathered in a room. It was unexpected to discover such circumstances. No wonder Ding Dali is so formidable and possesses such mysterious abilities. Clearly, we cannot remain idle and allow fate to dictate our actions. We must descend and confront the zombies. Xia Donghai mused, stroking his plump chin, deep in thought. Old Xia. Now that we have uncovered the secret behind Ding Dali and his companion's newfound strength, we must strategize early. If we all become stronger, we may be able to escape on our own, without having to offer our daughter to anyone. Listening to his wife's words, Xia Donghai tightened his grip on the axe at his waist and surveyed the dozen or so individuals around him. Do any of you have a brilliant idea? How can we persuade the remaining survivors to join us in exterminating the zombies? Brother Xia, I have a suggestion. Since we need to venture down to gather supplies anyway, why should we share our collected food with those individuals? If they wish to eat, it's simple. Let them accompany us to hunt zombies and gather resources. In the end, we shall distribute the rewards based on their contributions. Those who do not exert themselves shall go hungry. Let us see how long they can endure. As long as we awaken enough of our own, we need not fear any mischief from those survivors. This way, we can also filter out those who can be of use to us. Perhaps we might even surpass that fellow upstairs. Chapter 52. Clearing the hotel. Xia Donghai believed that, for now, this was the only course of action. Thus, everyone scavenged and gathered various weapons, table legs, drying racks, curtain rods, transforming household items into formidable armaments. Encouraged by Xia Donghai, some of the other survivors also joined their ranks, while others remained steadfast in their belief that rescue would eventually arrive. Xia Donghai's family approached Ding Dali, expressing their desire to descend and gather supplies, and Ding Dali did not dissuade them. After all, the secret of the crystal core is no longer concealed. When hunger reaches a certain threshold, many individuals will dare to take a gamble, seizing the slender hope of becoming stronger amidst the apocalypse. This group of people is not only famished but also fervently yearns for power. They can no longer afford to remain passive, particularly for Xia. Her gaze is almost soaring, as if she is silently conveying to Ding Dali that she is on the brink of becoming an awakened one and escaping this place. Old Xia, you may gather your own. As long as you do not interfere with my endeavors, feel free to amuse yourselves. However, let me make this clear. Should anyone foolish enough dare to obstruct my pursuits, do not expect any mercy from me. Xia initially intended to engage her close friend in conversation, but was abruptly halted by Li Xianglan, who shook her head in disapproval. After exiting from Ding Dali's presence, Xia was perplexed as to why her mother forbade her from speaking with Xia Anan, prompting her to inquire, Mom, why didn't you allow me to talk to Anan just now? Foolish girl, you are undeniably intelligent. Why do you become so thoughtless in the presence of Ding Dali? Anan is now under Ding Dali's influence. If I am not mistaken, she has already become what the authorities refer to as an awakened one. Did you not notice the two gleaming golden blades hanging from her waist? All of Ding Dali's followers possess such weapons. I am merely cautioning you not to speak indiscreetly. Be wary of saying something you should not. Humph. It's that Ding Dali again. I will eventually become an awakened one as well, Dad. Let us hasten to eradicate the zombies in the hotel. We cannot continue to rely on others. The thought of Ding Dali's gaze upon her filled Xia with indignation. I shall accompany the group. You, Xiao Shui, and your mother can await us on the 29th floor. Rest assured, we shall ultimately all become awakeners. However, matters did not unfold as Xia Donghai had anticipated. In the ensuing hours, Ding Dali's team methodically descended through the hotel, clearing each floor of zombies and collecting all usable items. It must be said that the everyday necessities of such a large hotel were remarkably abundant. They amassed a significant haul of supplies, including towels, bedding, toothpaste, shampoo, body wash, and even gathered several thousand small umbrellas. By the 5th day of the apocalypse, Ding Dali's team had reached the 6th floor of the hotel, during which they encountered only 5 survivors. 3 had hidden silently in the bathrooms of their rooms, narrowly escaping disaster. The other 2 were rather fortunate. The man appeared to be of considerable age, balding, and of a physique comparable to Xia Donghai's. The woman accompanying him was youthful and strikingly beautiful, exuding an alluring charm. Even the system indicated that she was a potential target for pursuit. It was evident that these 2 harbored a story. Naturally, Ding Dali did not take them. They followed Xia Donghai instead. As for the zombies in the other rooms, they were quite a spectacle. Many were unclothed, and some even wore provocative attire. Initially, Ding Dali's underlings, all women, were taken aback upon opening the doors, confronted by the sight of these exposed figures, which was rather embarrassing for them. However, as time passed, they grew accustomed to the gruesome reality, executing their tasks with a swift and efficient precision. Throughout this ordeal, the entire team advanced to the 1st tier, with 3 members even achieving the 2nd tier. Had it not been for the insufficient number of first-tier zombies, it is likely that the entire group would have ascended to the second tier by now. Upon observing Xia Donghai and his companions, who had painstakingly assembled a team of 30 individuals, it became evident that their lack of experience in combating zombies had led to the unfortunate demise of 10 members over the past few days, as they had only recently managed to clear a single layer. Fortunately, the remaining 20 had all transformed into awakeners, with Xia Donghai's family and a few trusted confidants having attained the status of novice awakeners. It was a stroke of luck that the layer they managed to clear did not harbor any first-tier zombies. Otherwise, they would have faced utter annihilation. Initially, Xia Donghai believed that, armed with the knowledge of awakening, his larger group could surpass Ding Dali. However, to his dismay, he witnessed Ding Dali's team steadily progressing through multiple layers while his own struggled to clear just one, the scant resources they retrieved proving insufficient to satisfy their hunger. Meanwhile, the tantalizing aromas of gourmet dishes wafting down from Ding Dali's upper floors each night served as a stark reminder of their inadequacies. It was at this juncture that Xia Donghai comprehended that, despite understanding the secret of awakening, the disparity between his group and Ding Dali's was not as insurmountable as he had hoped. Nonetheless, his epiphany did not extend to his companions, particularly his daughter, Xia Qiuge. Alongside her awakening, she had also manifested unique abilities, a stark contrast to her father's family members, who predominantly possessed enhancements in strength and speed. She now wielded a power as peculiar as Ding Dali's, which significantly bolstered her confidence. It is worth noting that Xia Donghai was not the only one exuding such exuberance. Others in his cohort shared similar sentiments. "Boss, what is this all about? If you wish to indulge in a candlelit dinner, it would be more appropriate for you and the two sisters-in-law to enjoy it alone, rather than inviting us over," Huizi remarked, wearing an expression that conveyed his understanding. His grin decidedly lewd. Ding Dali, irked, delivered a kick and then pointed towards the streetlight outside, declaring, "It won't be long before the power goes out. The electricity in this city is on the verge of total collapse. These candles will serve as our temporary illumination. Boss, the streetlights outside are still shining brightly." How could... Just as Huizi began to speak, the streetlight outside abruptly extinguished. The world below was engulfed in darkness. From their elevated position, they could no longer discern the situation below. Oh no, boss, you don't possess the ability to foresee the future, do you? It truly has gone dark." The others expressed their astonishment, and Ding Dali waved his hand dismissively, offering no explanation. "Enough of the banter. Quickly light the candles, and remember to draw the curtains tightly." The group distributed the candles, secured the curtains, and lit the candles, instantly illuminating the room anew. "Darling, we've added 3 new second-tier awakened sisters. With luck, we should be able to clear the remaining floors by tomorrow. If fortune favors us, we might even gain another second-tier awakened." Yu Xiaoyu, initially uncomfortable addressing him as darling in front of others, had grown accustomed to it after 2 days of Ding Dali's coaching. "Excellent. We shall act swiftly tomorrow. Conclude the battle early, and take a restful night to prepare. The day after, we shall commence our operation." Chapter 53. The morning scream in the stillness of the night. The horde of corpses at the intersection below continued their low growls. In the stairwell of the Sunflower Hotel, a man and a woman stealthily ascended to the 26th floor, gently pushing open the door to one of the presidential suites. Ding Dali and his companions would block the staircases they had cleaned each day, intending to reopen them for further cleaning after a couple of days. Though this method was somewhat cumbersome, it effectively prevented the zombies below from ascending. With numerous floors available, and the cleared ones being utterly vacant, there was no necessity for Ding Dali to assign personnel to guard these unoccupied spaces. Consequently, the survivors on the 20th floor would occasionally venture down to the lower, now empty levels. Xia Qiuge was one such individual. Despite residing in a presidential suite with her parents, her courage had significantly grown since her awakening. She often snuck out at night to use the restroom in a presidential suite on the 26th floor, lingering there for a while. This evening was no different. With the power outage, everyone had retired early. Xia Qiuge stealthily made her way to the designated suite. After luxuriating in a pre-filled bathtub, she emerged wrapped in her own towel, still in the process of changing clothes when she heard the sound of the suite's door creaking open, accompanied by the hushed voices of a man and a woman. Startled, she quickly glanced around and, without a second thought, dove into the wardrobe. At that moment, the couple entered the room. Although the darkness enveloped them, their whispers were distinctly audible. Driven by curiosity, She pressed her face against the crack of the wardrobe door, attempting to discern the unfolding scene. As she watched, her mind was filled with silent exclamations of disdain. It was so dark, with no moonlight illuminating the surroundings, that she could only vaguely discern two figures entwined in the shadows. Strangely, one of the silhouettes seemed eerily familiar to her. Finally, when the two individuals made their presence known, Xiaoqiuge instantly recognized them, nearly gasping aloud in fright as she hastily covered her mouth and held her breath. "Darling, are we truly leaving this place the day after tomorrow? Of course. Do you wish to linger here any longer? No, what I mean is, won't you take Chiyoga and the others with you? With so many corpses downstairs, without your guidance, they are likely to meet a grim fate. What does it matter? We are already in an apocalyptic world. Preserving our own lives is a remarkable feat. Who has the luxury to concern themselves with others? Besides, that girl Xiaoqiuge is not on friendly terms with me. Why should I care for her? Am I made of stone?" Upon finishing their exchange, the two descended from the bed and positioned themselves beside the wardrobe. The wardrobe door trembled incessantly as Xiaoqiuge, concealed within, felt her heart racing in terror. Yet, she dared not move a muscle, for the individuals outside were her close friends, Xia Anan and Ding Dali. "Darling, why must we come to this pitch-black place? Would it not be better to light candles in our own room?" "Haha, you know nothing. The thrill of utter darkness, where one cannot see a thing, is what we seek. Well, I see that you can't see, and thus you intend to bully me like that Xiaoqiuge? Hee. And what of it? I will." Xia Anan pressed her entire body against the wardrobe door, while Xiaoqiuge stifled her voice in fear. Her freshly washed hair now dampened with sweat from the shock. Yet, internally, she was fervently cursing the two before her. What a shameless act. How can they behave in such a manner? And Anan, how can you act this way? We are supposed to be the best of friends. Is this not a tad too degrading? Hiding within the confines of the wardrobe, initial trepidation soon transformed into a fervent warmth, causing beads of sweat to form. As time wore on, Xiaoqiuge found herself engulfed in a profound sense of apathy. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, her anxious heart began to settle. Was this individual a mere beast? At last, it was over. She had presumed that once the two had concluded their business, they would take their leave. To her astonishment, not only did they remain, but they also reclined upon the bed, succumbing to slumber. This predicament left Xiaoqiuge in a state of distress if they did not depart. How could she escape? For some, time flows like water, fleeting and ephemeral, yet for others, it stretches interminably, each moment resembling a year. Xiaoqiuge embodied the latter. Constrained within the wardrobe, too fearful to move or utter a sound, each second dragging on like an eternity, internally cursing profusely. That night was indeed a torment. As dawn broke, the sun ascended as it always did, casting a rosy hue upon the horizon. Were it not for the zombies wandering about, who could have imagined that such a tranquil morning heralded the apocalypse? Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream reverberated throughout the hotel, awakening all survivors residing on the upper floors. One by one, they rushed toward the source of the commotion. Even the zombies below stirred restlessly in response to the cry. Ding Dali and Xia Anan, cradling their peaceful slumber, were abruptly roused by the shriek. Ding Dali sat up, stretching languidly, laden with morning irritability. "What the hell? It's barely dawn. And I don't even have to work today. Who is that insufferable woman wailing at this hour?" He grumbled, rubbing his eyes with annoyance. Xia Anan forcefully swatted away Ding Dali's unruly hand, then rose to dress herself properly. Ding Dali, no longer lingering, begrudgingly got dressed and exited alongside Xia Anan. Meanwhile, Xiaoqiuge, who had been hiding in the wardrobe and was utterly fatigued, was roused by the sound of a scream, instantly banishing her drowsiness. However, with Ding Dali and Xia Anan still sprawled on the bed outside, she dared not venture out. It wasn't until their footsteps faded into the distance that she cautiously crawled out from her hiding place. A sudden thought struck Xiaoqiuge, causing her pupils to dilate. Anan had mentioned that her sense of smell had become more acute, even detecting the scent of blood. Did that imply they were already aware of her concealment in the wardrobe? Recalling how Ding Dali had glanced at the wardrobe with a look that seemed laden with meaning as he departed, there was no mistaking it. They must surely know she was hiding there. Chapter 54. The woman who met a tragic end. The more she pondered, the more alarmed and embarrassed she became. Fortunately, there were no others around, or Xiaoqiuge would have surely collapsed in humiliation. Driven by curiosity regarding the scream, she decided to step outside and discover what had transpired. The commotion originated from a suite on the 26th floor. By the time Ding Dali and Xia Anin arrived at the scene, the room was already crowded with people, including Hui Zi, Zhang Ting, Yu Xiaoyu, and Lu Ruyan, with several women from their team standing behind them. There were also 7 or 8 individuals from Xia Donghai's side, and Li Chunlan was crouched in the restroom, retching. Old Xia, are you and your wife planning for a second child? Early in the morning and already vomiting. One might think you're pregnant. The laughter echoed as the crowd parted to make way for Ding Dali, revealing a female corpse lying on the floor, more accurately, an incomplete female corpse. The corpse bore numerous bite wounds, its limbs gnawed to a state of disfigurement, and its innards completely hollowed out, leaving behind merely a shattered shell. However, the woman's face remained remarkably intact, devoid of any injuries, her eyes wide open, fixed unblinkingly upon the ceiling. Ding Dali couldn't shake the feeling that the deceased bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew. While Xia Anin immediately recognized her as the woman who had been abducted alongside them by Chen Sikong. Oh, Miss Xia, where were you last night? Those dark circles are quite pronounced. One might think you spent the night eavesdropping. Xia Qiuge was left speechless, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She could only cast Ding Dali a sheepish glare. What I do is none of your business. Just take care of your own affairs. She shot a glance at Xia Anin, but upon seeing the knowing smile in her eyes, Xia Qiuge felt a pang of guilt, her face flushing crimson. To alleviate the tension, she swiftly changed the subject. What? Hiding in the wardrobe? How bizarre. Ding Dali intentionally raised his voice, causing Xia Qiuge's cheeks to burn with embarrassment, wishing fervently for a hole to hide in. He crouched down, meticulously examining the body, noting that the manner of death bore an unsettling resemblance to. A flicker of realization sparked within him, and he seized a handful of the corpse's hair, lifting the head to reveal a sticky strand of blood connecting the back of the skull to the carpet. There, a gaping dark red hole the size of a fist yawned open, utterly empty, the brain entirely extracted. Ding Dali was taken aback. Indeed, it was that thing. He then turned to inquire of the others. Who was the first to discover the body? From the group of individuals surrounding Xia Donghai, a portly man dressed in the attire of a seasoned bureaucrat stepped forward, accompanied by a young and attractive woman who seemed somewhat fearful, burying her head against his shoulder. This pair was indeed the survivors discovered during the hotel cleanup. The man, resembling an old cadre, brushed aside a few strands of hair from his forehead, as if attempting to shield his shiny, balding scalp. He then extended his hand to grasp Ding Dali's, his expression radiating warmth and affability. Greetings, Brother Ding. I am grateful for your assistance in saving my life. I neglected to introduce myself earlier. My name is Huang Ji, and I am the director of the District Tax Bureau. This beside me is our department's head of financial planning, Xiao Su Yuhong. Ding Dali, a mere pawn in the societal hierarchy, harbored a profound disdain for ostentatious displays of authority. Upon noticing Huang Ji's dubious moral standing, which registered a mere 40, his revulsion intensified. The man's exuberant smile betrayed the predatory nature beneath. Even the antagonistic Xia Qiuge had a higher moral value of 45. With a disgusted motion, Ding Dali withdrew his hand from Huang Ji's grasp and wiped it on his clothing, retorting without hesitation, Did I ask you who you are? I inquired about who discovered the body first. Are you so eager to emerge because you are the murderer? Brother Ding, you jest. The body was discovered by Xiao Su and myself. It is impossible for me to be the killer, Huang Ji replied, feigning innocence. If you are not the murderer, then it must be the enchanting lady beside you. Ding Dali teased, casting a sidelong glance at the alluring woman. While he was well aware that she was not the culprit, he relished the opportunity to provoke Huang Ji, whose demeanor he found utterly distasteful. The woman suddenly mentioned appeared flustered, hastily waving her hands in denial. It wasn't you who committed the murder. Why were you here so early? Who can prove you weren't here last night, committing the heinous act and then feigning innocence? Xia Donghai interjected, Director Huang. I believe I saw you descend the stairs last night. Whether you returned, I cannot say. Upon hearing this, the alluring woman grew anxious, gesturing frantically to Huang Ji. Director Huang, please clarify. We truly did not commit murder. Last night, Director Huang mentioned wanting to, so I accompanied him to this floor, to the adjacent room. It was a brief affair, and I soon fell asleep. When dawn broke, I heard commotion in the corridor and curiously stepped out, only to find the hallway deserted. Yet the door next door was ajar, revealing the body inside. I was so frightened that I couldn't help but scream. Ding Dali observed the unflappable Huang Ji, and then turned his gaze with disdain towards the still explaining Su Yuhong, scoffing softly. He often heard tales of individuals achieving fame by sleeping with directors, securing positions by consorting with principals, gaining promotions by indulging leaders, and receiving salary increases through liaisons with bosses. He noted that the beautiful Su, merely in her 20s, had already ascended to a departmental level. It appears that Director Huang has certainly exerted himself. Ding Dali deliberately emphasized the word exert, causing Huang Jai to twitch slightly. A forced smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Brother Ding enjoys jesting. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit." Upon hearing Huang Jai's words, Xia Qiuge's innate vigor resurfaced, and she couldn't help but murmur, hypocritical. Her voice was soft, yet it resonated in the ears of everyone present. Before Xia Donghai could speak, a young man standing behind him suddenly interjected sharply, "Qiuge, mind your tone when addressing Director Huang." "Li Xiaobin, what business is it of yours?" Xia Qiuge retorted. "Do not forget who facilitated your awakening. What nonsense are you spouting?" Xia Qiuge hastily denied, "I am not speaking in vain. I saw you descend the stairs with my own eyes. Unless you clarify your purpose for going downstairs, you shall not absolve yourself of suspicion." Momentarily at a loss for words, Xia Qiuge stammered, unable to provide an explanation. Xia Donghai, though trusting his daughter, felt a twinge of curiosity at her discomfort. "Qiuge, why did you go downstairs last night? If there is nothing to hide, speak up, and I shall support you." This inquiry caused Xia Qiuge's face to flush deeper as she lowered her head in silence, occasionally glancing at Ding Dali and Xiaonan. "Enough. Do not press her further. Last night, she was with us. We remained in a room on the 27th floor the entire night," Ding Dali proclaimed unexpectedly. Everyone in the room was rendered speechless. While Hui Zi and Zhang Ting exchanged glances, their expressions a blend of astonishment and intrigue. Upon hearing the song of summer and autumn, Xia Qiuge became so agitated that she stamped her feet, her face flushing deeper with embarrassment. Such a reaction led everyone to regard Ding Dali's words with a modicum of credibility. Even Xia Donghai and Li Chunlan exchanged doubtful glances towards their daughter. Li Xiaobin vehemently rebuked, "You speak nonsense. How could that be possible?" Ding Dali, frowning slightly, fixed his gaze firmly on Li Xiaobin and replied in a low voice, "Who are you to question me? How could it not be possible? Do you think you can dictate to me? Why is it acceptable for your esteemed Director Huang and his subordinates to indulge in infidelity, while we ordinary folk are not permitted to embrace love freely? Enough of your baseless accusations. Who are you to make such claims? Have you no shame?" Xia Qiuge hurriedly interjected, but she realized that the more she attempted to clarify, the more chaotic the situation became, and the more convinced everyone appeared to be of their suspicions. Li Xiaobin glared at Ding Dali, then spoke in a tone that was almost a warning, enunciating each word with precision. "And you, Ding Dali, you would do well to show some respect towards Director Huang. Do not presume that just because you have awakened, you can act with impunity." As soon as he uttered these words, those behind Ding Dali drew their weapons, while Li Xiaobin, undeterred, stepped forward, ready for confrontation. Xia Donghai quickly intervened, stepping in between them. "Everyone, let us remain calm. We are all survivors. Let us not tarnish our camaraderie. Our primary objective must be to identify the culprit. With the murderer lurking within this hotel, none of us can feel secure." Ding Dali, however, was unfazed, turning to beckon his companions to leave. "Regardless, the culprit is not among us. As for your side, you may investigate at your leisure." With that, he turned to depart. Li Xiaobin reached out to block his path, insisting, "You cannot leave. The matter has yet to be thoroughly investigated. On what grounds can you assert that there is no murderer among your ranks?" Ding Dali let out a cold laugh. "What, do you intend to curtail our freedom?" Huang Ji also stepped forward, stating, "Brother Ding, I believe it would be prudent for you to refrain from leaving just yet. Let us first ascertain the identity of the perpetrator to avoid wronging the innocent." Ding Dali halted in his tracks and turned around. "Oh? Is Director Huang also contemplating obstructing my departure? I never would have expected that just 2 days after his rescue, Director Huang has already become a novice awakened. It seems he is quite esteemed by old Xia." Upon hearing this, those from Xia Donghai were taken aback, unable to comprehend how Ding Dali discerned this. It is worth noting that most individuals still possess only a rudimentary understanding of awakened beings and struggle to distinguish the disparities in strength. They might regard you as inconsequential. In my presence, you are nothing. You expect me to heed your commands? You are not worthy. If you wish for my compliance, then lend me the exquisite beauty by your side for my amusement. Otherwise, go flaunt your authority elsewhere, Director Huang. Ding Dali continued to mercilessly confront Huang Ji. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobin swiftly advanced to stand before Huang Ji, declaring, Ding Dali, mind your demeanor toward Director Huang. I have long harbored disdain for you. Previously, you relied on your status as an awakened, and no one dared challenge you. But now we are all awakened. Moreover, I have already ascended to a first-tier awakened. And among our ranks, I am the most formidable. Do you truly believe I would fear you? After uttering these words, Li Xiaobin regarded Ding Dali with a knowing smirk, as if he were already the victor. Ding Dali remained silent, yet his subordinates stared at Li Xiaobin as if he were a fool. Hui stepped forward, boss. May I strike him down? Ding Dali waved his hand, signaling Hui to step back. Li Xiaobin, is it? Could you enlighten me as to why you are so protective of Director Huang? I am but a driver for the tax bureau. Director Huang is my superior, and naturally, I shall speak in his favor. Oh, ha ha ha, so he is your superior. Has your superior ever imparted a particular saying to you? Li Xiaobin, perplexed, inquired, what saying? Do not put on airs. Those who do so may attract the wrath of the heavens. Huh. Before Li Xiaobin could comprehend the meaning of those words, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a bowl, erupted from Ding Dali's body, striking directly at Li Xiaobin. He had no time to react. In an instant, he was reduced to a charred silhouette. Ding Dali, with a flourish of his hand, conjured a resplendent iron rod that gleamed with an imposing aura and shattered Li Xiaobin's head with a decisive blow. Having completed this grim task, Ding Dali spat on Li Xiaobin's remains, exclaiming, "Pa, a wretch who relies on the power of others. You bark the loudest." He then slowly lifted his gaze, surveying everyone present. Now, you must believe that we are not the ones who committed this murder, for we do not require such elaborate methods to take a life. With that, he departed the suite with his companions, leaving the others in the room in stunned silence, fixated on Li Xiaobin's lifeless body. They nearly forgot that this man had been a ruthless killer at the slightest provocation. It took Xia Donghai a long while to regain his composure, filled with profound reflections. Indeed, as I had surmised, Li Xiaobin was the most formidable among us. Ding Dali had effortlessly obliterated him with a mere wave of his hand. This individual is indeed unfathomable, far beyond the reach of those like us. Yet, the demise of Li Xiaobin may not be a misfortune. Chapter 56. Who is the murderer? Upon returning to the 30th floor, Yu Xiaoyu served breakfast to Ding Dali, then leaned close to his ear, exhaling softly, "So, how was the thrilling escapade with the three of you last night?" As Ding Dali savored his porridge, he chuckled like a child, fully aware that this was yet another occasion for Yu Xiaoyu to confront him. Each time he spent time with Xia Ainen, Yu Xiaoyu would inevitably demand compensation, justifying it as a fair distribution of affection. Xia Ainen was no exception. The two women seemed to compete for his attention. Ding Dali had previously confessed to both of them about his other romantic entanglements, yet they assured him that upon meeting the first wife, they would dutifully adhere to her wishes. However, in this moment, it was they who dictated the terms. This predicament left Ding Dali utterly exhausted. He toiled in the fields by day and continued his labors by night, with the occasional interlude, yet he was compelled to persist in his endeavors. Even the formidable bull demon king would find such relentless toil unbearable. Thus, Ding Dali eagerly sought out the system, inquiring whether there were any benefits akin to those enjoyed by protagonists in other novels, ones that could enhance his prowess in that particular domain. After all, you are the bountiful offspring system. Without augmenting such abilities, how could one truly experience abundance? To his dismay, the system unequivocally informed him that no such benefits existed, mocking him for his inadequacies and attributing them to the system's supposed lack of effectiveness. Ding Dali felt as though he might consume the system in frustration. Ultimately, the system informed him that as long as he continuously consumed other beings, his physical capabilities would incessantly ascend, and naturally, his abilities in that regard would also perpetually enhance. Achieving the sacred body of steel in the future would not merely be a dream. After finishing a bowl of porridge, Ding Dali remarked, "Next time, please add more goji berries to the porridge." This statement was overheard by Huizi and the others, who stifled their laughter. "Boss, do you know who killed those women?" Ding Dali shook his head and stuffed another egg into his mouth. "I do not know who did the killing, but I am aware of what did it." Upon hearing this, everyone curiously gathered around. Yu Xiaoyu gently squeezed Ding Dali's shoulder and whispered, "Darling, what do you think it is? Could it be that the murderers are monsters similar to zombies? Zombie beasts or mutated creatures?" Ding Dali shook his head once more. Neither. To describe this entity, it could be considered human, yet it is not truly human. Currently, such beings are exceedingly rare, which is why there is no information about them from the authorities. Do you know what was most terrifying during the ancient famine years? It was not the pillaging and slaughter, nor the corpses strewn about. Rather, it was the horrifying scenes of cannibalism that resembled a hell on earth. Today's world is even more terrifying than the famines of the past, surpassing them in horror. In the early days of the apocalypse, it was somewhat manageable. Families still had some food reserves. Yet even so, there were those who could not endure the hunger and resorted to consuming their own kind or the bodies of the deceased. Those who engaged in cannibalism would not spread plagues or infect others with prion diseases as they did in ancient times. Instead, they would embark on a bizarre path of evolution. They become entranced by fresh flesh and blood, resembling the undead, yet they retain their original memories and thoughts. Such monsters are referred to as mutants. At this juncture, a fierce intent surged in Ding Dali's eyes. His tone is frigid as ice. In the future, regardless of who you are, should you encounter a mutant, remember this. Kill without mercy, for they can no longer be considered human. It is imperative to remember that. Under no circumstances should one consume human flesh. Although the crowd knew little of the terror posed by the mutants, they could sense a chill from Ding Dali's words. Wheezy tentatively inquired, "Boss, are you suggesting that there are mutants hidden in this hotel?" As soon as Xia Donghai entered, he apologetically shook Ding Dali's hand, expressing his regret. "Brother Ding, I truly apologize. My men acted recklessly and provoked you. Their demise is well deserved, but it is a pity to lose one with such potential." Ding Dali shot him a disdainful glance, saying, "Enough, old Xia. You can put on a show for others, but don't pretend with me. I did you a favor by eliminating Li Xiaoban. Surely you must be pleased?" Xia Donghai rubbed his plump hands together, his face creased into a broad smile. "Indeed, it seems nothing escapes Brother Ding's keen perception. That Li Xiaoban, relying on his brute strength and a smattering of skills, was quite a force during the hotel cleanup. Even among his peers, he was a standout. Had it not been for my numbers, we might not have subdued that ferocious tiger." Until Huang Ji's arrival that day. Li Xiaoban had once served as a driver for Huang Ji, and upon encountering his former superior alive and well, he was overwhelmed with joy. Shortly thereafter, Huang Ji revealed a shocking piece of information that rekindled Li Xiaoban's unwavering loyalty to him. This revelation pertained to the establishment of a third resettlement camp by the authorities in the city. Huang Ji confidently asserted that he was privy to all the secrets of the third resettlement camp and audaciously claimed that the leader of this camp was his close friend. If he could manage to escape to the third resettlement camp, a bright future awaited him, brimming with infinite possibilities. "Is that why so many have wavered?" Xia Donghai inquired, nodding in acknowledgement with a weary sigh. "It is an unavoidable circumstance. Unlike Ding Laudi, I lack abundant resources and absolute power, making it challenging to lead them for an extended period. However, with Ding Laudi having eliminated Li Xiaoban, the highest combat force has been diminished, and they should remain relatively quiet for a while. By the way, Ding Laudi, do you think those corpses downstairs are somehow connected to Huang Ji?" Ding Dali shook his head in denial and proceeded to inform him about the news regarding the aberrants. Upon hearing this, Xia Donghai nearly leaped in shock, stammering, You mean to say there is a creature here that retains human consciousness yet preys upon others like a zombie?" This revelation made Xia Donghai quite restless, as his family was still below. The thought of what could happen was too dreadful to contemplate. He hastily asked Ding Dali, "Ding Laudi, since you are aware of the information regarding the aberrants, you must also know how to identify them among the crowd, right?" At the onset, the aberrants and ordinary individuals exhibited no significant alterations in appearance. Their eyes were suffused with blood vessels, their skin appeared pallid, and they experienced hair loss. More importantly, an unsettling stench emanated from their bodies. However, Ding, my dear brother, I happen to know quite a few individuals who fit this description. Chapter 57. Inspecting the room, what did you say? Ding Dali exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Are you telling me that many aberrants congregate together and have not gone mad? Ding, please remain calm. The situation is different here. I lack the abundant resources you have. Consequently, I can only distribute food based on labor. Only those who assist in gathering supplies and exterminating zombies are entitled to rations. Some who fear confronting the zombies remain perpetually hungry. There are also women who resort to exchanging their bodies for sustenance. The 3 who perished downstairs were among those who bartered for food in such a manner. Those without food have grown gaunt and frail in recent days, unable to sleep properly, their eyes similarly bloodshot. These conditions align with your observations. As for hair loss, I did not take note, as most men have opted to keep their hair short for convenience. If we must speak of baldness, Huang Ji's bald head is the most conspicuous. I can assure you that Huang Ji is not an aberrant. Old Xia, can you gather your people? A mere glance is all I require to distinguish them. Xia Donghai appeared somewhat hesitant, scratching his head and apologetically stating, "It would be ideal if Ding could lend a hand, but it is quite challenging for me to assemble all of my people. Damn it, old Xia, I must say, your leadership is rather feeble. Dear Ding, you may not be aware, but aside from the few individuals who have turned to support Huang Ji, it proves challenging to gather those who have refrained from participating in the collection tasks. Recently, there have been mysterious disappearances among them, leaving us unable to locate them. There is a growing suspicion that some may have succumbed to hunger and fear, perhaps even taking their own lives by jumping from heights. They were merely peripheral figures, and their absence would not weigh heavily on our minds. Boss, why don't we investigate the monitoring room on the second floor? That would clarify who is responsible," Hui Zi suggested, only to be met with a denial from Yu Xiaoyu. "It's futile. When Qin Sicking incited that group to capture us, they nearly destroyed the surveillance equipment on the second floor. Currently, only the cameras on the 30th floor are operational, as they appear to be independent. Moreover, with the power outage, even if they hadn't been damaged, they would still be of no use." "I see," Ding Dali mused, stroking his stubbled chin thoughtfully. "Lao Xia, I will accompany you to the 20th floor shortly to inspect each room. Hui Zi and Zhang Ting, you two should guard the staircase on the 20th floor, while the rest of you proceed with the original plan to clear the lower floors. However, exercise caution during the search, as the anomalous beings may be lurking in those lower levels, given that zombies do not pose a threat to them." On the 28th floor of the hotel, Ding Dali first approached the room occupied by Xia Donghai and his family. At that moment, the room was filled with over a dozen individuals, all belonging to Xia Donghai's group. After a thorough examination, no anomalies were detected. However, Xia Qiuge's gaze was notably evasive, which piqued Ding Dali's curiosity. Upon further scrutiny of her moral value, he was astounded to find it had surged to 70. What on earth? This woman, what is the situation? Wasn't she harboring deep resentment towards me? How could her moral standing rise so dramatically? Could it be that she was captivated by my imposing presence last night? Such were Ding Dali's thoughts. Meanwhile, in the room occupied by Huang Ji, aside from him and Su Hongyu, there were 5 others present. One individual handed a cigarette to Huang Ji, who stood by the window. "Director Huang, our most formidable ally, Li Xiaobin, has been slain by that Ding Dali. On the other hand, Xia Donghai's side holds a numerical advantage. We cannot contend with their 2 teams. What shall we do next?" Huang Ji pointed to his head, took a drag of his cigarette, and exhaled a smoke ring. "Our primary objective is not to engage them in conflict, but rather to devise a means of safely escaping to the 3rd resettlement camp. We must think creatively about how to collaborate with them, allowing them to shield us in our flight. Once we reach the 3rd resettlement camp, we can seek an opportunity to deal with these blind fools." Upon hearing about the 3rd resettlement camp, the eyes of those in the room lit up. It was officially established, backed by governmental support, and far safer than remaining in this hotel. Moreover, Director Huang had connections with high-ranking officials there. The prospect of enjoying a lavish life within the confines of the official resettlement camp under Huang Ji's guidance was thrilling. The group took turns flattering Huang Ji, who relished their praise, inhaling deeply from his cigarette before waving his hand dismissively. "Please step outside. I wish to rest for a moment. Inform me of any occurrences outside at your earliest convenience." Once everyone had departed, Su Hongyu half-squatted before Huang Ji, gently massaging his legs while her voice dripped with seduction. "Director Huang, are we truly planning to escort these individuals to the 3rd resettlement camp?" Huang Ji's expression, once filled with enjoyment, transformed into one of indifference. As he gazed out the window, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. In the past world, ascending the ranks necessitated stepping on others, employing schemes and deceit. The current world demanded even more. To survive and thrive, one must adeptly manipulate others. With such capable individuals available to serve as our shield against the zombies, why not take advantage of them? Let them reach the 3rd resettlement camp alive, and then we shall see. Not only them, but Ding Dali and Xia Donghai shall also serve as our stepping stones. Upon hearing this, Su Hongyu felt a chill run down her spine. a shiver that penetrated to her very core. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed through the room. Huang Ji, seated by the window, was nearly startled out of his wits by the urgent rapping. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the door to the room was forcefully flung open. Ding Dali and Xia Donghai rushed in, inspecting each room, most of which stood ajar. Even those that were locked received no courtesy. Ding Dali smashed the doors open without hesitation. Approaching one door, Xia Donghai cautioned him that it was Huang Ji's room, but Ding Dali, undeterred, knocked vigorously. When no response emerged from within, a sense of foreboding settled in. Closing the door during daylight surely boded ill. With a resounding kick, the door swung open. Following behind Ding Dali and Xia Donghai, Xia Choga caught sight of Huang Ji and, covering her face, exclaimed "Scoundrel." She felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. Perplexed as to why she was beset by such misfortunes today, constantly encountering such unsavory characters. How could her luck be so wretched? Chapter 58. The First Victim. Ha! Director Huang, what refined taste you have, sunning mushrooms before such a grand floor-to-ceiling window. It truly offers a unique experience. Ding Dali observed the flustered Huang Ji, who had completely lost his composure as a director and could not resist the urge to jest at his expense. Upon hearing Ding Dali's remark, Huang Ji, who rarely displayed any emotion in public, found himself unusually irritated. He maneuvered to avoid the situation, pulling Su Hongyu to shield himself from the embarrassment. Su Hongyu, already feeling awkward from being caught in a compromising situation, was further mortified as Huang Ji dragged her into the spotlight, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. Ding Dali, watching Su Hongyu, who looked as though she wished to vanish into the ground, teasingly remarked, "Who would have thought that Section Chief Su has such a unique taste?" However, he cast a sidelong glance at Huang Ji and continued, "Those who frequently forage for mushrooms know that the smaller varieties are of little use. Section Chief Su, should you wish to gather some, I am at your service, haha. Oh dear, it appears I have mistakenly gained the favor of the esteemed Ding. As a mere woman in this world, I must rely on your assistance to survive." With that, she glanced over her shoulder at Huang Ji, who was busy adjusting his clothing and seemed oblivious to her presence. Raising her head, she bestowed a charming smile upon Ding Dali and subtly swayed her upper body. Su Hongyu's figure is voluptuous, her movements captivating, making it difficult for one to look away. While everyone possesses a certain fullness, Lu Rian's sway invites indulgence in another bowl of rice. One captivates the eyes, while the other tempts the appetite. In the past, Ding Dali had no infatuation with youthful innocence. After all, in these times, even a young maiden must be sought with a lantern. Likewise, Ding Dali harbored no particular fascination for mature women, largely due to his youth and ignorance of the allure of an elder sister. However, the current Ding Dali is no stranger to the trials of a post-apocalyptic world. In such a grim reality, the more beautiful a woman is, often the more tragic her fate. Being passed around is a commonplace occurrence. Thus, Ding Dali is rather indifferent to driving others' cars, riding their horses, or engaging with their women, even dismantling their walls. Casting a teasing glance at Su Hongyu, he searched the room, declaring, "If she is not here, let us proceed to the next room." "Are you being too excessive? Not only did you break down my door, but you also rummaged through my belongings without explanation, and now you simply decide to leave?" Xia Donghai stepped between the two, aware that a predatory figure lurked within the hotel. The urgent task at hand is to unveil the perpetrator. He feared that Ding Dali, in a moment of impulsiveness, might harm Huang Ji, triggering chaos and allowing the true culprit to escape, leading to even greater turmoil. This fatherly figure is known for his unpredictable violence, striking without warning. "Director Huang, listen to me. We have no choice. There is an aberrant being hidden in this hotel, one that preys on humans. The corpses downstairs are its handiwork. Brother Ding possesses the ability to identify these aberrants, which is why he is checking each room. We sincerely apologize for disturbing Director Huang's elegance. It was never our intention. What is this aberrant being? What on earth is it? And why has it not been mentioned by the authorities?" Huang Ji harbored grave suspicions that this was merely a fabrication designed to humiliate him. Xia Donghai hastily relayed all the information he had heard from Ding Dali regarding the aberrant being. Yet Huang Ji's face was etched with skepticism. "Is what you say true? Does such a creature truly exist? Believe it or not, the power of these aberrant beings is on par with that of awakened ones. The more they consume, the stronger they become. If we do not identify it, others will surely face misfortune," Ding Dali stated before turning to leave. "I shall accompany you." Huang Ji hastened to catch up, with Su Hongyu following closely behind. They searched through all the occupied rooms, but found no trace of the aberrant being. Standing at the end of the corridor, 4 rooms remained unexamined, their entrances cluttered with refuse, emanating a peculiar odor. These 4 rooms have been unoccupied and have thus become a convenient dumping ground for everyone, Xia Donghai explained. Let us proceed. We must investigate. After inspecting 3 empty rooms without any findings, where even the floors and furniture were cloaked in dust, they arrived at the final room. As Huang Ji twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open, a faint, putrid smell wafted out, thanks to the refuse piled at the entrance. The odor was not immediately overpowering. Everyone, be cautious. There is certainly something here, Ding Dali warned as he followed the scent's direction. At the threshold of the restroom, Xia Donghai pressed his ear against the door, inhaling deeply. The stench was overwhelming. It emanated from within. Upon opening the restroom door, a pungent odor assaulted their nostrils. The group covered their mouths and noses as they entered. The suite's restroom was spacious, with separate areas for bathing, relieving oneself, and washing up. At the entrance of the bathing area lay a corpse, already darkened by decay. The state of this body mirrored that of the several downstairs. Su Hongyu and Xia Qiuge, who had come along, could not contain themselves and retreated to the side to vomit. Ignoring them, Ding Dali gazed at the corpse and solemnly remarked, "If I am not mistaken, this should be the first victim devoured by the aberrant." "How can you tell?" someone inquired. "Is it because it has already begun to rot?" Ding Dali shook his head. "Look at his forehead. The other corpses show no signs of injury on their faces. The aberrants have a peculiar habit of forcing their prey to witness their own demise. However, the wounds on this corpse's forehead indicate that he was struck with a blunt object to render him unconscious before the attack, before becoming an aberrant. They are merely ordinary individuals. They can only strike in such a manner. After consuming a human and transforming into an aberrant, they gain strength, allowing them to easily seize an ordinary person and force them to watch their own consumption, all while rendering them voiceless." This revelation sent a chill down the spines of those present. What manner of monster could consume humans while compelling them to observe their own fate? Just the thought was enough to send shivers down one's spine. "I know this person," exclaimed Xia Qiuge, having finished vomiting, as she wiped her mouth in astonishment. "How do you know him, Qiuge?" Xia Donghai asked, puzzled. "Oh dear, it's my father. Have you forgotten? When we escaped to the 29th floor." Among the survivors was a rather flamboyant gentleman clad in a leopard print bodysuit. Although many were scantily dressed at that time, his attire was undeniably eye-catching. I even engaged in discussions about it with Xia Xue and Inan. Later, I heard rumors that he had peculiar habits. I wonder if there is any truth to that. This mention sparked Ding Dali's memory. He indeed recalled seeing a rather flamboyant middle-aged man when he ascended to the 29th floor alone. Chapter 59. Stealthy movements of Ding Dali. I remarked on how long it had been since I last saw that gentleman, initially thinking he had, like many others, succumbed to despair and leapt from the building, only to find out he had met his end here instead. Xiao Qiuge let out a soft sigh and turned to Ding Dali. "Hey, you lecherous scoundrel. The aberrant beings are not on this floor. What shall we do next?" Were it not for the prospect of increasing his moral standing, Ding Dali would have certainly given her a good whack, or perhaps even something more forceful. "What's wrong? Miss Xia, are you frightened? Afraid that the aberrant beings might invade your wardrobe tonight?" I must say, Ding Dali possessed an audacious demeanor, and his tongue was quite irreverent. His nonchalant words left Xiao Qiuge blushing furiously. This, in turn, caused the observant Shindonghai, standing aside, to feel a surge of anxiety, pondering whether his daughter harbored some unspeakable secret with Ding Dali. Was it possible that his precious cabbage had been ravaged by this mischievous monkey? Thus, he interjected, attempting to disrupt Ding Dali's smirking demeanor. "Ding, my brother, what do you propose we do next? Is it possible that the aberrant being is hiding on another floor? The anomaly is likely one of the missing individuals. We should thoroughly investigate the lower floors. If he is not there, he is probably concealing himself outside. The scent emanating from the anomaly can obscure the presence of zombies, allowing him to come and go at will. If that is indeed the case, the inhabitants of this hotel are akin to livestock under his control. The entire hotel, along with the horde outside, serves as a pen for these domesticated creatures." Ding Dali's words intensified the already palpable anxiety among the group. "Fear not, everyone. Let us commence a methodical search, floor by floor. Remember, act in unison. If anything unusual occurs, raise the alarm immediately. I shall also allocate some of my personnel to assist in the search." Thus, The entire day passed. Everyone was mobilized. Even those reluctant to contribute joined in the search. They were not foolish. The anomaly would undoubtedly target ordinary individuals like themselves. Eliminating the anomaly swiftly would bring peace of mind. On the 30th floor that night, in the flickering candlelight, Yu Xiaoyu and Ding Dali reported their findings, while others gathered around. Darling, most of our team is engaged in searching the hotel today. There are still 2 floors below that remain unexamined. Should we proceed with our original plan tomorrow? Ding Dali took a deep breath, gazing at the flickering flames, and replied, It seems we must delay our actions by a day. This anomaly is an ever-present threat, and I fear that a rash move may provoke it. We must devise a strategy to eliminate this menace. Why fear him? What matter is it if he is an anomaly or not? Should he dare to disrupt our efforts? We shall strike him down. Huizi patted the large machete resting beside him and muttered defiantly. Ever since awakening his beast transformation ability, the primal instincts of animals had been stirred within him, causing Huizi's previously restrained and composed demeanor to gradually take on a more irritable tone. Do not underestimate this aberrant being. Judging by the number of corpses he has consumed, his strength is likely comparable to that of a beginner-level Tier 2 awakener, and he lurks in the shadows. Here, aside from myself, can anyone guarantee they can defeat him without a doubt? Boss, what should we do then? When can we take action? We can't just wait here indefinitely. I haven't even had the chance to wield this large blade. In this building, I can't unleash my full potential, and it's frustrating to be confined to using a small knife. I knew you were itching to take that big knife out to slay zombies. You're always groping that blade like some sort of weirdo. If not for shouting, you'd be all over it. Your mind must be muddled. Huizi fell silent, rendered speechless by the boss's retort, as he lowered his gaze to caress his knife. Zhang Ting, emboldened by her own awakening of beast transformation ability, was unreserved and joked, Exactly. Boss, if it comes down to it, I can join you too. Let him sleep with his big knife. Lu Ruyin chimed in, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Boss, how about I join you as well? I've yet to experience romance. This left Ding Dali, known for his thick skin, feeling quite embarrassed as he waved his hands in protest, urging them to stop. The others erupted in laughter. Ding Dali cleared his throat. All right, enough of the antics. Tonight, everyone will pair up to take turns keeping watch. Do not let your guard down. Darling, do you think that aberrant being will make a move tonight? Xiaonan leaned against Ding Dali's shoulder, occasionally cracking a sunflower seed. He chuckled to himself, certain that tonight would be eventful. Ding Dali wore a mysterious smile and instructed everyone to take their posts for the night, while others could rest. It wasn't until 3 in the morning that Ding Dali abruptly opened his eyes. He gently withdrew his hand from beneath Yu Xiaoyu's head and carefully lowered Xiaonan's head from his shoulder. Stealthily, he exited the room. At that moment, the night watch was being held by Huizi and Zhang Ting. They sat on the ground outside, with Zhang Ting already resting against Huizi's shoulder. As their leader emerged, Huizi opened his mouth to speak, but Ding Dali silenced him with a gesture, indicating Zhang Ting's slumber and urging him to remain quiet. He then signaled that he needed to step out for a moment. Huizi nodded in understanding. He had complete faith in his leader's abilities and knew there must be a reason for this late-night excursion. He had no curiosity about the specifics of Ding Dali's intentions. Ding Dali cautiously made his way to the 28th floor, where a slender figure stood in the stairwell. Startled by the noise behind her, the figure nearly gasped. Shoo, it's me. Once she recognized him, they both quietly descended to the 27th floor, recalling the recent misfortunes that had befallen that level. They continued down to the 26th floor. Having searched earlier in the day, all the doors were wide open. Ding Dali took the other person's hand and led her directly into one of the rooms. In the corridor near the entrance, he tossed aside her clothing, a strange smile playing on his lips. Gently pushing the bedroom door ajar, the two approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Ding Dali plopped down onto the massive beanbag chair, its softness enveloping him in a delightful embrace. Chapter 60. The Grand Project. Why is there no night watch on your floor? Ding Dali inquired, narrowing his eyes and leaning back against the beanbag, striving to keep his voice low as he whispered. One hand caressed the hair of the slender figure beside him, while in the dimness, the other seemed to grasp something soft and yielding. The woman looked up with a seductive smile, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and replied in a hushed tone, almost breathless, Well, Xia Donghai and Huang Ji are engaged in a subtle power struggle, each wary of losing an advantage. So neither has sent anyone to stand guard. If the awakened ones 1T take the watch, ordinary people certainly 1T. None of them are fools. Everyone knows there's an aberrant hiding in the shadows. Oh, are you not afraid of the aberrant? Ding Dolly exhaled, his voice laced with curiosity. The woman lifted her gaze, took a deep breath, her face obscured in the darkness, then continued, "It should be quite clear to anyone with a modicum of sense. Currently, staying by your side is the safest option, for you are the strongest in this building. Then are you not concerned that I might be here tonight to confront the aberrant? Wouldn't remaining by my side render you more vulnerable?" A chill swept over Ding Dolly, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin as he caught his breath in the coolness of the late May night. At his words, the woman hesitated noticeably, prompting Ding Dolly to tighten his grip. The woman continued, "But I am not afraid. I firmly believe that if I serve Chief Ding well, he will not neglect me." "Oh, ha ha ha." Director Huang would never expect that I managed to intercept him while he was beneath the floor-to-ceiling windows during the day. I must commend Section Chief Su. Not only is she exceptionally attractive, but her eloquence is also remarkable. It is no wonder she has ascended to the position of Section Chief at such a young age. She is indeed extraordinary. Indeed, the one who stealthily accompanied Ding Dolly to the 26th floor was none other than Section Chief Su Hongyu. During the daytime, amidst the hotel search, they discreetly exchanged contact information. Before going to bed, Ding Dolly sent her a message, inviting her to meet at the stairs at 3 o'clock. As expected, she honored the appointment. Su Hongyu lifted her head once more, exhaling gracefully. "Chief Ding, may I take a brief respite? No section chief can endure relentless work without fatigue. I would appreciate a moment to rest before we continue." Ding Dolly nodded, and immediately, Su Hongyu leaned against him. "You jest, Chief Ding. Director Huang pales in comparison to your work ethic and masculinity." Ding Dolly chuckled and gestured with his hands. "Come on, tell me honestly, how substantial is this project? Surely, Director Huang cannot handle such a vast undertaking alone." Upon hearing Ding Dolly's words, Su Hongyu let out a soft laugh and playfully traced the letter E on his chest with her finger. "My goodness, whether in this life or the past, Ding Dolly has never managed a project of such magnitude. It must be said that this project is indeed well-constructed and impressive. This simply cannot be. I must first examine the quality of the project," and Ding Dolly involuntarily scrutinized it in his hands repeatedly. Su Hongyu opened Ding Dolly's hand and feigned anger, softly saying, "Am I not beautiful? While I may not quite measure up to that Yu beside you, I certainly am not lacking by much, am I?" "Indeed, Section Chief Su. You are stunning, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Since you find me beautiful, why do you neglect me and focus solely on the 2E projects? How infuriating." Su Hongyu seems to possess an innate allure in her speech that stirs one's heart. Ding Dolly was no exception. While examining the 2E projects, he inquired, "Section Chief Su, you are already a departmental leader, so your educational background must be quite impressive, right?" Su Hongyu was at a loss, shaking her head in confusion. "I don't understand. What does that have to do with education?" Ding Dolly nodded earnestly. "Of course, it is relevant. Did you not study Li Bai's poetry in your youth? His verses teach us, in life, one must seize the joys. So, why should I concern myself with the 2E projects? Moreover, the former richest man once said, life should have goals. Why not set a small goal of E first? If even he said so, how much more significant are the 2E goals before me?" Su Hongyu initially seemed taken aback, pausing for 2 seconds before covering her mouth and giggling. "Was your university's textbook authentic? What does it matter if it's genuine or counterfeit? Section Chief Su, don't take a break. Continue with your work. I shall persist in my project research." Su Hongyu sighed helplessly and resumed her diligent efforts. As the 2 individuals were quietly engrossed in their respective tasks, the sudden sound of footsteps, one after the other, pierced the stillness of the room they occupied. A familiar voice echoed, inquiring, "Whose clothing is discarded here?" Startled by the voice, Ding Dolly and Su Hongyu exchanged glances. Just as Su Hongyu raised her head to respond, Ding Dolly swiftly covered her mouth. With her mouth muffled, the pair stealthily approached the bedroom door, peering through the crack to discern the situation outside. The living room of the suite was remarkably spacious, and the 2 figures stood prominently in its center. One of them disdainfully tossed aside a piece of lingerie clutched in their hand. Through the dim light, the silhouettes became discernible, and Su Hongyu immediately recognized that one of them was the mischievous Xiaoga. Instinctively, she recoiled. Initially, Su Hongyu and Ding Dolly were peering through the door crack, but her retreat nearly compromised their stealth. Thankfully, Ding Dolly's hand muffled her, preventing any sound that might have drawn the attention of the 2 outside. Ding Dolly was perplexed as to why Xiaoga was out at such an hour. However, His gaze then fell upon the person opposite her, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Silently, he thought, at last, they have made an appearance. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Detection indicates Yang Wei's moral value is at 5. Hostility detected. Please take prompt action. Scanning the data of the opposing individual commenced. Name: Yang Wei, second-order mutant strength, 210 speed, 210 stamina, 200 spirit, 200 ability. Gecko beast transformation, a moral value, 5. To his astonishment, he realized that this individual possessed extraordinary abilities, specifically the power of gecko transformation. No wonder he could move through the hotel unnoticed. It must be due to the gecko's climbing prowess. Although he contemplated this, he remained motionless, as a sense of familiarity washed over him, though he could not immediately recall the individual's identity. Thus, he resolved to observe quietly, awaiting the other party's words. While he stood still, Su Hongyu was restless, fidgeting incessantly. Ding Dali allowed her to squirm while he fixed his gaze on the living room. Finally, Xia Qiuge broke the silence. Yang Wei, did I not inform you that we have already broken up? Why did you summon me at this hour? The revelation struck Ding Dali like a bolt of lightning. He suddenly remembered who Yang Wei was, Xia Qiuge's former fiancé. This fellow certainly lacked presence, as no one had noticed his absence during the dormitory search. Chapter 61. The unfortunate Xia Qiuge. At that moment, Xia Qiuge's mind was in turmoil. The previous night, she had spent the entire time lying in the wardrobe without sleep, watching a live broadcast for an extended period. As if that were not enough, she had gone an entire day without rest, participating in the hotel search and witnessing numerous grotesque corpses. To add to her distress, she had encountered the revolting little mushroom of Huangji, which made Xia Qiuge lament the extent of her misfortune that day. Qiuge, it's me. Upon hearing the voice, Xia Qiuge relinquished her resistance, and the other party released their grip. Upon turning around to face the visitor, Xia Qiuge cast a disdainful glance. What brings you here? Moreover, how did you manage to enter? Wasn't the door closed? The newcomer, sporting a cap and speaking in a low, slightly hoarse voice, replied, the door wasn't closed. So I came in. Is it convenient for you to go downstairs? I would like to have a private conversation with you. Xia Qiuge regarded him with suspicion. What happened to your voice? We have already broken up. What is there left to discuss? Besides, there are aberrants in this building. No one is going anywhere with you. You see, dawn is approaching. Even if there are aberrants, they are unlikely to appear at this hour. For the sake of our long-standing relationship, please, let's talk. I have much to share. His final plea softened Xia Qiuge's heart. After all, they had been together for 2 years. To claim there were no feelings would be disingenuous. After much internal conflict, she ultimately relented and accompanied him to the 26th floor. Yang Wei led Xia Qiuge to the 26th floor, initially intending to find an inconspicuous room. However, an imperceptible fragrance tantalized his taste buds, compelling him to follow the scent. Thus, by a twist of fate, he unwittingly brought Xia Qiuge into the suite occupied by Ding Dali and his companions. In truth, Ding Dali had invited Su Hongyu out not merely to pursue an illicit affair, but rather to use her as bait to lure out the aberrants. These creatures harbored peculiar appetites. Each aberrant had unique tastes. Some relished the flavor of children, others preferred the elderly, and some were drawn to women. The essence of different foods possessed a fatal allure for them. In the hotel, this aberrant individual, apart from the leopard-printed uncle he encountered initially, was surrounded entirely by voluptuous, alluring women. Thus, Ding Dali speculated that this fellow had a particular fondness for such company, which was why he had lured Su Hongyu to a secluded floor as bait. However, what Ding Dali could never have anticipated was that not only had the aberrant drawn near, but also that the insufferable Xia Qiuge had followed suit. Ding Dali silently cursed, wondering how this troublesome girl could appear everywhere. He was currently engaged in a discussion with Section Chief Su regarding the progress and depth of their work. Had it been solely the aberrant, he could have simply confronted him without hesitation. Yet, if Xia Qiuge were to witness this, there would be no escaping the label of a lecher. Although Ding Dali was entangled in an affair, he still harbored a desire to maintain his dignity, or at least he believed so. Yet he had no intention of halting his advances on Su Hongyu. Yang Wei, with his cap pulled low, obscured his expression. However, his raspy voice resonated eerily in the tranquil surroundings. Qiuge, when you declared our breakup, did you ever consider whether I consented? Xia Qiuge was perplexed by this inquiry. questioning if he had summoned her merely for this reason. A peculiar laughter escaped Zhang Wei, a sound akin to a strangled cry, fragmented and unsettling, suggesting he was teetering on the brink of madness. You proclaimed our separation without my approval, a breakup? Ha 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 ha. I merely hesitated for a moment. They had guns. It is entirely natural to retreat under such circumstances. I assent it. Yet, one by one, you label me as cowardly. You accuse me of incompetence. All the while, you stood by and watched as that ding dolly murdered my mother. Furthermore, you feared the stench of her corpse, so you unceremoniously discarded it downstairs. Zhang Wei's laughter grew increasingly peculiar, his speech quickening in fervor and intensity. Xiaochoga observed this unsettling transformation, a chill creeping down her spine as she turned to flee. Harnessing her newly awakened powers, she summoned a flurry of wind blades that encircled her. Indeed, her ability was the manipulation of air currents, allowing her to control the wind. However, despite the wounds inflicted by her blades upon her adversary, they healed at an astonishingly visible rate. A wind blade swept Zhang Wei's cap away, revealing his ghastly visage. Upon recognizing his face, Xiaochoga's heart sank. Zhang Wei's bald head was devoid of any hair, his eye sockets hollow, and his frame gaunt. His pupils had transformed to a deep crimson. He grinned ominously, his features contorted into a terrifying mask, as if he sought to obliterate all beauty. Xiaochoga realized with horror that her former fiancé was the very aberrant being everyone had been wary of. Why was she plagued by such misfortunes? Even the end of a relationship had birthed a monster. Despair washed over her. Yang Wei pinned Xiaochoga to the ground, his weight pressing down upon her. Choga, do you understand? Every woman I have consumed displayed the same expression as yours, their eyes wide with terror as I extracted their innards. The essence of a woman is truly intoxicating, especially the flesh of vile creatures like you. Yang Wei's voice rose sharply, and he leaned closer to Xiaochoga's neck, inhaling deeply, reveling in the scent of fresh flesh with an unsettling ecstasy. I have conversed with you for 2 years, yet you have never allowed me to touch you. If Chun Sicheng can, then why on earth shouldn't Ding Dolly be able to as well? What right do you have to deny me? Xiaochoga, before I devour you, I intend to relish every moment, allowing you to experience the taste of despair. Have you not all looked down upon me? Alas, Xiaochoga's mouth was tightly covered, rendering her only capable of uttering muffled sounds of despair. This time, Xiaochoga was utterly hopeless. Unlike the last encounter, where Chun Sicheng at least refrained from cannibalism, there would be no unexpected arrival of Ding Dolly to rescue her this time. Faced with such a dire predicament and impending humiliation, Xiaochoga shed tears of frustration. This only served to further provoke Yang Wei, who threw back his head and erupted into a mocking laughter. Curse it! Has no one informed you that your laughter resembles that of someone choking on excrement? Chapter 62. The aberrant Yang Wei in the bedroom. Su Hongyu and Ding Dolly were discussing work, but upon witnessing the scene outside, their focus shifted entirely. Su Hongyu nearly lost her composure in fear as she observed Yang Wei preparing to assault Xiaochoga, his expression eliciting profound disgust from Ding Dolly. Consequently, Ding Dolly shoved Su Hongyu aside and, clad only in his undergarments, flung open the bedroom door. The sudden intrusion startled both Yang Wei and Xiaochoga, whose reactions diverged sharply. Xiaochoga's eyes lit up with joy, her cries of despair transforming into jubilant exclamations. In stark contrast, Yang Wei's demeanor darkened at the sight of Ding Dolly, his rage palpable, as if he yearned to rend him limb from limb. Ding. Li. Ding Dolly adjusted his shorts, casting a mocking glance at Yang Wei. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei appeared to be prodded at a sensitive spot, his expression contorting into a grimace, with veins bulging on his previously pale face. Slowly releasing his grip on Xiaochoga, he rose to his feet. Freed. Xiaochoga swiftly retreated a few steps, gasping for breath. Ding the lecher. He is the aberrant one. Quickly eliminate him. No need for Miss Xia to remind me. I have already noticed. Ding Dolly retorted. Miss Xia, do you harbor some peculiar obsession? Always meddling in my affairs. He grimaced in displeasure. To Yang Wei, their exchange resembled a playful quarrel between a couple. His animosity towards Ding Dolly, already simmering, now surged with both old grievances and new. Throwing back his head, he emitted a peculiar roar, his body beginning to swell, his skin turning ashen, and his pupils transforming into slits. In an instant, he morphed into a towering beast resembling a lizard, standing 2 meters tall, hissing as he flicked his tongue and revealing a gaping maw. Ding Dolly, You have slain my mother and stolen my beloved. Today, I shall make you my breakfast." With that, he lunged forward, his enormous fist striking like the wind towards Ding Dali. His speed was astonishing, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Ding Dali summoned all his strength, both hands thrusting outward, and with a resounding clash, the immense force slammed against his palms. The innate power of beast transformation provided a distinct advantage, especially post-transformation, particularly for an aberrant with beast powers. Yet, the anticipated scene of Ding Dali being sent flying did not materialize. Ding Dali tightly clenched his fists. Despite the slight pain in his palms, he possessed a marginal advantage in data, making him superior to his opponent. Yang Wei was acutely aware of Ding Dali's formidable nature. Yet after devouring numerous adversaries and ascending to the rank of a second-tier mutated being, he brimmed with confidence. Even if he could not vanquish Ding Dali, he believed he could inflict considerable damage. To his astonishment, however, his full-force strike was effortlessly intercepted by Ding Dali. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a series of punches, all of which Ding Dali adeptly deflected. Ding Dali, having parried several blows, keenly anticipated the trajectory of Yang Wei's next strike. He swiftly evaded and, with his fist enveloped in crackling lightning, delivered a thunderous punch that connected squarely with Yang Wei's abdomen. The disparity in their physiques allowed this powerful blow to propel Yang Wei forcefully against the wall of the suite, shattering it upon impact. After landing the punch, Ding Dali shouted to Xiaoqiuge, "Quickly, retreat to the bedroom." Obediently, Xiaoqiuge rose and dashed towards the bedroom. As she passed Ding Dali, she hesitated momentarily, declaring, "I can help. Get lost. You, pervert." Xiaoqiuge huffed, stamping her foot in irritation before swiftly entering the bedroom. Ding Dali positioned himself before the bedroom. Addressing Yang Wei, who lay amidst the debris of the shattered wall, "I've just secured 2 E-level projects. I was preparing to invest several hundred million, and you, disgusting pest, dare to disrupt my enjoyment. I am thoroughly displeased." Infuriated, Yang Wei rose, brushing off the dust from his clothing, as his wounds visibly healed at an astonishing rate. "Ha ha ha, Ding Dali, what use is your strength over mine? With the power of a metamorph and the regenerative ability of a gecko, my body heals at an astonishing rate. Do you truly believe you can still best me?" With a flourish, a brilliant golden staff materialized in Ding Dali's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the staff to strike, while simultaneously manipulating 2 flying daggers with his abilities. Yang Wei was taken aback. He could evade the daggers but not the iron rod, and if he dodged the rod, he could not escape the daggers. Although his wounds would mend quickly, the pain was undeniably real. The cacophony of their fierce battle roused those above. People rushed downstairs, only to witness a lizard man hurtling from a room. Following closely behind was Ding Dali, ruthlessly suppressing the lizard man, who lay incapacitated on the ground. "Boss, I am here to assist you." Finally, Ding Dali shouted, "Enough. If we keep this up, the floor will collapse." It was then that Hui Zi hurled the object in his hand towards the end of the corridor. It struck the wall, creating a multitude of dents before crashing to the ground. Hui Zi, in his bare form, possessed strength surpassing even Yang Wei's. And after the series of blows, Yang Wei found himself in a dire predicament. The wounds from the daggers had yet to heal, and he was battered all over. One of his arms was completely shattered. Staggering to his feet, Yang Wei was filled with dread. The earlier skirmish had made it clear he was no match for Ding Dali, and now a bare man, stronger than himself, had joined the fray. With many more behind them, it was utterly impossible to gain the upper hand. Thus, gritting his teeth, he forcefully tore off his shattered arm. Enduring excruciating pain, he hurled his severed arm to the ground, the wound gradually ceasing its flow of blood. "Ha ha, Ding Dali, do you truly believe that this will be your means to vanquish me? You are sorely mistaken. Soon, your forces shall be obliterated, and I shall recover in no time." With that, he swiftly darted into the adjacent room. Oh no, he intends to flee. Chapter 63, A Sudden Transformation. Ding Dali pursued with all his might. Yet upon reaching the room where Yang Wei had entered, he found it utterly vacant, save for a wide-open window. Peering out, he beheld Yang Wei, like a colossal gecko, scaling the outer wall, nearly reaching the ground below. The distance was too great for telekinetic manipulation to strike him, and soon Yang Wei stood at the bottom, casting a scornful smile upward at Ding Dali before swiftly vanishing beneath the hotel's portico. "Damn it, everyone, prepare for battle. That scoundrel intends to lure the zombies inside." With that, he retrieved a handgun and several magazines from his spatial pocket, tossing them to Zhang Ting. Xiao Ting, you possess the ability to fly. Use the weapon to attack that rascal from the air and buy us some time. Zhang Ting grasped the handgun tightly, her body swaying as she sprouted wings and leaped from the window. Everyone, follow my lead. Adhere to the original plan. We must rush to the first floor. Xiao Ting won't be able to delay him for long. He will undoubtedly breach the front door. Upon hearing the sounds of combat, Yu Xiaoyu had already gathered everyone and descended the stairs, the pursuers of the aberrant rushing into the room, responding to their leader's command to remain in Ding Dali's wake. Dressed and emerging from her room, Su Hongyu collided with Ding Dali, who was sprinting down the corridor. Without pausing, Ding Dali produced a spear crafted from rebar and, upon reaching her, thrust it into her arms. If you wish to survive, stay close, he commanded. Clutching the spear, Su Hongyu gazed at the group trailing behind Ding Dali, momentarily stunned before gritting her teeth and following suit. At the stairwell, Xia Donghai and his companions were bewildered. Observing Ding Dali's fierce approach, they frantically gestured, "Old Xia, clear the way. The zombies are about to breach. If you wish to live, we must charge out together." With that, he pushed through the crowd and raced downstairs. Xia Donghai, upon hearing this, was momentarily dumbfounded, anxiously wringing his hands as he called after Ding Dali, who had already descended. "Brother Ding, what about the survivors upstairs? Those who do not fight in the apocalypse do not deserve to live," came the chilling reply from below, reaching the ears of everyone present. A sense of paralysis enveloped them. Having concealed themselves within the hotel since the onset of the apocalypse, they had grown accustomed to this sheltered existence. The sudden announcement that zombies were approaching left them disoriented. The first to react was Huang Jai, who, without a moment's hesitation, followed Ding Dali downstairs, his gaze fixed ahead, radiating a cold and ruthless determination. Casting a glance around, he saw his family was present, and Xia Qiuge urged her father, "Dad, trust Ding the wolf. Let's run together. There might still be a glimmer of hope. By the way, the mutant is that scoundrel Yang Wei. Everyone must be vigilant." "Dad, old Xia, hurry down. I will catch up shortly." The hallway echoed only with the cries of old Xia. Observing this, everyone ceased their hesitation. Li Chunlan and Xia Qiuge commanded the group to rush down. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream emanated from the third floor, sending shockwaves through everyone. Huizi felt a chill running down his spine. "Shouting!" he shouted, accelerating towards the stairs, with Ding Dali and the others hastening their pace alongside him. Upon reaching the grand hall on the first floor, they found the main door ajar. However, the majority of the zombies were preoccupied, gnawing at something near the outer pillars, with only a few having ventured inside. Among the horde stood Yang Wei, whose severed arm had remarkably sprouted a diminutive limb. He waved with this new appendage at the group that had just descended, a taunting smile playing on his lips as he turned and melded into the throng of the undead. Without a moment's pause, Huizi transformed into a formidable bear-like figure. Wielding a colossal, golden-backed machete, he plunged into the zombie mass, each swing cleaving through the horde, causing torrents of black blood to erupt and splatter across him. The machete sliced through the air, generating a fierce wind with each stroke. Huizi resembled a god of war, relentlessly dispatching the zombies, all the while calling out for shouting. The others were not idle. They quickly formed groups to clear the zombies from the entrance, subsequently forming a fan-shaped barrier to prevent any further incursions. Meanwhile, Ding Dali and Huizi had reached the base of the pillars. With deft control, Ding Dali directed steel needles, piercing the brains of the approaching zombies with precision. At this moment, the pillar bore only a mangled skeleton, gnawed upon by zombies. The instant Huizi beheld the remains, sorrow surged within him, and he let out a furious roar, his eyes turning crimson. The veins in his arms bulged as he gripped his large blade, on the verge of a violent outburst. Ding Dali, witnessing this, admonished in a deep voice, "Huizi, calm down. This is not Xiao Ting." Given her strength, the aberrant would not have subdued her so swiftly. Huizi regained a modicum of composure, yet his eyes remained red-rimmed. "Boss, if this is not Xiao Ting, then where is she? Why can't I see her?" No sooner had he spoken than a familiar voice rang out behind him. "Huigu, boss." At the same time, a figure fluttered down beside them. "Xiao Ting." Huizi's eyes sparkled with joy as he rushed forward and enveloped Zhang Ting in a tight embrace, his massive frame causing her to cough. Ding Dali kicked Huizi, who swiftly transformed his despair into elation, brushed himself off, and brandished his blade, charging back into the throng of zombies. "Boss, I swooped down to intercept the aberrant, but my marksmanship leaves much to be desired. I only managed to hit him twice. yet his wounds healed almost instantaneously. I noticed him dodging and sprinting towards the pillar, only to discover a woman bound to it. Though I am uncertain how he managed to secure her without the zombies biting her, I suspect he plans to use her to lure the horde. Sure enough, I witnessed him tearing away the gag from her mouth and using his sharp claws to slice open her abdomen. I dared not delay. Before the tide of corpses on the road could react, I swiftly flew to the entrance of the hotel courtyard and shut the iron-pulled door. However, amidst the horde, there were numerous first-tier zombies, and I feared that the iron door would not withstand the onslaught for long. Upon hearing Zhang Ting's explanation, Ding Dali praised. "You have done exceptionally well. You have afforded us ample time." Surveying the vast expanse of the hotel courtyard, there were at least hundreds of zombies present, most of which were first tier. Only about 20 were of the second tier. Glancing at the resounding iron door that had been battered, Ding Dali shouted, "Form groups. Maintain formation. Let us strike decisively before the gate is breached. Xiao Ting, provide aerial support. If any of our comrades finds themselves in peril, swiftly extract them." Chapter 64. The initial battle against the zombie horde. Upon hearing Ding Dali's commands, the group unleashed their fury upon the zombies. Lu Rian transformed into a towering stone giant nearly 3 meters tall, her already oversized garment bursting apart. One could only wonder what brand of undergarments she wore, for they remained unscathed despite her transformation. After her metamorphosis, Lu Rian appeared even more formidable than Huizi in his bare form, charging into the horde with a massive iron hammer, smashing the zombies to pieces as if they were mere moles. Observing the crushed remnants of the zombies, Ding Dali felt a pang of sorrow. Damn it, if you smash them to such a degree, how am I to consume them? At the very least, leave me a body. Influenced by Lu Rian and Huizi, Ding Dali brandished an iron rod and charged into the horde. Although he appeared considerably less imposing, being of a leaner build, standing alongside them rendered him particularly diminutive. However, in terms of strength, Ding Dali far surpasses them, and with his mastery of weaponry, his wielding of the staff is far more aesthetically pleasing than theirs, striking with precision at the vital points. Wherever the shadow of his staff falls, zombies' heads explode in succession. Among the others, the first-tier awakeners are tasked with harvesting the initial-level zombies, while the second-tier awakeners swiftly eliminate any first-tier zombies they encounter. For these 20 or so awakeners, all of whom are at least first-tier or above, hundreds of zombies are as easy to dispatch as cutting through vegetables. When half of the zombies have been dealt with, the other survivors have also descended from the upper floors. Huang Ji pays no attention to Su Hongyu, his gaze cold as he observes the ongoing battle. A subordinate who has descended alongside him quietly inquires, "Director Huang, SNT Section Chief Su, your woman? Why is she mingling with Ding Dali and the others?" "Humph. Do not concern yourself with that wretched woman. We must now consider how to profit from this situation. Director Huang, feel free to share your ideas. We are all ears." The 4 individuals beside him echo in agreement. Huang Ji's eyes gleam as he surveys the ground strewn with zombie corpses. While they are distracted, go and collect the crystal cores from the zombies' brains. With so many zombies, they want to notice a few cores missing. Upon hearing this, the group exchanges knowing smiles and quietly bends down to rummage through the zombie bodies. However, after searching through a dozen corpses without discovering any crystal cores, they find this quite perplexing and hastily notify Huang Ji. Meanwhile, Li Chunlan, Xia Qiuge, Xia Xiaoxue, and their team have also gathered at the entrance below. Upon witnessing a multitude of fallen zombies and the fierce struggle of Ding Dali and his companions against them, each individual inwardly marveled, realizing they had underestimated their strength. "We must assist them," exclaimed Xia Qiuge, her palms swirling with tiny blades of wind as she prepared to charge forward, only to be firmly restrained by Li Chunlan. "Qiuge, do not be hasty. Wait for your father to descend. There are still zombies in this hotel that have not been eradicated. Once your father is safely down, heed his instructions." However, as Xia Qiuge opened her mouth to protest, the intensity of her mother's gaze compelled her to suppress her abilities. Soon after, Xia Donghai, panting heavily, descended the stairs, followed by 5 other survivors. "Damn it, why is this building so tall? Today's endeavor has certainly turned into an unexpected workout." Seeing her husband emerge unscathed, Li Chunlan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Xia Donghai reached the porch, greeting his family while surveying the scene in the hotel courtyard. His gaze then fell upon the 6 individuals standing on the porch with Huang Ji. "Hey, Brother Huang, I cannot merely stand by and watch. Do not blame me for the warning. The greatest escape lies right before us. Do not stray from the path. With that, Xia Donghai swung his axe and shouted, Ding Laodi, I am here to assist you. As their leader made his move, Xia Donghai's group surged forward, only to quickly realize that the zombies were not as easily dealt with as Ding Dali and his team had managed. Among them were also first-tier zombies, and the majority of this group had only recently awakened, with only a handful possessing even basic abilities. Indeed, a few were mere ordinary individuals. As soon as the confrontation began, one awakened individual was swiftly overwhelmed by a horde of zombies. Unable to struggle before being surrounded and silenced after uttering just a couple of cries, Ding Dali observed this scene with keen eyes. He swung his bat, obliterating several nearby zombies, then swiftly maneuvered to Xia Donghai's side. Old Xia, are you and your companions armed with these rickety table legs to combat zombies? Or are you merely serving as a meal? Ding Dali remarked, opening a spatial portal from which his previously prepared spear and machete materialized on the ground. Upon noticing these legitimate weapons, the others hesitated not, each seizing one and brandishing it with enthusiasm. It was no jest. Just moments ago, one of their comrades had been devoured by a zombie after attempting to fend it off with a wooden plank. Only a fool would neglect to arm themselves. Old Xia, I appreciate your goodwill. Your team will assist us by following closely and dealing with any stray zombies. Do not scatter. The assistance you require lies further behind. Once we eliminate the zombies in this courtyard, I shall reward you handsomely. In truth, given Xia Donghai and his team's prowess and combat experience, they could manage isolated zombies. However, facing a multitude was akin to striking a stone with an egg. For Ding Dali and his allies, though, the hundreds of zombies were merely a target for slaughter. Their complete annihilation merely a matter of time. Before long, the courtyard was strewn with the fallen undead, and Xia Donghai, surveying the scene, burst into hearty laughter, patting his ample belly. Who would have thought I, Old Xia, could engage in battle against so many zombies? Enough boasting, Old Xia. This is merely the beginning. The true battle lies ahead. Ding Dali chided, giving Xia Donghai a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He then crouched down and activated his devouring ability, watching as the corpses of the zombies rapidly shriveled before his eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Donghai's pupils dilated, and his mouth fell agape in sheer astonishment. Yet, driven by curiosity, he inquired, Brother Ding, what did you mean by that? Have we not eradicated all the zombies? After consuming the corpses of the undead, Ding Dali's strength surged once more. Counting the members of Xia Donghai's team, aside from the one who had just perished, 20 remained. The crystal cores obtained from the recently vanquished zombies were more than sufficient to elevate everyone to the first tier. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of crystal cores materialized before Xia Donghai. Old Xia, I will explain later. Time is of the essence. Gather your people. These crystal cores will suffice for everyone's ascension to the first tier. Having spoken, Ding Dali turned towards Yu Xiaoyu, leaving Xia Donghai gazing in rapture at the scattered crystal cores. After several days of clearing out the zombies from the hotel, he and Li Xiaobin had only just attained the status of first-tier awakeners, while his family members remained at the initial level. Yet now, with mere assistance, they could all achieve the first tier. It was difficult to contain his excitement, and he felt increasingly convinced that his suspicions about Ding Dali were indeed correct. His choice was validated. Of course, everyone bore witness to this spectacle, including Li Chunlan, Xia Qiuge, Xia Xiaoxue, and even Huang Jie. Chapter 65. The battle commences. Ding Dali presented the newly acquired 30-odd first-tier crystal cores to Yu Xiaoyu. Distribute these among the sisters, prioritizing those with abilities, so they may ascend to the second tier. Afterward, he gently patted the back of Yu Xiaoyu's hand, whispering, please exercise caution during the impending battle. Yu Xiaoyu gazed affectionately at Ding Dali, gently nodded, and without further delay, distributed the crystal cores. Standing amidst the crowd, Su Hongyu, clutching a spear, observed Ding Dali's every action. Her spirits plummeted to an all-time low as she muttered to herself, after all my efforts, I have not slain a single zombie. I have rendered no assistance, so it is only natural that he disregards me. It seems my path has reached its end. Once the zombies breach our defenses, a mere ordinary person like myself is doomed. She cast her gaze upon the once slender man, with whom she had shared tender moments not long ago, and sighed deeply. Ah, indeed, it was merely a fleeting romance. Lost in thought, Su Hongyu was startled by the sudden appearance of a man grinning mischievously before her. Upon recognizing him, Her countenance shifted to one of panic as she stammered, "And no, it's nothing. Here, take this. Quickly awaken to the first tier and familiarize yourself with your abilities. A woman must not rely solely on men to survive in this apocalypse." With that, he thrust a bundle of crystal cores into Su Hongyu's arms. Dumbfounded, she watched as the man turned to engage in other tasks, a surge of emotion swelling within her. His earlier words had granted her a newfound understanding of this powerful individual. However, as Su Hongyu eagerly glanced down at the crystal cores nestled in her embrace, she momentarily questioned whether she had overthought the situation. How foolish of her to perceive him as mature and composed, when he had stuffed every last crystal core into her bra. Ding Dali's decision to share the crystal cores with everyone stemmed not merely from a sense of reciprocity. Furthermore, the moral values of these individuals exceed 70, and after they generously bestowed crystalline cores, the majority of them ascended to over 80. It is evident that a monumental battle looms ahead, and with more allies, the odds of victory will undoubtedly increase. Why did you allocate crystalline cores to them while neglecting us? We have rendered assistance as well. One of Huang Ji's companions rushed over to interrogate Ding Dali, who furrowed his brow as he regarded the individual before him. Do you perceive me as a fool, or are you the simpleton here? Have I not observed that you remained inactive throughout this ordeal? What is it? Did you not find any crystalline cores among the fallen undead, prompting you to audaciously demand them? Who granted you such entitlement? Was it Director Huang? Ding Dali, you must not speak in such a manner. You are aware that there are still zombies within the hotel that have yet to be eradicated. Our presence at the entrance is to assist you in preventing any undead from escaping the premises. Surely, that constitutes assistance. Ding Dali nearly succumbed to laughter at this person's absurdity, gazing at them as if they were imbeciles. Noticing Ding Dali's silence, one of the individuals persisted. Given that we have all contributed and their assistance resulted in the demise of but a few zombies, it is only fair that we receive crystalline cores as well. Indeed, Ding Dali would not dare to show favoritism in front of so many witnesses, would he? We do not ask for much. Merely 10 crystalline cores each would suffice. Ha ha ha. At this juncture, Ding Dali was genuinely amused by their audacity. And even those who had refrained from consuming crystalline cores found themselves laughing at the shamelessness of these two. Assistance? Merely a handful of crystalline cores, a trivial matter indeed. Even if it costs 100 crystal cores, I am willing to pay, but I might need your assistance with a trivial matter. Just a small favor. I will gladly present you with 100 crystal cores. Upon hearing this, the two individuals brightened at the prospect. After all, it was 100 crystal cores. However, one among them, not easily swayed, inquired with a hint of suspicion, "What exactly does Boss Ding mean by a small favor? My brother and I may not be able to assist you." The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the fervor in the other's eyes, and they nodded in unison, agreeing to help. Since you are inclined to assist, then prepare to meet your demise. Ding Dali's gaze suddenly turned frigid, fixating on the two as if they were already dead. What do you mean by that? The duo recoiled in shock at Ding Dali's words and his predatory glare, retreating several steps, eager to flee. Yet, Ding Dali afforded them no opportunity. In a flash, 2 arcs of electricity struck, rendering them both unconscious. Shouting, "Discard them across the street to divert a portion of the zombies, buying a little more time for everyone to evolve. Oh, and when you toss them into the horde, make sure to let them bleed. Avoid severing the artery. Just a few cuts will suffice to rouse them from their stupor." Zhang Ting paused for a couple of seconds, contemplating how today, once again, the boss had imparted a lesson on unconventional tactics. After being nudged forward by Hui Zi, she snapped back to reality. She then seized one of the individuals and, with a swift flap of her wings, soared over the wall. Before long, anguished screams echoed from a distance, beginning as faint cries that crescendoed into a cacophony before gradually fading away, accompanied by the diminishing sound of the iron gate crashing. Ding Dali casually gestured towards the remaining individual on the ground, stating, "Toss this one a bit farther away." Zhang Ting once again seized the individual from the ground, this time soaring for a slightly longer duration. The ensuing screams attracted a portion of the zombies, providing temporary respite for the precariously swaying iron gate. After accomplishing this, Ding Dali waved his hand and remarked with a smirk, "Thanks to these two brothers for their assistance, and of course, a nod of gratitude to the former hotel owner for fortifying the door so sturdily." Xia Donghai was bewildered, his heart brimming with relief that he had not made an enemy of Ding Dali. This fellow, usually jesting and carefree, displayed a ruthless decisiveness when it came to killing, executing his plans with chilling efficiency. Huang Ji was even more astounded, as his two subordinates had instantaneously transformed into bait. His gaze towards Ding Dali began to waver. Yet, the more one fears something, the more it draws near. Ding Dali glanced in this direction, wearing a grin on his face. Director Huang, I appreciate your subordinates' assistance. Were it not for them, I feared we wouldn't have enough time to complete our evolution. He then pointed at those around who were not devouring crystal nuclei. What are you all standing there for? Quickly thank Director Huang. Chapter 66. The battle rages on. Thank you, Director Huang. The crowd involuntarily chorused in gratitude. Huang Ji's face turned as awkward as if he had consumed something foul, forcing a strained smile as he tentatively responded, Brother Ding is jesting. That was their own initiative. Unrelated to me. However, earlier, Brother Ding mentioned that upon their assistance, a reward of 100 crystal nuclei would be given, since they have indeed helped. What are those nuclei? What nuclei? Their actions are not connected to you, and neither are the nuclei. Those two have been devoured by zombies. The nuclei would be of no use to them. I shall collect them on their behalf. Initially, it was merely a tentative inquiry. However, upon receiving such sarcastic remarks, even the seasoned Huang Ji felt an uncomfortable embarrassment. He chose to remain silent, though the resentment in his eyes intensified. This was hardly lost on Ding Dali, whose moral compass was flashing a vivid red warning. To deal with this cunning old fox, one must employ subterfuge, Ding Dali mused with a cold smile. Yet his expression remained impassive. Gradually, everyone completed their evolution and gathered around Ding Dali. Soon, all had transformed, and the heavy iron door of the hotel was straining under pressure. Ding Dali understood the implication, managing a wry smile and a shake of his head. Old Xia, he said, repairing the door is futile. The zombies have become frantic, and escape is inevitable. Just look at our numbers. Setting aside whether shouting can manage to carry someone for an extended duration, even if we attempt to evacuate one by one, we might only succeed in getting a few out before the door collapses. What will happen to the rest then? Xia Donghai nodded thoughtfully. Ding Dali continued. If we solely focus on fleeing, there is a certainty that some will be left behind, and those who fall behind are doomed. Instead of that, we should fight with all our might. With a strategic approach, overcoming this horde of zombies is entirely feasible. Different objectives yield different outcomes. Surviving this battle will lead to significant growth for us all. Rather than merely prolonging our existence, why not strive for a future in this wretched apocalypse? Ding Dali's impassioned words ignited Xia Donghai's fighting spirit. He swung his axe and laughed heartily. Ha! Well said, Brother Ding. It is better to fight than to await death. If I survive today, I shall swear brotherhood with you. Ha ha! It is a pact. If you manage to endure, I shall marry your daughter. Very well. Huh. What did you just say? The exchange between the two lightened the atmosphere considerably and ignited the fighting spirit of the others. As for Ding Dali's men, they had long sharpened their blades, eagerly awaiting this day. On the side of Xia Donghai, having been cooped up in the hotel for so long, they were already on edge. Now that everyone had gained strength, rather than continuing in fear, they chose to take a risk. Death would be a release, and survival would be a gain. Huizi boss, I shall be the vanguard. No one dare compete with me. My golden back ring blade is finally going to see action. Lu Rian, count me in. I too wish to lead the charge. Huizi, what the hell? You're supposed to be fighting zombies. Why are you aiming for me? Yu Xiaoyu, darling, if we survive this time, feel free to choose from my sisters. Xiaonan, once the battle is over, Xiaoyu and I will show you what stacking looks like. Xia Xiaoxua, Xia Chioga, if we manage to survive, Ding the Lecher, I shall bear you a child. Xia Xiaoxua, Li Chunlan, haha, this is splendid. I shall take the liberty to make a decision on behalf of my husband. Old Xia, you young ones must survive. Su Hongyu, Ding, are you really planning to fight zombies clad only in your underpants? Xiaonan shot Su Hongyu a glare. ISNT that because of your seductive ways. I must inform you that this matter has concluded. You shall serve merely as a source of warmth for my husband. Su Hongyu retorted, Regardless, I have resolved to go all out today. As long as Chief Ding consents, I would willingly be his lover for a lifetime. The crowd exchanged fervent words, sharing their pre-battle sentiments. Aside from Ding Dali, who exuded confidence, no one could foresee the outcome of the impending conflict, nor did anyone truly believe they would survive. Unbeknownst to them, they were about to partake in a battle that would etch itself into the annals of the apocalypse. Those who emerged alive from this confrontation would, years later, feel a surge of emotion whenever they recalled their first encounter with the horde of corpses. In discussions with others, They would express both relief and pride for having participated in that momentous clash. Just as everyone was delivering their final remarks, the great iron door creaked ominously, threatening to collapse. Each person's nerves instantly heightened. "It's here." Xia Donghai observed his family and spoke solemnly. "Once we break through the door, we shall form a circle, interspersing every third person with a second-tier awakened individual. I will create openings for you to strike. Focus all your strength. Ensure every blow targets a vital area, delivering a swift death. Should anyone be injured by a first-tier zombie, do not abandon the fight. We are all first-tier. It will take time for anyone to transform. After the battle, the first-tier crystal cores will suffice for everyone's recovery. If second-tier zombies appear, the second-tier awakened must join forces to eliminate them, leaving them no opportunity to recover." As soon as the words fell, the colossal iron gate crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound, and an unrelenting tide of grotesque zombies surged in. The foremost among them were trampled by those behind, and before they could launch an attack, they were crushed underfoot by their own kind. Ding Dali took the lead, channeling his electrical abilities to unleash a vast electric net that fanned outwards towards the entrance. In an instant, all zombies within several meters collapsed, rendered immobile. He intended to control the heavy iron gate for defense. However, his current level rendered him incapable of managing such a weighty obstacle. As he made his move, the others swiftly rushed out, forming a circle as instructed by Ding Dali, rapidly reaping the lives of the fallen zombies. The interval before the next wave of zombies charged was alarmingly brief, leaving no room for fear or contemplation. They fought with all their might. Huizi and Lu Ruyan, transformed into colossal beings, wielded their massive weapons with devastating effect. Their formidable defense, particularly Lu Ruyan's, rendered her nearly impervious. As long as she could sustain her transformation, even the most basic zombies could not harm her. Thus, they advanced to the forefront of the circular formation, creating more openings for their companions to slay the zombies while alleviating Ding Dali's burden. The group soon burst through the gate and onto the street. Observing this, Huang Ji seized the moment when the zombies had yet to encircle them, hastily bringing the other three to catch up with the main group. However, Ding Dali had anticipated this move. Allowing someone with such hostility to follow him was out of the question, just as Huang Ji was on the verge of joining their ranks. Ding Dali discreetly directed a fragment of his focus to launch a steel needle with a swift motion. As the encroaching horde of zombies surrounded him, Huang Ji felt a profound despair wash over him, unleashing a torrent of invective at Ding Dali. "Ding Dali, curse you to the depths," he roared, devoid of any semblance of the dignified leader he once was. In the midst of the ongoing battle, Huang's tirade inadvertently provoked the zombies, drawing even more of them toward his position. The individual with the injured leg was the first to succumb, bitten and subsequently emitting a harrowing scream. The scent of fresh blood and flesh attracted the relentless wave of zombies, engulfing them in an overwhelming tide. Ding Dali, however, remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding around him, too preoccupied to take notice. He simultaneously unleashed his lightning abilities and exercised mental control, creating openings for his companions while dispatching the undead. Both powers demanded an immense expenditure of mental fortitude, rendering it nearly impossible for other second-tier awakeners to sustain such widespread offensive maneuvers. Yet Ding Dali was different. His devouring ability allowed him to swiftly absorb the energy from the cores, replenishing his own depleting reserves. In a sense, the mass of corpses served as his inexhaustible reservoir. In a previous life, Ding Dali had relied on his devouring powers to sustain himself amid the fray, consuming the fallen to regain strength. This strategy proved effective against hordes of lesser foes. However, when confronted with creatures of superior rank, one had to exercise utmost caution. Everyone exerted their utmost effort to eliminate the zombies, advancing step by step. Before long, they found themselves at the center of the road, besieged by an unyielding tide of the undead. An inexperienced awakener, distracted and unaware of the ground beneath, stumbled upon a first-tier zombie lying among the corpses, its body ravaged yet still clinging to life. Suddenly, it extended its hand, seizing the ankle of the awakened one and pulling with great force. The awakened individual lost their footing and fell to the ground. Just as others were about to rush to assist, a new wave of zombies surged forth. "Boss, the tide of corpses is advancing too swiftly. We have too little time to react. If this continues, I fear some may not withstand the strain." With a mighty swing of his broadsword, Huizi felled a horde of zombies. Over the past few days, Ding Dali had observed from above for quite some time. Engaging in battle within the confines of the building felt akin to a bird trapped in a cage, fraught with peril. In an open expanse, one could maneuver freely and strike with abandon. However, the absence of buffering barriers would lead to rapid exhaustion of everyone's stamina. If they could leap onto the blood donation vehicle, they would gain a vantage point, surrounded by stainless steel railings serving as protective shields. This would render the task of slaying zombies considerably easier. Upon hearing Ding Dali's words, Huizi and Lu Rian dashed forward like arrows released from a bow, while Ding Dali stood as an impregnable bastion, safeguarding the flanks and ensuring rear defense. The synergy among them grew increasingly harmonious, and their precision in dispatching zombies sharpened. It was only through such life-and-death combat that their combat prowess could be swiftly augmented, acting as a catalyst for their development. Before long, they pushed against the wall of Carrefour, but in the process of regrouping, 2 more awakened ones were dragged into the horde, and many sustained injuries of varying degrees throughout the skirmish. Yet, they did not falter, continuing along the wall towards their intended direction. During this time, 3 early-stage second-tier zombies appeared and were swiftly dispatched by the combined efforts of Ding Dali, Lu Ruyan, and Huizi. Even when confronted with second-tier zombies, Ding Dali would typically engage in a few exchanges. However, at this moment, there was no time for prolonged combat. It was imperative to avoid one-on-one confrontations in favor of overwhelming numbers. As they circled through the horde of zombies, countless lifeless bodies fell beneath their feet. Yet they pressed forward without hesitation. Yu Xiaoyu had already mastered the art of controlling water, transforming it into individual droplets that shot forth with the velocity of bullets, piercing the skulls of the zombies with precision. Xia Anin's feline transformation, though not as grand in size as other beast-like abilities, endowed her with remarkable agility and grace. Armed with 2 short blades, she struck swiftly and accurately at the heads of the undead. The most astonishing revelation for Ding Dali, however, was Xia Xiaoxue. Her ability, ice and snow control, was a subset of water-based powers, and while Yu Xiaoyu had yet to manipulate the physical form of water, Xia Xiaoxue wielded ice with finesse. Snowflakes danced around her as icy spikes, imbued with a chilling aura, soared through the horde like the steel needles controlled by Ding Dali himself. Throughout this fierce battle, Xia Xiaoxue's combat prowess seemed to awaken, her previously expressionless visage now adorned with a chilling aura of lethality. Upon spotting the blood donation vehicle in the distance, their pace quickened significantly, leaving a trail of fallen zombies in their wake. They soon reached the vehicle, and as Ding Dali cleared the zombies below by leaping over layers of barriers, he urged the others to ascend to the roof of the vehicle. Only after ensuring everyone was safely aboard did he leap up to join them. With the siege of zombies finally lifted, a collective sigh of relief echoed among the group as they gasped for breath. Ding Dali waved his hand, and a pile of crystal cores materialized before them. Quickly, consume the crystal cores to replenish your strength, he urged, as the surrounding barricades offered only temporary respite. The zombies would soon return. Steady yourselves, and do not fall. We will take our stand atop the vehicle and fend off the zombies. In no time, everyone had regained a considerable portion of their stamina by ingesting the crystal cores. The zombies were momentarily hindered by the barricades, causing those behind to push forward, crushing the ones in front. The corpses piled upon one another, filling the gap between the barricades, as the relentless horde stepped over the fallen to advance. They soon encircled the blood donation vehicle, causing it to sway precariously under the pressure. The group formed a protective circle atop the vehicle, swiftly dispatching the encroaching zombies. As long as the zombies continue to accumulate, the vehicle will cease its trembling. Chapter 68. The battle intensifies now. Unleash your wrath. The zombies gradually amassed to the height of the blood donation vehicle, and it wouldn't be long before it disappeared from view. Beneath their feet lay an ever-growing mound of corpses, forming a small mountain that provided a slope for the undead to tumble down, toppling numerous others in the process. Standing atop the mountain of bodies, the area they needed to defend became significantly smaller, allowing them to rotate into the center of the group to absorb crystal cores and regain energy. The number of zombies dwindled, and the limits of their endurance were continually tested. From dawn until dusk, all individuals seemed to lose awareness of their own bodies, merely moving their arms in a mechanical fashion. A glance around revealed that the entire square in front of Carrefour was densely populated with zombies, while beneath their feet, corpses had accumulated to a staggering height of 8 meters. During this tumultuous time, Two individuals from the Xia region inadvertently lost their footing and rolled down the mountain of bodies, silenced before they could utter a sound, torn to shreds. "Boss, I'm utterly exhausted," Queasy exclaimed. "Even consuming crystal nuclei is futile. My body cannot endure any longer." He had replaced his large blade with a smaller one, seizing a nearby zombie, withdrawing the weapon from its skull, and then kicking the creature away with a forceful motion. "My dear, I too am on the brink of collapse." Xiaoyu added, her voice strained. "When will we finish off these zombies? The sun is nearly set." She had ceased utilizing her abilities, opting instead to engage in close combat with the zombies. Ding Dali was also nearing his limits, his fatigue stemming from mental exhaustion rather than anything that crystal nuclei could replenish. Looking around, he observed that every person bore wounds, and some had even begun showing signs of impending zombification. Not far away, the major intersection was almost devoid of zombies. "Look, everyone. The zombies at the intersection have been eradicated, leaving only those in front of us," Ding Dali declared. "Moreover, there are no higher-tier zombies left, just the ordinary ones. Let us muster our spirits. So many have fallen to our efforts. The ones before us are merely trifles." After speaking, he glanced toward the third floor of Car 4. Xia Donghai, covered in blood, was indistinguishable as to whether it was that of the zombies or his own. He coughed, gasping for breath between labored exhales. He. Cough. "Who would have thought I, old Xia, could endure until now? I'm done for. Haha. Having slain so many zombies, I find myself in a fortunate position. Even if I were to meet the king of hell, I could boast of my exploits. Ahem. Yet I ponder whether the fallen undead might also descend to the underworld. Brother Ding, I entrust my wife and child to your care. You must ensure their survival. Old Xia, do not speak nonsense. You must survive alongside us, Brother Ding. Think of a solution swiftly. I sense that our dear old Xia is nearing his limit and cannot hold on much longer." Li Chunlan, with tears streaming down her face, continued to thrust her spear mechanically forward, the blisters on her hands having burst. The desiccated blood of the zombies on her forearms cracked and peeled incessantly. Everyone shared this plight, their bodies smeared with vile blood, some so disfigured that their features were nearly unrecognizable. A few had begun to bleed from their noses, exhibiting signs of zombification, standing dazed and unsteady. Brother Ding Dali gazed at the approximately 1,000 remaining zombies before him, sighing in resignation. Is this truly the limit? No. Absolutely not. This is the final wave of zombies. Victory is within our grasp. It is far from over. Clenching the iron rod in his hand, Ding Dali bellowed. If we wish to survive, we must rally our spirits. Fight. No sooner had he uttered these words than the roller shutter of Car 4 nearby clattered open. A smile crept onto Ding Dali's lips. They have finally emerged. Good heavens. Look at that portly woman. How could she have grown so large? And the one wielding the cleaver. Could that be a bear? No, wait. Look, they have not been devoured by the zombies. Their formation is orderly, and they are engaging the undead in fierce combat. If I am not mistaken, the individual wielding the iron rod is undoubtedly the same person who stormed into the hotel alone that day. Although it was dark, I distinctly remember the silhouette of that figure. Brother Long, if it truly is him, why would they venture out to confront the zombies? There must be tens of thousands of them, right? I don't know. Perhaps something went awry at the hotel, compelling them to emerge? But why did they choose to head towards us instead of the south, where there are fewer zombies, making escape much easier? Many among them possess strength comparable to mine, especially the one with the iron rod. He eludes my understanding. Alas, it is a pity with so many zombies. They are doomed, all right. Enough gazing. Everyone should return to their tasks. The zombies are becoming increasingly agitated. Inform the brothers to remain vigilant on the first floor. Oh my goodness. Come quickly. That group is still alive. They have even fought their way to our doorstep. Do they intend to enter? Upon hearing this, Brother Long abruptly opened his eyes wide. He dashed to the other window, witnessing the group below still valiantly battling the zombies. Though it seemed a few were missing, Brother Long was astounded. They circled within the horde, and only a few have vanished. Hurry, go to the first floor and open the door just a crack to let them in. As soon as the words left his lips, Brother Long hastily waved his hand and called back the younger brother who was about to open the door. Wait, they are not coming to Car 4. What on earth? Are these people insane? Why do they seem to gravitate towards the areas with the highest concentration of zombies? It appears they are not attempting to flee. It seems they are intent on engaging the zombies in battle. Have they lost their minds? Chapter 69. The battle concludes. Long Gu was equally perplexed by the intentions of this group, so he scanned the direction they were advancing towards. His gaze landing on the blood donation vehicle not far away. Could it be that they intended to head for the blood donation station? Surrounding it were stainless steel barriers, indeed capable of obstructing zombies, yet such a vast number of them could not possibly be contained. Was their true objective to exterminate the zombies? It seemed implausible. However, the more he observed, the more astonished he became. The crowd downstairs appeared invigorated, operating with remarkable synergy. Wave after wave of zombies fell beneath their feet. As he stood on the third floor, his perspective shifted from overlooking them to looking up, for the pile of zombies had risen above their level. Several times, he felt certain that this group might meet their demise here, yet they persevered. Moreover, whether it was an illusion or not, he couldn't shake the feeling that the individual wielding the stick was glancing toward him, albeit inadvertently. But wasn't he this glass one way? Throughout, he believed that they would not survive, and even if his people ventured out to rescue them, it would merely be a death sentence due to the overwhelming number of zombies. Daylight had faded into dusk, and the once densely packed zombies at the intersection had dwindled to fewer than 1,000. Everyone stood in stunned silence. What terrifying power this was! No, it certainly could not be achieved solely through strength. It also required unwavering resilience and strategic use of the terrain for optimal coordination. This inevitably reminded him of a former friend, Long Gu. It seemed they were nearing their breaking point. Despite having vanquished countless waves of the undead, the sheer exhaustion was evident on the faces of the survivors. Witnessing the entire battle, Long Gu's fervor ignited within him like a flame. Brothers, we are men. Arm yourselves. Join me in rescuing these heroes. Each of Long Gu's subordinates, robust and spirited young men, could no longer contain their excitement at such a spirited conflict. They eagerly seized their weapons and followed Long Gu down the stairs. With a resounding clang, the roller shutter door flew open. In an instant, Long Gu transformed into a figure of iron, charging out unarmed. His voice boomed, "Long Out Yin is here. Undead, prepare to meet your demise." The sound resonated like thunder. A horde of zombies was instantly drawn towards him. The weary group, led by Ding Dali, upon witnessing the sudden opening of the roller shutter, could hardly believe their eyes as a muscular man, radiating a silvery glow, charged forward with an overtly dramatic battle cry, followed by a gaggle of his exuberant followers, akin to frenzied monkeys from a May mountain. Everyone was taken aback, nearly stumbling into the mass of corpses. Only Ding Dali managed a faint smile, murmuring to himself, "At last. You have arrived." Then, with a loud cheer, Ding Dali joined in, exclaiming, "Haha, reinforcements have arrived. This is the final wave of zombies. Everyone, hold your ground. After this, drinks are on me. All you can consume." Observing the silver-clad giant barreling through the horde like a tank, Ding Dali couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle. To think, he once believed that transforming into a bear-like figure wielding a massive golden axe was impressive enough. Now, a formidable individual has emerged, igniting his indomitable spirit, awakening the primal ferocity within him, transforming once more into a colossal bear-like figure. He retrieves the discarded great axe from the remains, brandishing it as he charges down the mountain of corpses. "Ha ha ha, Dong Yuhui is here. Zombies, come at me." Xia Dong Hai, having long rendered his axe obsolete, wields a long spear made of rebar. As he thrusts at the zombies, he erupts into hearty laughter, declaring, "Ah, the vitality of youth. Even this old fellow feels rejuvenated. It seems I shall survive this day." All the women, too, are stirred by the fervor, continuing to wield their weapons in battle. Though they cannot comprehend the transformation of the men. What has caused such a change? Have they been possessed by some foul entity? Only Lu Rian gazes down with shining eyes, gathering her strength to leap from the mountain of corpses, her plump form swaying midair before metamorphosing into a rock giant. "Ha ha ha, Lu Rian is here. Behold the might of my hammer." A resounding thud echoes as her weighty form lands, causing the ground to tremble. Long Out Yin, witnessing Lu Rian in her transformed state, is filled with astonishment and admiration. Observing from a distance on the upper level is a vastly different experience. Even he, who prides himself on his imposing stature, appears diminutive and endearing in comparison. With the arrival of the Carrefour group, the battle concludes before nightfall fully descends. To prevent his comrades from succumbing to a complete transformation into the undead due to scratches or bites, Ding Dali dares not linger. Swiftly following Long Out Yin and the others into the Carrefour supermarket, Meanwhile, a military drone circles the area from above, swiftly darting off into the distance, disappearing into the enveloping night. As the door of Carrefour closed, Ding Dali promptly distributed an ample supply of evolution crystals to all the injured first-tier awakeners, urging them to evolve swiftly in order to prevent zombification. He instructed all second-tier awakeners to gather around, resting while standing guard. After completing these tasks, Ding Dali approached Long Outyen, disregarding the hand extended towards him, and directly stated, "We shall introduce ourselves later. First, quickly assess how many of your brothers are injured and their respective tiers." Long Outyen, momentarily taken aback, nodded and hastily directed his brothers to check on their injuries. It soon dawned on him how swiftly this man executed orders. Before long, one of his subordinates reported, "Brother Long, we have 10 injured brothers. 9 are first tier and 1 is second tier. It's not a serious issue." Before Long Outyen could respond, Ding Dali waved his hand, conjuring a pile of evolution crystals before him. This bounty was sufficient for 10 first-tier awakeners to advance to second tier and for 2 second-tier awakeners to ascend to the next level. Consider this a token of gratitude for your assistance earlier. My name is Ding Dali. It is a pleasure to meet you. Long Outyen was once again left dumbfounded. When they had ventured out, only first-tier zombies remained outside, and the injuries sustained by his brothers were merely superficial, caused by first-tier zombies. For first-tier awakeners, these injuries posed little risk of zombification, and the second-tier awakener among them was certainly unharmed. Yet, the man before him offered an abundance of crystals, each allocation exceeding the number of injured. Given that there was only 1 second-tier and 2 first-tier awakeners on his side, the sudden prospect of having 10 first-tier and 2 second-tier awakeners was nothing short of astonishing. No longer needed. They are advancing to the second tier, rendering the initial tier core unnecessary. Ding Dali waved his hand dismissively, and a simple statement sent waves of astonishment through Long Outyen's heart. If he recalled correctly, Ding Dali had just instructed everyone at the second tier to remain there. Did that imply that before long, they would all attain the second tier? What a jest! They currently numbered over 30, all at the second tier. No wonder they dared to confront the zombies head-on. This is utterly absurd. They are all extraordinary. Chapter 70. The fruits of battle. Ding Dali paid no heed to Long Outyen's astonishment, planning to converse with them later. The immediate priority was to focus on his comrades who had fought alongside him. Long Outyen, understanding the situation, refrained from further interrupting Ding Dali. He moved to sit beside his evolving companions, gathering with other second-tier allies as they awaited the completion of their teammates' transformations. Meanwhile, Ding Dali utilized his consciousness to inspect the spoils of their battle. This conflict had yielded a plethora of diverse resources, including delectable food and beverages, fine wines and medicinal concoctions, as well as an array of clothing, jewelry, and cosmetics. They had even acquired 2 handguns, presumably belonging to 2 miscreants who had intended to commit nefarious deeds before the apocalypse, only to be transformed into zombies and subsequently eliminated by Ding Dali and his team. As for skills, Ding Dali was overwhelmed by the sheer variety. It seemed that in modern society, with its comforts, many people had developed peculiar and ultimately useless skills. Skills as bizarre as plate-licking mastery. Ding Dali, finding no interest in examining each one individually, opted to learn mastery of driving, mastery of plants versus zombies, mastery of estimating measurements, and mastery of novel writing, all of which proved particularly useful in this post-apocalyptic world. He resolved to discard all other skills. Turning his attention to the bounty of crystal nuclei, he noted that excluding the recently acquired ones, there were 38,000 primary crystal nuclei, 1,370 first-tier nuclei, and 12 second-tier nuclei. The magnitude of this count astonished Ding Dali himself. He had anticipated a mere 20,000 zombies at most. Yet the reality was nearly 40,000. It seemed his estimations were gravely inaccurate. He lamented not having checked for any proficiency in mathematics earlier. However, the outcome was favorable, with losses far fewer than he had envisioned. Of course, resources, skills, and crystal nuclei were not the most significant gains. The paramount prize lay in the mountain of zombie corpses outside. If he could consume them, Ding Dali was certain he would ascend to the third tier almost instantaneously. After all, there were a staggering 40,000 zombies. Just as Ding Dali contemplated when to venture out and devour the corpses, Yu Xiaoyu whispered softly in his ear, "Darling, we lost 7 people, 5 from old Xia's group, ordinary survivors who followed him out of the hotel and lacked combat experience. We lost 2 sisters from our side. Yu Xiaoyu's expression bore a hint of melancholy. Ding Dali placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and embraced her. She leaned against him and sighed deeply. One of them was my sister Wang Ruixua, who had followed me from the surveillance room. The other was one of the two lesbians we rescued, named Ding Xiang, sharing your surname. Because of this, she often boasted among us, but alas. Ding Dali gently caressed her hair and spoke softly, remember their names. Once we have secured our own place and established a home, I shall erect a towering wall, inscribing upon it the names of those comrades who sacrificed their lives. This will serve as a testament for all who survive. Yu Xiaoyu nodded, though her expression still bore a hint of melancholy. Noticing this, Xiaonan shifted closer to her, offering continuous words of comfort. The oblivious Lu Ruyan, realizing her dear friend was not quite herself, approached with a few strides and placed a hand on Ding Dali's shoulder. Oh dear, could you kindly step aside? With that, she pushed Ding Dali aside and settled beside Yu Xiaoyu. Ding Dali, instinctively shifting away, feared that the ample Lu Ruyan would crush his slender frame. Unbeknownst to Ding Dali, after Lu Ruyan stood, Long Outyin had been watching this scene intently from a distance. As comrades gradually completed their evolution, despite some enduring severe injuries that had yet to heal entirely, their conditions were no longer critical. With the vitality of a second tier awakened, self-healing was merely a matter of time. This ordeal was indeed a brush with death, yet it bore fruitful rewards. Now both Xia and I are second tier. It is regrettable, however, about those ordinary individuals I summoned from upstairs. Sigh. Xia Donghai shook off the remnants of zombie filth, leaving a trail of debris in his wake. All right, Xia, enough of that. If you shake any more, you might just lose weight. Come, let me introduce you to the ones who saved us. With that, Ding Dali led the group to express their gratitude to Long Outyin, making individual introductions. Long Outyin appeared to be in high spirits, thumping his chest and proclaiming, "Let us head to the third floor. Tonight, I shall host. Please feel free to eat and drink as you wish." Ding Dali hurriedly waved his hand, and with a flourish, an array of exquisite culinary delights appeared before them. Long Gu, your assistance today has been invaluable, and we have borrowed your premises. Tonight's feast is on me. Everything is freshly prepared. Upon witnessing Ding Dali's remarkable talent once again, Long Outyin was filled with curiosity and inquired, "My goodness, Brother Ding, what kind of ability is this? How can you conjure up pre-prepared dishes?" These words nearly caused Ding Dali to faint on the spot. Heavens, these are not pre-prepared dishes. Long Gu, this is my ability. I can place items into a specific space, and whatever I put in can be taken out in the same state. These are not pre-prepared meals. Feel free to touch them. They are all fresh and hot. Long Outyin skeptically reached out to touch the food, only to exclaim in wonder at its freshness. He then instructed his subordinates to transport the dishes to the third floor. Ding Dali, feeling a bit awkward, patted Long Outyin on the shoulder and said, "Is there a possibility that I could first store the dishes in the space and retrieve them later on the third floor?" Long Outyin smacked his forehead, exclaiming how clever Ding Dali was. "Brother Long, is there a restroom here? We are absolutely filthy." Xia Donghai felt a bit embarrassed, standing among his dirty companions, resembling a group of beggars. Long Outyin pointed to the southeast corner, indicating that every floor had a restroom, though the water supply had been shut off. "No problem. We have ways to clean ourselves. Long Gu, let us freshen up and change our clothes first, and we will meet on the third floor shortly." Ding Dali and Long Outyin exchanged a few words before hastily leading the group towards the restroom. The urgency of Ding Dali stemmed from the rather embarrassing fact that he was clad in nothing but a pair of undergarments. The glances directed at Long Outyin from those around him were reminiscent of how one might regard an oddity. It must be noted that Yu Xiaoyu's extraordinary ability proved remarkably useful. Even when dressed, she could cleanse an entire body of filth with ease. Before long, everyone emerged from the restroom, pristine and clad in fresh attire. However, Lu Rian appeared somewhat discontent, as none of the garments recently acquired by Ding Dali fit her properly. Fortunately, the first floor of Carrefour housed a variety of brand-name clothing stores, where she was ultimately able to find something suitable. Xia Donghai, having narrowly escaped peril and ascended to the second tier, felt rejuvenated. He leaned in towards Ding Dali and whispered, "Brother Ding, do you think we can trust this Long Outyin? Should we remain cautious?" Casting a glance at Xia Donghai, Ding Dali draped an arm over his shoulder, remarking, "Ah, my dear elder, you've shown growth. You're beginning to consider the intentions of others. Nevertheless, since we have all survived this ordeal, let us take a moment to unwind without the need for vigilance." Chapter 71. A gathering for dinner, the freshly cleansed group followed Long Outyen's associates to the third floor of Carrefour. This level was designated for food, where numerous makeshift beds had been arranged outside the checkout area. It appeared to be their resting place over the past few days, with an estimated 20 or more individuals present. The aisles of the large supermarket were notably spacious, often adorned with promotional items. The promotional display has now been dismantled, leaving a spacious area where a plush carpet has been laid, adorned with an array of snacks and beverages. Upon seeing Ding Dali and his companions approach, the enthusiastic Long Outyen warmly invited them to take a seat, urging everyone to help themselves to the food. Do not be put off. Although this large supermarket is well stocked, it lacks furniture. We'll simply sit on the floor. However, I've spread out blankets, and if anyone desires snacks, feel free to explore and take what you wish. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan leapt with joy, her ample figure quivering with excitement. Really, Brother Long? Can we eat as we please? Haha, my dear sister. Do not hold back. Take as much as you desire. This supermarket is now ours. Without hesitation, Lu Ruyan, followed by several of her friends, dashed into the snack aisle, stuffing her arms with chips, spicy strips, buns, cookies, and chocolates. Ding Dali, once again, laid out a variety of delicacies, while Long Outyen watched Lu Ruyan and her friends with a smile, nodding in approval. He then turned to behold the vast spread of food before him, his eyes gleaming with delight. This left Ding Dali bewildered. Amidst such an abundance of food, including fresh meat and vegetables, why were they so elated? Not only he, but even his group of brothers shared the same sentiment. Brother Long, with all this food in the supermarket, why do you all look as if you haven't eaten in ages? Long Outyen swallowed hard and replied, do not mention it. Look at us. We are all rough and burly men. When I asked who among us can cook, only Xiao Lizi stepped forward, claiming he could. Yet, his cooking skills are limited to boiling instant noodles. Do I still need him to cook instant noodles? Isn't that something anyone can do with just their hands? We do not possess the ample space like Brother Ding, surrounded by a plethora of fresh vegetables that would spoil if not consumed. Thus, we resort to using hot pot base to prepare our meals, indulging in hot pot for days on end. Now, the mere scent of hot pot makes me feel nauseous. Today, let us collectively savor a change of flavors. As the hosts and guests settled down, the atmosphere was filled with jovial conversation. We each took turns introducing ourselves once more, and Long Outyen raised a bottle of beer, bursting into hearty laughter. Today has truly opened my eyes. You are all heroes, bravely confronting such a multitude of zombies. I salute you. With that, he downed a bottle in one go, turning the empty bottle upside down for everyone to see. It has been ages since I felt this joyful. Ever since the apocalypse began, I have been confined to this supermarket, only daring to venture out through the back window to eliminate solitary zombies. It has been quite stifling, witnessing your fearless rampage. I genuinely admire you. I hope you don't mind my honesty. I must confess that several times I thought you were undoubtedly doomed. I even believed that sending my brothers to rescue you would be akin to sending them to their demise. Yet, to my surprise, you persevered. Frankly, I feel a bit ashamed for not being able to assist you more. Xia Donghai also downed a bottle of beer, letting out a burp and patting his belly, saying, Brother Long, you speak of things that are truly unworthy of mention. If it weren't for you, I might very well have lost my life. As the saying goes, it is easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to send charcoal in the snow. Brother Long's timely intervention has indeed saved all our lives. Ding Dali, observing the exuberance of Long Outyen, couldn't he help but reminisce about the past. Indeed, Long Outyen was Ding Dali's most steadfast and formidable companion in his previous life. During the time when Ding Dali ventured to the hotel to rescue Tang Bibing, the wave of corpses at the intersection was not as massive as it is now. Yet they still found themselves encircled by a small horde. It was Long Outyen who charged out from Carrefour with his comrades to save them and graciously invited them into the store. The two raised their glasses in joyous camaraderie, reveling in conversation. Long Outyen was profoundly impressed by Ding Dali's prowess, and thus, they formed a team. Subsequently, they fought valiantly through the hordes of the undead and battled mutated beasts, forging a deep and unbreakable bond of friendship. Reflecting upon it now, it seems likely that Long Outyen and the others met their demise due to betrayal by those they trusted. Moreover, Long Outyen possessed the ability of metallization, allowing his body to transform into metal, which was precisely countered by Chun's sicking metal control. In this lifetime, although Ding Dali was confident in overcoming the undead, There was an element of risk involved. He was wagering that his loyal brother from his past life would come to his aid once more. As fate would have it, at the critical moment, Long Outyin sprang into action. Ding Dali gazed upon his former comrade, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, lamenting the fate of his past self. He silently vowed to gather his past allies in this life, ensuring that they would all survive together in this apocalyptic world. Yu Xiaoyu sensed a shift in his demeanor and gently clasped Ding Dali's arm, whispering, "What troubles you, my dear?" "It's nothing, just reminiscing about old times," Ding Dali replied, shaking his head and taking a sip from his beer. Long Ao Tian presented another bottle of beer to Ding Dali, rubbing his hands with keen interest as he inquired, "Brother Ding, I have a question for you. Where do you acquire those flamboyant weapons of yours? Might you procure one for me as well? Those weapons belonging to Brother Ding are exclusive to his own people, and I find myself quite envious." Xiaodong Hai, with a hint of jealousy in his tone, continued, "Brother Ding, I have stated that as long as I remain alive, I shall pledge brotherhood with you. Henceforth, we shall consider ourselves kin, and you must provide me with a splendid new axe. Old Xia, if we become brothers, should Xiaogu address me as uncle or something else? She has also declared her intention to survive and bear me children. That is a matter for the youth, and I shall not interfere. We shall each have our own discussions henceforth." He chuckled. Li Chunlan pinched Xia Donghai sharply, exclaiming, "You incorrigible old man. Wait, aren't you all part of the same team? You coordinated so well while slaying zombies. I assumed you were a unified group." Long Ao Tian expressed his astonishment. Ding Dali did not shy away from recounting the events that transpired in the hotel, leaving Long Ao Tian in a state of shock. "I had wondered why people were being thrown out of the hotel these past few days. It turns out it was all Brother Ding's doing. And this aberrant being, this is the first I have heard of it." As the conversation turned to the aberrant being, Xia Qiugu recalled that it was indeed Ding Dali who had rescued her from Yang Wei earlier that morning. She raised her glass and approached Ding Dali's side. Ding say, "Ah, Chief Ding, I am grateful to you for saving me once again. Had it not been for you, I might have fallen victim to that rascal Yang Wei. Never mind. In any case, thank you. I raise a toast to you." Ding Dali, unreservedly, gulped down a large mouthful and burped, laughing. "Hee. We are all family now, so why bother with pleasantries?" He particularly emphasized the phrase family, causing Xia Qiugu's face to turn crimson. Chapter 72, The Tale of Long Outyin observing Xia Qiugu's moral value rise to 90. Ding Dali felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. This little lass has finally been won over by me. She can undertake tasks again, hee. The more he contemplated, the more joyous he became, and thus, with a feigned air of mystery, he declared, "Let me share a secret with you. In truth, you need not fret about what that scoundrel Yang Wei might do to you. He has become just like his name." Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Ding Dali clapped his thigh. "Are you all pretending to be innocent out of fear of being ostracized? I said he is just like his name, Yang Wei, which translates to impotence. The moment he transformed into a mutant after consuming human flesh, his reproductive system began to deteriorate. By the second-tier mutation, that particular aspect had long become a mere decoration. Only then did everyone come to a sudden realization, erupting into hearty laughter. Ding Dali scanned the room and continued, "So, what do you think, old Xia? Would you like to join my team in the future?" Xia Donghai, who was busy gnawing on a chicken leg, appeared momentarily stunned. It was only when Li Chunlan nudged him that he snapped back to reality. He quickly wiped the grease from his hands and smiled, saying, "Hee, Brother Ding. We've been waiting for you to say that here in the hotel. However, I possess a degree of self-awareness. At that time, we were nothing, hardly worthy of your notice. Yet now, my companions have persevered through this arduous battle, maintaining our dignity. Even if you remain silent, I shall resolutely join your ranks. Excellent. Henceforth, we shall be one united team, and I extend a warm welcome to your inclusion." Upon finishing my words, I raised my glass and toasted with everyone. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ding Dali wielded his extraordinary powers to conjure a magnificent golden-backed axe and presented it to Xia Donghai. "Let us see if this satisfies you. The others, do let me know what you desire, and I shall procure it for you." Well, Brother Ding, did you truly create this? Is this also part of your abilities? I thought your power was related to space? Ding Dali's impressive display had left Long Outyin's group utterly flabbergasted. Ha, Brother Long, I have many more tricks up my sleeve. I wonder what your future plans entail. Are you considering joining us? Long Outyin, already inclined towards this notion, found Ding Dali's words to resonate perfectly with his intentions. He immediately replied, "We, as brothers, have felt quite uncomfortable within this supermarket and have longed to venture out and make our mark. Since Brother Ding has extended an invitation, we hold your prowess in high regard and are eager to join you in this endeavor." Ha ha ha, what splendid fortune. Today, having survived great peril, we have become one family. One good thing follows another. I propose that Boss Ding share a few words with us. Li Chunlan led the applause, and soon everyone joined in, clapping and cheering. Ding Dali, not one to be shy, stood up, raised his glass, and addressed the gathering. "Those present here today are my brothers in life and death. They are my family. I harbor no grand ambitions. I merely wish to lead everyone through this apocalyptic world and ensure our survival. Let us raise our glasses. Together, let us establish a home amidst this desolation. Cheers." Everyone rejoices and lifts their cups in celebration. On this night, for formidable teams destined for greatness in this wasteland gather in the supermarket around Ding Dali. As the revelry continues and the drinks flow, Huizi, somewhat puzzled, inquires of Long Outyin, "Brother Long, the apocalypse erupted in the dead of night, yet your supermarket had already closed. How is it that there are still over 20 brothers here? Please don't tell me you require such a large staff for duty. I see that Brother Long possesses remarkable skills. Surely you have served in the military?" "Indeed, I served for 12 years, Long Outyin replies. Huizi is taken aback, wondering how one with such extensive military experience ended up as a security guard in a supermarket. Long Outyin exhales deeply, as if recalling some painful memories. It turns out that from a young age, Long Outyin was robust and adept at combat, having bested nearly all the children in his village. Concerned that he might stir up trouble, his parents sent him to the military at the age of 17. He remained there for 12 years, during which time he participated in a joint operation with the Drug Enforcement Agency to apprehend a group of traffickers in a border region. Unfortunately, they fell into a trap set by the traffickers, who possessed overwhelming firepower. It took tremendous effort to eradicate the drug ring, but the battle claimed the lives of several narcotics officers, including one of Long Outyin's close comrades. The villainy of drug traffickers is truly abhorrent, inflicting suffering upon countless individuals, and ultimately leading to the demise of those on the front lines of the war on drugs. As the story unfolds, Long Outyin is visibly pained, harboring a deep-seated hatred not only for the traffickers, but also for those who succumb to addiction. After a considerable pause, he resumed recounting his tale. Upon arriving at his comrade's home, he was struck by the dire condition of his comrade's sister. The house was filthy and disordered, and she lay on the bed, barely clinging to life. Without a moment's hesitation, he carried her out of the village and procured a vehicle to take her to the nearest hospital. Ultimately, her life was saved, but her leg was beyond salvage. The doctors explained that the fracture had gone untreated for too long and had become necrotic, necessitating amputation. From the sister's account, it emerged that their neighbor was a relative, an uncle, whose son was a notorious troublemaker in the village. One fateful day, inebriated and disoriented, he recklessly drove his father's car, accelerating abruptly and colliding with the sister as she stepped outside. Whether due to intoxication or confusion, he inadvertently pressed the accelerator instead of the brake, running over her legs. Thus, the sister lay motionless until the arrival of Long Outyin. Throughout this ordeal, the neighbor remained absent, leaving the comrade's sister to languish in despair. Infuriated, Long Outyin sought out the neighbor, the comrade's uncle, for an explanation. He had assumed the uncle was unaware of his son's actions, but it soon became clear that the uncle feigned ignorance. Driven by rage, Long Outyin lost his composure and retaliated, breaking the legs of the entire family, including the troublemaker. Chapter 73, the third stage awaken one after his military service. Long Outyin relocated to Kyoto City to better care for his comrade's sister, concerned that the family might continue to cause trouble. He pooled resources with other fellow soldiers to secure a place in a local rehabilitation center. After arranging for his sister to be placed in a nursing home, Long Outyin temporarily sought employment as a security guard at Carrefour. During his working hours, he would visit the nursing home to care for his comrade's sister. In truth, Ding Dali was aware of these matters from his previous life. His encounter with that elderly gentleman in Baiwa Mountain, and his knowledge of the perilous pit, stemmed from his quest alongside Long Outyin to find his comrade's sister. However, he failed to locate her in his past life. He was uncertain what the outcome would be in this one. After recounting his tale, Long Outyin took a sip of alcohol and let out a deep sigh. Ding Dali feigned ignorance and inquired, "Brother Long, is the Shishan you mentioned nearby Wa Mountain?" Indeed, indeed. It's a town nearby Wa Mountain, Brother Ding. No. I should now address you as Boss Ding. Are you familiar with that area? Ding Dolly nodded. Once I resolve a few matters, I may head over there to investigate some issues. Perhaps we can search together. That would be splendid. Though the chances of a disabled person surviving in this world are slim, I still wish to see it. After sharing another round of drinks, Ding Dolly spoke up. I am utterly exhausted today. Let us conclude for now. Everyone should take their rest. We can discuss matters tomorrow. The members of Ding Dolly's team indeed felt fatigued and readily agreed, while Long Outyin did not insist that they continue drinking. He added, We brothers will drink a little longer. You may find a place to rest on the first or second floor. Feel free to take blankets and pillows. Hearing this, everyone followed Ding Dolly downstairs. You need not accompany me. The space is ample. Choose your resting spots at your leisure. Brother Ding, I believe it would be best for us to all gather on the first floor. After all, the space is ample and the shops numerous enough to accommodate us all. It seems the consensus among everyone leans towards the comfort of unity, so I followed suit. Ding Dolly chose to enter the YU store, casually collecting the garments within. However, the others followed him into the YU store as well, each finding a corner to lie down. Ding Dolly glanced at the remaining 30 or so individuals with a resigned smile, allowing them their choice. He found a spot at the entrance to recline, while Yu Xiaoyu and Xia Anan, clutching blankets, settled beside him. Initially, soft laughter and whispers filled the air, but soon the sounds diminished, eventually giving way to gentle snores. Indeed, after a day of combat, exhaustion had set in. Ding Dolly himself succumbed to slumber, sinking into deep sleep. Yet, in the depths of the night, he abruptly opened his eyes. Sitting up, he covered his companions with their blankets before stealthily ascending to the second floor. The windows above were not sealed, and after peering outside to ascertain that there were no unusual circumstances, he leapt from the window, landing squarely atop a mound of corpses. "Haha, here I come, my treasures," he whispered with exuberance, akin to a child who has discovered a hidden trove. Bouncing in place and rubbing his hands together before directly climbing the small hill of zombie bodies. Devour. Placing his hands upon the corpses, he activated his extraordinary ability, and soon, the mountain of flesh visibly shrank and diminished. As he advanced through the carnage, the multitude of corpses lay haphazardly together, rendering the need for individual consumption unnecessary. Standing in one place, he could devour them all at once. The energy derived from a single zombie's remains might be negligible. Yet the accumulation of such energy could lead to a significant transformation, especially considering there were 40,000 zombies. Moreover, among them were over 1,000 first-tier and a dozen second-tier zombies. The vast energy surged into Ding Dolly like a relentless tide. Once all the corpses had been drained, Ding Dolly felt an overwhelming saturation within him, akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting. Given the system's usual behavior, it was likely already filled to capacity. The familiar sensation washed over him like a tidal wave, and he struggled to harness this surging energy, directing it throughout his body. However, the sheer magnitude of the energy was overwhelming, leaving him feeling somewhat powerless. The pain in his body gradually emerged, initially gentle as a breeze, then escalating to a raging storm, ultimately culminating in a sensation akin to being torn apart, a torment akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Finally, it seemed as though a mysterious portal within his body had been unlocked, and the energy, which had been on the brink of explosion, surged into this gateway like a flood breaching a dam. Simultaneously, Ding Dolly distinctly felt his body become remarkably light and brimming with strength. This sensation was all too familiar to him. It was unmistakably a sign that he had transcended to the third tier. Taking a deep breath, he reveled in the formidable power that the third tier bestowed upon him. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Energy has reached saturation. The task of species propagation is complete. The system is now ready for an upgrade. Please wait a moment. Since the last upgrade, there have been Yu Xiaoyu and Xia Anan in between. Doesn't that count? My dear brother, I am the multifaceted blessing system and do not shy away from numerous potential partners. However, once energy saturation is achieved, I must complete tasks with new, suitable counterparts to facilitate an upgrade. Please refrain from boasting about your so-called multifaceted blessings. It won't even pass the scrutiny. Are you still there, bragging about your supposed advantages? I must ask, if I were to devour you, would it be too late to switch to another system? My dear brother, I fail to comprehend. What do you mean by not passing the review? I cannot fathom why I am saying this, but didn't you mention there are other systems? Is there one that those handsome individuals admire? One that wouldn't confine me to a darkroom? Brother, why not make do for now? Once we encounter another system and are devoured, we could still enhance our capabilities. Or have you considered that it might not be my fault, but rather your incessant chatter? Ding Dolly, weary of arguing with a plethora of data, sighed and shook his head. There was no other option. After all, he was reluctant to part with the conveniences the system afforded him. One cannot desire everything at once. Yet, this posed a dilemma for Ding Dolly. Approaching Xia Xiuga and Xia Xiaoxua felt too abrupt. He feared their hard-earned moral values might plummet, leading to an awkward situation. Seeking out Yu Xiaoyu's female teammates was even less appropriate, especially with Yu Xiaoyu guarding them closely. That left Zhang Ting, which was utterly out of the question, as she was his brother's partner. Ding Dolly, why are you wandering about instead of sleeping? Come with me, Director Su. Let us continue our discussion regarding work. Chapter 74. The tertiary system. Su Hongyu was still not completely lucid and did not grasp Ding Dolly's intention when he took her hand and led her out of the shop. After walking a few steps, she finally reacted, her eyes sparkling with mischief, her lips curving into a smile as she spoke in a delicate tone. After a day of battling zombies, my body feels as if it might fall apart. Aren't you exhausted? Oh, Director Su, you fail to comprehend. Work is of utmost importance. Please, speak as little as possible and make no noise. Su Hongyu felt bewildered by his insistence on silence. Could it be that he genuinely wished to discuss work amidst this apocalyptic chaos? However, observing Ding Dolly's eager demeanor, she was all too familiar with his character. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, "Why must we refrain from speaking or making a sound?" Ding Dolly replied earnestly, "Because of the review process. I cannot fathom why I keep reiterating this today. In any case, should you find joy, refrain from making frivolous remarks. If you are exceedingly joyful, then sing Let Us Paddle Together. Do not tell me you cannot sing this song. Even elementary school students can." Su Hongyu, her mind swirling with thoughts, nodded in acknowledgement, pondering whether this man had a peculiar penchant for listening to others sing children's songs. Nevertheless, she allowed him to pull her forward. Upon reaching the men's restroom on the first floor, just as she was about to enter, she heard voices emanating from within. Who could possibly be conversing in the men's restroom at such a late hour? Out of curiosity, Ding Dolly pressed his ear against the door to listen closely, only to discover that it was the couple, Xia Donghai and his wife. The old fellow had a few drinks and, taking his wife along, came here to whisper sweet nothings. With no alternative, the couple could only enter the women's restroom. Ding Dolly leaned against the door, lying down, as the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Mission objective rewards, 20 tons of supplies. Ding. System upgraded to Tier 3. Reward space increased by 3,000 cubic units, and a card for upgrading any ability below S rank. An ability upgrade card. Any ability below S rank can be elevated by 1 tier. The mere thought filled him with exhilaration. Just as Ding Dolly reveled in this unexpected boon, another voice from the system startled him, leaving him bewildered and at a loss. Ding. Congratulations, brother, on completing the Many Suns, Many Blessings system and the species propagation mission for the first time. The embryos have already begun to gestate, and the reward has tripled. Reward, 60 tons of supplies. Space increased by 900 cubic units, and 3 cards for upgrading abilities below S rank. What the hell? System, come out and explain this to me. Are you playing tricks on me? Is this because I said you were useless, and you're holding a grudge? I just mentioned that Many Suns, Many Blessings was ineffective, and now you're sending me offspring? Are you a system or a deity of fertility? Brother, please, remain calm. I assure you, this is not my doing. It seems you possess a peculiar preference that has led to this extraordinary effort. Please be quiet. Is this something that can be discussed? Is it suitable for broadcast? Recently, I've had the distinct feeling that a group of handsome men has been watching me. What if they find out and become envious? We are all brothers here. This puts me in a difficult position. Very well, brother. As long as you are happy. Songzi, please check my personal attributes. Name, Ding Dolly. Rank, 3rd tier human. Awaken strength, 330 speed, 330 stamina, 330 spirit, 340 abilities. Devouring, Space A, Lightning S, Telekinesis S. Metal Control 8. Songzi utilizes 2 ability upgrade cards to enhance space and metal control. Ding. Space ability upgraded to S, acquiring the skill of spatial jump, allowing movement by folding space within a 10-meter radius. Ding. Metal Control ability upgraded to S, evolving into metal element control. Ding Dali was momentarily dazzled. The simultaneous upgrade of 2 abilities to S made him forget about the matter of having many children and blessings. He found himself quite intrigued by the spatial jump skill, as it should indeed be categorized as a spatial ability. With his own space ability now upgraded, it had transformed into a spatial skill. It appears that the potential of spatial abilities is quite vast. Just awakening, Xia Xiaoxua rubbed her eyes vigorously and questioned her own consciousness, wondering if she was still dreaming. Had something just flown past? It seemed to be a monkey. Ding Dali was elated. This spatial jump was akin to a lower-tier version of instantaneous movement. Who wouldn't wish for instantaneous movement while watching Dragon Ball? This ability is exceedingly practical. During combat, appearing suddenly behind an opponent to deliver a surprise strike is disarming indeed. Certainly, Ding Dali is a man of integrity. Engaging in underhanded schemes is certainly not his style. A fleeting moment of deceit may yield temporary satisfaction, but a continuous path of treachery brings only fleeting joy. As for the evolution of metal control after the enhancement of abilities, the upgrade to gold element manipulation results in heightened sensitivity to this metal, allowing for an increase in the weight of metals one can control, contingent upon one's mental fortitude. Ding Dali still possesses an ability upgrade card. Is this card exclusively for my use, or can it be bestowed upon others? As an auxiliary to my elder brother, who leads his team and even his kin, I am committed to ensuring your survival and empowerment, hence it may indeed be utilized by others. After a brief trial of the altered abilities, he was reminded of Su Hongyu's pregnancy. Surely, she wouldn't have revealed my secret, would she? Lost in thought, Ding Dali leaned against the door and succumbed to slumber, overwhelmed by fatigue. Upon awakening, he discovered the sun had risen high in the sky. Ding Dali found himself resting upon a blanket, with a box of milk and a piece of bread placed beside him. The breakfast must have been prepared by Yu Xiaoyu, who had a penchant for such gestures, even during their time at the hotel, despite knowing that his space was filled with an abundance of food. This felt more like a shared romance between the two of them. At that moment, the hushed whispers of several female team members piqued Ding Dali's curiosity. What secrets are you sharing among women? Do let me in on the conversation. The suddenness of his voice startled them, particularly a short-haired girl who exhaled with relief. Oh, boss, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Why do you walk so silently? You know, it seems that this Carrefour is haunted at night. Haunted? What could possibly be haunting? Everyone is whispering that there is a female ghost singing in the women's restroom on the first floor at night. The sound is particularly mournful, and she sings a nursery rhyme, specifically "Let us row our boat." People say this ghost is singing for her child. Boss, I suggest that if we are to stay here tonight, we should avoid the first floor and move to the second. Upon hearing this, Ding Dali's expression darkened. He wondered who they were referring to. Was it not Li Chunlan who first mentioned the haunting? Oh, how did you know, boss? As expected. Old Kai, while you indulge in your own pleasures, you still spread rumors and fabricate tales. Sooner or later, your daughter will call me father. Chapter 75. The First Resettlement Camp. Live observation in the heart of Kyoto. A magnificent ancient royal palace with a history of over 6 centuries stands tall. The palace, resplendent in its grandeur, has withstood the ravages of time and continues to exude the majesty and nobility of imperial power. When the apocalypse erupted, this palace, along with the surrounding royal gardens and various government buildings, lay almost deserted. The authorities swiftly mobilized nearby military forces to gather here, utilizing the architectural advantages to erect barriers in the vacant areas, temporarily halting the advance of zombies. Within a matter of days, they demonstrated extraordinary infrastructural prowess by erecting high walls around the vicinity. This became the first resettlement camp established by the officials, who rapidly formed a leadership team, gathering at a makeshift conference table within the Hall of Supreme Harmony in the imperial city. An elderly man, with hair and beard as white as snow, sat at the head of the conference table. Despite having spent the entire night awake, his gaze remained sharp, though fatigue was etched upon his cheeks. The reason for his sleepless night stemmed from an incident that occurred the previous day. The first base, having established itself as the official and first of its kind, swiftly attracted a multitude of survivors and rapidly gained control over several military units stationed near Kyoto. As these forces made their way to the first resettlement camp, official reconnaissance drones scoured the area for large concentrations of undead, thereby allowing the approaching units to evade any hordes. The commander stood before multiple screens, vigilantly monitoring the unfolding events. Suddenly, A guard exclaimed, "Commander, look! There's a massive tide of corpses ahead, and someone has plunged into the throng." The commander turned his head, his attention fixed on the screen, and after a mere glance, he shook his head with a sigh. With so many zombies present, those individuals stood little chance of survival. It was a pity, especially since they appeared to be awakened once. He instructed the eastern units to avoid that intersection and issued a directive to all contacted forces. Those unable to reach the first resettlement camp should opt for other official shelters nearby, including the 2nd, 3rd, and the recently established 4th camps. The paramount task was to preserve the living forces, establish the resettlement camps, and accommodate more survivors. This was not merely a calamity for Huagua, but a disaster for all humanity. We must unite our efforts to weather this storm. Commander, they have crossed the road through the horde. Remarkably, they coordinated exceptionally well, with only 2 casualties. The guard interrupted the chief's speech, his expression animated as he fixated on the screen. The chief, unfazed by the interruption, turned his gaze back to the display. There, a group of individuals had surged through the dense mass of corpses to the opposite side of the road, and the more he observed, the more alarmed he became. The guard pointed at several figures on the screen, his eyes filled with admiration. "Chief, these do not appear to be ordinary awakeners, especially these few here." One by one, the guard indicated to the chief, "These 11 individuals are all 2nd-tier awakeners. The others are merely 1st-tier." "What did you say? Over 40 individuals, all 1st-tier? And there are 11 2nd-tier? How can that be?" The chief, in disbelief, continued to scrutinize the screen, unable to tear his eyes away, examining every frame and movement intently. Finally, he widened his eyes and looked at the guard. It was indeed true. There were all 1st-tier and truly 11 2nd-tier. This was astonishing. Our entire 1st relocation camp has only 20 2nd-tier awakeners, and that is the result of relying heavily on firearms to harvest zombies. How did they achieve this merely with the weapons at hand? Could it be those resplendent golden weapons? The guard wore a similarly incredulous expression, yet the evidence lay starkly before them. At that moment, just beneath the Carrefour building, another member of the group was dragged away by a zombie. The chief and the guard's attention was once again captivated by the visuals on the screen, drawing in other staff members who could not help but gather around. Was this truly their limit? Such a pity for these awakeners, especially those of the 2nd-tier. The commander let out a deep sigh of regret. Suddenly, the screen went dark, and the imagery ceased. "Commander, it seems the drone has run out of power. Immediately dispatch nearby drones to investigate. Do not halt. I must ascertain the fate of this group." The staff promptly contacted the nearby forces, sending a new reconnaissance drone to gather intelligence. However, the current situation was chaotic. Disrupted by the sudden onset of the apocalypse, mobilizing all available resources required time. After more than an hour, the screen finally illuminated once more. This time, it displayed Ding Dali and his companions climbing onto a blood donation vehicle, valiantly battling against the hordes of zombies, utilizing their environmental advantages. Astonishingly, despite the passage of time, they continued to engage in fierce combat with the undead, and, crucially, there were no new casualties. Hurry, everyone, spring into action. Diligently document their maneuvers. It is remarkable how this small group, through their coordination and the use of their surroundings, has managed to fend off such a multitude of zombies for so long. These individuals are extraordinary. A flicker of admiration for talent crossed the commander's eyes, soon replaced by regret. The sheer density of zombies here would likely overwhelm even an entire company armed with advanced weaponry. There were countless 1st-tier zombies, and possibly even 2nd-tier ones. How much longer could they endure before being consumed by the zombie tide? "Commander, the leader of this group is exceptional, exhibiting extraordinary command and coordination skills. Moreover, his strength is unfathomable. He has consistently created openings for his companions. It appears he possesses lightning abilities, capable of striking down swathes of foes in an instant. Yet, one could not have anticipated that his close combat prowess was equally remarkable. Observing his offensive stance, one could surmise that he is indeed a practitioner of martial arts, a master of his craft. Are you referring to the individual clad solely in a pair of shorts wielding an iron rod? Indeed, this person is quite extraordinary. However, one must ponder, why is he only wearing shorts? Was he similarly attired when I first caught sight of him, or had his other garments been torn away by the zombies? Chief, I recall that he appeared without clothing when I first viewed the video. Make sure to document this as well. It undoubtedly correlates with his supernatural abilities. It is inconceivable for a person to be running naked amidst a horde of corpses without reason, unless he is a fool. A group of staff members swiftly took notes nearby. The chief scrutinized the screen for a while, seemingly catching sight of something swirling in the air. Due to the rapid speed, the camera had difficulty capturing it clearly. Quickly, transfer the video to another screen and slow down the footage. Chapter 76. The astonished chief. It is indeed a supernatural ability. Everyone fixated on the screen, speaking in unison. But who is wielding this power? It appears to be a control-type ability, a formidable skill. Yet, it remains impossible to discern its wielder. The chief was equally intrigued, pondering how such a potent ability could be concealed within this team. Chief, is it conceivable? Might one individual possess two supernatural abilities? How could that be possible? The chief's words abruptly halted, as if an epiphany struck him. He then chuckled wryly, remarking, "Ah, I must still be clinging to antiquated notions. In this chaotic world, an array of bizarre phenomena exists, and the notion of an individual possessing two extraordinary abilities seems almost unfathomable. Our ignorance does not equate to the absence of such possibilities. If indeed one individual were to possess dual powers and were to perish in this place, it would be an unspeakable tragedy. Consider how close this location is to others. We must devise a means of rescue. Alas, what a pity." The commander let out a profound sigh, filled with deep regret. "Document this battle meticulously. I cannot bear to witness such capable individuals being torn apart by zombies. Simply relay the outcome to me in the end." With that, he lifted his thermos, took a sip of water, and exited the room. The guard attempted to follow, but was waved off. There were numerous matters at the base that required his direct involvement. He had to contemplate the placement of survivors, the distribution of food and water, and find ways to establish contact with official agencies in other provinces. Thus, he made it a point to visit every department daily to ensure that tasks were being executed effectively. As he dragged his weary body through the door, he noticed that none of the staff were at their designated posts. Instead, they had congregated in a single location. This incited a surge of anger within him. He thought to himself, in a world transformed to such a degree, I am already exhausted from handling everything personally, and after being away for just a short while, this group resorts to idleness. Is humanity truly beyond salvation? A few gentle coughs elicited no response. It was as if they were ensnared by an immobilizing spell, utterly silent and motionless. This ignited the flames of fury within the commander, prompting him to slam his hand on the table with a resounding thud. The somewhat irate commander, momentarily taken aback by the revelation, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to hasten towards the screen, his pupils dilating in disbelief. How could this be possible? They had been engaged in battle all along. Gazing at the screen, he beheld a group of individuals, their bodies smeared with grime and blood, barely retaining any semblance of humanity. Incredulous, he turned to the nearby guard, his hands trembling with excitement. Indeed, they had not rested for a single moment. It seemed they were consuming crystal cores to replenish their strength during this brief interlude. Yet, where did they acquire such an abundance of crystal cores? The 40,000 zombies had dwindled to just over 1,000. But, what does that mean? The commander struggled to contain his fervent emotions. The guard pointed towards the figures on the screen, stating, they appear to be at their wits' end. Even if their physical stamina is replenished, their spirits have reached their limits. 40,000 zombies, 40,000. Had this remarkable group truly come to face defeat before a mere 1,000 undead? Are there any helicopters available? Dispatch someone immediately. The guard shook his head, his expression forlorn. All helicopters at the base were currently engaged in missions, and the nearest would not arrive in time. Is this the end? Ah, wait. A flicker of joyous surprise suddenly illuminated the commander's previously despondent visage. Ha! There is always a glimmer of hope. All personnel erupted into jubilant cheers. The drone circled the intersection twice, revealing a ghastly sight filled with the corpses of the undead. The battleground bore witness to a mountain of bodies, piled up to 7 or 8 meters high. A truly spectacular scene, with a loss of 7 lives. The group of 43 had annihilated nearly 40,000 zombies. After the cheers subsided, the staff gazed at the towering mound of corpses, enveloped in a profound silence. Their hearts, tumultuous and unsettled, felt as though they had narrowly escaped death themselves. Yet, no one uttered a sound, remaining transfixed by the screen. A familiar cough finally shattered the stillness. The guard hastily fetched a chair for the commander, whose hands trembled with excitement as he slowly took a seat, clearing his throat a couple of times. Cough. Cough. Immediately coordinate with all departments to investigate the identities of these individuals. The more detailed, the better. Assemble the department heads for a meeting at the Hall of Supreme Harmony. As night fell, the heads of various departments gathered around the conference table in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Confusion lingered in the air. No one understood the purpose of the commander's summons. A night had passed, and beyond the identity investigation, no further communication had occurred. Finally, the guard approached, bearing a stack of documents, and placed them before the commander. Commander, here are the detailed profiles of those individuals. According to the data, they were not acquainted before the apocalypse. What? They only became familiar after the world fell into chaos, yet managed to cooperate with such remarkable synergy in the short time? The commander was once again taken aback. He opened the folder, flipping through the profiles one by one, until his gaze settled upon a particular individual named Ding Dali. After meticulously reviewing the dossier, the chief found himself at a loss for words to express his astonishment. He turned to his guard and inquired, with a note of skepticism, "Is this information truly accurate?" "Sir, this data is derived from his appearance, so it should be reliable," replied the guard. "Yet, this is precisely what perplexes me. This individual is exceedingly ordinary. Ordinary does not begin to cover it." Chapter 77. Tremors across the land. The chief gazed at the documents in his hand and slowly began to speak. "This individual is not merely ordinary. He is orphaned, possesses an unremarkable visage, holds an average education, lacks social connections, and is afflicted with a terminal illness? How much more ordinary can one be? This further complicates matters. How could someone so inconspicuous and gravely ill be a martial arts master? Sir, if I may add, the only aspect that deviates from the ordinary is that, on the eve of the apocalypse, he was linked to 2 murder cases. However, I lack further details, as the cataclysm struck before we could conduct a thorough investigation. So, he is merely a suspect then? How could a dying man possibly commit murder? Or perhaps he possesses knowledge of something. Otherwise, nothing seems to add up. The others observed the chief and the guard, engaging in a spirited exchange, curious yet unaware that they were discussing a particular survivor group. The chief closed the file, directing his gaze toward the speaking man, smiling faintly before solemnly stating, "Let us set aside that matter for now, Xiao Chu. I pose a question to you. If you were given 50 individuals, could you eliminate 40,000 zombies?" The man in military attire slammed his hand on the table, bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, old chief, I excel at slaying zombies. Just give me 50 men. Is it not merely 40,000 zombies? How many zombies, you ask?" The chief, observing the puzzled expression on his counterpart's face, smiled, raised an eyebrow, and distinctly held up 4 fingers, articulating clearly, 40,000. "Are you jesting with me, Chief Chui? You expect me to take down 40,000 zombies with merely 50 men? Will you provide me with tanks or missiles?" The chief shook his head, indicating there were neither missiles nor tanks, nor even any firearms at hand. Upon hearing this, the military man, Chu He, shook his head vigorously, resembling a bobblehead, showing no signs of his 50-plus years. "What if I were to request a company? Would there be any firearms then?" The chief shook his head once more and continued, "Now tell me, without firearms, how many men do you believe would be necessary to vanquish 40,000 zombies?" After a moment of contemplation while scratching the back of his head, Chui clapped his hands decisively and stated, "Chief, if all 40,000 zombies are of the ordinary kind, then grant me 1,000 first-tier awakened individuals, and I am confident we can prevail. And what about casualties? Well, I estimate they would exceed 50%. Haha. Chui, let me tell you, there are those who eradicated 40,000 zombies with just 43 individuals. And among those zombies were over 1,000 first-tier zombies and even some second-tier ones. Moreover, these individuals employed only cold weapons, and there were merely 7 casualties. Can you believe that? How is this possible? Chief, are you jesting with me?" Chui inquired, his eyes wide with disbelief, while the others around them began to murmur among themselves. The commander directly instructed the guard to play the battle video of Ding Dali and his team for everyone. Although it was fast-forwarded, all present transitioned from confusion to astonishment, captivated as if frozen in place. The final frame lingered in silence for an extended period until the commander broke the stillness. "Having seen it all, what are your thoughts?" Chui sank heavily into a chair, his sharply chiseled features still reflecting shock. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming with intensity, his breath quickening. "Who are these soldiers? Could such an impressive group be assigned to me? The commander laughed heartily, sliding the documents across the table to Chuhi. Take a look at this. These individuals are all ordinary people, especially the leader, Ding Dali. It's simply incomprehensible. As he perused the materials, Chuhi discovered a bankrupt scion of a wealthy family, a hotel receptionist, kitchen staff, various hotel employees, a modestly successful individual business owner, and a tax bureau chief. A myriad of professions, and astonishingly, the leader was even a person suffering from a terminal illness. Commander, this is utterly unbelievable. All of them are first and second tier awaken ones. After this battle, they will likely all ascend to the second tier. There were numerous first-tier crystal cores among the fallen zombies. They might even reach the third tier. Third tier? Our official ranks do not even possess any third-tier individuals. That is because we have intentionally avoided large hordes of zombies, thus rarely encountering second-tier ones. We must recruit these individuals, send their battle videos to several other official resettlement camps, and encourage them to recruit, even if they do not. They must not turn against us. I firmly believe that the future world will undoubtedly be governed by individual strength. The guard stood nearby, diligently recording the command of the leader, and then inquired, Sir, should we still send supplies to the third resettlement camp? Yes. Why would we not? Let those who aspire to be sovereign yet tremble at the thought see what the world ought to resemble. Our enemies should forever be the zombies and mutated beasts, not our own kind. Day after day, they are consumed by the desire for power and profit. Instead of squabbling over trivial matters, they should be focused on exterminating more zombies. We not only need to supply them, but also set an example by editing their battle footage into a short video to disseminate to every mobile phone across the nation. Let all survivors witness it. This will ignite their zeal for survival. The leader, growing increasingly fervent in his eloquent speech, surveyed everyone present and declared, Discuss amongst yourselves. Even if we cannot recruit them, we must convey our goodwill. They must never find themselves in opposition to us. The assembly engaged in animated discussion, ultimately concluding to bestow upon Ding Dali the title of battle hero, promote him to the rank of regiment commander, and provide sufficient weaponry to equip an entire regiment. The leader nodded in satisfaction and commanded the guard to personally oversee the execution of this matter. As the video and announcement were disseminated, all survivors who beheld it engaged in fervent discussion. Soon, the title of battle hero echoed throughout countless corners, stirring a palpable excitement within the 3 other official resettlement camps in Kyoto, especially in the third resettlement camp. A composed man with slicked-back, gray hair watched the video from the first resettlement camp, his expression reflecting profound disbelief. Beside him, a woman dressed as a secretary poured him a cup of tea, her crimson lips parting slightly. Chief, the hotel they emerged from is the Sunflower Hotel, the same one Director Huang mentioned in his last communication with us. The man in the video, clad in nothing, was likely the second-tier awakened individual, Ding Dali, as referred to by Director Huang, while the portly figure was presumably Xia Donghai. Notably, Director Huang did not appear in the footage, suggesting that his fate may be dire. Infuriating. This group must be responsible for his demise. Chief, shall we send someone to apprehend them? A sly smile flickered across the man's somber face. No. Dispatching individuals to confront them now would undoubtedly incur losses, yielding no benefits for us. We are currently in a position to contend with the first resettlement camp. This group's strength might serve my interests well. Once they become obsolete, we shall deal with them then, as it is the most cost-effective approach. Moreover, with so many corpses of zombies, we surely lack the time to excavate the crystal cores. Immediately send someone to this location. Buzz. Just as he finished speaking, a series of vibrations from mobile phones erupted, originating from unfamiliar numbers. Upon answering the call with intrigue, his previously stern expression was instantly replaced by joy. Jia, you are still alive. Chapter 78. The call to submission. At this moment, Ding Dali and his companions remained unaware of the unfolding events. Engrossed in crafting weapons for each individual, Long Outyin and several underlings clutched a trove of golden jewelry and various gold artifacts. Boss Ding, here are the 2 jewelry stores on this floor, and the entirety of gold from the neighboring bank. Do you think it's sufficient? What purpose do you have in adorning weapons with gold? Is it merely for ostentation? With the power of an awakened, the weight of ordinary weaponry cannot truly harness our strength. Thus, we temporarily use gold to add weight. However, as we continue to upgrade, it is likely that our current weapons will not withstand our burgeoning power. At that point, we will undoubtedly need to seek new metals to replace them. In my past life, there existed a rare black metal that emerged alongside the apocalypse. This metal, entirely obsidian with flecks of gold, sparkled like stars in the pitch-black night, and was referred to as black gold. Its strength and density far surpass those of existing metals. Moreover, it is an element that has never been discovered before. However, sightings of this metal in the wild are exceedingly rare, and those who possess knowledge of its sources have remained reticent. The individuals capable of wielding weapons forged from black gold are exceedingly few, undoubtedly among the elite. I wonder if this lifetime will yield any information regarding black gold mines. If so, we could equip all our allies. Dismissing these impractical thoughts for the moment, Boss Ding addressed the group. Everyone, line up. Decide on the weapon you desire. As Boss Ding's rank ascended and his metal manipulation abilities improved, his control over metal became increasingly effortless. It took little time to complete the weapons. Now, with over 60 individuals gathered, each brandishing gleaming weapons, they presented an impressive and formidable sight. Ding Dali observed as everyone around him fiddled with their weapons, casually glancing at each person's data. Upon seeing Su Hongyu's information, his heart raced, each beat resonating with the shock reverberating within him. Name, Su Hongyu Tier 3 Human Awakened Strength, 305 Speed, 305 Stamina, 310 Spirit, 310 Moral Value, 95 Ability, Enchantment S Brother. This is the blessing of the fertility system. Haven't I mentioned it before? What nonsense. Do I appear as though you have ever told me? Brother, the fertility system is not exclusive to you alone. Any woman who undertakes a mission alongside you, upon conceiving, will rise in tier to match your level at that moment. Conversely, if the woman's tier surpasses yours, you too shall ascend. As for the ability tier, each time a woman conceives, her level increases, and you will receive corresponding rewards such as ability upgrade cards. The specifics of the rewards will require your own exploration. Why did you not mention this sooner? Brother, I have reiterated numerous times that I embody the fertility system. My mission is to propagate the next generation for the survival of humanity. Engaging with women during missions only yields basic rewards. What truly matters is the outcome. A result signifies the commencement of genuine rewards. The misunderstanding lies with you. As Ding Dali pondered the system's words, a voice suddenly called out, Boss Ding, come quick. A group of people has arrived outside, and they appear to be soldiers. Soldiers? Was it to collect supplies? Ding Da, lost in thought, rose to greet everyone and clear the items blocking the entrance to open the rolling door. The reason for his action stemmed from Ding Dali's unwavering admiration for soldiers, both in his past life and this one. His good brother, Long Out Yin, was a prime example. In times of peace, it is the soldiers who safeguard the nation, allowing ordinary people to lead stable lives. In the early days of the apocalypse, soldiers were the first to charge into the fray. In his previous life, Ding Dali had fought alongside many former soldiers. However, as they were moving aside the barricades, a sudden explosion erupted. The rolling door was blasted open, and those closest to it were caught in the blast, sustaining injuries. 2 first-tier awakened were killed instantly due to their proximity to the door. Given the close-range explosion, even the 3rd-tier Ding Dali could not guarantee his safety, let alone the 2 first-tier awakened. Who is Ding Dali? Step forward. No one had ever witnessed their leader in such a furious state, usually accustomed to light-hearted banter. The group fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Damn it. Was a bomb not sufficient as a greeting? Not a single person dared to make a sound. A man, impeccably dressed in a suit and top hat, with a cigar perched between his lips, sauntered into the first floor, casting a glance at the injured before proceeding without a word. Following closely behind him was a throng of over 50 soldiers, armed and clad in military uniforms, flooding into the space. Upon entering, the man in the suit surveyed the crowd before fixing his gaze upon Ding Dali, appraising him with evident disdain. So, the heroic Ding Dali is merely a scrawny monkey. He scoffed. My apologies for the rather forceful introduction. Suddenly, Ding Dali appeared before the suited man as if conjured from thin air, his movement undetectable to all. With a resounding slap, he sent the man crashing to the ground, who then spat a pool of blood, mingled with several dislodged teeth. The armed soldiers, witnessing this, swiftly raised their weapons, aiming at Ding Dali, while his companions instinctively reached for their own arms, creating a tense atmosphere fraught with hostility. The man in the suit, struggling to regain his footing, spat out a bloodied gob. Ha! Ding Dali, you dare lay a hand on me. I am here on official business to bring you to heel. Do not mistake my restraint for fear. If it were not for the leader's belief in your usefulness, I could easily order your execution. Even a second-tier awakened one would not dare to confront firearms. Bring to heel? Official? Which authority do you represent? Ding Dolly retorted. We are from the 3rd resettlement camp, here to recruit you into our ranks. The individuals who inadvertently injured you earlier, well, consider that evened out. Now, you may gather the supplies here and accompany us. Oh, and do not forget to hand over the crystal cores from those zombies outside. As the suited man concluded his proclamation, a smirk of derision remained plastered on his face, treating Ding Dolly and his companions as mere jesters in a farcical play. Even the soldiers behind him wore expressions of smug satisfaction. You are utterly unworthy of donning such attire. Long Aotion set aside the lifeless bodies of his 2 brothers, his crimson eyes glaring at the unwelcome guests. A silvery aura began to emanate from his form as he grasped the formidable blade crafted by Ding Dolly. The sound of creaking knuckles echoed ominously. Just as he was poised to strike, a resounding shout pierced the air. Long Aotion. He halted, momentarily stunned. Stand aside with your brothers. Do not utter a word. Just observe. However, the command was unyielding. Chapter 79. Leave none behind. Many among the crowd were bewildered, questioning why this audacious new leader, who dared to confront the zombies head-on, suddenly faltered. Was it fear of the official forces? Doubts began to fester within them. Ding Dolly, aware through the system that the moral values of these individuals were gradually declining, noted that some with fiery tempers had plummeted into the 70s. In contrast, the group Ding Dolly had brought from the hotel wore expressions of detached amusement. They knew him all too well when he ceased his playful banter. It signified a deadly intent. The man in the suit, witnessing Ding Dolly's dismissal of his subordinates, wore a smug expression, believing that Ding Dolly had succumbed to the official forces and accepted their terms. Did you see that, brothers? Indeed, the great Ding the hero knows when to yield. Since he has agreed to surrender, let us collect the crystal cores and supplies. The crowd behind him erupted in mocking laughter, disregarding those before them, and instead spoke lightly. Huizi, Ruyen, you 2 guard the entrance, while the rest of my comrades who emerged from the hotel with me will demonstrate to our newly joined brethren the consequences of meddling with us. Upon hearing Ding Dolly's words, those who had exited the hotel drew their weapons. It was then that the man in the suit realized something was amiss and immediately ordered his soldiers to open fire. However, despite their fervent attempts, none could pull the trigger, as if the mechanisms had been welded shut. Not a single one of these suited hounds would escape. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a flurry of over 30 figures sprang into action, harvesting the lives of their foes with the cold efficiency of the Grim Reaper. Many fell before they could even muster a defense, while those slightly more formidable awakening entities were utterly unable to withstand the combined assault of several second-tier awakeners. This group swiftly matured amidst a sea of corpses and blood, each strike a lethal blow aimed at vital points. In mere moments, the battle concluded. The man in the suit was petrified by the unfolding chaos. Instinctively, he drew his pistol, only for it to slip from his grasp and join the firearms of the soldiers, suspended in midair before vanishing in an instant. Terrified by this bizarre spectacle, he stumbled backward, desperate to flee, only to find Huizi and Lu Ruyan blocking the exit with unwavering resolve. Escape was not an option. The man in the suit, in a fit of hysteria, shouted, "Ding Dolly, have you lost your mind? Do you dare oppose the authorities? Do you really believe that your personal strength can rival that of the official powers? I cannot fathom why Huang Wenhong would send someone as ordinary as you to be a negotiator." His eyes bulged as if they might leap from their sockets. "How do you know the name of our leader?" Ding Dolly no longer paid him any mind, instead turning his gaze towards Long Outyin. "Brother Long, I entrust him to you. Having served in the military, it should not be difficult for you to coax the necessary words from him, should it?" Ding Dolly drained the life from the corpse on the ground and discarded it. Then, employing his extraordinary abilities, he restored the door. During this time, intermittent, harrowing screams echoed from upstairs. "Ding Laoda, this person is called. There's no need to tell me his name. I have no desire to know. Remembering names is too cumbersome. Simply convey the pertinent information." This group of individuals was a temporary detachment summoned from the 3rd resettlement camp, all of whom were survivors. The leader among them was a former executive from a foreign enterprise, now serving as a commander in the 3rd resettlement camp. "By the way, quickly check your phones. Laoda, it seems you have become somewhat of a celebrity." Their arrival was prompted by this very development. Ding Dolly, puzzled and uncertain as to what being a celebrity entailed, pulled out his phone. The others, curious and with functional devices, followed suit, busily examining their screens. oblivious to the large exclamation mark that had gone unnoticed all morning. This was a symbol of official news. Upon tapping the exclamation mark, they were greeted by a 1-minute video, beneath which was a line of neatly arranged red text. National announcement. Comrade Ding Dali, leading his unit of 43, has annihilated 40,000 zombies. This announcement serves to bestow upon Comrade Ding Dali the title of combat hero and the rank of commander, in recognition of his valor. In disbelief, Ding Dali felt a surge of incredulity, while the others were filled with elation. Yu Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Thankfully, it's only my husband's close-up. My face is not clearly visible." Xia Donghai laughed uproariously, doubling over in mirth. "Ha ha ha! This video is brilliantly edited. The actors and zombies are portrayed by real people, devoid of any hint of performance. This must be classified as a documentary, right? I shall apply for the Best Supporting Actor award. Ha ha ha! Xiaonan, darling, I find the final shot quite dashing. The blood on my face makes me look less like a monkey." The crowd exchanged remarks, each contributing their thoughts, yet Ding Dali was distinctly displeased. No one desires to become an internet sensation or the center of attention in a post-apocalyptic world. More critically, after today, the internet will be severed. It is rather ironic that he had gained notoriety just before this event. The only solace he found was that the close-up shots revealed his face smeared with blood, which should render him unrecognizable to those unfamiliar with him. Just as Ding Dali was lost in his thoughts, a phone call interrupted him. Upon seeing it was Chen Na, he answered immediately. "Oh, well done, darling. After just a few days away, you've become a combat hero. Please, spare me your teasing. One fears stepping out, just as a pig fears growing fat. They have truly put me on the hot seat. I saw over 20 beautiful women swirling around you. It must have been quite the delight. Heh, they are all teammates." All teammates. After hanging up, Ding Dali murmured to himself, "You think you can surprise me? I have a surprise of my own, but I hardly know how to express it." Chapter 80. The Adventures of Huang Ji. Ding Lauda, please, let me go. I am an official representative. Do you intend to oppose the authorities? You dare to mention the authorities? Not only are you unworthy, but even your leader, Huang Wenhong, and your entire third resettlement camp are unworthy. Ding Dali disdainfully spat at the suited man and then addressed Long Outyen, saying, "This person is now in your hands. Think of our two fallen brothers. In this apocalyptic world, we must adhere to a singular principle. Those who wish to kill us must be prepared to face our wrath." Upon hearing Ding Dali's words, Long Outyen cast a cold gaze at the suited man and promptly commanded several of his subordinates to drag him into a corner. The suited man screamed and cursed incessantly, but his voice was abruptly silenced as the blade fell. Blood splattered across Long Outyen's face, yet he displayed no emotion whatsoever. Ding Dali approached and patted Long Outyen on the shoulder in approval. Although Long Outyen was deeply affected by the recent loss of his two brothers, he still nodded gratefully at Ding Dali, expressing his gratitude for avenging them. By the way, that man just mentioned they were part of two teams. The other team went to the hotel across the street and left with two individuals. The hotel? Are there other survivors there? Ding Dali pondered, feeling perplexed. Indeed, the hotel had 2 floors that remained unscoured, but what significant figures could possibly be there? Did he mention the names of those two? One seemed to be named Huang Ji, and the other was Yang Wei. Yes, that's right, Yang Wei. At this revelation, Ding Dali's pupils dilated momentarily before returning to normal, his mind racing with thoughts. It's actually them. Surrounded by zombies, and yet still alive. Is Huang Ji truly playing a supporting role in this narrative? This must be a main character's script. And now he has teamed up with Yang Wei. Could it be that the third resettlement camp is about to tread the same path once more? Observing Ding Dali's furrowed brows and the expression akin to one who has savored excrement, Long Outyen quietly inquired, "Heavens! Do not tell me these two individuals are the director Huang and that aberrant you mentioned?" Ding Dali nodded, his countenance replete with helplessness. Witnessing this, Long Outyen's brow furrowed tighter, concern etching itself onto his features. "Fear not. When soldiers arrive, we shall meet them with arms. When the waters rise, we shall raise earthworks. The third resettlement camp will inevitably provoke us. It is better to confront them now. I possess a first-tier crystal core, which will enable your remaining first-tier brethren to ascend to the second tier. In this world, strength is the very foundation of survival." As for Huang Ji and Yang Wei, in his former life, Ding Dali had not made their acquaintance. They likely perished long before in the hotel. He was, however, acutely familiar with the third resettlement camp, harboring 1,000 grievances against them for their actions during the apocalypse. Unbeknownst to Ding Dali, Huang Ji had encountered Yang Wei at the hotel, where Yang had claimed to be Ding Dali's adversary, presenting him with a vial of liquid. He instructed Huang to apply the liquid to himself, assuring him that it would render him invisible to zombies, a resource for escape. Although Huang Ji remained skeptical, he chose not to discard the vial, as his instincts suggested it possessed extraordinary properties. Upon learning of the aberrance, he became convinced that the individual he had met was indeed one, and he began to trust the words he had spoken. When Ding Dali's machinations led to a zombie encirclement, Huang initially thrust the two people beside him toward the undead. Just when death seemed imminent, he recalled the vial, and in a desperate gambit, he uncorked it and doused himself with its contents. The moment the bottle was uncorked, a pungent stench surged forth, assaulting the senses and leaving an indelible mark on his very being, nearly provoking an immediate retch. Despite its foul odor, this peculiar liquid proved to be remarkably effective. The zombies, engrossed in their gruesome feast upon the other two individuals, paid him no heed, as if he were one of their own kind. With palpable excitement, he grasped the arm of his counterpart, lowering his voice deliberately to avoid attracting the attention of the undead. "What have you given me? This liquid is truly extraordinary. The zombies do not bite me, though the scent is rather unpleasant." Upon hearing that the urine of the aberrance could mask him from the zombies, Huang Ji's eyes widened in disbelief, and his heart felt as though it had skipped several beats. The mysterious liquid he had been cherishing like a treasure for days was, in fact, urine? No wonder it looked so familiar. No wonder it reeked so horrifically. The more he pondered, the more repulsed he became, ultimately succumbing to the urge to vomit. Once he had finished retching, Yang Wei wasted no time, hoisting him up and sprinting towards the upper floors. They soon reached the penthouse where Ding Dali and his companions had previously resided. "I only saved you because I heard that Director Huang knows the higher-ups at the third resettlement camp. I need you to collaborate with me." Huang Ji, initially fearing that his companion was about to unleash fury upon him, felt his heart race uncontrollably. "Why should I collaborate with you?" At first, Huang Ji dismissed the notion, convinced that with so many zombies, Ding Dali and his group would surely perish, rendering his own involvement unnecessary. However, as he stood on the 30th floor, witnessing the entire battle unfold, he was left in a state of shock. To his astonishment, all those zombies had been eradicated. Such terrifying power. A peculiar thought emerged in Huang Ji's mind, yet he found himself with no choice. Escaping to the third resettlement camp seemed an insurmountable task. He turned to Yang Wei and said, "I consent to the collaboration, as long as we can eliminate Ding Dali. Do you have a mobile phone? Mine fell amidst the corpses earlier. I need to call the third resettlement camp." A triumphant smile crept onto Yang Wei's pale cheeks, and with a sharp voice, he chuckled. "Of course, I possess a phone, but before that, we must attend to a matter. You must wait here for me. To solidify our partnership and foster trust, we must become one of a kind." "What do you mean?" Huang Ji furrowed his brows, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Pointing to the unconscious woman on the ground, Yang Wei revealed his uneven teeth. "You must also become a mutant for me to feel at ease. Such fine sustenance should not go to waste." "That is impossible. I cannot consume human flesh." Huang Ji immediately shook his head in refusal. What is so wrong with being a mutant? Consuming human flesh leads to evolution. You will progress faster than others, growing in strength, and most importantly, you will be immune to zombies. A mere bite of human flesh grants you such advantages. Why not partake? Huang Ji found himself wavering. The notion of being overlooked by zombies in this harsh world was incredibly appealing, with the only cost being the consumption of human flesh. Seeing that he seemed to have reached a decision, Yang Wei wasted no time and sliced a small piece of flesh from the woman, presenting it to Huang Ji. "Consume it. The door to the new world has swung open before you." Chapter 81, Separate Actions. Huang Ji steeled himself, gritted his teeth, seized the piece of flesh, and without a moment's hesitation, stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it whole despite the overwhelming nausea. Yang Wei observed him consume the human flesh with a satisfied smile, then turned his attention to the bloodied remains of the woman, squatting down to feast upon her. The woman, her mouth covered, emitted muffled cries of anguish. Her eyes filled with despair and terror. Initially, Huang Ji merely watched from the sidelines, but soon, a tumultuous sensation began to churn in his stomach. It felt as though he had not eaten in ages, an insatiable hunger that intensified with each passing moment. Unable to resist for long, he succumbed to the overwhelming desire and crouched down to join the others in their grisly meal. Halfway through, as he relished the taste, he cast a glance at the woman they were consuming. Leave her breath. Don't let her die. That scoundrel Ding Dali has been vexing me lately. And Su Hongyu has betrayed me. Yang Wei understood the implication of his words, swallowing the meat in his mouth, casting an awkward glance at Huang Ji. I didn't mention earlier that once one becomes a mutant, that flesh loses its value. No amount of calling will awaken him. Why didn't you say so sooner? Who would have known you still had so many tricks up your sleeve at your age? This battle, instigated by Ding Dali and his cohorts, was deliberately propagated by the authorities, inadvertently altering the destinies of many and hastening the progression of numerous events. Upon closely examining the video, the man strokes his chin adorned with a beard, a smile gracing his lips. It's him. Everyone, gather your belongings. We are heading to the east of the city. Adjacent to Kyoto, in Hebei province, lies a survivor base encircled by a magnificent villa district, within which the largest villa houses an elderly gentleman, lost in thought as he gazes at the screen. A few young individuals stand beside him, equally entranced. The elder switches off the screen and turns around, his wrinkled visage revealing no discernible emotion. One young man steps forward and inquires, "Father, shall we take action?" The man waves his hand dismissively, then gently massages his temples, murmuring, "Sunflower Hotel, Ding Dali." In the lobby of Carrefour, Ding Dali convenes a meeting. "Darling, are you planning to seek out that nurse, Feng Linwan, whom you mentioned? At the very least, let Huizi accompany you for safety. The world is not what it used to be." Sister Xiaoyu's words ring true. "Brother, allow me to accompany you. I've rested all night and my blade is eager for action. I yearn to slay zombies. This is a quest to find someone, not an opportunity for you to unleash your primal instincts. Individuals like you, endowed with beastly powers, simply cannot remain idle." From the back of the crowd, Li Chunlan nudges her daughter with her elbow, then leans in to whisper, "My foolish girl, quickly step forward with Xiaoxue and volunteer to join him. Otherwise, when we encounter the first wife, you may find yourselves at a disadvantage. You sisters, along with Xia Anan, Yu Xiaoyu, and us, have forged bonds through perilous trials. United, you shall stand firm. Otherwise, he has 2 wives at home, and now must rescue a woman who harbored feelings for him before the apocalypse. Not to mention the enchanting Su Hongyu is also keeping an eye on him. In this apocalyptic era, the more powerful a man is, the more women will surround him. Do not blame mother for not warning you." Upon hearing her mother's words, although she felt embarrassed, upon reflection, there seemed to be some truth to it. After experiencing that battle, her perception of Ding Dali underwent a complete transformation. While she still regarded him as a notorious lecher, she began to ponder, what of it? Every man is, without exception, a lecher. Moreover, she had mentioned wanting to bear him children before the chaos began. Contemplating this, she turned to her close friend, Xia Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue, having overheard Li Chunlan's words, nodded in agreement towards Xiaoxue. "I concur. He is indeed a formidable individual. Associating with him is advantageous." With Xiaoxue's affirmation, Xiaoxue felt more resolute. Taking a deep breath, she grasped Xiaoxue's hand and navigated through the crowd to stand before Yu Xiaoyu. "Sister Xiaoyu, allow us to join the boss in searching for people. Brother Huey's transformation creates too much commotion, while his combat skills are incredibly formidable. Our primary objective is to locate individuals, not engage in battle. Brother Hui is better suited to lead the main force. Both of our abilities are elemental, thus less disruptive. The 3 of us can support one another perfectly. Astounding, truly astounding." With this realization, Xia Anan decided to step forward and lend her support. "Sister Xiaoyu, I believe Chioga is right. Let these 2 accompany her husband in the search." After speaking, she leaned towards Yu Xiaoyu's ear and whispered, "These 2 are quite eager." Heh. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoyu smiled knowingly, then turned her gaze towards Ding Dali to inquire about his thoughts. Ding Dali was positively elated. Both Xia Chioga and Xia Xiaoxue had achieved a virtue score exceeding 90, making their acquisition a mere formality. He had been keeping a close watch on these 2 brides and their attendant. Although his heart raced with anticipation, yearning to agree at once, he maintained a facade of seriousness. Accompanying them was not out of the question, yet Miss Xia must promise to temper her noble temper. Upon hearing this, Xia Chioga's face flushed a deep crimson, prompting Xia Anan to intervene, saying, "All right, darling, if you wish to laugh, then laugh freely. Do not stifle it. Your face is turning red." Only then did Ding Dali break into a cheeky grin, and the others joined in the uproarious laughter. Thus, a decision was made. Yu Xiaoyu, Long Out Yin, Xia Donghai, and Huizi would lead the way to the happiness community, while Xia Qiuge and Xia Xiaoxue would accompany me to Luha Hospital. Once we gather the supplies from Carrefour, we shall set forth. With the course of action established, Su Hongyu, seeing that the important matters had been discussed, quickly raised her hand to speak. Chapter 82, Journey to the Hospital. Upon hearing her words, the crowd once again gathered around. Goodness, a third-tier awaken one. What piqued everyone's curiosity was how Su Hongyu had managed to level up without encountering a single third-tier zombie. Was her rate of advancement not exceedingly rapid? Just yesterday, she was an ordinary person, and today she stood as the highest-ranked individual in this place. As the crowd drew nearer, Ding Dali felt embarrassed to admit in front of everyone that he had sung nursery rhymes all night, leading to her upgrade. How could he muster the courage to utter such a thing? Ding Dali had his pride, after all. Observing his deliberately mysterious demeanor, the crowd's curiosity intensified. Inquisitive voices urged Su Hongyu to recount her actions from the previous night. Contemplating her deeds, she pondered whether she had done something that others had not. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she blurted out, could it be related to that matter with Boss Ding? Ding Dali felt a surge of irritation. Could this woman not speak so loudly? His annoyance escalated as he noticed the envious glances from others, including Huizi, who seemed equally intrigued. Ding Dali's heart raced with trepidation. He had regarded these individuals as brothers, yet their greedy expression suggested otherwise. Am I to believe you are lusting after me? I treat you as fellow beings. Yet you appear to have forgotten your humanity. With a sense of dread, he declared, I must take my leave now. Let us meet in the happiness community tomorrow. Farewell. Feeling uneasy under their scrutinizing gazes, Ding Dali swiftly exited the Carrefour supermarket, pulling along Xia Qiuge and Xia Xiaoxue. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Xiaoyu was lost in her own thoughts. Upon leaving Carrefour, he retrieved an electric bike, a reward from the hardware store owner. Xia Qiuge, incredulous, pointed at the bike. You cannot be serious. We are not taking that. Why must we choose this when there are so many vehicles around? Ding Dali, possessing the skill of a locksmith, could easily acquire a vehicle, yet he questioned the necessity. Will we not fit? How can three of us possibly ride on such a small bike? Xia Qiuge protested. Feeling a bit put upon, you two can sit one in front and one in back. Ding Dali retorted. Hearing this, Xia Qiuge pulled Xia Xiaoxue over to sit behind her, but as Xia Xiaoxue was about to take her seat, Ding Dali stopped her, insisting, you are younger, so you sit in front. What? I remarked on your youth, suggesting you take the front seat. Autumn Gu graciously allowed Xiao Gu to occupy the rear. Xiao Gu, puzzled, questioned the relevance of age to seating arrangements. Sit, sit, sit. Thus, Xiaoxue found herself in the front of the electric scooter, with Autumn Gu positioned behind, and Ding Dali nestled in the middle. With a swift acceleration, they surged forward. Ding Dali joyfully rode the scooter, singing merrily. As for the source of his exuberance, one could hardly fathom the depths of his delight. Boss, why are you suddenly braking? Is it not obvious? Do you not see the zombies ahead? But the zombies were eliminated from a distance. In truth, the distance from Carrefour to the hospital spanned merely a few kilometers. After they cleared the zombies at the intersection, the absence of a cacophony from a massive horde prevented further gatherings of the undead in their vicinity. The greenery flanking the road had, over the past few days, grown wildly. The trees obscured much of the sky, creating an impression akin to wandering through a primeval forest when viewed from below. Tall weeds sprouted from the fissures in the road, and many plants had even infiltrated the buildings. Each time Ding Dali's small electric scooter traversed a crack, it jostled as though it had crossed a speed bump. Discovering this amusement, he instinctively sought out the cracks, relishing the experience. The zombies on the road were primarily handled by Xiaoxue, while the occasional appearance of diminutive mutated creatures was easily dispatched by her ice spikes. Xiao Gu, from the rear, could not help but exclaim about the dramatic changes in the world. Suddenly, the vibration of a phone broke the air, and upon checking the caller ID, Ding Dali executed an abrupt stop. As Xia Qiuge was lost in contemplation, she collided forcefully with Ding Dali's back. Hey, Xiaoan, I'm coming. Ah, Dali, come save me. The other end responded with a single phrase before the sound of a phone crashing to the ground echoed, plunging the line into silence. Had the phone shattered? The urgency and fear in the speaker's tone were unmistakable, and it was evident that Phone Lin Wan was in grave peril. At that moment, Ding Dali stood outside the community where Phone Lin On resided. Time was of the essence. Building 2. Unit 202. I'm heading there first. You two follow closely. With that, Ding Dolly vanished in an instant, reappearing 10 meters away before disappearing again, swiftly fading from view. Xia Qiuge and Xia Xiaoxue were unaware that Ding Dolly had mastered spatial leaps. They merely assumed he had attained third-tier strength, igniting within them a fervent longing for the same. Nevertheless, they hastened to keep pace with him. Meanwhile, Feng Linwan found herself in a dire predicament, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, firmly restrained by several burly figures who pinned her down on the bed, rendering her utterly immobile. Her clothing was in tatters, and her face bore the unmistakable marks of 2 crimson handprints. The reason Feng Linwan had been captured lay solely in her own carelessness. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, she had kept her door tightly shut and her curtains drawn. Other than sending Ding Dolly nightly messages to reassure him of her safety, she had spent her days in a state of ennui, fortunate to have stockpiled an abundance of her favorite snacks. Each day, she nestled on the sofa, engrossed in comics while munching on treats, eagerly awaiting Ding Dolly's return. When the suffocating weight of despair becomes unbearable, one may cautiously open a small crack in the window, allowing fresh air to flow in. Thus, they manage to endure peacefully until the entire city plunges into darkness due to a power outage. She retrieves the scented candle she had purchased earlier. This very candle serves as the catalyst for the impending misfortune, ignited while she neglected to draw the curtains after freshening the air. The feeble flicker of the candlelight, amidst the enveloping darkness of the neighborhood, shines like a beacon, guiding those with nefarious intentions. In Chapter 83, Do I Resemble Ding Dolly? On the 4th floor of the building opposite Feng Linwan's residence, 5 burly men, their torsos bare, gather in a room, relying on the dim glow of their phones to enjoy their beers. In a nearby corner lies a nurse, still clad in her work uniform, reduced to a pitiful state, motionless and cloaked in grime, her fate uncertain. Haha, if it weren't for Brother Tian, we wouldn't have access to such fine goods. One of the men chuckles, though he admits the novelty has worn off in recent days. Brother Tian, the man basking in the flattery, wears a smug expression. Another man chimes in. I say, it's a blessing the apocalypse has arrived. We can do whatever we please. It's a pity 2 of our buddies have turned into zombies. Brother Tian takes a swig of his drink, laughing heartily. If they hadn't turned, how would we have become awakened? Without becoming awakened, how could we cleanse this building? It is precisely because of this that we have all attained the first stage of awakening. We are merely evolving in strength and speed, unlike Brother Tian, who possesses extraordinary abilities. Did Brother Tian ever employ his extraordinary abilities for nefarious deeds? One of his underlings, with a rather lewd grin, remarked while casting a glance towards the corner. Indeed, the applications are boundless. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into unrestrained laughter. After a while, a scar-faced henchman inquired, Brother Tian, what are our plans moving forward? Brother Tian, stroking his chin in contemplation, soon responded with a mischievous chuckle, Hee, starting tomorrow, we shall cleanse the other buildings in this community. There are numerous nurses from the nearby hospital residing here. This way, we can indulge in a change of taste. Upon his declaration, the group erupted into another round of raucous cheers. The scar-faced henchman could no longer contain himself. He stood up and adjusted his belt. I can't take it anymore. I need to stretch my limbs. He then intended to saunter towards the corner of the room when his peripheral vision caught a flicker of light from the opposite building. Brother Tian, look quickly. There's a household across the way with lights on. There must be living souls inside. The group hurriedly leaned towards the window to peer across, all eyes drawn to the beam of light spilling through the crack of Maple Forest One's window. Brother, should we pay them a visit tomorrow? Who knows? There might be beauties. Patience, there are still plenty downstairs. By the way, wake that woman up and inquire if she knows who resides in the opposite unit. Upon hearing this, the men exchanged glances, each reflecting a reckless desire in their eyes. After approximately an hour, the woman had completely lost her vitality. In a desperate bid to prevent her from transforming into a corpse, Tian Gu shattered her skull. The scarred-faced man flicked his belt, still stained with blood. His narrow eyes squinted into slits, a sickly ferocity lingering on his visage. Licking his lips, he chuckled, Tian Gu. That woman mentioned a nurse living across the way named Feng Linwan, a true beauty. Haha, we have a new target. Tian Gu joined in with a sinister grin. The following day, the group was eager to descend and make their way across, yet an overwhelming number of zombies loitered below. After a day of futile efforts, they resolved to postpone their plans until the next day. When dawn broke, The ground floor had been sufficiently cleared, and they made their way to Feng Linwan's door with minimal effort. The loud banging on the door startled Feng Linwan, who was munching on snacks on the sofa. Before she could gather her wits, the door was forcefully flung open from the outside. In a panic, she swiftly reached for her phone to call Ding Dolly. But just as the call connected and she uttered a word, a scarred-faced man snatched the device from her grasp and smashed it violently against the ground, shattering it into pieces. With her voice trembling but attempting to maintain composure, Feng Linwan demanded, "Who are you? What do you want? What do we want?" "Beautiful lady, it seems you are feigning ignorance," Tian Gu exclaimed. "This woman has quite the stash at home, with plenty of food and water. Clearly, she was well prepared." "Ha. This is my chance, Wang Batian. A beauty in supplies. Brothers, get ready to work. Seize this woman. Feng Linwan is merely an ordinary individual. How could she possibly contend with 5 robust men, especially when they are awakened beings?" In but a moment, she found herself pinned to the bed, utterly immobilized. Wang Batian scrutinized Feng Linwan with a mixture of astonishment and disdain. "TSK, TSK, TSK, this is certainly far more enticing than our previous plaything. My dear lady, if I am not mistaken, you were just making a call to your boyfriend, weren't you? Ha ha ha, how naive you are. This is already an apocalypse. Outside lurk all manner of mutated creatures. Do you truly believe he will come to your rescue?" Feng Linwan turned her face away with great effort, her voice rising in fury. "He will definitely come to save me. My boyfriend is none other than the battle hero Ding Dolly, officially announced this morning. You had better let me go." Her words momentarily stunned the group, only to be followed by raucous laughter. Wang Batian laughed so hard he nearly fell over. "Did you hear that? She claims the battle hero Ding Dolly is her boyfriend. Ha ha ha. Whether that video is true or not remains uncertain. How could 40-odd people possibly vanquish 40,000 zombies? You casually assert that he is your boyfriend, as if we are devoid of intelligence? If you are going to lie, at least weave a more believable tale." "Ha ha. I am not lying. You bunch of bastards, let me go. My boyfriend Ding Dolly will not spare you." "Your boyfriend is Ding Dolly? Then I am Wang Dolly. Brothers, stop dawdling. Give the lady a little massage." At this, the other 4 began to tear at Feng Linwan's clothing, while Wang Batian stood by the bed, reveling in the spectacle before him. A shadow suddenly materialized within his line of sight. The 4 men were engrossed in the woman before them, completely oblivious to the man who had appeared behind them. "Be careful." Wang Batian's warning came too late. Ding Dolly raised his leg and delivered a swift kick, striking one of the men squarely in the rear. The man flew through the air in a manner reminiscent of a dog gnawing on a bone, simultaneously colliding with the other 3. In that instant, Feng Linwan seized the opportunity to escape, only to turn and behold that familiar face. Tears flowed uncontrollably as she leapt into his arms. Ding Dolly gently patted her back and softly urged, "Xiaowan, step back for now. We can talk later. I wouldn't want you to get splattered with blood." Feng Linwan nodded in understanding and quickly sheltered herself behind Ding Dolly. His gaze burned with intensity as he addressed the men before him. "I've heard some of you doubt my identity as Ding Dolly. Tell me, do I not resemble him?" At that moment, Ding Dolly was filled with exhilaration, for he had just encountered something that piqued his interest immensely. Chapter 84, The Powerful B-Class Ability. The men who had been knocked down staggered to their feet, while the one who had been kicked remained sprawled on the ground. His spine contorted in an unnatural position. Though he had not succumbed to death, he was utterly incapacitated, reduced to groaning ineffectively, and it was evident that he would not survive. Witnessing this scene, Wang Batian's eyes widened in fury, his face darker than the bottom of a pot. His fists cracked ominously as he seethed. "You're quite bold, aren't you? That sudden appearance of yours was due to your abilities, I presume. No wonder your girlfriend referred to you as Ding Dolly. You do bear a slight resemblance. Looking rather like a lean monkey, ha ha ha." After a fit of maniacal laughter, Wang Batian's expression abruptly transformed into one of ferocity. He articulated each word with deliberate intensity. "It's merely a matter of appearance." The video revealed a visage smeared with blood, the true face. Who could fathom it? Anyone could proclaim themselves a hero of combat. "You have injured one of my brothers. I shall not only torment your girlfriend, but also compel her to witness us cast you to the zombies. Do not presume that possessing extraordinary abilities makes you exceptional. I possess such powers as well." Upon concluding his statement, Wang Batian's arms swelled dramatically, burgeoning several folds in girth. His fists multiplied in size manifold. Every muscle on his colossal arms bulged prominently, exuding an aura brimming with explosive power and offensive potential. Concurrently, Ding Dali's mind raced with information regarding Wang Batian. Name: Wang Batian. Tier: First-class human awakened. Strength: 180. Speed: 160. Stamina: 170. Spirit: 150. Ability: Localized enhancement B. Morality value: 5. Indomitable. Upon witnessing this ability and observing Wang Batian's arms as thick as thighs, Ding Dali's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not the embodiment of wish and receive? With such powers, could I enhance my kidneys and forge the king of renal strength? Brother Tian, just to be safe, let us act in unison. This fellow's ability is rather peculiar. I did not even perceive how he appeared so suddenly. Damn it, my waist aches from the impact. Scarred Face intervened, halting the chief who was poised to strike, cautioning him to be wary of the opponent's abilities. Wang Batian, however, remained unfazed. He forcefully shoved aside Scarred Face's subordinate and, with his legs reinforced, propelled himself with utmost speed towards Ding Dali. Then, his arms once again expanded in size. A fist larger than a human head, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, hurtled towards Ding Dali's head. Wind Linwan, terrified, covered her eyes. Unable to bear the sight of such a colossal blow that seemed destined to spell doom for both parties. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Ah, damn it, I will end you, he bellowed, swinging his other arm with ferocity, the enormous fist crashing towards Ding Dali's face with alarming speed and brutality, the air whistling ominously in its wake. Ding Dali, undeterred, clenched his other fist tightly, bending his knees into a combat stance. In the fleeting moment when the opponent's fist surged forward, his own fist shot out in response, the two strikes colliding. The sickening sound of bone fracturing echoed throughout the room. The trio of lackeys standing behind Wang Batian flailed their arms in excitement, the scar-faced one grinning malevolently. Ha, serves him right. That little brat dared to trade blows with Brother Tian. Now he is bound to be crippled. They jeered. Brother Tian, finish him off. A piercing scream erupted from Wang Batian in response. He attempted to retreat, but his arm was held fast, rendering him incapable of moving even an inch. With sheer force, Ding Dali yanked him towards himself and delivered a powerful kick to Wang Batian's chest. Wang Batian was sent sprawling backwards, crashing heavily onto the floor, clutching his arm where the bone had pierced the flesh, moaning in agony. His palm was grotesquely twisted, reminiscent of a duck's foot, and the tremors coursing through him betrayed the extent of his pain. Sweat beaded on his forehead at a visible pace, as Wang Batian gritted his teeth, his breathing rapid and labored, his chest heaving violently. With a voice nearly torn from his throat, he roared, "All of you, attack. Kill him." The expressions of the other three, once filled with arrogance, froze at the moment Wang Batian was expelled. If even the formidable Tian Gu could not defeat him, what chance did they have? None dared to take action. The scarred-faced man trembled, stuttering, "Why you? You are really that battle hero, Ding Dali?" Ding Dali paid no mind to the man's inquiry, his eyes glinting with an insatiable desire as he advanced step by deliberate step towards Wang Batian. The latter, unnerved by the predatory gaze that seemed to strip him of his very essence, retreated on one hand, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. Could this fellow be deranged? Was he intent on retaliating for having captured his girlfriend? That gaze, could it possibly hint at peculiar inclinations? Ding Dali looked down upon Wang Batian, his voice steady as he began. "You, at the first level, dare to measure strength against the third level? Is it truly impressive to grow larger? I must admit, I admire your... Ding Dali, do as you wish. I will not resist. I implore you, spare my life." Before Ding Dali could finish, Wang Batian, suppressing his excruciating agony, interrupted him, his face ashen, despair flooding his thoughts. He understood clearly that, in comparison to his life, maintaining his innocence was of little consequence. "Oh, since you say I may do as I please, I shall not hold back. Hand it over." With that, a crackling surge of electricity erupted from Ding Dali's hand, swiftly reducing the cowering Wang Batian to a state of charred vulnerability. Crouching down, he unleashed his devouring ability, consuming Wang Batian entirely. Ding. Acquired B-level, partial enhancement, ability. Ding Dali nodded with satisfaction, then fixed his gaze on the dry and frail corpse of Wang Batian, curling his lip in disdain and contempt. "Bah, I was interested in your abilities. What modesty, you perverse fiend." Scarface and his companions, witnessing Ding Dali's recent actions alongside the thoroughly decayed body of Tian Gu, felt their jaws tremble uncontrollably, their hearts racing with anxiety. The aroma of roasted meat permeated the air, rendering their faces as pale as parchment, devoid of any color. All three were awakened speedsters, their minds racing with the possibility of escape. Before them stood not only a living embodiment of death, but also a culinary artist. What on earth was his ability? None wished to meet the fate of becoming dried meat, especially not of the roasted variety. With this terrifying thought, Scarface and his companions turned to flee, only to encounter the recently arrived Xia Qiuge and Xia Xiaoxue at the doorway. Blood gushed forth, and with a mere blink, three bodies collapsed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Chapter 85. The confusion of Feng Linwan upon witnessing the demise of the villain. Feng Linwan leaped back into Ding Dali's embrace and, without a second thought, planted a kiss on him. This scene was inadvertently observed by Xia Qiuge and Xia Xiaoxue as they entered. Xia Qiuge recalled her mother's words and, upon scrutinizing Feng Linwan's appearance, felt a burgeoning sense of unease. Suddenly, the presence of two enchanting women materialized, both stunningly beautiful, and it was evident that they were companions of Ding Dali. In the official video released by Feng Linwan, one can observe Ding Dali surrounded by a group of women, yet their features remain indistinct. Upon meeting him in person, an inexplicable pang of bitterness surged within Feng Linwan's heart. Humph, no wonder he never came looking for me. It seems he has beautiful women by his side. While such thoughts coursed through her mind, her face continued to radiate warmth as she engaged in self-introductions with the others. Once everyone was acquainted, Ding Dali cleared away the remnants of the deceased, and soon they gathered around the tea table. As soon as she settled into her seat, Feng Linwan excitedly grasped Ding Dali's arm, pressing her body closely against him, as if to convey a silent message. At last you've arrived. I thought I was destined for doom. Are you truly the heroic fighter announced by the authorities? Your face is covered in blood. I can hardly believe it's you. Ding Dali playfully patted her shoulder, arching an eyebrow in jest. If you're referring to the person in the video, then that would be me, your boyfriend. Ding Dali, he chuckled, deliberately amplifying the latter part of his statement. Upon hearing this, Feng Linwan's face instantly flushed a vibrant red, akin to a ripe apple. Wishing she could vanish into a crevice of the earth, she raised her delicate fist and lightly tapped Ding Dali, her voice barely above a whisper. How dare you tease me? You told me to wait at home, and yet here I am, waiting for so long. Noticing her rosy cheeks, Ding Dali found her even more amusing. Haha, how come I never noticed how easily you blush before? You must have always had a fondness for me, haha. Ugh. You're mistaken. That's only because you used to focus solely on tang bibbing. You hardly paid attention to anyone else. By the way, have you fully recovered from your illness? Ding Dali nodded thoughtfully, then clenched his fists and stood up, spinning around in front of Feng Linwan and bouncing a few times. Thanks to this apocalyptic world, after becoming an awakened, not only has my illness been cured, but I have also awakened my extraordinary abilities. Feng Linwan exhaled deeply, genuinely happy for Ding Dali, yet the state of the world filled her with despair. Grasping Feng Linwan's hand, Ding Dali abandoned his usual lightheartedness, his tone now tinged with seriousness. Xiaowan, this world has changed, but it is also the dawn of a new era. Everything is fresh, a new development and a new understanding. Each day presents new challenges. We must strive to live well, better than anyone else. Only then can we witness what this world will evolve into. Moreover, this is a world where the strong prey upon the weak. Wasn't the old world similar? Now it is survival of the fittest, and it was the same before, just with more bloodless killings. Essentially, nothing has changed. Qiu Gu and Xiao Shui instinctively nodded in agreement, fully supporting Ding Dali's words. Even Feng Linwan, who had been somewhat bewildered, paused at this sentiment and took a deep breath. I understand everything you are saying. I merely find myself nostalgic for the life we once had. In truth, I have grown accustomed to this life over these past few days. Initially, witnessing someone being torn apart and consumed downstairs made me nauseous, and I vomited for quite a while. However, after witnessing such horrors repeatedly, one becomes desensitized. Occasionally, people run outside only to be shredded by zombies. And I have even seen someone leap from a nearby building in despair. As she spoke, Feng Linwan suddenly lifted her head, seemingly oblivious to the presence of others nearby. Her gaze was filled with an unshakable tenderness, and the slight furrow of her brow conveyed an inexpressible affection. Dali, can I survive this apocalyptic world alongside you? I do not wish to be alone. Living in this wretched end times is far too solitary. Gently embracing Feng Linwan, he patted her back reassuringly. Do not worry. With me, we shall be a family from now on. We will endure together in this desolate world. Feng Linwan nodded vigorously in his embrace. Only then realizing the presence of two women beside them, hastily pushing Ding Dali away. By the way, I saw in the video that you had a group. Why are there only the three of you now? Oh, the others have dispersed. I came to fetch you first, and then we shall regroup with them. Shall we set off now? Ding Dali lowered his head, feigning contemplation while summoning the system to scan Feng Linwan's data. Name: Feng Linwan. Gender: female. Rating: 92. Potential for pursuit: strength, for speed, for stamina, 5 spirit, 8 powers. Awaiting awakening. Morality: 98. It turned out that Feng Linwan possessed latent abilities, and her initial spirit value was astonishingly close to that of an awakened being. Unfortunately, in her past life, she had not had the chance to awaken before her demise. Reflecting on her previous experiences, it was highly likely that she had been subjected to the brutal invasion by Wang Batian and his cohorts. The scenes witnessed in her former life hinted at the inhumane torment she had endured, yet fortunately, this time, he had arrived in time to prevent it all. Feng Linwan was perplexed by Ding Dali's sudden silence as he became lost in thought. She pondered why he remained gripping her hand, rubbing it absent-mindedly. With a flick of her wrist, she withdrew her hand and waved it in front of him. In truth, Ding Dali's earlier claim of gathering supplies was merely a ruse. His true intention was a visit to the obstetrics and gynecology department, along with a stop at nearby mother and baby stores. Who could anticipate the circumstances Su Hongyu might encounter during childbirth? Moreover, who could say whether the child of an awakened individual would require formula or diapers? Upon hearing Ding Dali's words, the women nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of medical supplies in a post-apocalyptic world, especially Feng Linwan, who excitedly grasped Ding Dali's hand and exclaimed, "Take me with you. I haven't ventured outside in days. I'm quite familiar with the hospital. I can guide you." After appraising Feng Linwan for a moment, Ding Dali broke into a grin and said, "That sounds great. But first, I need to attend to something." Chapter 86. Two abilities. Feng Linwan was bewildered by the mischievous grin that adorned Ding Dali's face, instinctively assuming he was contemplating something peculiar. Casting a glance at the two beautiful women beside her, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, her heart racing. Was it appropriate to indulge in such intimacy with others present? Well, perhaps a kiss would not be too significant, given that she had just shared one with him moments ago. Ding Dali waved his hand, producing several crystal cores and placing them on the coffee table, only to look up and find Feng Linwan blushing deeply, lost in her own thoughts. Ding Dali harbored suspicions regarding her well-being, for he had never witnessed her blushing so fervently before. Regardless of those thoughts, he found himself exceedingly exhilarated, bordering on impatience. The abilities awakened in individuals possessing extraordinary potential were as varied as they were unpredictable. Particularly intriguing were those whose powers Ding Dali had no prior knowledge of, each awakening akin to the thrill of unboxing a mystery. The sensation he felt while facilitating Yi Zhiqiu's awakening was reminiscent of this very excitement. I can. What do you mean you can? What are you talking about? You must have seen the official announcement. First, absorb these crystal cores, and once you awaken, we shall head to the hospital. Awaken? Oh. Is that what you meant? Otherwise, what did you think? Hurry up. When she finally emerged, she had thoroughly cleaned herself and changed into a fresh outfit. Ding Dali gazed at Feng Linwan with her ponytail, momentarily lost in thought. Her delicate, exquisite features included a petite face, cherry lips, and a refined nose, complemented by elegantly arched brows framing her bright, clear eyes that sparkled like the galaxy. Her skin was flawless, radiating a rosy hue, and her small lips bore a natural beauty, reminiscent of Yi Zhiqiu's youthful vitality, while also exuding the gentle charm of Yu Xiaoyu. Noticing Ding Dali's dazed expression, Xia Qiuge muttered softly, branding him a lecherous fool once more. "What's wrong? Are you feeling envious, Miss Xia? When I first saw you, you were in a wedding dress. I was even more smitten, and yet, you called me a rogue. You wounded my heart. Why do I feel you are so greasy you could fry vegetables?" Xia Qiuge's words prompted a chorus of laughter among the girls, even eliciting a rare smile from the typically stoic Xiaoxue. Regarding the character of Xia Qiuge, Ding Dali has now thoroughly understood her demeanor. No matter how much she recognizes a person, her words are unrelenting, truly a sharp-tongued individual. Therefore, He chooses not to engage in petty disputes with her. Checking the data of Feng Linwan. Name: Feng Linwan. Rank: second tier human awakened score 94. Eligible for pursuit. Strength: 220. Speed: 220. Stamina: 230. Mentality: 260. Abilities: rapid healing. Bone manipulation, a virtue. Evil value: 99. Goodness. Goodness. Ding Dolly sprang from the sofa in astonishment. She possesses two abilities. In his past life, he had only heard of individuals awakening dual powers, but had never witnessed it. To his surprise, one was right beside him now, and moreover, she is akin to a female Wolverine. Dolly, what is wrong with you? Why the sudden excitement? Feng Linwan inquired, puzzled. Not only she, but Xia Qiu and her sister Xia Xiaoxue were equally bewildered by Ding Dolly's reaction. Xiaowan, are you aware that you have awakened two abilities? Feng Linwan nodded. I know. Isn't everyone the same? Don't you also possess more than one ability? Upon hearing this, Xia Qiu and Xia Xiaoxue could no longer contain their astonishment. Qiu exclaimed in disbelief. You can't compare yourself to Ding Dolly, that freak. I still can't comprehend how many abilities he has. However, aside from him, all other awakeners we've encountered possess only a single ability. You are the first to manifest two. How remarkable. Do not envy. For although the probability of awakening with two extraordinary abilities is exceedingly rare, every individual will eventually have the opportunity to awaken a new power. Ding Dolly's voice resonated with reassurance, though it was not an unfounded statement. This revelation had been imparted to him by the system. The specifics, however, remained elusive, as the system indicated that his current data was incomplete. Yet, prior to his demise in his previous life, Ding Dolly had been on the verge of attaining the 6th tier, a level at which the most formidable beings in the world were also at the late 6th tier. It was unheard of for anyone to awaken a second extraordinary ability at such a stage. Setting aside those unrealistic fantasies, Ding Dolly continued, Xiaowan, please demonstrate your abilities, rapid healing and bone manipulation. Is that truly the name of my abilities? Dolly, how did you know? And how did you discern that I possess two powers? Ding Dolly raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards his own eyes, then casting a sweeping glance over the group before playfully declaring, consider it one of my extraordinary abilities. These eyes of mine can perceive many things I wish to see. The three individuals instinctively shielded their bodies upon hearing this. Observing Ding Dolly's hearty laughter, they understood they had been playfully teased, yet they still felt as though their secrets had been laid bare. Feng Linwan lifted her hand, attempting to attune herself to her powers, and then spoke softly. I can sense that the bones within my body can be controlled at will, like this. With that, she raised her finger, and several conical bone spikes emerged from the flesh, piercing through the skin with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. With a series of whooshing sounds, the bone spikes embedded themselves deep into the wall. Only a few tiny circular holes remained. The previously pierced fingertips swiftly healed as if the fast-forward button had been pressed, returning to their original state in mere moments. Xia Qiu gasped at this spectacle. This is simply a human handgun. Do you possess any other applications for this ability? Perhaps akin to Wolverine in the movies? Feng Linwan nodded and proceeded to demonstrate additional uses of her bone manipulation, revealing that she could sprout bone spikes all over her body or manifest bone blades and knives. Most importantly, no matter how she employed her bone manipulation, even if her entire body was transformed into a porcupine of spikes, the wounds would heal instantaneously. This left Xiao Gu and Xiao Shui exclaiming that her ability was extraordinarily formidable, truly the hallmark of a born warrior. She could engage in close combat without fear of injury, while also effortlessly eliminating foes from a distance. The thought alone incited both envy and helplessness. The unfortunate irony was that such an extraordinary capability was embodied in a charming and sweet nurse. She hardly resembled a warrior. The contrast was striking. Ding Dolly stroked his chin, puzzled, and inquired of Feng Linwan. Xiaowan, are there any limitations to your two abilities? After a moment's contemplation, Feng Linwan replied, the rapid healing seems to function as long as I am alive, though the vitality of my body does influence the speed of recovery. As for bone manipulation, it appears that as long as my mental energy is sufficient, I can utilize it. However, for long-range attacks, such as the bone spike gun, it accelerates bone depletion, necessitating timely calcium replenishment. Oh, that's manageable. Ha ha ha, stock up on calcium tablets and milk. It equates to infinite ammunition and damage. Chapter 87. The intrigues of the medical system. On the street outside the hospital, 3 women and 1 man strolled with unreserved confidence. Suddenly, a horde of zombies detected their presence and shrieked as they charged forward. However, each one was dispatched with precision before they could close the distance. As they emerged from the residential area, Feng Linwan adeptly controlled her bone spikes to eliminate the zombies, honing her accuracy. With calcium rapidly depleting from her body, Ding Dolly stood by, continuously handing her cartons of milk. After a moment, Feng Linwan let out a small burp, wiped the milk residue from the corner of her mouth, and lamented, "I think I shall revert to close combat with my bone knife. Is it acceptable if I gradually practice my bone spikes? In the short time I've spent here, I've hardly taken down many zombies, yet I've consumed over a dozen bags of milk. I could scarcely drink that much in a month." Watching her rub her belly incessantly, Xiao Gu and Xiao Shui stifled their laughter. Xiao Gu teased, "I find myself suddenly less envious of your 2 abilities, haha." Ding Dolly could only shake his head in resignation. It seemed life was fair in its own peculiar manner. The heavens had opened 2 windows for her, yet one remained rather cumbersome. Despite several bone spikes being launched, only one often struck a vital point. Such precision would require further practice in the days to come. "We have arrived," Feng Linwan announced, pointing to an inconspicuous shop whose sign read Tomato Medical Equipment. Ding Dolly, puzzled, inquired, "We just passed several stores. Why do we choose this one? The street in front of the hospital is lined with medical establishments. Wouldn't it be more efficient to visit them all rather than being so selective?" There are numerous intricacies within this matter. Despite the plethora of shops lining this street, many of them offer products that fall far short of standards. Take sanitary napkins, for instance. A significant number are subpar, and one cannot ascertain the quality of the cotton used. Utilizing such items for wound care is utterly inadequate. As for medical equipment, the situation is no better, with many inferior products masquerading as quality goods. At first glance, they may appear indistinguishable, yet in terms of hygiene and materials, they fail to meet basic requirements. So how does one discern which establishments are compliant and which are not? As Ding Dolly inquired, he pulled up the roll-up door, allowing several individuals to enter the store. The facade was modest, yet the interior was surprisingly spacious, filled with rows of glass cabinets showcasing a variety of merchandise, neatly organized into sections: medical supplies, pharmaceuticals, and reproductive health products. "Don't rush to make purchases, follow me." Feng Linwan led the way through the aisles of glass cabinets, arriving at a sliding door in the corner of the shop, which was locked from the inside. With keen insight, Ding Dolly deftly unlocked it and pulled the door open. The group stood in astonishment as they discovered a vast storage room behind the shop, with iron shelves meticulously stacked with cardboard boxes. Just as they were absorbing this revelation, 2 zombies suddenly emerged from behind the shelves. Quick-witted Xiao Shui swiftly neutralized the threat with 2 ice picks. Observing the fallen zombies, Feng Linwan sighed in resignation. "Ah, I recognize these 2. They are employees of this store. Many shops we passed had been broken into, but I surmise this establishment remained untouched due to its inconspicuous facade. However, for the staff at our hospital, it is well known that this store is operated by the hospital's primary supplier, and that there is a warehouse behind it, which is hardly a secret. They earn a substantial profit each year solely from supplying the hospital, thus they do not place much importance on the trifling retail profits, resulting in a rather simple storefront." "Oh, does that mean the quality of the supplier's goods is guaranteed?" Xiao Gu casually inquired, opening a box filled with surgical tweezers. Upon hearing Feng Linwan's remarks, Ding Dolly incredulously asked, "Xiaowan, aren't you a nurse? How do you know so much? You've never mentioned it before." "Uft, that's hardly a secret in the hospital," she retorted. "I used to be a hospital staff member myself. Could I just blurt out everything? You've all been patients, haven't you? Every time you visit the hospital for something as minor as a cold, don't you end up undergoing a barrage of tests? Even the slightest ailment often requires a CT scan or an MRI. Just think about the underlying issues and think bigger. There's nothing they can't accomplish. Moreover, Dolly, when you were ill and came to the hospital, if it weren't for my good relationship with our head nurse, who assisted in expediting your treatment, you might have been completely drained." "No way. Are you serious? Are you suggesting that the hospital profits from this? Is it really that dark?" Feng Linwan nodded, her eyes glimmering with a hint of sorrow. The more one immerses oneself in a beloved profession and learns about it, the greater the disappointment becomes. Yet, one must always choose between conscience and the necessity of making a living. In a hospital with over 1,000 employees, Silence prevails among the staff for a simple reason. They are all part of this vested interest group. To maintain their positions, they must choose to remain silent. To be honest, I find myself in a state of helplessness. You may laugh, but do you know how I, as a nurse, obtained my position? Several individuals shook their heads, and a sense of unease gripped Ding Dali's heart. Could there be something unspeakable? With a bitter smile, Feng Linwan continued, I adore the nursing profession. However, after successfully passing the interview, I was informed that to secure the position, I needed to pay 200,000. Looking back, it seems that everyone must have passed the interview. It was just us few who paid the fee. Isn't that ironic? The intricacies of this situation were not fully grasped by Ding Dali and the others. Yet he vaguely recalled that in the 2 years leading up to the apocalyptic era in his previous life, there had been a significant crackdown on medical corruption. It was surprising to see these individuals still engaging in corrupt practices. Patting Feng Linwan on the shoulder, Ding Dali offered comfort. Enough, those are merely remnants of the past. Human desire knows no bounds. Those who once hoarded wealth now possess nothing but a stack of worthless paper. The world has changed. With that, Ding Dali opened a spatial portal, collecting everything salvageable. Under Feng Linwan's guidance, several nearby stores were swiftly emptied. There were a few maternity and baby shops that Ding Dali insisted on raiding, leaving the women puzzled about his intentions. Ding Dali merely uttered a cautionary remark, stirring a sense of intrigue among the group. Chapter 88, The Desolate Inpatient Building. The hospital comprises 3 structures. The tallest, directly facing the main entrance, is the outpatient building, housing various departments, emergency services, examination rooms, and treatment facilities. To the left of the outpatient building lies the inpatient building, where many essential resources are located, including operating rooms, intensive care units, pharmacies, nursing stations, and patient wards. However, when the apocalypse struck, it was during the night, and this building was the most populated. To the right of the outpatient building stands the administrative building, responsible for administrative management, logistical support, the cafeteria, and the hospital's storerooms, which also contain a portion of medical supplies that can be salvaged. As Feng Linwan stood outside the hospital entrance, she meticulously described the situation within, while Ding Dali surveyed the premises, stroking his chin in contemplation, sensing that something was amiss. Something is not right. This hospital has undoubtedly been purged of zombies. Observe how pristine the courtyard is, devoid of any undead. Even if the security barriers at the entrance can deter outside zombies, it is improbable that the interior harbors not a single one. Yet the zombies must have been removed, but where have their bodies gone? Xiaochoga glanced around, also noting the astonishing absence of any zombies within the hospital. Boss, is it possible that those who dispatched the zombies possess some peculiar abilities enabling them to dispose of the corpses? Ding Dali shook his head, pondered briefly, then turned to the group, declaring, We shall not enter through the front door. Instead, let us circumvent the hospital's outer wall, scale the building from the other side, and assess the situation within before making any decisions. After speaking, the 4 individuals veered to one side, following the base of the wall until they reached the outer perimeter of the building. The wall, not particularly high, could be easily scaled by their current prowess. Peering through the window of the infirmary, they found the interior desolate and devoid of any presence. Curiously, one would expect the infirmary, typically bustling with activity, to be teeming with more zombies. Yet, it appeared eerily empty. Feng Linwan's expression deepened with concern. Let us proceed inside to investigate, she urged. Ding Dali opened a small gap and slipped through, followed closely by the 3 women. The first floor was eerily silent, not a sound to be heard. Since the power had ceased, even the daylight struggled to illuminate the entire level. The dim corridors loomed ahead, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Upon entering, they encountered a pharmacy, where the medications were neatly arranged on the shelves. This raised further questions. If someone had cleared the zombies from the building, why had they left behind these medical supplies? Was there an ulterior motive in the extermination of the undead? Dali, look over there. The iron door connecting to the outpatient building is firmly shut. Feng Linwan pointed to the corridor on the right, alerting the others. Ding Dali was aware of this door, which usually remained ajar, allowing easy passage. Each floor had a corridor leading to the outpatient building, yet only the first floor had a small door open, with the others securely locked. Approaching the iron door, Ding Dali refrained from employing his lock-picking skills this time. Instead, he silently manipulated the metal to create a small aperture, peering through to glimpse the outpatient hall. To his dismay, The dimly lit space was densely populated with zombies. Perhaps due to the oppressive darkness and the absence of enticing flesh, all the zombies remained stationary, swaying in place. The scene was undeniably eerie and terrifying. Upon merely glancing at it, Ding Dali swiftly restored the iron gate, sealing the small opening. Goodness, what misfortune! I wondered why there were no zombies. It turns out they were confined in the adjacent outpatient building. Surely, some survivors had managed to trap them there. So, what shall we do now? We must press on. Xiaoan, you nurses work in this building. You are familiar with the environment and know where useful items can be found. Lead the way, and we shall scour for anything of value. The essential items are concentrated in the lower 3 floors, the pharmacy on the 1st floor, the nurses' station on the 2nd, and the operating room on the 3rd. Beyond that, the upper floors primarily consist of patient wards from various departments, which are of little necessity to explore. Following Feng Linwan's instructions, we gathered all the vital equipment and medicines from these crucial levels. Yet not a single survivor was discovered during our search. Standing before the grand iron door connecting to the outpatient building on the 3rd floor, Ding Dali once again wielded his extraordinary abilities, creating an opening in the door. Peering inside, he found the interior eerily silent, devoid of any zombie presence. With a sense of relief, he fully opened the iron gate. It appeared that they had confined the zombies to the 1st floor. Let us proceed to investigate, and then make our way to the administrative building through the corridor on the other side to collect the supplies from the warehouse before we withdraw. Boss, do we really need to go? There is not a sound here, and the survivors are likely in that other building. What if they do not welcome us? In the hospital environment, Xiaoqiu experienced an inexplicable sense of dread, perceiving the place as eerily ominous. Who asked for their welcome? I am merely here to retrieve something, not to receive a warm reception. Just after uttering these words, Ding Dali glanced up and noticed a sign on this floor stating obstetrics and gynecology. What a coincidence. You 3, wait for me here. I intend to take the examination equipment from this floor as well. With that, he vanished in a flash. The 3 women exchanged glances, uncertain of Ding Dali's intentions for collecting the obstetrics and gynecology equipment, especially after he had previously gathered numerous baby supplies. It wouldn't be long before they realized how sagacious Ding Dali's decision truly was. Inside the administrative building, clear signs of activity were evident. The floor was littered with discarded items haphazardly strewn about. Feng Linwan gestured upwards, indicating that the warehouse was located on the upper floor. As the group traversed the corridor, they soon heard a profoundly suppressed moan emanating from deep within. Having had his fair share of experiences, Ding Dali recognized that sound, and he stealthily led the 3 women towards its source. Finally, they halted in front of a room at the corridor's end, where they could faintly discern a conversation between a man and a woman, both voices tinged with tremors and gasps. Are you coming down quietly? Aren't you afraid that old man, Dean Wong, will find out? What is there to fear? I am not his woman. I am merely a bargaining chip for Representative Gu in his dealings with Dean Wong. That is all. I offer my body. Dean Wong is satisfied. Representative Gu continues as the supplier, and I receive my reward. It's all merely business. I perceive that the old man is unable to fulfill your desires, is he not? How bothersome. However, it appears that the old fellow has been quite ineffective of late. No matter what, he cannot be roused, not even with medication. Yet, were it not for that old chap and Representative Gu luring the zombies to the outpatient building, we would surely perish from starvation sooner or later. Why do you insist on referring to him as the old man? Ah, he is, after all, your biological father. Chapter 89, Old Acquaintances. So what if he is my father? His leverage rests firmly within my grasp, for I toy with it at my leisure. I know full well that you scoundrels are all of a vile nature. Compared to my father, do you not prefer to engage with me instead? Haha, my dear. Do you feel an overwhelming hunger? It seems I do. Reflecting on it now, that meat we consumed at noon appeared quite delectable, though I did not appreciate it at the time. Wait, my dear, why have you transformed? Standing outside the door, Ding Dali and Xiaogu Xiaoxue exchanged glances, both recognizing the 3 words reflected in each other's eyes. Mutant. With this in mind, Ding Dali wasted no time, swiftly unlocking the door and storming inside. The 2 exposed figures were startled by the sudden intrusion, about to cry out. The man was swiftly seized by Ding Dali, who grasped his throat, leaving him only able to emit muffled sounds. The woman, on the other hand, was swiftly subdued by Xiaoqiu, who dashed forward with vigor, while Xiaoxue, casually grabbed a piece of clothing from the floor to silence her. If you wish to avoid death, remain utterly quiet. With that, a steel needle materialized out of thin air, hovering before the man's eyes. The man's eyes widened in terror, prompting him to nod hastily. Only then did Ding Dali release his grip. The man, now free, crouched on the ground, clutching his throat as he coughed a couple of times, then gasped for breath for quite a while. He hastily grabbed a pair of pants from the ground and put them on before striding directly towards Feng Linwan. Feng Linwan, is that you? Upon hearing her name called, Feng Linwan paused for a moment and turned around, only to recognize the man's face, leading her to exclaim in surprise, "It's you? Whoa, do you two know each other?" Before Feng Linwan could provide an explanation, the man spoke up first. "Whoa, brother, you've come knocking. Why pretend not to know me? Our grievances date back quite some time. The apocalypse is upon us, and you still come looking for me? That's rather petty, isn't it?" Ding Dali scrutinized the familiar face before him for a long while. It seemed somewhat recognizable, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it. Moreover, the visage appeared rather punchable. "Wang Chukai, at the nurse's station, you two had a fight. Later, you were even ambushed by him in an alley." Feng Linwan whispered in Ding Dali's ear. Ding Dali pondered for a moment and finally remembered that there was indeed such a person. At that time, he had only recently been diagnosed with his illness and was not well acquainted with Feng Linwan. He merely thought the nurse was exceptionally beautiful and attentive, a truly devoted caregiver. On one occasion, while passing by the inpatient department's nurse station, he had witnessed Wang Chukai harassing a female nurse. That fellow had an audacious demeanor and a remarkably crude way of speaking. Even now, Ding Dali felt overshadowed by him. Initially, Ding Dali did not intend to meddle in others' affairs. However, upon witnessing the nurse being harassed was none other than Feng Linwan, who had shown him considerable kindness. He impulsively intervened. Wang Chukai, naturally dismissive, inquired about Ding Dali's identity and questioned his motives for interference. In an unexpected twist, Feng Linwan, seemingly caught off guard, exclaimed that Ding Dali was her boyfriend, imploring Wang Chukai to cease his harassment. Consequently, a confrontation ensued between Wang Chukai and Ding Dali, the former's pride evidently wounded. One might wonder if Wang Chukai's indulgent lifestyle had rendered him physically unfit, as he was unable to overpower even a sickly opponent. After suffering a beating, he left with a parting threat. Subsequently, Ding Dali found himself cornered and assaulted by several individuals, an incident that left Feng Linwan burdened with guilt for an extended period. However, from that moment forth, Wang Chukai refrained from further harassment of Feng Linwan. "You are the son of the hospital director?" Ding Dali exclaimed incredulously. "Surely you must have known this by now. Listen here, my friend. You struck me, and I retaliated. Let us consider ourselves even. Had I known you were terminally ill, I would have never provoked you. I fear the reckless types who have nothing to lose, and I certainly do not wish for the old man to learn of this, lest my allowance be cut off. It is simply not worth the risk." Just as Wang Chukai continued his incessant ramblings, Ding Dali silenced him with a swift slap, exclaiming, "I did not come here to reminisce. I am here to ask questions, and you will answer. Otherwise, beware. For I shall pierce your skull with this steel needle." Observing Wang Chukai's countenance, Ding Dali could no longer restrain himself and struck him. The intimidation rendered Wang Chukai deflated, akin to a punctured balloon, as he sat on the ground, motionless, gazing at Ding Dali. "Xiaoxue, retrieve the clothing from that woman's mouth. I have a few questions for them both." Xiaoxue nodded faintly, tugged at her clothing, shook it out, and then tossed it in front of the woman to shield her. The woman gazed at the steel needle floating in the air, refraining from uttering a word, patiently awaiting Ding Dali's inquiry. Ding Dali silently praised Xiaoxue for her thoughtfulness. The distinction between shielding and not shielding was negligible, with the only difference being the lowering of her hand. He gestured for the three women to position themselves behind him, and, in a tone that brooked no dissent, demanded, "How many survivors remain in the hospital? Who leads them?" Ding Dali harbored some suspicions that required clarification, so he pressed on, "What transpired in the hospital following the onset of the apocalypse? Provide me with a detailed account." Observing the woman, he noted her reaction akin to that of a drug addict as beads of sweat formed on her forehead, her hands clutching her abdomen, which roiled ominously. In contrast, Wang Chukai appeared to exhibit a more subdued response. The woman stifled the increasingly pronounced pangs of hunger within her, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. That night, I accompanied my employer to the hospital. Gu Qingqing is my employer. She is a pharmaceutical representative and also a supplier for this hospital. I was merely a bargaining chip in her dealings with the hospital director, Wang Chukai, employed to solidify her position as a supplier. When the apocalypse struck, there were few people in the administrative building. A group of nurses, along with several patients, fled to this structure, inadvertently drawing the zombies with them. Everyone became trapped on the floor housing the director's office, sealing off the stairway to isolate themselves from the undead. However, that floor lacked food and water. After 2 days, many succumbed to the unbearable grip of hunger. Chapter 90. Steak. As the woman finished speaking, beads of sweat the size of soybeans began to trickle down her forehead, her complexion rapidly draining of color, leaving her skin pale as parchment, trembling incessantly. I've revealed everything I know. You gave me food. I want to eat. Saliva dripped uncontrollably from the corners of her mouth, her eyes gradually turning a blood-red hue, her expression contorting in a manner reminiscent of a ravenous specter. She stumbled to her feet, her clothing slipping away from her body, murmuring incessantly, "Give me something to eat. Meat. I want meat. It smells so good, so delicious. You smell so fragrant. You must be hiding meat." With a sudden pop, a watermelon exploded, its flesh scattering across the ground. She lurched forward a couple of steps before crashing to the floor. In truth, Ding Dali had already examined the data of both individuals upon entering. They had both undergone transformation, though they remained oblivious to it. Despite the high score assigned to the woman by the system, Ding Dali had no interest in consuming the remnants of another's meal. The most critical point was that, regardless of past or present, transformed beings must be eliminated. Wang Chukai stood frozen at the sight before him. The individual who had just been entangled with him now lay as a mere corpse not far away. A wave of heat surged from the recently barbecued companion, instantly soaking the newly donned trousers with a sizable patch of urine. The murderous intent lingering in Ding Dali's brow had yet to dissipate, his piercing gaze fixed unwaveringly on Wang Chukai. "Do you believe that what she was just now was still human?" Wang Chukai pointed at the headless female corpse, his voice trembling with apprehension. In truth, what she stated was quite accurate. Many matters I also surmised, for the old man and that woman, Gu Qiqing, perpetually secluded themselves in their chamber. I harbor suspicions that their method of diverting the zombies involved the use of human flesh as bait. On that particular day, when the nurse brought a group of patients, we numbered over 40 individuals. Since that fateful night when the old man and his associates lured the zombies away, the nurse and the patients have gradually vanished. I suspect that the old man and Gu Qingshang conspired to feed them to the zombies, yet I possess no concrete evidence. But I recall that the night prior to their luring of the zombies, a head nurse by the surname of Hu visited the director's office to see the old man. After that encounter, I never beheld her again. I surmise she too has been offered to the zombies. The head nurse by the surname of Hu? Are you referring to Nurse Huiji? Feng Linwan inquired urgently, taking a step closer. Wang Chukai nodded and continued, "Indeed, it was she." Upon her entrance into the director's office, I distinctly heard the sounds of an argument, though the specifics eluded my comprehension. After that, there was silence. Upon hearing this, Feng Linwan's shoulders trembled slightly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she slowly raised her gaze, misty-eyed, to look at Ding Dali, her voice choked with emotion. "Sister Hu is the head nurse who assisted me in advocating for you, but I distinctly remember she was not on night duty that day. It was the old man who summoned her, before he called her. I overheard him conversing with Representative Gu about encouraging the terminally ill patients in the ward to sign organ donation agreements. The specific reasons elude me." After voicing these thoughts, he lifted his gaze to Feng Linwan and then to Ding Dali, tentatively stating, "You won't come after me for the head nurse's death, will you? She was not my doing. If you seek trouble, go after the old man. It has nothing to do with me. What a true filial son you are. Not only do you compete with your father for women, but you also wish to send him off?" Upon hearing Ding Dali's jibe, Wang Chukai appeared somewhat unfazed, settling onto the ground in silence. Ding Dali continued to inquire, "What have you been eating lately?" During those days of confinement, none of us could eat. It was sheer starvation, a most unpleasant experience. Only after the old man and his group contained the zombies could we venture to the cafeteria for food. However, in recent days, we have primarily feasted on steak. As the subject of steak arose, Wang Chutsai's demeanor suddenly brightened, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The steak was sourced by the old man and his group. Initially, it was prepared rare, and the flavor seemed mediocre. Yet, after sampling a piece, he found it surprisingly delightful, particularly the zero. One rare was the most delectable. Do you know what 0.1 rare means? It involves leaving it under the sun to dry the surface moisture and then consuming it directly. Moreover, the meat is not only exquisite in taste, but also significantly enhances one's strength after consumption. Steak, you say? Did all of you partake in such steak? Indeed. It is merely that some received more than others. Being his son, I naturally received a larger share. Upon hearing this, the murderous glint resurfaced in Ding Dali's eyes, his voice turning chillingly cold. What a truly devoted father and son pair they are. As the words faded, a pungent stench permeated the air. Ding Dali covered his mouth and nose, remarking softly, "The blood of the aberrants is as repugnant as ever." Noticing Feng Linwan's hesitance, Ding Dali spoke sternly to the trio. "Now that we have clarified the situation, let us proceed. This building harbors no survivors. It is entirely overrun by aberrants. Show no mercy. Eliminate each one you encounter. They are unworthy of humanity. Remain vigilant." Absorbing the energy from the corpses, Ding Dali turned and led the way into the hallway. Feng Linwan and the others exchanged glances before hastily following suit. The four of them ascended the stairs with utmost caution, meticulously searching each corridor with deliberate steps. Most rooms were devoid of occupants, and Feng Linwan gestured ahead, indicating that the storeroom lay just beyond. Their pace quickened when suddenly, a figure resembling a doctor clad in a white coat emerged from a room, flanked by two others of the same ilk. Before any words could be spoken, Ding Dali reacted with remarkable swiftness, teleporting before the three aberrant doctors and delivering a powerful kick. All three were simultaneously sent crashing to the ground. Observing the scene, Ding Dali swung his iron rod fiercely, striking the foremost aberrant with such force that its skull shattered, leaving it lifeless. Before the two remaining aberrants could comprehend their predicament, Chioga and Xiaoxue struck in unison, piercing through their skulls. Ding Dali swung his rod once more, ensuring the heads of the two were utterly crushed. The aberrants' heads must be completely obliterated, Ding Dali cautioned. The reason for this is that in his previous life, Ding Dali had encountered numerous extraordinary individuals with exceptional abilities, whose heads could be pierced yet remained unharmed. Only a complete shattering of the skull would suffice. Ding acquired mastery in gynecology, expertise in psychiatry, mastery in urology. Would you like to learn? Chapter 91. Director Wang and Representative Gu. Learning. Instantly, a wealth of medical knowledge flooded Ding Dali's mind. Yet he felt it might not prove particularly useful. There was no one around him suffering from urinary system diseases. If one must insist, the old fellow Xia Donghai seemed the most likely candidate. Psychiatry appeared equally superfluous. In a post-apocalyptic world where madness roamed free, who would seek a psychiatrist? In the warehouse, they encountered several more aberrants, but the four easily dispatched them. Ding acquired mastery in anatomy. Would you like to learn? Yes, indeed. Finally, something of value. Haha. While learning the skill, Ding Dali surveyed the warehouse. 2/3 of the space was filled with various items. Feng Linwan pointed towards the warehouse and whispered, "Hospitals consume a vast amount daily. I thought the warehouse would be sparsely stocked, yet it seems there is still an abundance of supplies. It appears the suppliers are continuously restocking. Then we shan't be polite." Heh, Xiaowan, do you know which floor the director's office is on? According to that fellow Wang Chukai, most of the aberrants should be congregated on the floor of the director's office. The director's office is on the 8th floor, where many leaders' offices and a large conference room are located. We have already eliminated 7. There should still be 18 remaining. Uncertain whether they are scattered or all on the 8th floor. Regardless, we shall ascend layer by layer, for Wang Chukai and his companions have stated there are 25 individuals. Once we have dispatched 25, it shall be deemed complete. By the way, do you know what Wang Weiren looks like? For some reason, I find the name Wang Weiren oddly familiar. Indeed, it is familiar. He is a nationally renowned surgical virtuoso, having begun his career in the hospital in his 20s and ascended to the position of director by his 50s. He frequently appears in magazines and interviews, making it unsurprising that one recognizes his name. Ding Dali shook his head, a faint sense of familiarity with the name stirring within him, though not because of that. Nonetheless, he cast those thoughts aside. After all, they are to be eliminated. Dali, I do not comprehend why you harbor such a profound animosity towards the aberrants. Seeking their utter extermination? Feng Linwan, having never encountered an aberrant before, could not grasp their malevolence intuitively. Thus, while assisting Ding Dali in gathering supplies from the warehouse, she posed her inquiry. Remembering the survivor bases ravaged by the aberrants in his previous life, scenes reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. Ding Dali felt a fierce frustration building within him. Xiaoge and Xiao Shui had witnessed the actions of the aberrants. To clarify, regardless of how close your relationship may be, the moment one transforms into an aberrant, you are merely seen as food in their eyes. No matter how intimate your past interactions, when hunger strikes, they may pounce upon you without hesitation. Unlike zombies, however, they possess human consciousness while consuming their prey. They are aware of whom they devour. Upon hearing this, Xiaoge and Xiao Xuen nodded in agreement. A sense of melancholy envelopes me as I recall those who recently perished, individuals I had encountered within the confines of the hospital. Sigh. It is not that I lack the resolve to act, but rather, I choose to cast aside such thoughts. Let us charge forth. Upon hearing Ding Dali's words, Feng Linwan's expression grew somber as she silently resolved to engage with lethal intent against any colleague she might encounter in the impending battle. After securing the warehouse, the group continued their ascent, confronting 2 or 3 transformed beings on each floor. These entities were of the first tier, posing little threat to the awakened ones, who held a distinct advantage due to their higher levels. Silently and effortlessly, they dispatched these foes. Particularly, Feng Linwan seemed to experience an epiphany. After severing the head of a transformed being with her bone knife, it felt as though she had unlocked a new realm of possibility. She single-handedly eliminated all 3 transformed beings on the 7th floor. Ding Dali couldn't help but mentally commend her adaptability, wondering if such resilience was typical among medical students. Unable to contain his curiosity, he quietly inquired of Feng Linwan, "Xiaowan, I've noticed you swiftly acclimating to both zombie and transformed being combat." Feng Linwan paused momentarily before responding nonchalantly, "Oh, I was certainly unaccustomed at first. However, having attended anatomy classes previously, I adapted more swiftly." "You've taken anatomy classes, yet you claim to feel nauseated upon witnessing zombies devouring humans." Ding Dali scrutinized her with a look of incredulity. "Brother, are you all right? Anatomy is one thing. Consuming humans is another. Have you ever seen an anatomy instructor carve a piece of flesh and stuff it into their mouth?" As he devoured the lifeless body on the ground, Ding Dali rubbed his hands together and jested, "Who knows if your anatomy instructor has ever engaged in such practices? Perhaps cooking the severed flesh." With the anomalies on this floor dealt with, only 12 remained. They were likely congregated upstairs, making a silent ambush improbable. Moreover, it was unlikely that all the anomalies were merely of the first tier. There could very well be higher tier variants among them. We must exercise caution. The group tightened their grips on their weapons, while Feng Linwan brandished 2 bone blades, exchanging knowing nods with one another. Then, with determination, Ding Dali charged up to the 8th floor. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, a man in a tailored suit, adorned with an octagonal hat and in his 50s, sat upright in his chair, savoring a glass of red wine. From a nearby small room came the unsettling sounds of teeth gnawing and the subsequent loud crunching and swallowing, as if the occupant had been starved for an eternity. "Representative Gu, how many times must I remind you to exhibit grace while dining? Your noise is truly a disgrace to civility." "Enough, Dean Wang, spare me your mockery. We are amidst a cannibalistic frenzy. Who do we need to impress with grace? Elegance is etched in one's bones, not merely a facade for others. Yet, in this wretched world, after years of diligent toil, I find myself robbed of the chance to relish life before everything turned upside down." Wang Weiren set down his wine glass, harboring a sense of dissatisfaction within. Gu Qingsheng waved her hand dismissively, adopting a nonchalant expression, her tone exceedingly languorous. "Dean Wang, your notion of diligence doesn't revolve around scheming for petty gains, does it? You should be grateful for the advent of the apocalypse. You are well aware that there has been a stringent crackdown on medical corruption over the past 2 years. And you are certainly under scrutiny, if the truth comes to light." "Huh. The director has amassed a fortune exceeding 2 billion over the years, hasn't he? I am aware of a hospital director in the neighboring city who was found guilty of embezzling over 20 billion and received the death penalty." The woman concluded with a playful giggle, covering her mouth. Wang Weiren's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flashing within them as his fingers lightly tapped upon the table. "Gu Qingsheng, do not forget that we are but 2 peas in a pod. Before the end of days, and indeed after, we are inextricably linked." While mocking me, you ought to reflect upon your own actions. Bribery, QS transactions, organ trafficking, any of these would have been sufficient to bring you down before the apocalypse. and in this new world, we shall continue to feast together. Moreover, the benefits you have reaped far exceed my own. Oh dear. Why is Director Wong so irate? I was merely jesting. One must maintain elegance and not succumb to anger. Just as Wong Werin was about to respond, an uproar from the corridor outside interrupted them. The two exchanged knowing glances, nodded in understanding, and promptly rose to exit. Chapter 92. The Poison King. As Ding Dali and his companions ascended to the 8th floor, they encountered clusters of mutated beings meandering through the corridor, engaged in laughter and chatter. Without a moment's hesitation, the four launched an assault. The mutated beings emerging from adjacent rooms were taken aback, unleashing a cacophony of chaos. Consequently, more mutated beings emerged from their chambers. However, these individuals possessed little combat experience, having only recently transformed, and their strength was lacking. The group swiftly reaped their lives with ease. Upon encountering the fierce newcomer, a single disagreement erupted into a violent clash, leaving the remaining aberrants fleeing towards the director's office. However, bone spikes, ice shards, wind blades, and steel needles were unleashed in rapid succession, instantly reducing them to a state reminiscent of a beehive. Just as Wang Werin and Gu Qingsheng opened the office door, they beheld the final aberrant collapsing before them, his head riddled with holes, a visage marked by terror and despair. 1, 2, 3. Ha ha ha, all accounted for. Only 2 pesky insects remain. Ding Dali stood in the corridor, counting the fallen bodies. No sooner had he spoken than 2 figures emerged ahead. Upon recognizing the man clad in a suit, Ding Dali's pupils dilated in astonishment, unable to suppress an exclamation. The Poison King. Ding Dali finally understood why the name Wang Werin resonated with him. It belonged to a prominent figure from his previous life, a leader in the 3rd resettlement camp of the capital. He was more commonly known by his notorious moniker, the Poison King. This title stemmed from his genuine mastery of toxins, as his sweat, saliva, and blood, among other bodily fluids, were all lethal. He possessed the ability to transform even the air he exhaled into poisonous gas at will. This was his favored method of consumption as an aberrant, a fact that Ding Dali had been oblivious to at the time. Reflecting upon it now, it seemed highly probable that his unique feeding habits were intimately linked to his profession as a surgeon. Scanning the opponent's data, name, Wang Werin, 2nd tier, human aberrant. Strength, 250. Speed, 250. Constitution, 250. Spirit, 260. Special ability, Toxin S. Morality value, 30. Little brother, your uninvited presence and the fact that you have slain my men is rather impolite. Wouldn't you agree? Wang Werin suddenly spoke, taking a few steps forward, while the woman beside him instinctively retreated a few paces. This scene unfolded before Ding Dali's eyes, and he faintly noticed a wisp of barely perceptible smoke drifting from the corner of Wang Werin's mouth as he spoke. Ding Dali stepped forward, opening a spatial door visible only to himself. The thin smoke, like a living serpent, surged towards them. Wang Werin focused on the wisp of smoke, a subtle smile gracing his lips. However, the scenario he had envisioned did not materialize. Instead, an inexplicable occurrence transpired. The smoke vanished into thin air midway. His cunning plan thwarted. Wang Werin maintained his composure, continuing to exude an air of gentle sophistication. Little brother, will you not offer me an explanation? Have we met before? You seem familiar. Ding Dali regarded him with a cold glare, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, brimming with derision as he idly twirled the club in his hand. An explanation? Let my club provide the answer. With that, Ding Dali brandished his weapon and charged at Wang Werin. Upon witnessing this, Wang Werin's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated such a direct assault from Ding Dali. He swiftly sidestepped, yet the assailant's club did not descend. The figure of his opponent abruptly vanished, undoubtedly employing some form of cloaking ability. As Wang Werin contemplated this, he instinctively spat out a mouthful of saliva, while his pores expanded, releasing wisps of transparent liquid that emitted a hissing sound upon contact with the ground. The saliva, too, resembled an overturned carbonated beverage, fizzing and bubbling. However, none of this managed to harm his adversary in the slightest. Ding Dali's presence reappeared like a specter behind Wang Werin, raising the club with a fierce intent to strike. Hearing the rush of wind behind him, Wang Werin hurriedly turned, but it was already too late. The club, imbued with lethal force, crashed onto his head like a cannonball. With a resounding thud, his skull shattered like a watermelon, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. As Ding Dali swung the club, he swiftly teleported to a distance, avoiding the gruesome splatter, yet the ground where the blood flowed emitted a sound akin to corrosion. Observing the scene with cold indifference, he felt no trace of compassion. He had no intention of absorbing this ability, fearing it might poison his beloveds during their intimate moments. Ding. You have acquired the skill Surgical Mastery. Would you like to learn it? Learning. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge regarding human surgery materialized in his mind, deepening his understanding of anatomy. He grasped precisely where to incise, how to separate each muscle, and upon shaking off the blood from the club, he noticed a small portion of the tip had been corroded by venom. Ding Dali utilized his extraordinary abilities to restore the situation, then deftly produced several surgical scalpels. Under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, he swiftly disassembled Wang Waren's corpse into numerous small pieces, employing the anatomical and surgical knowledge he had just acquired, while meticulously collecting the blood into glass containers. After sealing the flesh into packages, he stored them away in his spatial dimension. This scene prompted several observers to furrow their brows, with Xia Qiuge unable to contain her bewilderment, asking, "What on earth are you doing?" Feng Linwan also inquired with a hint of confusion, "Dali, your dissection skills are remarkably proficient. Have you studied this before? Such a potent poison, why not seize the opportunity? It might come in handy someday." Upon completing his gruesome task, Ding Dali shifted his gaze towards a strikingly beautiful woman nearby. Gu Qingqing had not anticipated Wang Waren's defeat, and certainly not such a swift one, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Her heart raced furiously, nearly leaping from her throat. There was no opportunity for escape in the presence of such a formidable figure. If even Wang Waren could not contend with him, she realized she stood no chance either. She had thought that becoming an aberrant would free her from the fear of zombies, allowing her to survive in this apocalyptic world. However, this sudden appearance of a man who executed his kills without forewarning and bore an unsettling demeanor of insatiability shattered her expectations. To add to her dismay, he appeared to revel in dismembering corpses after years of dealing with Wang Waren. Gu Qingsheng had honed her ability to converse adeptly, regardless of the chaos within her. Though her heart raced with trepidation, her face remained adorned with a radiant smile. "Oh, young brother, why resort to violence upon our first encounter? What fuels such fury within you? If you don't mind, why not sit down and allow me, your elder sister, to accompany you for a drink? I assure you, I can dissolve all your anger completely." TCH, what a wretched creature. Xia Qiuge crossed her arms, her gaze lingering on Gu Qingsheng for just a second before rolling her eyes skyward. Ding Dali had never encountered this woman in his previous life. Yet he couldn't deny her beauty, albeit with a hint of cunning that suggested she was a seasoned vixen. Unfortunately, she was an aberrant. What puzzled Ding Dali was that, upon meeting such a woman, his system would typically have already assigned her a score, given its peculiar nature. He even speculated that if a mutated beast could transform into a human, the system would still provide a score. Chapter 93, 72 houses having been preoccupied with Wang Waren. He had neglected to examine this woman's data, prompting him to summon the system internally. System. Scanner data. Name. Gu Qingqing's second stage aberrant strength. 202 speed. 203 constitution. 204 spirit. 205 ability. Body restructuring B moral value. 70 what the hell? There's genuinely no score? Body restructuring? What on earth is that? Never mind. I'll just kill her. As he grumbled internally, he swung his bat and approached the woman. The moment she saw his stance, panic overcame her. She waved her hands frantically. Wait. Young brother. If you spare me, I can fulfill any of your wishes. You can have whatever you desire. A brave knight would never harm a princess, would he? Princess? Which KTV do you hail from? KTV? Indeed. You claim to be a princess. Yet when I inquired about which KTV you frequented, you remained silent. How vexing. Upon uttering these words, several steel needles inexplicably soared forth, and, before Gu Qingsheng could react, they pierced through her head. Ding Dali swiftly approached, ready to shatter her skull with a strike, when an eerie transformation unfolded. The face, which remained stunning despite the grievous injury, began to morph at a visible pace reminiscent of the Sichuan opera's face-changing act, rapidly contorting into that of a middle-aged woman with a square face, a flat nose, and prominent buck teeth. Her figure, too, ballooned grotesquely, transforming into a barrel-shaped torso. What on earth? Is this the effect of some supernatural ability? How dare you call yourself Qingqing? Our sister Ruoyan possesses genuine strength. You are nothing. Bah, a waste of others' affections. Ding Dali, thoroughly displeased by this woman's deceitful behavior, crouched down and devoured her, body restructuring ability. Oh, how did she arrive at this ghastly appearance? Boss, why do you have your hand on her while grinning so lecherously? Do you harbor peculiar inclinations? Xiaochoga expressed her disdain, taking a step back as she approached. Goodness! In a bygone era, who could have imagined that a woman who resembled a charming figure moments ago could instantly metamorphose into an ugly old crone? Ding-Dali rose, dusting off his hands. Regardless of her beauty or ugliness, to me, all aberrants are mere refuse. Xiaochoga regarded him with skepticism. Is that so? Then why were you salivating over her figure just now? The young lady ought to refrain from gazing at what is inappropriate, yet she seems to be drawn to it. Quickly, let us search the director's office for anything of use. We shall sweep through, and then depart. The foul stench emitted by the aberrants is utterly repugnant. Avoiding the blood that stains the floor, the group entered the director's office. A distinct yet equally gruesome scent wafted from a room with its door ajar. As they approached the threshold and cast a glance inside, their brows furrowed in dismay. The room, furnished solely with a double bed and a few cabinets, was cluttered with an array of meticulously cleaned skeletons, alongside neatly cut pieces of flesh arranged upon a surgical tray. Scattered across the floor lay several limbs that had not yet been dissected. It was all too evident what these remains belonged to. On the windowsill, 2 rows of heads were aligned with precision, each pair of grayish-white eyes gazing vacantly ahead. The aberrants appeared to have an aversion to consuming the heads, save for the brain matter, yet they seemed to take pleasure in observing the expressions of those they devoured. Whether it be the aberrants of a bygone era, Yang Wei, or those of today, they all maintained the heads of their victims intact. Wind Forest, with tears brimming in her eyes, was pained to see several of her colleagues among those heads, including Nurse Huiji. The sight filled her with immense sorrow, and she reached out to grasp Ding-Dali's arm. Dali, could we perhaps bury the heads of my colleagues? After all, we shared a bond as co-workers, and it would grant them peace, especially Hujie, who has always cared for me. Ding-Dali nodded, embracing Feng Linwan, while gently patting her back to offer comfort. Let us bury them in the greenery downstairs. It shall be a final resting place for them. Humph. These aberrants are utterly despicable. In my opinion, we ought to set this place ablaze. We could simultaneously incinerate the zombies below. Xiaochoga gazed at the numerous skeletons and remnants scattered throughout the room, and her thoughts drifted to the nauseating Yang Wei. Her disdain for the aberrants deepened considerably. Boss, with so many zombies languishing on the first floor, it would be a shame not to eradicate them with fire. Choga spoke once more. There will be ample opportunities for you to slay zombies, just not at this moment. The city's permanent population exceeds 20 million, yet only about 300,000 survivors remain. The rest have become zombies, an endless cycle of destruction. The group had already exited the small room and were rummaging through the director's office for any other discoveries. Upon hearing Ding-Dali's words, Xiaochoga tossed a large set of keys she had unearthed from a drawer onto the table, casually inquiring, "So this city has such a vast population. Why hasn't the government deployed large-scale destructive weaponry?" Ding-Dali curiously examined the keys, recalling that Xiaochoga was not a local, but had come from elsewhere, nearly marrying into the area. The deployment of large-scale weaponry is not imminent, as many survivors are still concealed in various corners. Such measures would indiscriminately eliminate both zombies and survivors alike. Even if there are no survivors left in the city, it is prudent to hope that no one resorts to deploying weapons of mass destruction, such as missiles or nuclear bombs. Goodness! As Ding-Dali was speaking, he suddenly exclaimed an expletive, capturing the attention of the women nearby. Goodness! This is the key to 72 properties. Look at the numbers above. Many of them are consecutive numbers within the same community. Is it truly possible to purchase properties with consecutive numbers included? Upon hearing this, the women clustered closer. Feng Linwan sighed, then spat in disdain. Humph. Who would have thought the dean was so corrupt? Just how much are these properties worth? This is the capital. The prices are exorbitantly high. Xiaochoga echoed in agreement. They deserve it. It is these individuals who, in the previous society, devoured countless lives savings. We are merely ridding the world of scum. Xia Xiaoxua nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Chapter 94. The loyal dog saves my life. The group discovered a hidden compartment behind the dean's bookshelf, filled with various jewelry and treasures. Ding-Dali tossed the jewelry aside and continued to search meticulously, muttering under his breath. Such greedy and lecherous individuals ought to have some peculiar hobbies, shouldn't they? Why is there no collection akin to that of Chen Sicking here? What a waste of effort. What collections are you referring to? I see nothing worth collecting here. Let us depart. The stench of these aberrants is unbearable. Xiaochoga covered her nose, urging everyone to leave. Let us go. Shawan. Upon returning to Feng Linwan's residence, night had already fallen. After dinner, Feng Linwan pointed to the bedroom and said, I have only 2 bedrooms. Xiaogu, Xiaoshui, you both can share the guest room. Dali, you can sleep in the living room. With that, she slipped into her own bedroom. Xia Xiaogu glanced at Ding Dali, hesitating to speak, but ultimately took Xiao Shui's hand and entered the guest room, leaving Ding Dali alone, scratching his head in confusion. What does this mean? They've all left? Am I to be alone in the living room? I wanted to discuss aspirations and share some topics that the handsome guys enjoy. He muttered in disbelief. Boldness feeds the brave, while timidity starves the weak. Lighting a candle, he stealthily approached the door of Feng Linwan's bedroom, only to discover that it was slightly ajar. Ding Dali scratched his head, a harmless smile adorning his face. It was still too early to sleep. Why not engage in conversation? With that thought, he gently pushed the door open. Feng Linwan shifted to the side, and Ding Dali plopped down beside her, casually conjuring a few bottles of beer. He opened one and handed it to Feng Linwan while opening another for himself. Dali, your spatial abilities are incredibly convenient. Does this mean we can gather a plethora of supplies? Better safe than sorry. Feng Linwan took a sip of her beer and spoke first. I have already collected enough provisions for us to last a long time, so rest assured. Ding Dali gleefully shook his beer, and Feng Linwan clinked her bottle against his, taking another small sip while scrutinizing Ding Dali's face intently. The entirety of his face, due to its extreme leanness, renders his features particularly pronounced. His nose juts out, his eyes bulge, and even his cheekbones appear alarmingly prominent, making him resemble a monkey. Dali, you have become a formidable awakened one, yet why do you remain so thin? Shaking his head, Ding Dali expressed his helplessness. He too did not wish to be called a thin monkey by others. In his previous life, even after awakening, he had always looked this way, regardless of how many corpses he consumed. I recall when you first arrived at the hospital, you were far more robust than you are now. Your face had some flesh, and you were rather good-looking, unlike now, when you resemble a monkey. Hiki, I was already quite thin when I went to the hospital, which is what led to the diagnosis of my illness, so by the time we met, I had already lost quite a bit of weight. Hihi, I used to be quite handsome, and there were many young ladies who were quite taken with me. I never acquiesced to their advances. So you chose Tang Bingbing? Ding Dali was taken aback by this remark, his face flushing red as he took a sip of wine to ease the awkwardness. Poo. You know that chatting like this can lead to trouble, right? Feng Linwan was amused, laughing heartily for quite some time before she paused, raising an eyebrow and feigning mystery as she said, I know quite well what you looked like before. You were indeed quite handsome. Because I've seen you. Is that so? You mean you have seen me? When did we first meet? Ding Dali asked in confusion. Wasn't it at the hospital? I suspect you are unaware now. We truly have met before. How shall I begin to express this? As you are aware, my parents perished in a tragic accident. Their departure left me in profound sorrow. In the blink of an eye, I found myself the sole occupant of our household registration. There were moments when I contemplated leaving this world to reunite with my parents. I vividly recall that deep autumn day when I stood atop the canal bridge, gazing down at the expansive river below. The candlelight flickered momentarily, and the evening breeze paused in reverence. Once the flame steadied, the wind resumed its gentle caress. At that moment, I inadvertently observed a delivery worker clad in uniform, engaged in conversation with a rather attractive girl by the roadside. She seemed to be his girlfriend. Though her impatience was palpable, the delivery worker mentioned that his earnings for the month had been transferred to her phone, and he advised her to drink warm water as the weather turned colder. Their exchange was brief before he departed. Shortly thereafter, the girl made a phone call, and before long, a luxury vehicle came to a halt beside her. She approached and embraced the gentleman within. The air was already quite frigid, and apart from the passing cars, the bridge was devoid of pedestrians. Goodness, who is this foolish individual? Isn't he just a sycophant? Ding Dali exclaimed in righteous indignation. Feng Linwan blinked at him, then smiled knowingly. Wait, hold on. Are you implying that the fool you mentioned is me? Feng Linwan erupted into a fit of laughter, prompting Ding Dali to roll his eyes in exasperation. I had initially thought this was merely a fleeting encounter that reignited my hope for life, only to encounter that very delivery worker again later at the hospital. He has lost a considerable amount of weight this time, yet I recognized him at first glance. From my colleagues, I learned that he is afflicted with a terminal illness. Oh dear, Ding Dali could no longer bear to listen and hurriedly covered Feng Linwan's mouth. Please, stop talking. Feng Linwan erupted into laughter once again. What? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Think carefully, did I not remind you? Yet at that time, your mind was solely occupied with Tang Bingbing, devoid of anything else. Ding Dali felt a twinge of shame, scratching his head awkwardly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked up to ask Feng Linwan. Do you remember how I looked when we first met? Feng Linwan nodded, and Ding Dali, in a mysteriously playful manner, said, close your eyes. Though unsure of his intentions, her heart raced, and she instinctively shut her eyes. After a while, nothing seemed to happen, and Feng Linwan, her heart pounding, felt compelled to open her eyes. All right. You may open them. Upon opening her eyes, Feng Linwan blurted out in astonishment. Chapter 95. Can your ability be controlled? Gazing at the man before her, Feng Linwan exclaimed a curse and leaped off the bed. To her astonishment, Ding Dali's previously gaunt face had transformed, now appearing full and robust. His once prominent features had suddenly become strikingly attractive. His pronounced brow, high nose, and eyes, which now seemed deeper and more expressive due to the newfound fullness of his face, created a striking visage. In essence, what had once resembled a monkey's features now possessed distinct and profound contours. Even his physique had become more robust, and combined with Ding Dali's original height, he now appeared both imposing and vibrant. With a radiant smile, Ding Dali gazed at Feng Linwan, his features accentuated by the flickering candlelight, which rendered him even more striking and gallant. Ha! Do you remember that aberrant individual from earlier today? That was her ability. I have seized it. The ability is called body restructuring. I restored my physique to its former state. Is it possible to maintain this? Certainly. As long as I remain alive, it can be preserved indefinitely, and I can also assume different appearances, essentially employing it as a form of disguise. This is utterly astonishing. However, why do I feel as though I appear slightly more handsome than before? Did you sneak in some embellishments? Well then, cheers. Ding Dali raised his drink once more, clinking it against Feng Linwan's. He downed a bottle with fervor, noticing Feng Linwan's gaze fixed upon him. When caught in his stare, she quickly averted her eyes, and the two began reminiscing about amusing incidents from their time in the hospital. They recalled Ding Dali's altercation with Wang Chukai and the troublesome old man in the ward who had caused Feng Linwan distress, only for Ding Dali to confront him, nearly sending the elder away. As the candlelight flickered and gradually diminished, their silhouettes elongated softly. In moments of joy, their laughter resonated like that of long-lost friends, akin to lovers on their first date. Their voices flowed melodiously, providing a soothing ambience. You've only taken 3 sips of your drink. How can you claim to be intoxicated? Ding Dali internally grumbled, suddenly realizing something. The candlelight danced once more, casting a warm glow that enveloped their entwined figures. On the window, droplets of water glistened like pearls, gradually merging into streaks that culminate in a magnificent cascade, drenching the entire city. Inside, the warm glow and the hues of spring envelop the room, while the maple trees parked outside stand still. As the candlelight flickers perilously close to extinguishment, the two continue their conversation at the bedside. Ding Dali secretly marvels, who claims that B-grade abilities are of no use. Who indeed? Yet, it perplexes Ding Dali that despite knocking thrice, he ended up breaking through the window paper thrice as well. Thus, with a hint of curiosity, he turns to Xiao Wan and inquires, is your rapid healing ability something you can control? Feng Linwan shakes her head, explaining that the rapid healing seems to occur naturally, and at present, she feels unable to exert control over it. Ding Dali then experiences a moment of enlightenment, exclaiming internally, no wonder. Meanwhile, in the secondary bedroom, Xia Qiugao and Xia Xiaoxua lean against the headboard, with Xia Qiugao wearing a disgruntled expression. Xia Xiaoxua, have you forgotten why we came out with him? Didn't you also agree with what Mother said earlier? Why don't you take the initiative to say something? Look, he's gone to the opposite room. HM. You only know how to say HM. Did you hear how happily they're chatting, laughing all the while? It's already late into the night, and they're still conversing. Tomorrow we will join them. At this moment, Xia Qiugao is well aware of the happenings in the adjacent room. Initially, their conversation was filled with laughter and joy, but soon, the tone shifted. What kind of conversation produces such noise? If one were to assign blame, it would be to oneself for consistently opposing Ding Dali. After all, he hardly holds any affection for her. The more Xia Qiugao contemplated this, the more disheartened she became, pouting and muttering to herself. Is it such a crime to have a bit of a temper? Why am I so unwelcome? She chastised herself. What is so impressive about being able to fight? What good does it do to sulk here when the person is right across from her? With a sense of grievance, Xia Qiuge lamented, "What am I supposed to do? Should I barge in and drag them out of bed? Just wait here." Xia Xiaoxue sighed, pulling back the covers as she exited the bedroom. Surely, Xiaoxue wouldn't he really go and snatch someone from their bed? This is disastrous. They'll surely despise me even more now. Ding Dali and Feng Linwan engaged in conversation for a while longer until Feng Linwan fell into a deep slumber. Ding Dali, anticipating the system's response, grew increasingly impatient as no sound emerged. After observing the slumbering figure beside him, he quietly rose, exiting the bedroom while mentally calling out to the system. "System, do you also require sleep? Why the silence? I just exerted myself to complete 3 tasks. Calm down. I sense you have another task to fulfill today. What does that mean? Hello? Can you respond?" At that moment, as Ding Dali stood bewildered outside the bedroom, a woman emerged from the darkness of the living room, startling him. Before he could react, she embraced him and swiftly pressed her lips against his. Ugh, what? After parting. In the dim light, Ding Dali recognized her as Xia Xiaoxue and, astonished, inquired, "Xiaoxue, what on earth are you doing? Scaring someone in the middle of the night? Are you calling a cat?" Ding Dali was thoroughly disoriented. The room was shrouded in darkness, rendering everything indistinct, save for vague silhouettes. "I have brought you the person you requested. What should be done now is for you to decide." The speaker was Xia Xiaoxue, who grasped his hand without relinquishing her hold, subsequently enveloping his arm in an embrace. In the dimness, a figure sat at the head of the bed, and without needing to ponder, Ding Dali knew precisely who it was. The person's breathing was somewhat heavy, and in such a tranquil and dark environment, even the sound of a heartbeat could be discerned. Ding Dali, growing somewhat impatient, exclaimed, "What are you two doing in the dark? Let me light a candle for you." "No, don't light it. This is fine as it is." Chapter 96. One key triple link. The spring rain fell throughout the night, sometimes carrying a hint of chill, other times accompanied by a gentle warm breeze, as spring yielded to summer. This rain seemed to herald the departure of a girl named Spring, while 2 early summer blossoms were poised to bloom. Ding Dali's command over B-level abilities had become increasingly adept. Ding. Xia Xiaoxue's moral value reached 100, signifying unwavering loyalty, with a reward of 20 tons of supplies. The Xia sisters remained silent, patiently awaiting Ding Dali to speak. He retrieved a candle from his space and lit it, illuminating the once dark room. "Ah, who are you?" Xia Qiuge's eyes widened in shock as she clutched the blanket to her chest, her expression one of utter disbelief. "Goodness, why are you so startled? Can't you tell who I am?" Listening closely, the voice indeed belonged to Ding Dali, and upon scrutinizing his features, it was unmistakably his visage. Yet, one could not help but wonder why he appeared so remarkably handsome. Ding. Xia Qiuge's virtue and vice value reached 100, ensuring unwavering loyalty, rewarding her with 20 tons of resources. Despite Ding Dali's vigorous exertion of his B-grade abilities, his virtue and vice value remained stagnant at 95, but upon glimpsing his face, it surged to full capacity in an instant. This left Ding Dali feeling somewhat disheartened. 2 hours of diligent farming seemed to pale in comparison to merely 2 seconds of gazing upon his countenance. Indeed, it seemed that this woman was quite enamored with appearances. Nevertheless, I had previously instructed her to call me father. He chuckled, feeling a sense of accomplishment. "Apologies to you, old Xia." With this thought, Ding Dali felt a surge of comfort within him. After explaining the situation to them, the two incredulously accepted Ding Dali's assertion that he was indeed quite handsome. Casually retrieving 2 pieces of jewelry from his space, he presented them before the women. "These belong to my mother." Upon seeing the jewelry, Xia Qiuge exclaimed without hesitation, "Indeed, they were given to me when your mother implored me to rescue you. Now, they are returned to you as rightful possessions." Xia Qiuge, releasing her grip on the blanket, joyfully accepted the jewelry, her large eyes sparkling with delight. Autumn Song adorned Xiaoxue's neck with the necklace while she donned the ring herself, playfully flaunting it before her. "These 2 pieces were purchased on the occasion of my parents' wedding, and now the 2 of us sisters each possess one." Noticing their demeanor, Ding Dali sensed they might be aware of something. Thus he tentatively inquired, "Do you both know that you are biological sisters?" "Of course we do. What's the matter?" "We are not foolish. We've been known for quite some time." "Very well. It seems that only Xiao Xia believed they were unaware. You two should rest well. I will spend some time in the living room. Tuck yourself in. The rain tonight is quite heavy." Watching Ding Dali's figure leave the room, Xia Qiuge murmured quietly, I initially thought it might be a bit unfair for the monkeys, but now it seems to be quite alright, he. Xia Xiaoxue replied. You only know how to say Just like earlier, it was nothing but Ding Dali was indifferent to what the sisters were discussing. As soon as she settled onto the sofa, she began to internally summon the system. System, if you don't dispense the rewards soon, it'll be dawn. Ding. The evil good value for Feng Linwan has reached 100. Reward, 40 tons of supplies. Strategy for Feng Linwan 2. Reward, 20 tons of supplies. Strategy for the Xia sisters. Reward, 40 tons of supplies. Strategy for the Xia sisters 1. Reward, 20 tons of supplies. Ding. Achievement, 1 arrow, 2 eagles, unlocked. Reward, 1 SS level or below ability upgrade card. A bountiful harvest. At this rate, establishing a base will not pose any issue regarding supplies. Furthermore, I can upgrade 1 ability to S level, a rare opportunity indeed. Just as Ding Dali was reveling in the joy of the SS level upgrade card in her space, the system voice chimed in once more. Ding. Completion of the species propagation task. Reward, 1 S level or below ability upgrade card. Ding. Completion of the species propagation task. Reward, 1 SS level or below ability upgrade card. Ding. Achievement, 2 birds with 1 stone, attained. Rewards doubled. System, who is it this time? The sisters of the Xia family. Are you attempting to provoke me? I have indeed utilized the little umbrella. Do not underestimate the B-class abilities. Are you implying that I have an overly extended lifespan? Wandering about the apocalypse with several pregnant women. Rest assured, dear brother, as long as the mother does not lose her life, the embryos recognized by the system will face minimal issues. With that assurance, I shall spend 2 upgrade cards to elevate the B-class enhancement to S-class. Experiencing the upgraded enhancement, Ding Dali concentrated his powers within his fist. A surge of formidable energy subtly gathering there, causing his clenched hand to emit a cracking sound. He sensed that the strength of his fist, after enhancement, was nearing the threshold of the 4th tier. For someone like him who relished close combat, this ability seemed exceptionally fitting. Naturally, the multi-child blessing system shared this sentiment. Furthermore, I possess 3 SS level ability upgrade cards. System, please review my data. Henceforth, unless specifically requested, simply display the tier, rating, abilities, and moral value. This will prevent incessant accusations of padding my word count. There are always those who endlessly dispute the data. Name, Ding Dali Human Tier 3 Awakened Abilities, Space S, Lightning S, Telekinesis S, Metal Manipulation S, Local Enhancement S, Body Reconstruction B. Without a moment's hesitation, Ding Dali declared his intention to elevate Space, Lightning, and Telekinesis to SS. Ding. Space has been upgraded to SS, and my comprehension of space has deepened. As the spatial ability is bound to the system, the reward is an infinite storage space. Do not accuse me of being stingy again. Do not compare other systems that start with boundless possibilities. Isn't it sufficient for me? Furthermore, what about the other 2 abilities? What enhancements accompany their upgrades? My friend, you must personally experience the nuances of your own abilities. My goodness, the system seems to be in a rather emotional state today. In truth, one need not be told. He can sense a profound understanding of lightning and telekinesis evolving within him. Among abilities of the same rank, aside from their development, the strength is ultimately determined by the level of the individual's core power. However, if the core power levels are identical, possessing a higher ability rank will confer a distinct advantage. Thus, both personal level and ability rank are crucial. Of course, those awakened individuals lacking abilities can still forge their bodies into formidable weapons, relying on sheer strength or swiftness to vanquish their foes. Ding Dali, immersed in his newfound comprehension of his abilities, felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. He resolved to find a suitable location to test his newly upgraded powers. Stealthily, he descended the stairs and unleashed his lightning abilities, witnessing a formidable bolt strike the ground, creating a substantial crater in the heart of the community. Next, he attempted to manipulate objects with his mind. A massive boulder in the nearby greenbelt began to levitate slowly, gliding swiftly in accordance with his will. Once more, he unleashed his lightning ability, obliterating the boulder in an instant. Ding Dali was ecstatic, his eyes radiant with excitement. Indeed, the power has significantly amplified, and the weight I can manipulate has increased tremendously. Meanwhile, other survivors hidden within their rooms gazed bewilderingly out the window, questioning if they had just been struck by lightning. Chapter 97. An Unexpected Coincidence. In the dawn of an apocalyptic world, sunlight broke through the clouds, casting golden rays upon the city. Were it not for the pervasive haze and the stench of decay, one might mistake it for an ordinary morning. Though Ding Dali had scarcely slept the previous night, he was in high spirits and had risen early to prepare a sumptuous feast. Thanks to his newfound culinary prowess, the dishes were a feast for the senses, vibrant in color and rich in aroma. As the three women emerged from the bedroom, the delightful scent wafted through the air, and the sight of steaming dishes brought warmth to their hearts upon seeing Ding Dali bustling in the kitchen. "Dali, did you make all this?" inquired Feng Linwan, stretching languidly at the threshold. "I had no idea you were such a talented cook. I'm starving." Xia Qiuge, having just exited the hotel alongside An and Yu Xiaoyu, felt emboldened to join in their affectionate address, for she was indeed one of his women. Ding Dali was unfazed by the titles. They were merely terms of endearment. However, Feng Linwan hesitated for a moment, recalling the tumultuous commotion from the neighboring room the previous night. A twinge of jealousy flickered within her, yet the overwhelming positivity in her heart dispelled any lingering discontent. She approached the Xia sisters, linking arms with them, and sweetly remarked, "Sisters, from now on, we are all family, and I hope you will look after me." "No, you are the elder sister. You stand before us." Before Xia Qiuge could respond, the usually reticent Xiao Xue unexpectedly chimed in. Though a hint of embarrassment washed over Xia Qiuge, she eagerly echoed, "Sister Linwan." Ding Dali stood beside the dining table, observing the expressions and dynamics of the women present, and could not help but admire the system. The system indeed proved to be delightful, and the values of good and evil were equally enticing. Under normal circumstances, one would hardly dare to envision such a harmonious gathering among these three women. Just look, how harmonious it is now. Had I known last night, I could have made a concerted effort to achieve a trifecta of success. Nevertheless, it matters not. My principle is to refrain from vying for women with my brothers. It is not as if I have declared an intention to compete for daughters. Moreover, given that Xia Qiuge's father has already been invoked, what harm is there in acquiring a couple more goddaughters? Feng Linwan, observing the Xia sisters' change of heart, followed suit in her response. "Darling, I noticed that my phone had no signal this morning. Is yours the same?" Just as the Xia sisters were about to retrieve their phones to check, Ding Dali interjected. "There is no need to check. From today onward, the mobile signals have been cut off. Only official communication and short-range communication devices remain functional. Other devices, such as computers and smartphones, will not be able to access the internet or communicate." Feng Lin sighed in relief, patting her chest as she took a seat at the dining table. "Thank goodness. Before the communication was severed, you all managed to find me. Otherwise, without conversation, I would have been utterly bored to death. Those days would have been unbearable had it not been for our daily exchanges." Ding Dali gestured towards the Xia sisters and then, with a hint of apology, explained to Feng Linwan, "Darling, is it disingenuous to say this? At that time, we were not part of your team. Your team was comprised of people like Sister Xiaoyu. If I am not mistaken, in your eyes, we were merely cannon fodder, were we not? It is simply unexpected that many of us have survived and ended up as one family." "Xiao Wan, do not listen to his nonsense. She was ensnared by a vixen named Su Hongyu. What nonsense are you spouting, little girl? Do you dare to provoke me into demanding you call me father?" "Darling, I was wrong. Sister Xiao Wan, my husband is certainly not delaying for the sake of lust. It's merely that he is distracted by too many women." "Ah." The group engaged in playful bickering, leaving the dining table in disarray and inadvertently spilling the kanji all over Xia Qiuge. Ding. A pipe of genetic code wasted, deducting 10 tons of material reward. The Xia sisters went to wash up and brush their teeth. Feng Linwan, with a rosy complexion, teasingly remarked, "How come I never realized how much you enjoy bullying others? Are we leaving soon?" What is the matter? Are you reluctant to part with this home?" "Not at all." "Oh, may I store some of my belongings in your space?" "Of course. Feel free to take everything from this house." "Hiki, I think I should bring some of my own clothes, just in case." After glancing at the torn clothing of Xia Qiuge, she added, "And this, please help me keep it safe." It was a cherished family portrait from Feng Linwan's bedside, depicting a trio, a strikingly beautiful couple and a young woman, aged around 18 or 19. The young woman was naturally Feng Linwan, while the couple behind her were presumably her parents. Ding Dali, gazing at the couple in the photograph, noted their remarkable looks and refined demeanor, suggesting a cultured upbringing. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Xiao Wan, what do your parents do?" "My mother is a teacher, and my father is a lawyer. Oh, no wonder. Your parents appear to be quite cultured and are remarkably attractive, which naturally results in a beautiful daughter. Feng Linwan, flattered by the compliment, felt a bit bashful and murmured, I am not as outstanding as my parents. Their academic achievements surpass mine, unfortunately. What misfortune befell them? Well, my father had a case where he was entirely confident of victory, given the abundance of evidence, yet inexplicably, he lost. He had faced defeats before, but I had never seen him so despondent as on that occasion. To console him, my mother suggested a drive to the countryside for a respite. Tragically, they met with an accident on the way. Ding Dali furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. What kind of case could overturn with irrefutable evidence to the extent that it would deeply distress a lawyer? Xiaowan, do you know what kind of case your father was handling at that time? Feng Linwan looked up, pondering the ceiling, and replied uncertainly, I'm not entirely sure. My father seldom discusses his work with me, but from what I've gathered from my mother, it seems to involve a second-generation individual who killed his classmate. A rather heinous matter. Goodness. Ding Dali felt a sense of familiarity with this tale, as if he had encountered it before. Xiaowan, I know someone who might be aware of your father's case. Your parents' situation may not have been an accident. Chapter 98, The Explosive Gang. Upon hearing Ding Dali's words, Feng Linwan sprang up from her seat, her voice filled with excitement as she exclaimed, Is what you said true? It really wasn't an accident? I am still somewhat uncertain. When we meet that sister later, you may inquire with her. Ding Dali observed that the Xia sisters had finished their preparations and then patted Feng Linwan's shoulder. Let us depart. We shall rendezvous with the main group. Having said this, he took the lead out of the house, with the three women trailing behind. Xia Choga casually inquired, Darling, shouldn't we find a vehicle? We can't all fit on an electric scooter. Nonsense. For individuals on a small electric scooter, can you endure it? Or will the scooter? The windows of the vehicle were wide open as several flamboyantly dressed young individuals, resembling peacocks displaying their feathers, leaned out and shouted raucously towards Ding Dali and his companions. It appeared that something was being dragged behind the vehicle, as a dozen grotesque, snarling zombies, resembling ravenous wolves, sprinted after it. The vehicle suddenly screeched to a halt, coming to a steady stop before Ding Dali and the others. 5 elaborately dressed young men, armed with rifles, leapt from the off-road vehicle and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the zombies behind them. When the last zombie collapsed with a resounding thud, they erupted into a cacophony of deafening cheers. The leader of the group, sporting a head of yellow hair, exuded the energy of a spirited youth. A cigarette dangling from his mouth, strutting with an air of arrogance, as if he were the sovereign of this realm. Hey, kid, there are 2 things I despise most in life. One is when others are more handsome than I am. The other is when others possess better taste. You, my friend, embody both traits. Hand over those 3 women, and I shall forgive you. You can even join our explosive gang. What on earth are these fellows up to? Ding Dali was utterly bewildered. It had been a long time since he had encountered someone so ostentatious.